Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was deaf. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Keep him busy. Keep him busy. Don't die. Keep the busy. His inner mantra might not actually have been helping much, but it made him feel a bit better, so Izuku was going to keep going with it. His Kaioketsushoji lashed out like a viper, aiming to snag yet another blade from his opponent. There was already a small pile of knives behind him where he had tossed them out of the way as he did his best to keep staying a safe distance away. He had forced the man back a bit, trying to move the fight a bit farther from Ida and the downed hero he had only belatedly noticed against one wall. But tight spaces like this weren't the best for his mid to long range weapon. He had to make do by keeping a bit of cord draped down between both hands, keeping his control as tight as possible even if the shortened range meant the blades the hero killer was SW came way closer than he would really prefer. He really should talk to Kurokuma-sensei about more bow staff lessons. If he made it out of this fight intact, that was. He leaned back a bit to dodge a swipe at his face that managed to get way too close. He thought he avoided it completely, but as he fended off the other fighter with a swipe of his own blade and a firm kick to the gut, he felt the telltale burn of a shallow slice along his jawline. He reset his stance, not bothered enough by the cut to be distracted. But as his right hand, along with the appealing green blade, came back up into defense, he felt all of his muscles suddenly lock up. And then he was dropping bonelessly to the ground. From his prone position, he watched as Stain lowered his bloody knife from his mouth and smirked down at him. Valiant effort, kid. Too bad it was all for nothing. With a dark chuckle, he stepped over Izuku and headed towards his original targets. Panicked, the green-haired teen cried out, begging him to reconsider, doing his best to stall for just a few more seconds. But the discordant sound of his last sword being unsheathed once more rang out like a death sentence anyways. Izuku did his best to move, snag a throwing knife, turn his head, anything. Anything at all. But his body just wouldn't respond to his orders. His brain moved at 100 miles an hour, even as his limbs stayed infuriatingly still. His quirk causes paralysis. He wasn't able to activate it until just a moment ago. What was the requirement? The wound? No, probably not. The BLD then, did he have to touch it or... Okay, now how to counter it? Could he break the hold? Or was it a time thing? He prayed he could break it by sheer willpower alone, even though he knew it was unlikely. Because right at that moment, listening out for the sound of one of his classmates getting murdered right next to him, he was sure his will would have been more than strong enough. But he still couldn't budge. Just before the yawning portal of despair opened below him and sent him plunging, he heard an unexpected sound. Instead of steel biting into flesh, he heard the distinctive whoosh and crackle of flames. A power that no one in the alleyway should have. It was followed by a slightly winded and blessedly familiar voice stating, "Doryoku, in the future try and send better directions please." The prone greenette almost sobbed with the sudden mess of emotions he felt, but managed to respond semi-coherently. "Sorry, didn't have time to send power loader my exact lock location. All that gear and you don't have a distress button somewhere?" Izuku groaned. "Believe me, after today I'm adding it to every costume I have a say in." They were interrupted from further discussions of costuming updates by an irritated growl. "Another child. How many kids are the heroes letting run around freely in a burning city? We wouldn't be running around at all if you weren't out here killing people," Todoroki pointed out in his dry tone. And Izuku couldn't hide a snort. The serial killer grumbled in irritation. "I wouldn't have to kill people if the heroes were trustworthy. And now I have to kill yet another child." The sounds of fighting started up again, and the freckled teen on the ground felt another type of panic at his inability to see what was going on. There was one way he could help though. "Hanai, don't let him cut you." He activates his quirk through the ingestion of BLD. There was a half a breath's pause, tinged with a bit of surprise. And then the madman was laughing, even as the sounds of metal meeting ice reverberated around their small battlefield. "Good job, kid. None of the pros have figured it out and yet here you are, what a waste of potential." Izuku grit his teeth in frustration, trying to tell how the fight was going by sound alone. He was thankful for all of the work he had put into ruggedizing his hearing aids now. The ones his mom bought would have broken as soon as he hit the ground. That didn't mean he liked hearing a villain sing his praises. He twitched when he heard a blade strike something that was not ice, and a hiss of pain. It took him half a second too long to realize what that meant. But as soon as he figured out he could move again, he was up and sprinting forwards, snagging his Kaioketsushoji as he went. Shoto was reeling, 2 throwing knives buried in his left forearm. Stain launched towards the dual-toned boy, reaching to retrieve his weapons. Izuku threw his own blade, doing his best to use the whole length of his cable in an effort to keep the hero killer from gaining control of another person. The man managed to jump back at the last second, only taking a shallow nick across the back of one hand. He cursed as he danced back away from the boys, gaining some breathing room to regroup now that Dorioku was back under his own power. The smaller teen skidded to a stop in front of his icy friend. "Tenya, see if you can move again." The pause. "I cannot." An agreeing noise came from the pro-hero, who up till that point had been silent. He must have just regained consciousness. Izuku hummed to himself. Maybe the more people he uses it on, the less time he has. No, because then he would have been expecting me. An outside fact factor then, BLD type. The small flinch from the hero killer confirms his guess. Neat. Hantai, what is your BLD type? Oh, me too. So if he gets you, he has like 2 minutes or SSO. Understood. But I don't plan to let him get me. Ice was already spreading up his arm, slowing the BLD flow from around the blades. Izuku spared him a quick smile, even knowing he couldn't see it from behind his mask, and chirped out a cheerful, "That's the spirit." He swung the weight in his left hand at their opponent, to keep the man back. "Cover me, okay? You have more choices for long range and support attacks." "Roger that. The pros are only a few minutes out. So we just have to go a little longer." The greenette nodded firmly before launching himself forwards once more. His internal chant starting up again with the action. Stall, stall, stall. The next little bit of time is lost to a blur of violent movement. Of flashing metal and SWNGNG weights and rushing gusts of flame and ice. But none of the 3 fighters could seem to land a decisive blow. The hybrid student was impressed at his and Shoto's teamwork. It wasn't flawless by any means. Izuku was definitely sporting a few crispy patches on his new costume. And Shoto had accidentally thrown a blast of ice or fire into the path of Izuku's own weapons a few times, as evidenced by scattered glaciers covered in red glitter and green goo. But overall, for kids who had only been classmates for a couple of weeks, they were doing really well adapting to the others' fighting style. Of course, it's when they really start getting into the groove of things that Stain throws them a curveball. Instead of coming at them head-on like he had been, he used the distraction of another burst of ice to break their sightline. And the next thing they knew, the villain had used one of the walls to launch himself up and over their heads. As Izuku quickly spun to give chase, he stepped right into the line of another throwing knife. He yelped in pain as it buried itself to the hilt in his thigh. "Midoriya," Shoto called out, breaking the rule about code names in the field. But the smallest teen was already refocusing on their task. "Shoto, he got past us. Protect the others." Cursing, the icy boy spun in place just in time to watch as a katana arched down, headed straight for Native's neck. Oh. Izuku started forwards in desperation, stumbling as his leg threatened to give up on him. He wasn't going to make it. Neither of them were going to make it. A pro-hero was going to die right in front of them. Then there was the roar of engines. Ida launched a speed-powered kick at Stain's head, making contact with a sickening crack. The hero killer skidded a few feet back from the blow, stumbling as he fought to keep his feet through the disorientation of a blow to the head. As he steadied himself, he ended up right back within Izuku's range, and the teen knew it was a now-or-never moment. He swung the weighted end of his weapon as quickly and precisely as he could, finally managing to wrap the man up in its grasp. With the push of a button, the fight ended. Stain dropped as green electricity sparked, and Izuku kept the cord tight against any thrashing, keeping him contained in case he managed to come back into consciousness. "Hantai, Tenya, we need better restraints and to disarm him." The other 2 snapped to, following his order without question. Luckily, Native kept some zip ties on his person for villain takedowns. so that made step 1 rather easy. As they were pulled tight, Izuku finally let out the tension in his KittenCrusade, allowing Shoto to unwind it so he could search for the blades hidden in Stain's clothing. Honestly, it was ridiculous just how many the guy had hidden away. The hybrid student made a mental note to tell the cops to triple-check him when they got him to intake at whatever station he ended up at. By that point, the pro hero had finally gotten his freedom of movement back and was standing slowly, using a hand and a swathe of gauze to keep pressure on a nasty gash in his shoulder. "How badly are you boys hurt?" Todoroki hummed dismissively. "I've got 2 small knife wounds, but neither of them are deep and I've iced them so the bleeding isn't bad." He seemed to finish his search and sat back in his heels, glancing up at Ida to prompt his own report. "A stab wound to the shoulder and a slash to the bicep. I should probably get them looked at ASAP seeing as how they are still bleeding." The tallest boy catches the small medipack Shoto pulled from his belt. "It's not much, but there should be enough sterile bandages to wrap up with." As Ida got busy with that, the icy teen turned towards his smaller friend. "Midoriya." The green boy hummed distractedly, too focused on his contemplation of the knife in his left thigh to really answer. He gently tried to test his weight on that leg again but hissed as it started to give. "I don't think 2 can walk on thighs." Native took a closer look at the now shaking teen and cursed when he noticed the handle of the knife, the only part that was still visible. The pro hero stepped towards the boy quickly to get a better look. "Okay, that's not great. Leave the knife be. We don't know if it hit an artery and we don't want you bleeding out if we remove it." He reached up and activated his communicator, barking orders for an ambulance to be sent as soon as possible. The hero then came over to offer the shortest boy his good shoulder for support, ordering the other 2 to work together and lift the down villain. "We need to get out onto the main street so they can find us easier. Apparently the bigger mess is almost over so they shouldn't be long." The teens were herded forwards, suddenly exhausted from an adrenaline drop. As they stumbled onto the main street, their attention was grabbed by a small commotion to their right. The heroes had finally made it to back them up. Izuku half listened to their exclamations of surprise at the sight of a subdued Stain. His focus was now fully occupied by the burning pain in his leg. Unfortunately, that meant he didn't move quickly enough when shouts of alarm filled the air, looking up in confusion even as Native tried to drag him towards the ground. Within half a second of the first sound of alarm, the small teen found himself in the air, fire spreading from around his ribs as claws dug in harshly from his own weight. He let out a distressed yelp before choking a bit as the creature that had a hold of him tightened their grip. He strained his neck up and back to find himself staring at the belly of a Nomu. Desperately, he tried to reach for any of his weapons, but his belt and his looped KittenCrusade were tangled in the talons of the beast. And his boot knife was out of reach unless he really wanted to hurt himself on the claws embedded in his torso. As real panic started to set in, he was suddenly nauseated by a steep spiraling descent. Within a few dizzying moments, the teen found himself roughly pulled from the grip of the Noma right as the monster crashed to the ground. The issue was that he went from the hold of one nightmare into the hold of another. Stain held him by the back of his collar as he slipped yet another knife out of the exposed brain of the now deceased Nomu. He was yanked around, stumbling on his bad leg as the madman began a tangent, lecturing all of the heroes present. After a few seconds, Izuku went down, unable to support his own weight as well as keep up with Stain's erratic hand movements. After a second of choking pressure as his suit pulled tight, hood slipping free, he was released and shoved the rest of the way to the ground. The teen couldn't hide the short cry of pain as the blade dug itself deeper, or the small whimper as a studded boot pressed into his back to keep him still. There was another few seconds or so of fanatic screaming from the man above him, all of which the boy ignored in favor of focusing on his own breathing. But he took note when the killer went from frantic to silent. When he spoke again, it was with far more weight. Izuku felt his lungs freeze in terror at the absolute bloodlust in the air as the hero killer took a step towards Endeavor. But he knew he had to do something. If he let another fight start, who knew how many more people would be hurt? Quickly he dug through his pockets, snagging a prototype marble he had promised to test for Kuroyama. His weak toss hit the man squarely between the shoulder blades. Luckily, it was seemingly enough force to make the net expand. Within a second, the murder was downed once more, tangled and struggling to get his knife at a good angle to cut his new bindings. The heroes descended quickly at the chance, only gaining a few shallow cuts before the last blade was wrestled away and the serial killer who had been terrorizing the country for months was finally cuffed. After a dizzying amount of movement above him, Izuku became aware of a couple of voices calling his name. He opened his eyes, unsure of when he closed them, to see Maijima and Todoroki crouching over him. He managed to grunt in acknowledgement of their presence, and hum when they let him know the ambulance was just around the corner. But neither of them dared to move him onto his back, probably afraid of spinal trauma. They both took one of his hands though, which was really nice of them. He felt himself drifting as the paramedics arrived, and he tried to warn them he was going to faint. His mind went blank just as the doors shut on the ambulance. He would never be sure if they had understood that last little bit of his consciousness. The evening started out so normal. It felt a bit weird going out for patrol while the sun was still out. He had gotten used to the graveyard shift over the last few days. But with the light came a whole slew of new experiences. People were still out and about, kids heading home from school, people getting off from work, everyone heading home and looking forward to unwinding after a long day. And without the rush of needing to be somewhere, it seemed like many of them were keen on getting a photo with or an autograph from the pro heroes patrolling their streets. For such a normally calm and quiet man, Power Loader handled all of the attention with grace, smiling where appropriate and answering questions with vague but satisfactory replies. The teen found his fingers twitching, wishing for a notebook to take notes in. He made it all look so easy. The young hero in training found attention a lot harder to field. Every time he was noticed by the civilians around his mentor, he felt himself die a little inside. Eventually he ended up pulling his hood all the way up and used his mask and goggles to cover his face. It was a lot easier to blend in that way. And even when he was acknowledged, the barrier helped him keep calm and kept his stuttering to a minimum. He did, however, catch a couple of teasing smirks from his teacher at his stilted answers, which was just rude. It was as they were snagging dinner from a street vendor that everything went to SHT. A distant explosion rumbled through the air, quickly followed by screams of terrified people. Power Loader instantly had his hand to his earpiece, sifting through incoming reports of what was happening even as he bolted for the scene. Izuku scampered after him, fiddling with his own hearing aids in order to figure out what was going on. He almost froze in place when a description of the villain that was attacking came over the line. Black skin, exposed brain, and mindlessly destructive. He quickly called in with his information, doing his best to sound calm over the radio, ignoring the fact that it was his first time to use it in an actual situation where other heroes would hear him. That sounds like a Nomo, a genetically engineered monster made by the League of Villains. They are made to have multiple quirks, so be cautious. Over. He received confirmation of his information reaching the heroes on site, everyone too busy to ask who the newbie was. But just as they reached the edge of the destruction zone, more calls of alarm came over the comms. 2 more Nomu had just been sighted. Power Loader had a very colorful vocabulary when he was stressed. The greenette caught 2 or 3 very creative uses of the word F that he noted down to repeat to Hitoshi later. It didn't take much effort to find the closest of the monsters. All they had to do was run against the crowd and follow the sounds of fighting. When they caught their first glance of the thing, Izuku almost felt like he had been transported back in time to the UA. The phantom feeling of broken ribs and BLD on his hands immediately made him nauseous. He did his best to push it away as he and his mentor looked for a good way to jump into the fight. It was then that he heard something that made his stomach drop into the underworld. Tenya, where did you go? The green teen spun to face the speaker. It was Manuel. Izuku vaguely remembered that he was the hero Ida was interning with that week. But why would Ida run off in the middle of a major villain attack? Unless he saw something more important to take care of, like a civilian in danger or... His breath hitched as he realized what had seemed so wrong to him every time he had thought about the other boy recently. Quickly he toggled his hearing aids to talk to Power Loader only. We have a problem. He started as he sprinted away from the main fight. Tenya has gone MIA. I think he is after the hero killer. There are enough heroes to deal with the Nomu as long as you aim for the brain. But Tenya needs backup ASAP, so I'm going after him. There was a few tense seconds of silence. He could fill in the blanks though with some of the language he had heard the man use earlier. But eventually the pro had to admit the logic in splitting up in this situation. Fine. You have permission to use your gear in defense of yourself and others. Do not engage if not absolutely necessary. And call in a location if you find Stain. Stay safe, kid. Yamada will kill me if you get hurt. Roger. With that he toggled back over to the other frequency, trying to figure out where the streets would be far enough out of the way for the villain to be comfortable going about his filthy work. He ran through everything he had heard about the hero killer over the past few months. The bits he had pulled from the hero news and the more detailed account he had gotten as part of a cautionary debrief from Majima before their first partal. Stain liked to stick to dark, mostly abandoned alleyways and side streets. Places where he could surprise his target. As he looked around as quickly as possible, scanning every dark nook and cranny that he could. The further he went the more he fell into the sinking pit of fear. At this rate he would be too late. He had to do something else, but what? After a moment's thought he slowed into a jog and switched his hearing aids over from the radio frequency. He needed to be able to hear without all of the chatter distracting him. Once the only sounds of the fight were those faint from his distance, he turned the volume up. He gritted his teeth as any little noise was suddenly amplified to be almost painful, but forced himself to not get distracted, concentrating. He knew Stain used bladed weapons. Metal most likely. So he strained to hear any faint sound tinged with a grating ring. Nothing. Just distant shouts and explosions, nothing. Just his feet pounding on the concrete like a bass drum. Nothing. Nothing. The metal on metal. And then metal crashing to the ground. His heart leapt into his throat at the second sound and he forced himself to run faster than ever before in the direction he had heard it from, gasping out a prayer that he wasn't too late. That he hadn't just listened to Ida's death. He switched back over to the comms and gave his mentor an update on where he was, trying to keep his voice down as he did so he wouldn't lose any advantage he might have against the literal serial killer he was tracking. Majima sounded panicked when he responded with an affirmative and begged him to do his best to avoid fighting until backup could arrive. Another hero started asking questions about what he meant when he said he had found the hero killer, but the teen ignored him in favor of slowing down and peering into the alleyway he was approaching. He could hear angry voices. The fact that there was more than one gave him hope for his classmate. As he slowly inched his way forwards, he unhooked his Kaio Ketsushoji, easing the cord free from its loops around his CST and shoulder. That fragile hope for Ida's safety was quickly shattered when he got his first look at the situation. His classmate was on the ground, monologuing angrily as a blade was dramatically raised into a killing strike. The greenette sent up a silent apology to his mentor as he swung his weapon, stepping free of his hiding spot in order to get a good angle. The weighted end wrapped around the center of the chipped sword snugly, and with a sharp tug the teen managed to rip it free of the hero killer's unprepared grip. He swung the new weight wide, letting it swing behind him. The cord unwrapped itself as it went and sent the blade sailing into the night, well away from their little patch of alleyway. He was moving forwards as it rang out against the concrete, stopping Stain's freshly pulled second sword with the green blade of his own weapon. "What's this?" the murdered asked, no real concern in his tone. "Another child playing hero." Izuku grimaced behind his mask, twisting his wrist to disengage the blade and swing a short length of weighted cord in order to force his opponent back a bit. Even from what little he had seen, the small teen could tell the man before him was ridiculously agile. The way he moved was odd, reminiscent of a lizard or a monkey. Smooth but as if his joints were placed slightly off. That was going to cause him problems if they really had to fight. He was distracted from his attempt to come up with a plan of attack when the teen on the ground demanded that he leave. Green eyes blinked out from behind his goggles in bemusement. "You want me to leave? While you're on the ground at the mercy of a murderer? It is my duty to avenge my brother. I must do this on my own." The small greenette settled into a more stable stance. Not heroic at all. But whatever, I guess. Not like I can't control your life. And anyways, you gonna stand up or? He winced at how snarky he sounded, but he felt like in that situation it was fair to blame it on stress and hanging out with Hitoshi too much. "I can't. I think his quirk has paralyzed me. Oh my gods! You really wanted me to leave you helpless in the hands of the hero killer. Ida huffed and set off on another self-righteous tirade. But now Izuku had fully decided to not listen to anything the other boy said. He was clearly out of his mind with grief. He met the red eyes of the hero killer. The man was looking at him with a curious glint in his eye. You're different from him, aren't you? Your first instinct was to protect, was it not? Interesting. But your friend has proven himself unworthy and thus he must die. Step aside and I will let you go. A quick mind puzzled over the words for half a second, his instincts screaming at him to attack first, control the pace. But his brain was screaming stall, and by the time needed for help to get there, stall so they could be safer. So instead of stepping forward like he itched to do, he took a deep breath and did his best to speak without a stutter. He proved himself unworthy. He is a grieving child. How is he unworthy? He claims to be a hero but aims for personal revenge. His thoughts are impure and his actions reflect selfishness. If I don't call him now, he will bleed even more poison into the broken system our society deems heroic. Red eyes gleamed in the faint street lights and Izuku did his best not to acknowledge the madness there. He was afraid enough as it was. He's just a kid. He has room to grow. Isn't it better to foster the new generation instead of cutting them down in useless bloodshed? He scooted half a step backwards, purposefully bumping a still ranting Ida with his heel in an effort to get him to shut up. Oh. We must bleed out the poison. If society is to be better, we need only the heroes who are like All Might to stand among the ranks. Everyone else will be weeded out by my blade. Green eyes stared into red in shocked incredulity. All Might, he parroted, a note of hysteria in his voice. All Might is your standard. All Might is a quirkist, ableist, liar. He doesn't follow protocol, he doesn't know how to do anything but throw a punch and spout bullshit at the cameras. If you want a perfectly selfless hero, why not raise up an underground? The real people in this industry who are there for the sole purpose of helping. Not for flashy TV specials and mountains of merch. The silence after his little tirade was thick. There was a pun about cutting in there somewhere, he was sure, but he was too busy holding his breath. Realizing that he had yelled at a fanatic and called his idol out on his faults. Izuku really wished he wasn't so stupid sometimes. And then the tension snapped. But instead of launching into an attack like Izuku assumed, Stain instead tilted his head consideringly. You said he was quirkist and ableist. But I have watched all of his appearances for years and he is nothing if not encouraging to everyone. Izuku shuddered a bit. His own old hero worship echoed back to him in those words. But he knew he had to take the chance to keep the man talking. When I was in middle school, he saved me from a villain. I took the chance to ask if someone like me, deaf and quirkless, could be a hero. He crushed my dreams. Crushed them and left me there to cough sludge out of my lungs. I was lucky I had people nearby I could turn to so I didn't end up dead that night. The worst part? He doesn't even remember me. He has no clue that I'm that same boy he hurt so badly. And yet, he continues to discriminate against me every time we meet. All Might be a hero, but he is not the perfect number one you paint him to be. Because he is no hero to me. He heard a choked noise from behind him, but he was still doing his best to ignore Ida. He was too focused on the man in front of him. The killer waiting to take a life. After a few seconds, Stain hummed, a quiet and considering sound. Something to think about later, I suppose. But I still need to kill that boy and the other false hero. Both of them need to face judgment tonight. Move aside. The hooded teen shook his head, settling more firmly into a stance once again, blade up and cord looped loosely around his hand. I can't let you do that. The murderer chuckled softly. A hero indeed. Fine then. I'll get you out of the way first. And with that the fight was on. Keep him busy. Keep him busy. Don't die. Keep the busy. His inner mantra might not actually have been helping much, but it made him feel a bit better, so Izuku was going to keep going with it. His Kyoketsushoji lashed out like a viper, aiming to snag yet another blade from his opponent. There was already a small pile of knives behind him where he had tossed them out of the way as he did his best to keep Stain a safe distance away. He had forced the man back a bit, trying to move the fight a bit farther from Ida and the downed hero he had only belatedly noticed against one wall. But tight spaces like this weren't the best for his mid to long range weapon. He had to make do by keeping a bit of cord draped down between both hands, keeping his control as tight as possible even if the shortened range meant the blades the hero killer was SW came way closer than he would really prefer. He really should talk to Kurokuma-sensei about more bow staff lessons. If he made it out of this fight intact, that was. He leaned back a bit to dodge a swipe at his face that managed to get way too close. He thought he avoided it completely, but as he fended off the other fighter with a swipe of his own blade and a firm kick to the gut, he felt the telltale burn of a shallow slice along his jawline. He reset his stance, not bothered enough by the cut to be distracted. But as his right hand, along with the appealing green blade, came back up into defense, he felt all of his muscles suddenly lock up. And then he was dropping bonelessly to the ground. From his prone position, he watched as Stain lowered his bloody knife from his mouth and smirked down at him. "Valiant effort, kid. Too bad it was all for nothing." With a dark chuckle, he stepped over Izuku and headed towards his original targets. Panicked, the green-haired teen cried out, begging him to reconsider, doing his best to stall for just a few more seconds. But the discordant sound of his last sword being unsheathed once more rang out like a death sentence anyways. Izuku did his best to move, snag a throwing knife, turn his head, anything. Anything at all. But his body just wouldn't respond to his orders. His brain moved at 100 miles an hour, even as his limbs stayed infuriatingly still. His quirk causes paralysis. He wasn't able to activate it until just a moment ago. What was the requirement? The wound. No, probably not. The BLD then, did he have to touch it or... Okay, now how to counter it? Could he break the hold? Or was it a time thing? He prayed he could break it by sheer willpower alone, even though he knew it was unlikely. Because right at that moment, listening out for the sound of one of his classmates getting murdered right next to him, he was sure his will would have been more than strong enough. But he still couldn't budge. Just before the yawning portal of despair opened below him and sent him plunging, he heard an unexpected sound. Instead of steel biting into flesh, he heard the distinctive whoosh and crackle of flames. A power that no one in the alleyway should have. It was followed by a slightly winded and blessedly familiar voice stating, "Dorioku, in the future try and send better directions please." The prone greenette almost sobbed with the sudden mess of emotions he felt, but managed to respond semi-coherently. "Sorry, didn't have time to send power loader my exact lock location. All that gear and you don't have a distress button somewhere?" Izuku groaned. "Believe me, after today I'm adding it to every costume I have a say in." They were interrupted from further discussions of costuming updates by an irritated growl. "Another child. How many kids are the heroes letting run around freely in a burning city? We wouldn't be running around at all if you weren't out here killing people," Todoroki pointed out in his dry tone. And Izuku couldn't hide a snort. The serial killer grumbled in irritation. "I wouldn't have to kill people if the heroes were trustworthy. And now I have to kill yet another child." The sounds of fighting started up again, and the freckled teen on the ground felt another type of panic at his inability to see what was going on. There was one way he could help though. "Hanai, don't let him cut you." He activates his quirk through the ingestion of BLD. There was a half a breath's pause, tinged with a bit of surprise. And then the madman was laughing, even as the sounds of metal meeting ice reverberated around their small battlefield. "Good job, kid. None of the pros have figured it out and yet here you are, what a waste of potential." Izuku grit his teeth in frustration, trying to tell how the fight was going by sound alone. He was thankful for all of the work he had put into ruggedizing his hearing aids now, the ones his mom bought would have broken as soon as he hit the ground. That didn't mean he liked hearing a villain sing his praises. He twitched when he heard a blade strike something that was not ice, and a hiss of pain. It took him half a second too long to realize what that meant. But as soon as he figured out he could move again, he was up and sprinting forwards, snagging his Kaioketsushoji as he went. Shoto was reeling, two throwing knives buried in his left forearm. Stain launched towards the dual-toned boy reaching to retrieve his weapons. Izuku threw his own blade, doing his best to use the whole length of his cable in an effort to keep the hero killer from gaining control of another person. The man managed to jump back at the last second, only taking a shallow nick across the back of one hand. He cursed as he danced back away from the boys, gaining some breathing room to regroup now that Dorioku was back under his own power. The smaller teen skidded to a stop in front of his icy friend. "Tenya, see if you can move again." The pause. "I cannot." An agreeing noise came from the pro hero, who up till that point had been silent. He must have just regained consciousness. Izuku hummed to himself. Maybe the more people he uses it on, the less time he has. No, because then he would have been expecting me. An outside factor then, BLD type. The small flinch from the hero killer confirms his guess. Neat. Hantai, what is your BLD type? Oh, me too. So if he gets you, he has like 2 minutes or SSO. Understood. But I don't plan to let him get me. Ice was already spreading up his arm, slowing the BLD flow from around the blades. Izuku spared him a quick smile, even knowing he couldn't see it from behind his mask, and chirped out a cheerful, "That's the spirit." He swung the weight in his left hand at their opponent, to keep the man back. "Cover me, okay? You have more choices for long range and support attacks." "Roger that. The pros are only a few minutes out. So we just have to go a little longer." The greenette nodded firmly before launching himself forwards once more. His internal chant starting up again with the action. Stall, stall, stall. The next little bit of time is lost to a blur of violent movement. Of flashing metal and SWNGNG weights and rushing gusts of flame and ice. But none of the three fighters could seem to land a decisive blow. The hybrid student was impressed at his and Shoto's teamwork. It wasn't flawless by any means. Izuku was definitely sporting a few crispy patches on his new costume. And Shoto had accidentally thrown a blast of ice or fire into the path of Izuku's own weapons a few times, as evidenced by scattered glaciers covered in red glitter and green goo. But overall, for kids who had only been classmates for a couple of weeks, they were doing really well adapting to the others' fighting style. Of course, it's when they really start getting into the groove of things that Stain throws them a curveball. Instead of coming at them head-on like he had been, he used the distraction of another burst of ice to break their sightline. And the next thing they knew, the villain had used one of the walls to launch himself up and over their heads. As Izuku quickly spun to give chase, he stepped right into the line of another throwing knife. He yelped in pain as it buried itself to the hilt in his thigh. "Midoriya," Shoto called out, breaking the rule about code names in the field. But the smallest teen was already refocusing on their task. "Shoto, he got past us. Protect the others." Cursing, the icy boy spun in place just in time to watch as a katana arched down, headed straight for Native's neck. Izuku started forwards in desperation, stumbling as his leg threatened to give up on him. He wasn't going to make it. Neither of them were going to make it. Pro Hero was going to die right in front of them. Then there was the roar of engines. Ida launched a speed-powered kick at Stain's head, making contact with a sickening crack. The hero killer skidded a few feet back from the blow, stumbling as he fought to keep his feet through the disorientation of a blow to the head. As he steadied himself, he ended up right back within Izuku's range, and the teen knew it was a now or never moment. He swung the weighted end of his weapon as quickly and precisely as he could, finally managing to wrap the man up in its grasp. With the push of a button, the fight ended. Stain dropped as green electricity sparked, and Izuku kept the cord tight against any thrashing, keeping him contained in case he managed to come back into consciousness. "Hantai, Tenya, we need better restraints and to disarm him." The other two snapped to, following his order without question. Luckily, Native kept some zip ties on his person for villain takedowns. So that made step one rather easy. As they were pulled tight, Izuku finally let out the tension in his Kaioketsushoji, allowing Shoto to unwind it so he could search for the blades hidden in Stain's clothing. Honestly, it was ridiculous just how many the guy had hidden away. The hybrid student made a mental note to tell the cops to triple-check him when they got him to intake at whatever station he ended up at. By that point, the pro hero had finally gotten his freedom of movement back and was standing slowly, using a hand and a swathe of gauze to keep pressure on a nasty gash in his shoulder. "How badly are you boys hurt?" Todoroki hummed dismissively. "I've got 2 small knife wounds, But neither of them are deep and I've iced them so the bleeding isn't bad. He seemed to finish his search and sat back in his heels glancing up at Ida to prompt his own report. A stab wound to the shoulder and a slash to the bicep. I should probably get them looked at ASAP seeing as how they are still bleeding. The tallest boy catches the small medipack Shoto pulled from his belt. It's not much, but there should be enough sterile bandages to wrap up with. As Ida got busy with that, the icy teen turned towards his smaller friend. Midoriya. The green boy hummed distractedly, too focused on his contemplation of the knife in his left thigh to really answer. He gently tried to test his weight on that leg again but hissed as it started to give. I don't think two can walk on thighs. Native took a closer look at the now shaking teen and cursed when he noticed the handle of the knife, the only part that was still visible. The pro hero stepped towards the boy quickly to get a better look. Okay, that's not great. Leave the knife be, we don't know if it hit an artery and we don't want you bleeding out if we remove it. He reached up and activated his communicator, barking orders for an ambulance to be sent as soon as possible. The hero then came over to offer the shortest boy his good shoulder for support, ordering the other two to work together and lift the down villain. We need to get out onto the main street so they can find us easier. Apparently the bigger mess is almost over so they shouldn't be long. The teens were herded forwards, suddenly exhausted from an adrenaline drop. As they stumbled onto the main street their attention was grabbed by a small commotion to their right. The heroes had finally made it to back them up. Izuku half listened to their exclamations of surprise at the sight of a subdued Stain. His focus was now fully occupied by the burning pain in his leg. Unfortunately, that meant he didn't move quickly enough when shouts of alarm filled the air, looking up in confusion even as Native tried to drag him towards the ground. Within half a second of the first sound of alarm, the small teen found himself in the air, fire spreading from around his ribs as claws dug in harshly from his own weight. He let out a distressed yelp before choking a bit as the creature that had a hold of him tightened their grip. He strained his neck up and back to find himself staring at the belly of a Nomu. Desperately, he tried to reach for any of his weapons but his belt and his looped Kaioketsushoge were tangled in the talons of the beast. And his boot knife was out of reach unless he really wanted to hurt himself on the claws embedded in his torso. As real panic started to set in, he was suddenly nauseated by a steep spiraling descent. Within a few dizzying moments, the teen found himself roughly pulled from the grip of the Noma right as the monster crashed to the ground. The issue was that he went from the hold of one nightmare into the hold of another. Stain held him by the back of his collar as he slipped yet another knife out of the exposed brain of the now deceased Nomu. He was yanked around, stumbling on his bad leg as the madman began a tangent, lecturing all of the heroes present. After a few seconds, Izuku went down, unable to support his own weight as well as keep up with Stain's erratic hand movements. After a second of choking pressure as his suit pulled tight, hood slipping free, he was released and shoved the rest of the way to the ground. The teen couldn't hide the short cry of pain as the blade dug itself deeper, or the small whimper as a studded boot pressed into his back to keep him still. There was another few seconds or so of fanatic screaming from the man above him, all of which the boy ignored in favor of focusing on his own breathing. But he took note when the killer went from frantic to silent. When he spoke again, it was with far more weight. Izuku felt his lungs freeze in terror at the absolute bloodlust in the air as the hero killer took a step towards Endeavor. But he knew he had to do something. If he let another fight start, who knew how many more people would be hurt? Quickly he dug through his pockets, snagging a prototype marble he had promised to test for Kuroyama. His weak toss hit the man squarely between the shoulder blades. Luckily, it was seemingly enough force to make the net expand. Within a second the murderer was downed once more, tangled and struggling to get his knife at a good angle to cut his new bindings. The heroes descended quickly at the chance, only gaining a few shallow cuts before the last blade was wrestled away and the serial killer who had been terrorizing the country for months was finally cuffed. After a dizzying amount of movement above him, Izuku became aware of a couple of voices calling his name. He opened his eyes, unsure of when he closed them, to see Maijima and Todoroki crouching over him. He managed to grunt in acknowledgement of their presence, and hum when they let him know the ambulance was just around the corner. But neither of them dared to move him onto his back, probably afraid of spinal trauma. They both took one of his hands though, which was really nice of them. He felt himself drifting as the paramedics arrived, and he tried to warn them he was going to faint. His mind went blank just as the doors shut on the ambulance. He would never be sure if they had understood that last little bit of his consciousness. Green eyes flickered open slowly, long pauses passed between blinks as Izuku slowly readjusted to being awake. After a few minutes, he became aware of the low hum of conversation. He rolled his head in that direction, uncomfortable with people being in the room when he wasn't sure who it was. It took a second to focus, but when he did, he saw that the speakers were Todoroki and Ida, who were each sitting in their own beds across the room from each other. The fuzzy brain stalled for a second, stuck on the fact that there were at least 3 beds in the room he was in, which was weird, right? He must have made some sort of noise because the other 2 boys quickly turned to face him. Midoriya! Ida exclaimed loudly, though he did seem to be contrite when the boy in question winced at the noise. Sorry. Good to see you awake, Midoriya. Here, I will call the nurses to let them know. He fumbled around for a button on a lead connected to the wall. Nurses? Hospital? That made sense. Green eyes drifted over to Todoroki, Izuku trying to remember why they were all in the hospital together. Then his gaze caught that of the elemental boys. His brain decided to give him a flash of memories. BLD, darkness, fire, stain. He gasped and sat up quickly. Too quickly. His world swam nauseatingly. The next thing he was fully aware of was the coolness of Todoroki's right side pressing up against him. Apparently he had listed to the side and the other boy had rushed to keep him from falling out of bed. The greenette looked up into gray and blue eyes in fearful desperation. Stain, he's in custody. Please lay back down. The nurses might actually attack us if you pulled any of your stitches. The smallest teen puzzled over the stitches comment even as he let himself be guided back down. It took him longer than he would have liked to remember why sitting up would have risked pulling stitches. His brain felt fuzzy and slow, like a koala crawling through molasses, probably due to some sort of painkillers. Eventually, though, he did remember. These nomo. Claws and sharp stabbing pain in his belly even as he was distracted by the whiplash sensation of suddenly being lifted into the air. His BLD splattering on the pavement below. The agony as those talons yanked free of his skin. Yes. He did quite a number on you. You were out for a few hours. Izuku smiled weakly. The most sleep I've gotten all week then. Todoroki looked at him in concern at the joke. Not really what he was going for, so he tried to calm the other boy by reassuring him that he was kidding. Izuku convinced the other boy to take himself and his 4 back to his own bed to rest. If it had only been a few hours, then it must be early morning at most, and he was sure the other 2 boys must be exhausted. Ida hummed to himself and reached over with his good arm to press the call button again. This time a voice came over the intercom it was connected to, and the blue-haired teen had a short conversation explaining that Izuku was awake, getting curt acknowledgement in return and a promise to come in to check on them as soon as they could. Something in the nurse's tone caught the greenette's attention. Like sandpaper catching against gauze, it rubbed his intuition the wrong way. He let his eyes roam the room idly, letting the other 2 resume their conversation on the news coverage they were checking on their phones. After a few minutes he noticed and puzzled over his own lack of N4 since he apparently lost a good amount of BLD. At the least they should have been giving him basic fluids. His ears ached a bit from sleeping with his hearing aids in. But that was easy enough to ignore with the more pressing matters to take up most of his attention. And as a few minutes of waiting ticked quickly into an hour, he began to get an inkling as to what was happening. He didn't say anything though, not wanting to sound accusatory if they really were just too busy after the mess of that night. Another 30 minutes on and all of the teens were dozing lightly, playing on their phones or watching the flashes of light through the windows as cars drove past. A subtly increasing burn in his abdomen and leg let Izuku know that whatever meds he had been given were fading. The 3 boys all jumped as the door to their room slammed open and a blur of purple and pink catapulted into their space. The blur made its way straight for Izuku, and the teen soon found himself being crushed by his 2 best friends. He couldn't stop the grunt of pain as pressure was put on his stomach. Hearing that, Hitoshi and Mei jumped off of him as quickly as they had latched on. Mei was demanding to know where he was hurt, and Shinso was apologizing for taking so long to get there through traffic. But green eyes were drawn to more movement from the open doorway. Hizashi and Mia rushed in after their kids, with Aizawa following a bit behind. Soon enough Hatsumi-san was calming the two frantic teens, keeping them from jumping their friend again. Mike was running his hand gently through sweat-matted curls, scanning his charge as if to make sure he was all in one piece. And Aizawa had started to ask his other two students for a quick rundown on what had happened and who had what injuries. Ida was just finishing up his basic version of events, not meeting the sternly disappointed gaze of his teacher, and explaining that they had been waiting for Midoriya to get checked on now that he was awake, and that the hospital must be ridiculously busy for no one to have even poked their head in. The small group who were standing around Izuku noticed how the small teen tensed a bit at the passing comment and looked at him in concern. Mia took his hand in hers, patting it gently. "You okay, kiddo? Are you hurting?" "I'm okay," he said quietly, not meeting her eyes. "I just don't like hose hospitals." She hummed in acknowledgement even if she didn't look entirely convinced. Hitoshi settled so he was half sitting on the bed, his hip pressed flush against his best friend's. He took the smaller boy's hand and held it up to his own, purple irises locking onto green. The grumpy boy knew he wasn't the best with words, so he tried to communicate through the look alone, trying to let his crush know how happy he was that he was alive and how scared he had been on the long drive to Hosu. The smile he got in response told him that at least most of his message got across. It was only another minute or two of everyone settling in around the room before a nurse finally appeared. There was a brusque knock on the still open door and then a frowning woman stepped in. "Hello." The front desk notified us that Midoriya Izuku's guardians were here. Izuku ignored the curious looks from his two classmates at the term guardians, curious looks that turned to confusion when Aizawa stood and said, "That would be me and my husband." "Okay, great. I have Midoriya's discharge papers and billing list here. Please sign them before you go." There was a pause, the green teen sinking in on himself in familiar shame. Aizawa leaned forwards in the plastic chair he had commandeered. "I'm sorry. Discharge papers. We haven't even spoken to the doctor yet." "Oh." The woman paused. "Yes, well, he is very busy tonight. I'm sure you understand." So Yamada stood abruptly, a pleasant smile plastered on his face. "But if he is too busy to come to us, I can go to him to figure out what needs to be done for Izuku's health. Can you show me where he is?" Now the nurse looked openly irritated. "I'll go ask if he can come here," she grumbled as she stepped out through the door and stomped away. There was a moment of silence broken by Hitoshi's quiet, "What the F was that?" Mike quietly admonished him for his language, even though it was a bit distracted in tone. Ida and Todoroki shared looks before turning to Aizawa. "Aizawa-sensei." The blue-haired teen started uncertainly. "The doctor has already been in to speak with both Todoroki and I, and he didn't seem to be in a huge hurry at that time. The nurses also came and checked on us a few times before Midoriya awoke." The greenette in question sunk further into himself with every word. Dreading the conversation he could feel brewing. The three adults in the room shared a look, obviously realizing that something serious was going on. Before they could ask Izuku if he knew what exactly it was, they were interrupted by the doctor finally showing his face. He looked at them with an irritated frown on his face. "What's this my nurse was telling me? I've approved Midoriya for discharge. What seems to be the problem?" Mia stepped up to the plate from her place, stood at the end of the green teen's bed. "Isn't discharging a minor without discussing their condition with their guardian against regulations?" She frowned fiercely at the pissy man in the white coat, daring him to deny this well-known rule. The doctor sighed. "All right, fine. If that's the issue, let's get this over with. I have some important patients who need my attention more at the moment." The heroes and students in the room all tensed at the offhand comment. And Aizawa had to stand so he could block Mia from doing something dumb. The man snatched a chart from near the door and started reading from it robotically. "All right." He had a knife in his left thigh. "We took it out and gave him 8 stitches. He also had 10 puncture wounds in his torso of varying depths. We cleaned and stitched those as well, and he lost around 300 milliliters of BLD. So he will most likely be dizzy and weak for a week or two while his body reproduces what was lost. If he rests and drinks fluids, that will eventually fix itself. We also noted 2 cracked ribs and plenty of small nicks and abrasions. Judging from what I saw, the kid should know how to take care of those. The stitches we used will dissolve on their own, so there will be no need to come back. Sign here to acknowledge the discharge and here to accept the bill. Hold on now. Yamada took a step forward. 300 milliliters is a lot of BLD for such a small kid. You didn't give him a transfusion or an 4 or something. The doctor waved away his concern. It will be fine. We can't afford to waste those supplies on those who don't really need them, and it will live so. The mood in the room changed in an instant. The silence choking as the doctor turned to hang the clipboard back up on the wall. After the small pause, it seemed Eraser found his voice first. He asked, his tone reminiscent of razors and flame. The man who had yet to realize his slip-up turned to look over his shoulder. Yamada took yet another step forward. Now far closer than the doctor should be comfortable with. You called him? Unfortunately, the man in danger didn't seem to sense his impending demise. He flapped a hand. You know, whatever. It's a null. I'm sure that's not the worst it's heard. Green eyes danced across the room, taking in the anger and shock on the faces of everyone but the instigator of the situation. He could tell Yamada and Hatsumi-san were about to get physical. He wasn't sure if Aizawa would stop them or not. The man in question looked particularly enraged himself. And then there were the other teens. Hitoshi looked ready to commit a murder, and if he started SW engine, Izuku knew Mei wouldn't be far behind. The other 2 were watching the whole scene in confused shock. The smallest hero in training knew he couldn't let this escalate anymore. He didn't want anyone going to jail on his behalf. So, gathering up his courage, he cleared his throat and forced himself to sit up slowly, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Aizawa-sensei, can we just go home? If you sign the papers, I promise I'll pay off the bills with the money I make from work, okay? Kid? The dark-haired man looked a bit thrown by his request, unsure of how to respond. They can't just leave you like this. You lost a lot of BLD and really need to have that taken care of. The freckled teen looked down at his hands, tugging harshly at his fingers. Actually, sensei, they can turn Madame away at any time. Page 25, paragraph 3 of the Quirks and Mutations Hospitalities and Accountabilities Bill of 2XXX states that at any hose hospital or clinic who do not have an appropriate specialist on staff may refuse service at any time in the name of sparing the injured party further harm. So if Thigh's hospital doesn't have someone who specializes in the treatment of the Quirkless, we don't, then they are free to treat me for as much or as little as they are comfortable with. The doctor nodded amicably. The null knows how this all works. Honestly, if we had been informed of its status before we started working, we would have sent it off to the clinic across town. I would have focused more on the others who had just shown up. They deserved my help more. These 2, for example, he said, gesturing to the other 2 teens who were in beds, would not have had to wait so long to be stitched up. Izuku nodded tiredly. Before he started looking around for his clothes, he spotted a small cabinet by his bed and reached over to swing the door open. There he found what was left of his wonderful hero costume. It had apparently needed to be cut off of him. The greenette wanted to cry when he saw the pile of blood-stained cloth. Kuroyama had worked so strong and he had ruined it within a week. At least the boots and belt were still intact. He took a deep breath and reached for his jacket to see if there was any way to get it usable enough to get to the car. Hitoshi stopped him and grabbed his own backpack from where it had been dropped on the floor. I snagged some clothes from my room on my way out the door. They might be a bit big, but... Izuku managed to send him a grateful smile. Thanks, Tosh. He started to swing his legs over the side of the bed only to be stopped by Aizawa's hand on his shoulder. The man looked him in the eyes for a second, conflict on his face, before finding something in the freckled face that had him slumping. Zashi signed the damned paperwork. Get the discharges for the other 2 as well and call their parents and mentors to let them know we are taking them to UA. Come on, kid. Let's get you changed so we can get away from these idiots. Wouldn't want them to corrupt that brain of yours with their stupid. The small teen missed most of the doctor's complaints about them taking the other 2. He seemed to be hung up on the fact that they were sons of major hero families. He was distracted by the Eraserhead picking him up in a bridal carry before toting him effortlessly to the small bathroom. His small protests were stamped out by a stern glare and a rebuke about the risks of pulling stitches. Izuku was sat gently on the closed lid of the toilet and the door was closed behind them. The greenette tugged on the ties holding his top closed as his foster father dug through Hitoshi's plain black backpack. He came up with a large purple hoodie with tiny black cat faces printed all over it and a pair of black joggers. They paused as Mick's voice got louder, obviously straining to keep control of his quirk as he completely verbally obliterated the bigoted doctor. They heard Mia step in before Aizawa had to go stop his husband from blowing out the windows. And after a few seconds things quieted down a bit so they returned to their own task. The hero helped his charge slip out of the hospital clothes and into the much more comfortable items quickly and professionally. He tossed the hospital garb to the floor carelessly before snagging his student and the bag into his arms once again. They re-entered the hospital room to find that the doctor had gone and Yamada was moodily signing a large stack of papers. Todoroki took their spot in the bathroom, his hero suit intact save one tattered sleeve. Izuku was set down gently for the moment as his teacher was waved over for Mike to ask a question on the paperwork. Their conversation got heated fairly quickly, but they were careful to keep their voices down. Mia drew Izuku's attention away from his fosters and thoughts of turning up his hearing aids by crouching down in front of him with a small smile. "Hey kiddo. I need you to be 100% honest with me, okay? I'm texting Obeiji so she knows what she needs to set up for. I've already run through things with the other two, so now it's your turn." She waved her phone in front of him to illustrate her actions and he caught a glimpse of a number under the name RG. "Are you in pain, kiddo?" The small teen was definitely in pain, the last of what he assumed was morphine having finally faded. But it wasn't the worst pain he had been in, so he just hummed and made a so-so motion with his hand. After a suspicious look she typed something out. AMD moved on. "Any dizziness or nausea?" That he couldn't deny. If it hadn't have been for Aizawa setting him down in a chair with a back, the teen would probably have been swaying with how the room seemed to roll with his every move. "Yes," he said quietly. "But no walking for sure then. Anything else you think might be a concern?" He shook his head, only regretting it slightly. And with a nod and a gentle hair ruffle, she stood to go take some quick pictures of their charts to send off to the heroine. That was when Izuku noticed that both Aizawa and Yamada had left the room. He looked over to where Hitoshi was shoving his costume into a plastic bag and Mei was doing a quick glance over his equipment to check for tampering or damage. Violets and Quicksilver caught on Evergreen and Hitoshi sent him a reassuring smile. "They'll be right back. They had a question about some of the paperwork. Do you want to put your boots on or no?" The greenette relaxed a bit at the casual reassurance. "Yes please. Do you mind handing them to me?" With a snort and an eye roll his friend walked over with his super cool hero boots. But instead of handing them over, Shinso knelt and snagged one of Izuku's bare feet. The greenette protested that he didn't have to do that. But a quick reminder about pulling his stitches and a stern glare quieted him down quickly. And wow, Hitoshi was becoming more and more like Aizawa every day. The greenette looked up from where his friend was struggling with his laces to find Todoroki staring at the two of them, an odd look on his face. Before Izuku could ask what was wrong though, his guardians were back and there was a whirlwind of grabbing the last of their stuff. The nurse came back with 2 wheelchairs and insisted on the 2 other boys using them or not being allowed to go. When Yamada challenged her, demanding another one for Izuku, she just rolled her eyes and stated that those were the last 2 and that Izuku was safe to walk. The small boy tugged the hood of Hitoshi's jacket over his head to try and hide his annoyed and embarrassed flush. After a minute or two, Aizawa stopped their argument by scooping his ward back up from the chair and nudging his way past the rude nurse none too gently. Mia and Mike pushed the other 2 boys through next, the man giving the beach one last glare as he went. All of the adults pretended not to see the rude gestures from the 2 uninjured teens as they pulled up the rear, much to Ida's quietly scandalized delight. After a few tense minutes of walking they made it to the parking garage and the Yamazawa SUV. After a moment of discussion, Ida, Todoroki, and Hitoshi climbed into the 3rd seat. Mia and Mei flanked Izuku in the 2nd row and Mike took the driver's seat. Aizawa pushed the wheelchairs back towards the entrance as they all got settled. Hatsumisen insisted on the smallest teen laying down, stating that the 2-hour drive would be easier on him if he did. So he ended up with his head in her lap and his feet in May's. He was vaguely aware of the pink inventor pulling apart the power saws to check the engines. But calloused fingers gently working through his short curls lulled him quickly to sleep. He was pretty sure they hadn't even made it to the edge of Hosu before he was gone. Chio had the boy ready for a transfusion within 10 minutes of Yamada setting him gently on one of the beds in the infirmary. The other 2 boys were then hooked back up to fluids and painkillers. Both of them fell asleep fairly quickly after their long night. But Izuku was still awake, bleary-eyed but tracking everyone's movements as they all bustled around and settled in for the night. Mike pulled a chair up to his foster son's bed, snagging a freckled hand and gently rubbing a thumb across nicked and scarred knuckles. May found a corner of the floor to use for setting up shop, sorting all 3 hero students' equipment out around her and setting in on giving it all a proper tune-up. Mia settles near her daughter, ready to step in if needed in the name of keeping the infirmary in one piece. And Hitoshi claimed a bed of his own, phone out as he caught up on a mythology podcast he had been neglecting. Once Aizawa was sure everything was well enough, he headed to Nisa's office. He knew Recovery Girl had let the mammal know what was going on, and that he would have headed to his computer in the name of fixing any issues he could. And with the sheaf of papers under his arm, the underground hero was pretty sure he could argue there was a major issue. The dawn eventually came. Hatsumisen had eventually needed to snag her groggy daughter out of the floor. She was originally going to dump her in a bed of her own, but when Hitoshi had seen her heading that way, he had lifted his own blanket and scooched over. And how could she say no to that? Honestly, those 2 were more like siblings than any real siblings she had ever seen. And no one could deny that in this situation cuddles were a great idea. So she settled her baby girl down and made herself useful in cleaning up the nearly completely checked over equipment from the floor, piling it neatly on the bedside tables as the kids rested. After the sun was well and truly up, she and Yamada had a quick discussion before she did what she always does in the name of caring for people. She goes out to find some good soul food. By the time the boys were groggily sitting up to face the day, the woman was back with her bounty in tow. She went with a traditional breakfast, for Americans at least. A 24-hour cafe supplied her with plenty of bacon, eggs, and sausage. And then a run to a nearby bakery actually had donuts. So she set up her takeout boxes on one of the rolling tables, and as the kids woke up she made them plates of greasy, sugary heaven. Izuku was the last, besides May, who would probably be down for a few more hours, to wake up. He sat up slowly with regards to the stitches holding him together. When he saw the donuts he practically lit up in excitement. He promptly asked for the chocolate one with rainbow sprinkles. Mia just grinned and plated him up his requested sweet and some other odds and ends. After he was done eating, Yamada stood from his chair in the corner and came to sit on the edge of his bed, handing him his charged hearing aids. Okay kiddo. Time for 20 questions. I texted Chio when you woke up and she should show up soon, so let's get a head start, okay? The teen sighed but nodded, noticing that Mia had gone over to speak to the other 2 patients. Any dizziness? Green eyes cut back over to his foster parent. Not as bad as last night. That earned him a small smile. That's good. Nausea? No sir. Great. Scale of 110, how much pain are you in? I'm okay. It's not too bad. The small teen flinched a little at the disapproving look his reply gained him. That's not what I asked, kiddo. I know there is pain, and all I want to do is help. I can just have RG give you a high dose of painkillers, but it'll be easier to not go overboard if you give us an accurate pain level to work with. After a moment's pause, Izuku deflated, too worn out to really argue the point. Maybe a Psy6. I'm mostly just sore and achy. Mix smiled at him cheerfully. Good job, kiddo. So an 8 or so. Good to know. He ruffled short green curls gently before bouncing away to go snag another donut for himself. Green eyes blinked after the too energetic man in slightly surprised confusion. But I said 6. A snort from his right had him looking over to glare at a sleepy Hitoshi. Oh come on Aizu. You know adding a couple of levels for you is warranted. You tried to tell me it was just a boo-boo while you were actively bleeding out in a closet. Your description of pain isn't really reliable. The greenette pouted. Fat Hat was one. And in my defense I had a concussion. The two bickering teens jumped, suddenly remembering they weren't alone, and looked over to see their two classmates looking worriedly at them. Ida bit the bullet and continued. That seems like a very worrisome situation to have been in Midoriya-san. Are you alright? The greenette flushed brightly behind his freckles, Todoroki gaining an odd look on his face before he glanced away from Izuku. Yes. It was a while ago. I'm okay now. There was a sardonic snort from his purple-haired friend. Okay. You know, except for the holes in his stomach. Totally normal and fine. Hitoshi. The mortified boy in question whined to his friend, hiding his face in his scarred hands. Please don't. Purple Eyes watched in amusement before he chuckled and agreed to lay off. Just in time for Recovery Girl to walk into the room and begin her morning checks. She started with Izuku since he had been the most injured of the three. She asked the boy a few follow-up questions to build off of what Yamada had sent her via text, before drawing a curtain around the bed and helping him remove his shirt, pants, and bandages, leaving him in his boxers. Stitches and scars on full display for her to check over. She paid special attention to his leg where the knife had been buried so deeply. After a few minutes of poking and prodding, she deemed the stitches good enough and helped her patient rewrap and dress. Pulling the curtain back open, she got to work setting the boy up with an amphora of fluids laced with painkillers. She then moved on to the other two, giving Izuku time for the pain to dull. After everyone was checked over and settled, she hummed and turned to the two adults in the room. A detective and their mentors should be here within an hour to talk with them, get their statements and see how to proceed from here. After that I will use my quirk on them. I don't want to do it beforehand for obvious reasons. Mike chuckled at the small joke. Yeah, being coherent is kind of important for giving a statement. The older hero hummed in amused agreement before heading for the door of her private office. I'll be writing up recovery plans for these three if you need me. Ida, in specific, will need some physical therapy to deal with the nerve damage. Mia followed her in, snagging the older woman a treat as she did, obviously wanting to chat with her old friend. The boys all settled into wait, Ida chatting calmly with his teacher while Todoroki fiddled with his phone. Hitoshi was obviously fighting a doze, the warmth of a cuddly mace slowly drawing him towards his ever-elusive rest. Izuku himself was also feeling exceedingly tired, drained and groggy from the late and taxing night. Eventually there was a polite knock on the door and it slid open to reveal a small group of heroes and one exhausted-looking detective. Aizawa stepped through the door first, a stern look fixed firmly on his face. He was followed quickly by the others, the 5 men standing in an intimidating group at the head of the room. Kachan pulled his phone out and started a video call. As it rang, he looked at the teens with a small frown. Police Chief Tsuragami wanted to talk to you three in person, but your early release from the hospital in Hosu means this will have to suffice. Please be respectful, the man has a lot on his plate right now. After another ring the call was answered and they were treated to the sight of a man with the head of a dog. Izuku blinked before accepting his existence. Such was the world of quirks. Hello Woof. My name is Tsuragami Kenji, Chief of Police in the city of Hosu. And you 3 boys have definitely caused a bit of an issue that we now have to settle. The smallest teen blinked in surprise at the wording before glancing at the other 2 boys in question. Ida was looking down at the floor in shame, but Todoroki looked angry. Green eyes blinked in surprise, not used to seeing the other boy's emotions showing so strongly on his face. He cut his gaze to Hitoshi, unsure of if he should speak up or not. The last time one of their classmates had gotten angry, he had gone on a murderous hunt for a serial killer after all. But the pale boy was gazing in drowsy nonchalance at their guests. The chief went on before he could decide what to do. You see, none of you have your provisional licenses, which means you are not normally cleared to use your quirks in hero work without supervision from a fully licensed pro. By that point Todoroki was fully glaring at the phone screen. The greenette flinched when the other boy spoke, the suppressed rage in his voice very clear. Are you saying we should have just sat back and let Ida and Native die? If Midoriya hadn't stepped in, there was no way the 2 of them would have made it until a pro could get on scene. Todoroki can wait a minute. The smaller teen tried to calm the fiery temper sitting across from him. Let's hear them out, okay? Aizawa hummed in approval. Midoriya is right. Letting your temper get away from you is not a good look for a hero. Did Aizawa glance at Endeavor when he said that? Besides, Chief Tsuragami has a solution to the situation to go over with the three of you. So back down, kid. No one is mad you saved someone. You just need to be aware of the risks of doing the same thing in the future. The dual-colored teen subsided with a surly grumble, and Izuku caught Hitoshi giving the suddenly emotional teen a curious look. But the men took the chance to move on before he could even attempt to say anything. The dog-headed man chuffed in muted amusement. Indeed. Since Power Loader gave Dorioku open-ended orders to protect, and Endeavor gave orders for Hantai to back him up if necessary, that gives us a bit of legal wiggle room. The main issue is Tenya's involvement. If we give him credit for helping in the takedown of the hero killer, there will be nothing we can do to protect him from the vigilante laws. But if we give credit solely to the two heroes in training who had permission to fight and hide Ida's involvement. Todoroki finished the thought in a monotone. He will not get in trouble. All of their teachers snorted at that, Yamada practically chortling. Oh no. He is in so much trouble. His parents will be here in a few hours for a meeting with Nizu to discuss what will be done there though. So brace for that, kiddo. No getting away scot-free from attempted murder. Ida paled, but nodded demurely in acceptance of his fate. Aizawa hummed. I suggested an after-school revision program going over hero laws as well as suspension from hero classes until we are sure we can trust you in the field again. But we will see what they settle on. Izuku thought that was fair considering what Ida had tried to pull. The next hour or so was mostly spent getting official statements and deciding exactly what to tell the press. After Tsukachi left, the gathered mentors drifted over to their charges for more personal conversations. Izuku smiled up at Power Loader sheepishly. Hi, sensei. Hi. You bring down a serial killer and then almost bleed out in my arms, and the first thing you say is hi. Green eyes blinked up at him hesitantly. The red-headed man sighed before reaching over to ruffle his student's hair. I knew you had a trouble finding issue, but I honestly thought that this week would be pretty quiet since I wouldn't have to deal with UA. I guess I should have known better, huh? He grinned in amusement as the hybrid student pouted. You did really good for such an impossible situation, kid. Be prepared to be grilled about your equipment by your classmates, though. The small teen sighed fondly at the reminder of his over-enthusiastic support friends. They were interrupted from bantering more by a couch from near the foot of the bed. Maijima looked over to find Recovery Girl looking at him pointedly. This young man is well overdue for a session with my quirk. Say goodbye, Higuri. The man chuckled. Yes, ma'am. He turned to his student promptly. Dreamweaver and Mike gathered your things and I brought them with me. I'll grab them from the car and leave them in your locker in the support lab. I'm pretty sure Kagami also slipped his number into your bag. So you should probably text him when you get the chance. The greenette beamed. Flattered that his senpais at the agency wanted to keep in touch. With one more hair ruffle his mentor left, and Chio stepped up to give Izuku his embrace. Within seconds he was out cold. A small smile on his face as he settled into a healing sleep. Ida's mother and Todoroki's sister came to pick them up that afternoon. They both seemed really nice, fussing over their individual teens as they packed them up to take them home for the rest of the week. Recovery Girl insisted on Izuku staying one more night for observation though. She sent the Hatsums and Hitoshi and Yamada home after dinner in the name of quieting his space so he could get a proper rest. Hitoshi had run down to grab Izuku's phone from his bag after lunch, and he had plugged it into charge while he napped and chatted with his friends. Now that it was a lot quieter with only Aizawa currently in the room with him, the man busy with paperwork, using the edge of Izuku's bed and a clipboard as a makeshift desk, he snagged the device off of his side table. He yawned tiredly as it booted up. Feeling drained and groggy even after having napped on and off all day. He let his focus slip a bit, thinking about all that had happened over the last few days, but was brought back quickly as his phone started going crazy in his grip. Frantic dings announced his numerous notifications, the little piece of outdated tech sounding like it was going to explode with the sheer amount of incoming data. It went on for a solid 2 minutes, the teen looking up to sheepishly meet Aizawa's raised eyebrow. If I were you, I'd silence any notifications that don't come straight from your friends and those who might need to contact you immediately. The greenette nodded slowly. I think that's a good idea. Once the DMN thing stopped freaking out, he quickly went into all of his news and social apps and silenced them. It wasn't until he knew that his phone was no longer in danger of combusting that he started actually looking at what was making it scream. The news about his involvement with Stain had dropped. A lot of his old and new classmates had apparently dug around and found his social media accounts in an attempt to contact him. And the people who actually had his number had left a mountain of messages and missed calls for him to sift through. Those seemed to slow down a bit after a few hours though. Most likely someone had gotten a hold of Mei or Hitoshi and they had let their classmates know he would be okay. He sighed, too tired to care enough to slog through a news article about the events of the night before. So he decided to ignore his problems for the moment and opened a game Toshi had insisted on him downloading the week before. He had been too busy to give it a try, but now that he was stuck in bed, it was as good a time as ever. Soon the quiet tinkling of classical music soothed over the room as tiny cats walked around on his screen. Content in the tiny utopia he was building for them. It was only around 30 minutes before the man sitting at his bedside had to jump forwards to catch his phone as it fell from his sleep-lax fingers. With a grumble and a hidden quirk of lips, it was placed safely back in the bedside table, and he was left to rest and heal. Aizawa left in the morning to meet Hitoshi in one of the gyms, stating that just because his internship had been a bit interrupted, they didn't have to cut the purple-haired boy's learning week off completely. Unlike Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida, who were each told to pretty much stay in bed until school next Monday if possible. The greenette shuddered at the very thought. He was praying his fosters would at least let him code a bit. Maybe if he tried puppy dog eyes. They never worked on his mom, but May swore his were a deadly weapon. Recovery Girl did a few tests to make sure his BLD pressure and such was showing signs of his healing. And then it was a short waiting game, the nurse entertaining him with stories of past training mishaps his senpais had somehow managed. Finally, just before lunch, Yamada strolled through the door, finished with his 2 English classes for the day. The blonde listened quietly as the medic gave him one last rundown of all of the symptoms to watch out for and what kinds of things they should be doing to help Izuku with his recovery plan. And then with one last embrace, the teen was up and giving the old woman a sleepy wave, and his foster father guided him as he limped into the hall, the greenette's backpack slung over one thin shoulder. Once they were in the SUV and Yamada had double-checked that his passenger was buckled in, the man turned to give him a bright smile. Okay, kiddo. Where do you want to go for lunch? My treat. Just don't tell Chio I didn't take you straight home yet. That got a small giggle out of the freckled boy, and after a few minutes of discussion they pulled out of the hidden garage and headed to the nearest ramen place. It was a small tucked-away hole in the wall that was generally pretty quiet. Even when it was at its busiest, something about the atmosphere seemed to dampen the outside world. They found a parking spot surprisingly close, and Yamada led his charge down the street to the restaurant, pulling open the door for him and ushering the small teen into a booth. A waitress quickly stopped by to greet them and let them know the daily special, tonkatsu with nori. Izuku eagerly asked for that, the thick broth sounding absolutely delicious at that moment. Yamada asked for the same and also requested an extra serving of soft-boiled eggs for his ward, insisting that eggs were a great way to recover from BLD loss. The teen wasn't quite sure about that fact but did not protest the hero's kindness and concern. He was well aware his little skirmish had scared everyone in his life and was willing to let them dote a bit to help them feel better. He smiled quietly as the vibrant man chatted at him while they waited, sipping contentedly at his matcha tea. Occasionally he would ask a question to prompt the blonde into another tangent, interested in all of the interesting stories about hero work and hijinks at his agency. Izuku hadn't had much unknown time with Yamada, but he found he was quite enjoying himself. The man could be loud, sure, but he seemed to know how to calm it down depending on the situation. And he was a really good storyteller. Maybe that's how he got into the radio business. Their food was tabled fairly quickly and they dug in, the greenette humming in satisfaction at his delicious serving of noodles. After a few minutes, his handler for the day raised an eyebrow and pointed at his eggs with his chopsticks. The freckled boy rolled his eyes. showing his teenager perfectly, but obeyed with a small smile, basking in the simple kindness of the man's concern. When they were done and paid up, they wandered back out to the car, Izuku's steps a bit slower now that he was full and really starting to feel the full effects of Chiyo's quirk use. It wasn't even 10 minutes into the drive back to the apartment before the boy was slumping against the window, out cold. Mike just chuckled at the sight, pleased that his plan had worked. Though it was a bit of an experience trying to carry the green teen and his bag up to their home. He managed somehow. And without Izuku stirring even once before he was settled into his own bed and left to rest peacefully for the afternoon. Shoes left at the door and hearing aids docked and charging. The blonde hero kept the bedroom door open and made his way down the hall to his studio, planning on drawing up a playlist for his next show well within earshot of his ward just in case. Aizawa unlocked the door, letting in his mentee and foster son before he closed it and locked it behind them, taking off his heavy boots and kicking them to the side casually, a habit he knew his husband hated but he never really cared enough to break. Hitoshi had already taken off towards the stairs, probably eager to see his friend and take a shower after their long day of training. A small clink alerted the underground hero to a presence in the kitchen. Ducking his head to hide his content smile in his scarf, he went to greet his loud mouth. He rounded the divider wall and felt himself soften a bit at the domestic sight of the man he married putting together a tea tray, complete with the cat-shaped cookies that Hitoshi kept picking up from the bakery he liked. "We're home," he rumbled, causing Hisashi to spin to face him with a wide smile. "Welcome home, Sho. How did training go?" The dark-haired man hummed quietly, taking a step forwards to accept his traditional welcome home embrace. "It went well enough. Hitoshi is making good progress with the capture scarf. And the voice modifier is really doing wonders for his versatility. I might ask Izuku about making him some power salves as well though since he had a slimmer build. I think they would really help him pack a bit of extra strength into his kicks and jumps. He tends to just barely miss the landings when we practice free running." Hisashi chuckled as he picked up the tray. "I'm sure the little one would be more than willing to help out. The pink listener too. Pretty sure they were telling me she was the one who designed the engine those things use in the first place." Aizawa shuddered a bit at the thought of the chaos child. "Well, someone else can ask for her help. That problem child scares me." His husband laughs at his drama as they head up the stairs. Sho Yuta knocked politely at the open doorway, announcing their intention to enter, but waiting until they got the go-ahead. Izuku was sitting up in bed, his purple shadow hovering beside him, obviously reluctant to leave even if he knew he really needed that shower. With a smirk and an eyebrow raise, Aizawa fixed that issue quickly, Hitoshi excusing himself and all but running from the room in teenage embarrassment. With a snort of amusement, Hisashi skipped over to their bedridden ward, setting his snack across his lap with an energetic, ta-da, and an excessive jazz hand moment. Enduring the cringe was worth it for getting to see the way the teen's eyes lit up in wonder. Surprised at the kind gesture. Obviously having expected the teach, he had been offered to be a simple cup of green tea and that be it. Instead he now had a pretty spread of fragrant herbal blend and dainty cookies, with a napkin folded into a flower to top off the look. "Wow. Thanks." The smile he sent the blonde man was blinding even with the bed head and eye bags dampening its effects a bit. "No problem, kiddo. After a long nap like that you absolutely need a good snack. Dinner will be in about 2 hours or so. Any requests?" Green eyes blinked up at them. "No. I'm good with anything." The voice hero hummed thoughtfully. "Well, RG said to feed you things high in iron. Does teriyaki tofu sound good?" The greenette nodded, looking happy he didn't have to choose. His bubbly blonde caretaker ruffled his hair playfully. "Okie dokie, kiddo. I'm going to be down the hall again for a while, so yell if you need anything, okay?" Izuku nodded with a small smile. Happy Yamato was happy, and touched at the care he was being shown. The louder man bounced from the room, heading back to his studio, and the teen switched his attention to the other guest in his space. Aizawa propped his hip against the desk, standing casually and doing his best to project a relaxed air. "So, how many of those articles have you read?" The teen flinched a bit, but recovered quickly, shrugging nonchalantly. "A couple. Mostly the ones people have sent me." "And are you doing okay with the publicity?" Izuku hummed, taking a sip of his tea. I'm okay. There have been some rude comments, but it's not anything I've never heard before. The dark hero hummed thoughtfully. That's not exactly comforting, kid. But if you think you're okay, I won't push. Just know that Hisashi and I are here if you need to talk, and remember that overgrown cockatoo is an expert in public relations. There was a pause before the teen nodded, smiling shyly. Thank you. Of course, kid. Now I'm pretty sure it's my turn for a shower. I'll see you at dinner time. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement, and the man left him to his snack, passing Hitoshi in the hall with a ruffle to soggy purple hair. Fully ready to shower and then crash until dinner time. They ate dinner in the office that night, the adults not really wanting Izuku going up and down the stairs while he was still prone to dizzy spells. They gathered around the big desk, comfortable chairs and stools from Yamada's studio pulled up. The food was yummy, as usual, but Izuku felt himself quickly flagging at the normal end-of-day chatter. Hisashi noticed him starting to doze off over his nearly empty plate and reached over to tap the back of his hand with a smile. Hey kiddo, Chio said you could try for a shower tonight as long as you cover your stitches with the waterproof bandages. Do you want to, or would you rather wait for the morning? Suddenly the teen was hyper-aware of his greasy curls. They had gotten most of the BLD and dirt off of him using rags and warm water at the hospital. But after a few days of sitting in the residues, a shower really did sound heavenly. He gave the man his best puppy dog eyes, not even having to give him his answer verbally before the voice hero was laughing and nodding. I'll help you cover the stitches once I'm done eating, kiddo. Before you go gather your stuff though, I just need to let you know that we have some workers coming in to fix some things downstairs tomorrow. We planned to have them here while you were gone and Sho and Hitoshi were training so they wouldn't be too disruptive. But well, that's not really an option now. If they're too loud for you to rest, let me know and I'll set you up a futon in my studio, okay? The teen waved a hand dismissively. That's okay. It's my fault I'm here anyways, so there's no need to go out your way. The blonde frowned at him, but it was his husband who replied first. Midoriya. Just because you had to come home early doesn't mean you're in any way a bother. We're all just glad you're okay. And that you're still here to be able to rest and recover. Green eyes blinked up at the dark hero in confusion. Obviously a bit unsure of what to say in that situation. Yamada sighed quietly and reached over to gently ruffle short curls with a small smile. Go grab a change of clothes, kiddo. I'll meet you in the bathroom in just a minute. The teen nodded and stood slowly before shuffling off down the hall. Hitoshi started gathering up dishes. I'll get started on cleaning while y'all do that. His blonde foster father smiled up at him. Thanks, kiddo. I'll be down in a bit, so just leave the pots and pans to me, okay? Shoyuta just grunted and took half of the plates before Hitoshi could hoist them. I'd rather you got down the stairs without an incident. Without saying anything else, he walked off, carrying his part of the dishes to the far-off sink. Lime and Lilac shared a quietly amused glance at the grumpy man's antics before Hitoshi followed after him obediently. The last few days of internship week passed fairly peacefully. Izuku did end up napping in the floor of the soundproofed studio for an afternoon. A loud noise just so happened to startle him awake just as Aizawa was peeking in to check on him that morning, and he put his foot down against any protests. Nizu and him had a short class over video chat on Sunday. Only his second or third with the rat, but just like the other times, he felt like he stepped away with a whole new wealth of knowledge to draw upon. And as intimidating as the small mammal was, he really did find himself looking forwards to the next lesson. And after a Sunday evening visit from Recovery Girl and a healing-fueled sleep, Monday morning saw the smaller of the two boys shuffling into their homeroom class, feeling a lot more steady on his feet. He was still under orders to watch his energy levels and to take a break if he had a dizzy spell, but he honestly thought he would be fine. The rest of 1A were extra rambunctious when they walked into the classroom. All abuzz with the excitement from their internships, talking over missions and new skills. It wasn't until it was nearly time for the bell that the topic of Hosu was brought up. A few of their classmates turning to the three heroes in training that they knew had been on scene when the Nomu appeared. They did their best to dodge direct questions about the hero killer, but Izuku did mention that Power Loader had helped take down one of the monsters, and that got most of them off of his back. They all scrambled into their seats when the bell rang. and Aizawa walked in, giving his customarily stern lecture about taking their lessons from the last week to heart, and then immediately throwing them a reminder of their next challenge. Finals. A collective groan went up and Izuku wholeheartedly agreed. He had no idea how finals would go for him with his wide array of classes. But knowing Nizu, they would completely drag him through the ringer. As Aizawa pulled the schedule up on the smart board, showing what tests 1A would be taking, when Izuku flipped open a notebook and started writing up a study guide, trying to figure out what time should be spent on which subject, as well as trying to make sure he set back time for his extra support department projects. Once their homeroom teacher dismissed them for a free study PRD until their next teacher came in, Izuku found himself converged upon by his small group of friends, all asking for help with one subject or another. Kaminari practically begging for him to re-explain the last few algebra lessons. The greenette just laughed and held up his phone to text Hatsumi-san, asking if she would mind them all studying at the shop after school. With her quick reply about making sure to have snacks prepared, they all started texting their own guardians to let them know they had a study date. In the end, Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, who was dragged into it by the other two, and Todoroki, who was asked to come by Izuku directly, all gained permission to go. Hitoshi made sure to text Mei, so she knew to invite her support friends as well. It was her family's shop after all. She sent back a stream of gibberish just as they heard the faint telltale sound of something exploding down in the labs. Viridian and Violet eyes met in mutual amusement as Izuku sent their friend a playfully chiding text. He didn't see the new message on his scheduling app giving him his timetable for his own finals until halfway through lunch. When he saw it, he immediately pushed his tray away and slammed open his notebook to finalize his study guide, making sure to give himself more earlier slots for history and literature since those would be on the first day and they were his weakest subjects. He missed the fond looks he received from his tablemates as he mumbled to himself about what chapters he should go over first. The sprawl of teenagers and books was honestly a bit impressive. Mia had cleaned off most of her workbenches before they got there and made sure to set bowls of snacks at the center of each so there would always be brain food within reach. Mei had ended up bringing along Kuroyama and two of the other support students who had overheard her asking the large designer to come. When they had all swarmed in through the back door, the Pinkette had simply plopped down at one of the benches with the announcement that she would be working on her biology notes. From there they quickly organized themselves, each of them saying what they needed to work on and grouping up to help each other. Izuku wandered off to change, fully intending to help with the orders while he was there. But Mia put her foot down on that idea quickly, grinding it into dust with the power of a disappointed mom look. The small teen scuttled back to his stool quickly, though he was dressed in his coveralls and undershirt, far more comfortable than the stuffy UA uniform. Completely oblivious to the three sets of eyes taking in the way the shirt pulled tight across his shoulders as he reached out to snag his notes from his backpack. And his three admirers were completely oblivious to the rolled eyes from their own observers. The late afternoon and early evening went by smoothly, with the kids all taking turns going around and refilling drinks and snacks as needed. The biggest distraction from their studies were the two added support students trying to catch glimpses of the parts and such Mia carried past as she filled one order or another. Eventually, though, it was nearing dinner time and most of the students had to get home. There was a rush of chatting as they all relaxed, letting their brains rest after a few hours of memorization and problem-solving. Hitoshi leaned his weight against Izuku's back, resting his arms across the smaller boy's shoulders. "Hey, just texted Zashi. He said he and Sho will pick up dinner for us and the Hatsums on the way over here. So we get to sit tight." Ignoring the looks from those around them that were not in the know about their living situations, Izuku nodded. "I'll go help Hatsumi-san close the shop while we wait then." The greenette hopped from his seat and rushed off, almost sending his friend tumbling when his brace abandoned him. With a small chuckle and a shake of his head, he moved over to help Kaminari pack up the rest of his things. "Hey dude," he greeted with a small smile. "You want to study again this weekend?" The bubbly blonde nodded excitedly. "Yes please. I think Midoriya is really helping me with algebra. He explains things so well. I got a 75% on our last quiz, so my average is definitely going up." The electric teen looked thrilled, small sparks lacing across his fingers as he beamed up at the taller purple-haired boy. Shinso softened a bit at how happy the other looked. "That's great, Kami." They were interrupted from further chatting by a quiet cough. Turning to come face to face with their most stoic classmate. "Todoroki," Kaminari prompted with a small head tilt. Sorry. I was wondering if I could also possibly impose this weekend. I feel like the atmosphere here was way more agreeable than that in the study at home." The other teens exchanged a glance before Kaminari was grinning and nodding. "I don't see why not. Right, Shinso? Here, hand me your phone. I'll get your numbers so I can let you know when we decide to meet up." In a flurry of his usual energy, the blonde had exchanged numbers with the heterochromatic teen, and then with Hitoshi's prompting sent Todoroki his and Izuku's numbers as well. Knowing the green teen would appreciate not being left out, Kaminari then swung an arm around their cold peer's shoulders and led him away, chattering excitedly about something or other school-related. Shinso watched in amusement as the pair of clashing personalities coexisted. Heading off to the train station. Dinner had gone well, the adults chatting and plotting while the kids tinkered and played around. Hitoshi eventually took Izuku's almost empty plate of sabnek fattier and guided him to the couch to rest as they waited for everyone else to finish, smiling indulgently as the other boy dozed off on his shoulder. It wasn't too long after that the men wrapped up their pleasantries with Mia and ushered their charges to the car. They soon pulled up to their apartment building, thankful for the elevator after such a long day. They stepped out of the lift, but Yamada stopped the two boys before he unlocked the door. "Okay, kiddos, we have some fun things to show you. We finished setting up your surprises while you were studying and I can't wait for you to see." Izuku tilted his head in confusion, but Shinso looked vaguely excited, though he tried to mask it with a knowing look. "This is about what those construction guys were here for last week, right?" The blonde snorted and ruffled his wild purple fluff. "Yeah. They installed the big things but we had to set up the rest of it ourselves. And just for future reference, Sho is terrible with a hammer." Incredulous purple and green blinked in shock at their gloomier guardian, the man hiding his slight blush in his capture scarf. "Shut up, Zashi. You're no better." His husband just laughed and turned his key, letting them all into the gen can to take their shoes off. As soon as the kids had their slippers on, Hizashi was gently snagging their hands, chirping out a bright, "Shinso first," and leading them into the living room proper. There, hanging from the ceiling in the corner in the perfect spot to soak up late afternoon sunlight, hung a seat. It looked like a strange combination of sturdy hammock and recliner. And it undoubtedly looked like the most comfortable napping spot Hitoshi had ever seen. He excitedly ran over and Hizashi, laughing, showed the teen the small trick to getting in and out without dumping himself. He then showed him the pocket on the side where there was a high-tech looking controller hidden. When the teen looked up at the men in shock, Aizawa grinned and pointed to the TV stand where a top-of-the-line holo projector stood waiting. "We only got 2 games to start with. But I'm sure we can find more that you'll like once you get used to the controls." There was an unexpected sniffle from the usually more stoic of their foster's kids. And Yamada practically melted, pulling the boy from his new favorite spot and giving him a big hug. "Are you okay, kiddo? Do you not like it?" But Shinso shook his head violently before rubbing the small traces of tears from his eyes. "Oh, I love it. It's a lot. That system is really expensive." "Well, yeah, we wanted to get the best for you. You deserve something nice after the hell of a year you've had so far, kiddo. We were hoping this would help you relax a bit on those nights when your insomnia acts up." The taller boy looked a bit overwhelmed by the statement, still coming to terms with actually being cared for after years of neglect. So Izuku stepped in quickly to keep him from spiraling. The greenette walked over and powered on the new holo system, checking that it was set up properly. And then immediately nerding out when the start screen for a game showed up floating in the center of the room. Shinso followed his prompt and started up the game, the two of them freaking out over the graphics and how smooth the controls were. They screwed around for about 10 minutes before Aizawa cleared his throat to get their attention. "We still have another surprise to get to. And then Izuku needs to go to bed so Chio won't kill us." He wasn't expecting the surprise on the small teen's face when he looked up at him. Another surprise. Thighs wasn't all. Yamada chuckled and draped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him to the hallway. Nope. Not all. We got you some things too. Ooh. You didn't Hahavi to do that. I'm happy with what I have. Really? Another chuckle and a hair ruffle, and then they were turning into the training room. Of course we didn't have to, kiddo. But we really wanted to. With that, Aizawa stepped around them to open up the closet door. Only it wasn't a closet anymore. It was a whole room filled with suspiciously familiar equipment. Izuku was sure he stopped breathing for a second in his shock, before stepping forwards through the door and turning in a circle to take in all of the tools. Noting the brand he had started to favor by the solid wooden handles and the 3D printer in the corner. He turned back to look at the three people in the doorway, disbelief clear on his face. Aizawa stepped forwards once more, crouching down to get below eye level. We wanted you to have a place to relax too. The younger Hatsum helped us. Pick out some starter tools and supplies. But let us know if we miss something you need. Or if you come across something you really want. The blonde took that moment to slip around them, heading to the large work table and pointing out the most expensive thing in the room. The desktop Hatsumi-san had put together for them. This should be powerful enough to run most equipment off of, so if you need us to spring for another system, let us know, okay? I know your friend mentioned you might like a glow forge. Whatever that is. But they are on backorder right now, so... Oh. Two really don't need it. Please. This is already too much. Green eyes were filled with overwhelmed tears, and the two men exchanged a quick glance before Shoyuta, still crouched, gently snagged a freckled and scarred hand. Look, Midoriya. Izuku, we are your guardians now. That means we've willingly accepted the job of keeping safe, cared for, and happy. That means providing you with things to help you reach your dreams. Or toys to help you wind down after a long day. But this stuff costs nothing. Hizashi and I have 5 jobs between us. Not counting the extra work I sometimes do on commission from the police department. This didn't even make a dent in our savings, not really. So please just take a breath, accept that we are going to buy you things, and say thank you. And then go check out all of the fun things your friend picked out for you. There was a pause as Izuku fully soaked in the sincere words. But then the teen nodded slowly and tried unsuccessfully to wipe the tears away before stuttering out a choked thanks. His best friend then stepped forwards much as he had earlier and played distraction, poking around the 3D printer and asking if the other boy would show him how to work it sometime. Eventually they did have to pull the green net away from his new workshop, insisting on him going to bed and promising that he could look around more tomorrow. The men left their wards in the upstairs hallway as they went off to get themselves ready for bed and patrol respectively. And Hitoshi followed the freckled teen into his room quietly. They sat on the bed, looking at each other, conveying their shock and hope through their wide eyes alone. Before eventually just giggling to themselves in helpless disbelief. Eventually Shinso gave his smaller friend a good-night hug and wandered off, most likely to play around with his new game. And Izuku changed out of his coveralls into more comfortable joggers for bed, settling in and staring at the wall. He played every interaction he had ever had with his guardians and Hatsumi-san over in his head, trying to make their actions fit with the worldview he had grown up with and failing. Eventually he fell asleep, thinking of painless hugs and appealing tools. Izuku stared blankly at his phone screen as they sat in the classroom waiting for school to start. He hadn't told Shinso yet, the other boy hadn't slept at all and was currently trying desperately to catch some Z's at his desk. Honestly, he wasn't quite sure what he was going to do about the message that had popped up on his phone. Mom? Hello Izuku, how are you doing? I was wondering if you would like to grab tea soon. I want to catch up, and I have someone I would like you to meet. How should he respond? Did he want to see her? He kind of did. Their separation was quick and unexpected after all. He wanted to know if she really meant she didn't want him anymore when she gave up their home. Maybe all of this was just one big misunderstanding. And who did she want him to meet? Should he go? He didn't have an answer by the time the bell rang, so he put his phone away and did his best to push the issue from his mind. After all, he had a whole busy day of classroom jumping ahead. The greenette rushed around as he packed orders. Today was one of the days he and Hitoshi ate at home, so he needed to get this last order packed up in time for them to make the train. He's sure if they missed it, one of their guardians would pick them up with the car, but he really didn't want to inconvenience them if he didn't have to. He's scrambling up the step stool, box of accumulated parts under one arm when it all goes wrong. Hey Izuku Almwo. Hitoshi had just started to round the corner to check and see how much longer he would be waiting, only to watch an alarm as the smaller boy teetered precariously. He dashed forwards before he fully registered what was happening, getting behind Izuku just in time for 140 pounds of muscle to slam into him, sending both of them to the ground. The two boys laid stunned amongst the mess of sprawling parts for a moment, winded at the sudden fall. After a moment, the purple-haired teen groaned breathlessly from his spot beneath the disaster that is one Midoriya Izuku. Hearing him, the freckled boy startled into a scramble to right himself, only for his hand to land on a ball bearing and send him slamming back down face first with a yelp. Hitoshi wheezed and placed a hand on his assailant's back to keep the other boy still while they figured out the situation and how to get out of it without breaking any of his ribs. After managing a few deep breaths, he lifted his head up, intending to look around to see where the worst of the mess was. Instead, he came face to face with the emeralds that had captivated him many times over the past few months, looking down at him with quiet concern. He felt his face light up at the realization of how close their faces were when Izuku's breath tickled across his skin. It wasn't like they didn't cuddle regularly, but something about this position felt a lot more than their friendly nap-time puddles. Toshi, you okay? Purple eyes flickered down to his friend's frowning mouth, noticing that Izuku had been gnawing at his lips again. There was a raw patch that he kind of wanted to embrace better. And was that a freckle he hadn't noticed hiding in the corner of his mouth? Hitoshi, the boy in question grunted at the reminder that he had been asked a question, looking back up a bit to find that green eyes had widened and that Izuku himself was now blushing furiously behind his freckles. Lit up like a neon sign. It was almost too adorable to bear. Hitoshi let himself admire his crush for a second longer before sighing out, and removing his hand so his friend could start the process of standing again. Though this time he was a lot more careful about watching where he placed his hands. Mia came around the other end of the row of shelving just as he managed to stand and held his hand out for his still-downed friend. Midoriya, the customer, just asked, "Oh, see, are you two okay?" She hurried over, kicking metal pipe ends and other rattly bits out of the way uncaringly in her rush to look them over. By the time they had assuaged her worries and cleaned up the mess, something that took a while since some of the smaller parts had to be repooled when they couldn't find where they had run off to, the train had long since come and gone. Hitoshi called Aizawa as Izuku ran to the restroom to attempt to scrub off some of the grease on his arms and face. He was sort of successful, though he would have to shower before bed to get the last of it, and any more he picked up when he went to play in his own workshop, with the special body wash Yamada had insisted on him using. He ran over to give Mei a hug before they left. The girl was elbow deep in a project she had snuck out of the school labs and nearly unresponsive to his affection. He chuckled and waved to her. Mom, as they heard the familiar honk of the horn from their Foster's SUV. The ride home was uneventful and they showed up just as Yamada was plating up large servings of eggplant parmesan with toasted French bread and dipping plates of spiced olive oil on the side. They chatted their way through the delicious meal, Mike and Midoriya ganging up to tease Hitoshi about a recent incident he'd had with his capture weapon, and Aizawa mentioning that the two of them had done well on an ethics essay he had assigned, though he wouldn't give them their exact grade yet. It wasn't until after dinner, when he was settled at his new computer and opening his phone to his coding mode playlist, that he was reminded of the text from that morning, and all of the difficult questions it brought up. But now that he had had a whole day to let the situation sink in, he had a better idea of what he wanted for himself. It would be good if he and Inko could make up. He would always have a place in his heart for her, she was his mother after all. But going about his day had reminded him of what he had now. Yamada and Aizawa and their loving home and horde of cats, the Hatsums and their can-do-it attitude and constant support in anything he need help with, and Shinso. He tried to ignore his blush as his thought drifted back to the small accident from earlier. The boy had looked amazing, all flushed and breathless underneath him. Scarred hands reached up to slap freckled cheeks to get the drifting greenette back on task. He could panic about his now undeniable crush later. Shinso was always there for him, no matter what he needed or when. There were also the friends he had made at school in 1A and 1H, especially a pretty blonde who was always down for hijinks. He would like to get along with Inko. But if this didn't work out, he would be okay. With that thought in mind, he sent his reply before diving into one of the many projects he was behind on. Hi mom. Sure, I have a bit of free time after tutoring this Sunday. There's a nice cafe down on 8th Street. Does 1 p.m. sound good? The crunch for finals was real. Almost all of the students were participating in study groups, and even those that weren't were getting help from teachers or tutors hired by the school. The library was nearly constantly filled to capacity, looking like a silent war zone as teenagers ran around trying to find one book or another. Izuku's group wasn't much different. Not even counting the groups they hosted at the shop once a week, they often found themselves going over trouble areas in their studies around the lunch table. The Greenette was quickly gaining popularity with everyone who asked for his help with anything science or math related. His easy explanations and sweet, non-judgmental nature bringing in more and more of 1A to their ever-growing lunch huddle. The tables for that area of the cafeteria were now almost always full of Class 1A and 1H students as they mingled and helped each other cover their worst subjects. The Greenette did his best to save back time for his own studies. He was the only one of his friends to be taking the advanced Japanese history class after all. But he also couldn't leave anyone else hanging when they asked for help. He was going to be a hero after all. Having teachers for guardians turned out to be a blessing. They were scary good at sniffing out test stress and nudging them in the directions they needed to go, either by suggesting a subject change or by forcing them to take a break altogether. Izuku lost count of the number of snacks and such Mike had brought to his workshop in just that week alone, always bringing a warm smile and a bit of laughter in with the treats too. Soon though it was Sunday morning and Izuku was hopping on a train for his tutoring session with Nizu. He was really starting to look forwards to these weekly meetings. There were still some weeks when they had to cancel due to unexpected circumstances. Nizu was still a hero after all. But he was still given a task to accomplish by the next Sunday over his app when that happened, so he really felt like this bit of extra tutoring was really helping him along. He had a file folder tucked snugly in between 2 textbooks in his bag today. Last week's assignment had been to scope out a secret from as many of the teachers on campus as he could. He had the file he had compiled backed up on his computer at home. But he knew Nizu liked the old-fashioned format of paper files when they played games like this. He especially liked it when Izuku coded all of it in a new version of the codes he had been using in his notebooks. If he made it even a little bit of a challenge for the principal to read, he would get extra credit. He was excited to see if any of his intel would be news to the mammal. He knew he had a whole new world of blackmail for his guardians after he hacked into their emails and the cloud where their text conversations were stored. The next time Yamada tried to get him into those DM and out sharpants, he knew he would pulling out the video of the man bursting a city blocks with of windows because he saw a spider. And the cover-up emails from the HPSC letting him know they blamed it on a villain who got away. Maybe it was petty. Maybe he did kind of like the way the pants made him feel about himself. But he would not wear them in public. Just no. He grinned as he hurried up the stairs to his meeting, excited to see what his next task would be. He hoped it had more to do with hacking. He thought he was getting pretty good at that particular skill and was excited to learn more. The door to the office opened as he walked up and he met the fanged grin from the animal in front of him with a blinding one of his own. He was regretting this already. Freckled hands fidgeted with his battered phone nervously as he stood on the busy train. His mom hadn't really answered any more of his questions when he had texted her back during the week, telling him that she was too busy to text much and that the person she wanted him to meet was a surprise. He had eventually just let it go, knowing that if she didn't want to reply she wouldn't. That was just how she had always been. So now here he was, headed to their meeting, and really wishing he was headed back to the Yamazawa apartment instead. He had just gotten a new coding challenge from Nizu after all. But no, he had agreed to see her. He really did wish they could have some form of working relationship. She was still his mom after all. So he needed to give this a try. His stop buzzed across the signs and he sighed, making his way to the doors as they opened into the station near the coffee shop. He was a bit early, but he figured he could snag them a table and doodle a bit while he waited. Maybe try and figure out a roundabout to the problem he had been having with his newest project. Who knew that getting a life raft to fit into a marble could be so difficult? He knew that if he could figure this out, then he would be one step closer to heroes being able to carry a whole arsenal of rescue gear on them at all times. Maybe if he could figure out a super thin but durable new fabric base. Oh, it would have to be water and fireproof too, maybe a new coating to put on something like a chiffon or organza. He hummed to himself as he got to the shop and stepped up to the counter. He was brought out of his musings though when the barista squealed upon spotting him. "Oh my God! You're back. How have you been, little greenie?" He blinked up at her before smiling shyly. "Hi. I guess it has. Been a while, hasn't it? It was Shiokazasan, right? Yeah. Oh, it's so good to see you. I watched you and your friends in the sports festival at UA. I can't believe all three of you little troublemakers got in. And you just dropped off the face of the earth. I guess now that you're all going to a big league school, this tiny little shop just isn't good enough anymore, huh? Oh, it's just too moved. And so did Shinso, so Thighs isn't on our way to shoe school anymore." Luckily his panic was stopped by a giggle. Who knows what he would have said if he had been allowed to keep rambling. "Midoriya. I was just teasing. It is good to see you though. How have things been?" He flushed a bit and stammered out a polite response, chatting back and forth as he placed his order before finally having to move out of the way when a new customer came in. Once his coffee was handed over, he looked around for a spot to sit, finding a nicely lit table by the window and settling in to wait for his mother. He played around on the cat game again for a while, frowning when his phone froze halfway through the entrance sequence for a new cat and sighing when he realized he needed to try and work on the old thing again. He had gotten it upgraded quite a bit from the factory stats by just tinkering around with it. But it was a few generations old at this point, so it was still a bit slow. He wondered if May would have any ideas on how to speed it up without making it burn a hole through his pocket. It was then that he realized it was 20 minutes after their agreed time to meet. He looked around, hoping he had just missed her coming in, but no, she hadn't shown up yet. With a sigh, he restarted his phone and settled back down. He would give her a bit more time. It wasn't uncommon for her to be late after all. An hour and a chocolate donut later, and he was contemplating just getting up and leaving. Maybe he would go hang out with Shinso at Kaminari's place. The two boys were supposed to be studying, but knowing the blonde, he had long since derailed them from the subject of biology. Just the thought of his two attractive friends made him blush. Regardless, he thought that they would make him feel better about being stood up, even if he didn't tell them about who he had been meeting. He was scooping his crumbs onto a napkin to clean up a bit before he left when the bell above the door jingled cheerfully, heralding the arrival of another short greenette. He sat up from where he had been leaning against the table, starting to raise a hand to get her attention, only to pause as he noticed the person who followed her in, stepping briskly through the door she held open for him. It was a man, tall, maybe mid-40s, with blonde hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. Something in the way he walked, heading towards the counter like he owned the place, gave the teen an uncomfortable feeling in his gut. But Izuku shoved down the instinct. He would wait to judge until he had actually spoken to this newcomer. He couldn't hear the exchange at the counter, but he was surprised to see Shioka's ever-present smile falter for a second. But then the young woman was turning away to make their drinks, and the teen was left wondering if he had imagined it. After a few minutes, with their refreshments acquired, the two he was waiting on made their way over to his table. "Izuku, it's so good to see you." His mom bubbled at him, though he noticed the tense set to her smile. She turned to her companion with a small hand gesture. "Kurai, this is my son. Izuku, this is Meishu Kurai, my new boyfriend." The teen blinked up at her in shock for a moment before finding his voice. "Boyfriend?" The short woman waved off the question with a flippant hand wave. "Yes, boyfriend. I'm an adult and I'm allowed to date." Fat hat's not why. She cut him off with a small glare before he could finish. Once she was sure that he wouldn't continue arguing, Inko pulled out the chair across from him and sat, before waving Kurai into the seat next to her. "Anyways, we are here to talk about you. So spill, how is that school treating you? I heard you got hurt again a few weeks ago." "I was unlucky enough to be in Hosu when the Nomu attacked, but that wasn't Yue's fault." His mom scoffed. "I disagree. You shouldn't have been anywhere near Hosu that night. But they just had to feed into your hero obsession and let you go on those dumb internships." "Mom, She cut off his protest with a swipe of the hand. Whatever, Izuku. I'm not here to argue with you today. I'm here to make sure you aren't dead and to let you get to know the new man in my life. Oh honestly the teen was floundering, unsure of how to deal with this new situation, and kept off balance by the woman's comments. Luckily for him the man in question, Kurai, chose that moment to step in. Dark eyes glared at the boy from under a heavy brow, a small frown seeming to be his resting face. So, you're Inko's kid? The quirkless one. Izuku felt himself flush behind his freckles, embarrassed by the direct question. But still he nodded politely, determined to make a good impression. I see, you really aren't much to look at, huh? At least your mom is pretty enough. You must take after that useless father of yours. Okay, forget about making a good impression. Large green eyes stared at the man in incredulous silence, shocked by the audacity. Apparently that was taken the wrong way though as Kurai kept going. But who knows, some girls like plain guys. So, you have anyone you're interested in at that fancy school of yours? Izuku's thoughts immediately went to Shinso and something must have shown on his face because the man instantly started ribbing him. Oh, he does. So, who is she? A pretty little hero student. Izuku looks down at his empty coffee cup, flustered at the conversation but still eager for this all to work out. He played along. Yeah, he's in the hero course. He smiled to himself, once again thinking of a sassy smirk and sparkling purple eyes. But he didn't get the reply he expected. Instead of more teasing there was silence. After a moment he looked up, confusion on his freckled face. He was met with strained expressions that he couldn't quite place. Eventually Inko spoke up once more. Izuku blinked up at her in confusion before hesitantly answering. His mother's brow went from strained hesitance to furrowed fury in a split second. Oh my God. She muttered, before saying it louder and more firmly. Oh my God. I knew letting those two faggots house you would corrupt you. I won't stand for this. The teen in front of her went pale at her outburst, shocked by the intensity and the slur. No. No son of mine will be gay. So unless you straighten up right now, you don't get to call me that. The teen reached out across the table in an effort to calm her with a gentle touch, only for his hand to be slapped away by Kurai. Don't you touch her. We don't want to be infected by anything that's wrong with you. I agreed to meet with you because this DMN court case is more trouble than it's worth, so getting you back willingly would have made our lives easier. I was even willing to overlook you being a atroph. But you're way more up than I thought you would be. I won't have it. You can stay with your little caretakers. I don't want something so disgusting anywhere near me. The man slammed a fist down on the table for emphasis, knocking Inko's tea over and making a mess. Izuku yelped and lurched backwards out of the way of the hot liquid, only a bit of it managing to catch his shoes. Hey. Oh. Shut up. I'm tired of how much trouble you bring. Inko has been complaining about you for years. I thought there was no way you were really that bad, but now, ugh, I don't even want to be in the same room as you. He paused for breath, obviously gearing up to even harsher words in his rage, but he was interrupted by a calm and frigidly cool voice. Then leave. I don't want you causing issues in my shop anyways. Standing to the side of the table, hands on her hips and looking downright murderous, was Shiokaze Suzushi. The man across from Izuku blustered for a moment, obviously not used to being told no. But the young woman stood firm. If you two do not leave within the next minute, I will call the cops. To illustrate her point, she pulled her phone from her apron, waving it threateningly. With a growl, the man gave in. Fine. We were done here anyway. With that petulant little bit of venom, he stood and yanked Inko up by the arm before storming out of the front door. The two who were left watched until they were out of sight of the large front windows. As soon as she was sure they were gone, Shiokaze spun to face the shaken teen. Oh my God. Are you okay? Izuku took a moment before even trying to answer, taking a deep breath to try and calm the trembling in his hands. Once he was sure he wouldn't start crying, he nodded and grabbed a handful of napkins to start trying to clean up the mess still dripping onto the floor. I'm sorry for disrupting your shop. Let me clean thighs up and I'll go. To his surprise, the napkins were pulled out of his hand, the barista bending down a little bit to look him in the eyes. You are going back to the break room to chill out for a bit and call a responsible adult to come pick you up. I am going to clean this up and then take my break so we can chat for a bit. She then snagged him by the wrist and led him behind the counter, ushering him through the back kitchen area and into a small room with a big, comfortable-looking couch, a small table with 2 chairs, and a tiny kitchenette. With a few gentle nudges he was settled in one of the chairs and she looked at him pointedly. It took him a second to realize what she wanted. He dutifully tugged his phone out of his pocket before hesitating. Will Shinso work? I don't want to bother my Fosters. But she was shaking her head before he could even finish. Just his luck. The nice barista was too much of a goody two-shoes to just let him leave. I need an adult. I need to make sure you will be taken care of after some of the things I overheard them saying to you. He sighed with all of the teenage drama in his body before taking a moment to debate. Eventually he dialed Aizawa's number. He knew Mike was probably busy at the radio station, but his husband should just be home taking a nap before patrol. The greenette felt bad for interrupting his rest, but he would have felt worse if present Mike had to cancel his Saturday show. The phone rang twice before a groggy-sounding hero picked up. Izuku fidgeted for a second, prompting the man to question if anyone was on the line before he meekly spoke up. Hi Aizawa. Can you maybe come pick me up? There was a sudden uptick in rustling from the other line. Where are you and what happened? The freckled boy winced, not really wanting to explain but knowing that Shioka's would probably spill the beans later anyways. Toffee's Coffee on 7th Street. I met with Mom, it didn't go well. There was a moment of silence, even the movement from the man on the other end seemed to pause. You did what? Never mind. Tsukachi and I will be there soon and you can explain then. Yes sir. Is there a manager there I can talk to, kid? Izuku handed his phone over to the barista who smiled gently at him before stepping away to speak to his guardian. She was gone for a few minutes, leaving him to sit and try and calm his now raging anxiety. Before she eventually came back, bringing the teen his phone and a wonderfully blended herbal tea. Okay kiddo. Your foster dad and a detective will be here in a few minutes. I got that spill cleaned up, so now we just get to chill for a bit, okay? The teen allowed her to lead the conversation, chatting amicably about UA and what he and his friends liked about the school. Eventually there was a knock on the door and the worker who was covering the front led in the 2 men they were waiting on. Shioka's led Tsukachi away, apparently to get a copy of the tapes from the office. But Aizawa stayed. The man crouched down in front of his ward and looked him over for injury. Are you okay, Midoriya? The freckled teen nodded, green curls bouncing a bit with the motion. Okay. Really? This has just been blown a bit out of proportion. The pro-hero hummed a bit to himself before sighing and standing up. Right, well, as soon as you have a quick chat with Tsukachi-san we can get out of here and go home, yeah? Okay. His guardian went and sat on Swazaki's vacated chair, looking curiously at the cup sitting in front of the teen. This seems like a nice little place. I might have to stop by and try some of those treats in the case up front. The greenette smiled at him tentatively. I recommend the bear claws. Thighs is actually where Hitoshi and I met and we came here a lot before. Well, the hero nodded. I see. Well, maybe we should bring Zashi next time. He likes quaint little businesses. They settled back into comfortable silence for a few minutes, content to just be for the most part while they waited for the other 2 to come back. Luckily when they did come back into the break room the questions didn't take long. Izuku explained how his mother texted him and asked to meet, and why he didn't say anything out of fear of angering whoever he told. From there he just quickly went over the events of the meeting before closing in on himself and waiting for any kind of negative reaction. He had just ruined Aizawa's afternoon after all, and he had needed to come out to his foster to explain where the meeting went wrong. But instead of more yelling, or any of the 3 adults telling him how disgusting and weak he was, instead Tsukachi turned his questions to Shioka's, getting her side of the story recorded as well for posterity's sake. Funnily enough, Izuku thought the situation sounded a lot worse coming from an outsider's perspective. But he couldn't really dispute anything she said either. Eventually the detective had everything he needed to add the incident to the upcoming court case. And with that they were allowed to leave, but not before Aizawa bought a box of treats to bring home with them. It wasn't till they were on the busy train home that Aizawa addressed the elephant in the room. As they waited for their stop, the man turned to his ward with a sigh. Midoriya, I think I can understand why you didn't say anything when she contacted you. But the next time you decide you want to do something like this, please bring one of us along. All we care about is whether or not you are safe and happy. And if you keep us out of the loop, then we can't help with that. The teen flushed miserably with embarrassment, but still nodded his acceptance for the new rule. He knew that the two pros worried about him and Shinso, but he really thought he could handle meeting with his mom by himself. He never imagined it would have gone so wrong. At most, if he was honest, he would have thought she would have stood him up, or just left after a minute of making sure he was alive. He had no idea that the man she had brought for him to meet would be the catalyst for that tea show. The doors near where they were standing slid open with a cheerful chime, and the teacher guided the small teen off the train, heading in the direction of their home. With a small ruffle of verdant curls, he stepped past to walk a bit ahead. You'll be okay, kid. Besides, the two of them were wrong about everything they said about you. The teen paused for a second amongst the foot traffic, a bit stunned, before he hurried after the retreating form of his guardian, trying to be subtle as he wiped away tears. It felt really nice to be accepted. Unfortunately, Izuku had to sit through a lecture when Yamada got home. He didn't yell, just went into a long and detailed spiel on why not telling them about Inko contacting him could have gone badly, illustrating his points with news clips about kids being abducted by estranged parents, and how badly some of those instances had ended. It was an uncomfortable and emotionally draining talk. But it could have been worse. Izuku didn't think he would have done well if his foster father had yelled or hit him. As it was, he just sat there and did his best to not flinch at the insinuation that his mom was dangerous, and tried to memorize the alternative options for what to do in the future. After he was done, instead of walking away like most authority figures in his life would have after telling him he did something stupid, the blonde hero stooped down to offer a hug instead. And then, like the kind man he was, he offered to listen as Izuku went over what was said during the meeting. So the teen spilled, already tired and confused from his long day, he just needed to talk it all out, it seemed. He rambled on, fighting off tears, about the new boyfriend and how scary he was. Big and muscular with a resting glower. And of the sideways comments on his quirklessness. And of how things had all gone wrong with his embarrassed admittance to liking a boy. He completely broke there, sobbing at the reaction he had received and how much it hurt to know his mom thought him disgusting. He had known she didn't particularly like him after his diagnosis, but her absolute rejection of the little part of himself he had just started exploring hurt way more than he would have ever guessed. He couldn't help but feel like she had just gone from not liking him to completely hating him. And he didn't know what to do about it. Mike was surprisingly soft-voiced as he began soothing the teen, starting up quiet reassurances and kind observations as soon as he was sure the boy he was holding was done unloading all of his stress and confusion. It felt like an eternity later when the kid stopped crying and just slumped against his guardian. The hero settled and decided to just sit there and be Izuku's comfort for now. He had no doubt that the episode at the coffee shop would cause ongoing issues. Doubts and self-hatred he and Shoyuta would have to nip in the bud. But right at that second he was happy to let the poor boy rest and regain some semblance of self-control. Shinso hummed as he took the elevator up to their floor. He and Denki'd had a blast. They didn't get much homework done, but the 3 hours of kicking the electric blondes at Mario Kart was worth it. The sideways flirting was nice too. It was refreshing to have someone who was blatantly interested in him and willing to make it so obvious. He knew Kaminari was a flirt to everyone, but he honestly thought there might be a spark there. Maybe if he could get over his raging crush on Izuku, he could give Denki a real chance. The two of them did have fun together, and he would admit to himself that the blonde hero-to-be was very attractive. Slim and a bit wiry, with a pretty face and an infectious smile. He was currently refusing to think about the small conversation at the mall, and the fact that he had looked more into polyamory during one of his early morning insomniatic web-jumping escapades. He wasn't sure anyone else would be interested in a polycule, and he was 100% not brave enough to ask. He dug his key from his pocket as he made it up to the door, contemplating if he wanted to boot up his new game. After playing hours of video games, did he really want more video games? Maybe he could take a nap instead. He made quick work of kicking off his green Converse and heading into the living room, intent on trying to nap in his floating chair of heaven. So imagine his surprise when he finds his best friend huddled up miserably against their guardian, eyes and face red and puffy from excessive tears and seemingly half asleep. The purple teen felt his heart jump into his throat. "Izuku, are you okay?" He hurried over to his friend and crouched down next to him, feeling the tension in his ease slightly when green eyes blinked down at him. At least the smaller boy was responsive. "Hi Toshi, did you have fun with Kaminari?" Shinso leveled the greenette with an unimpressed look, but answered the question anyway. "Yes. He's bad at Mario Kart. Now, do you want to tell me what happened or not?" He would push one more time, but if his friend didn't want to share, he wouldn't make him. One blink, two, and then the smaller teen cracked, frowning and letting loose a small sigh. "I saw my mom today and it didn't go well. That's all." Shinso frowned up at him, wanting to know more, but knowing better than to push this particular issue, so instead he sighed and did his best to give his friend a soothing smile. "You want to go play Animal Crossing and forget about it for a bit?" The smile he received in response was very rewarding, and Yamada let go of his charge so Hitoshi could pull the still sniffling freckled genius to his feet and lead him upstairs. The hero did call after them to let them know he would order dinner in about an hour or so. He was acknowledged with a wave of a pale hand just as the two teens started making their way up the stairs. Hizashi snorted quietly to himself in amusement, silently thinking about how sweet the two of them were to each other and comparing their relationship with a certain other relationship he himself had experienced during his own high school days. With a huff, he levered himself up from the couch and headed into the kitchen. He may order dinner in, but since he came home early, he might as well make everyone a pick-me-up in the form of his famous pink lemonade cookies. Shoyuta scowled down at his phone. He had just finished going over everything with Tsukachi. The unsolicited contact from Inko would definitely help them with the court case. But honestly, he wished the kid had told them when she tried to get in contact. He could have saved himself some hurt if they had been able to take care of that beach for him. He groaned quietly and levered himself up from where he was sitting at the small desk in their bedroom. If he wanted to get the kid a new phone and make sure he was switched over to their plan, he needed to leave soon before the store closed. He had confiscated his current phone when they got to the apartment. The kid gave it up easily enough, probably thinking it was some form of light punishment for not telling them. He would let him think that for the moment, until they handed over a replacement in the morning at least. Honestly, they should have done this immediately when Izuku was placed in their care. But it had slipped through the cracks with everything else that had happened. Shinso has a phone that was being paid for by the government since he had come straight from the foster system. But Izuku's was still being paid for by his mother, which was something that, now that it had been brought to his attention, he would not let stand. He made sure he had everything he needed for patrol, patting down his belt pouches and reseating his capture weapon, sliding his own phone back into his pocket before heading down to the kitchen to grab a snack to last him until he could stop at a late-night food stall or something later on. He finds his husband singing along to something playing over his hearing aids and dancing around the kitchen. The pink batter staining the spatula he was waving, giving away exactly what he was making. With a small huff of amusement, he walked up behind Hizashi and wrapped his arms around his waist in a gentle hug. "You better save a few of those for me," he grumbled good-naturedly near the other man's ear to make sure he could hear. The blonde laughed and nodded before turning his face to press an embrace to his partner's cheek. "Of course, Sho. I wouldn't dream of keeping these away from you. No promises on how many will be left though." The underground hero chuckled a bit himself, knowing that these particular treats never lasted long. He kept up his loose hug for a minute, just basking in Zashi's relaxing presence, before he sighed and pulled away to find that snack. He made sure to get a proper embrace before he headed out the door though. Kisses from Hizashi were his good luck charms after all. The quiet intermission went by far too quickly for everyone at UA. The first morning of the written exams dawned bright and cheerful, and Shinso made sure to flip off the offensive sun on his way out to the car, irritated by its optimism. Izuku blinked blearily from his seat in the car, watching out the window as the streets passed, obviously not taking in a thing. only seeming to really try and rouse himself when the car slipped into the shadowy calm of the tunnel to the employee parking lot. By the time they all make it to the hall outside of the teacher's lounge, both teens finally seem a bit more ready for the day, for all that Izuku looked like a walking zombie and Hitoshi resembled an irritated cat. Their fosters shared fond amusement in watching them both beeline for the coffee machine as soon as the door opened. Shoyuta set his bag down at his desk before following his kids, determined to not let the two gremlins drink the whole supply before him. Mike himself just settled in for the day, well aware that his husband would bring him something eventually. He pulled out his stacks of grading and set to work with the backdrop of grumbled teasing and light giggles. What a nice way to start a busy day. The blonde hummed quietly to himself as other teachers and staff started filtering in, piles of papers at the ready. Semester finals were a team effort after all. Lunch came quickly yet incredibly slowly. The mass of teenage stress headed for the cafeteria while discussing how things went on the first round of their tests. Izuku was in full-blown fidget mode as he anxiously recounted his specialized tests to Hitoshi, completely believing there was a 50% chance he bombed them. Hitoshi was busy trying to calm both him and Kaminari, who was sure there was a 100% chance that he failed. He mentally bemoaned the cafeteria's lack of coffee as he ushered the two of them along to grab some food, picking out things he knew both would like while they were too busy bouncing their anxieties off of each other. Eventually, the three of them found themselves at their usual spot in the middle of the tables their classes generally congregated around, and Hitoshi passed Izuku off to Mei. She immediately launched into a spiel about the interesting questions on the theoretical physics exam, asking for his opinions on her answers and effectively distracting him from his own mind. From there, Hitoshi was able to calm the electric blonde to his left, assuring him that he had been doing so much better on the mock exams Izuku had given him, and that he was sure he did well enough to pass, anxiety or no. Eventually, even Shoto paused his discussion with Yaoyorozu to chime in with a blunt observation or two of his own about how well Kaminari had been doing, though he seemed confused by Momo's knowing smirk once he turned back to her. Eventually, everyone was convinced to settle enough to eat their food, and Hitoshi accepted the relieved looks from his two friends once they realized what was on their trays, rolling his eyes fondly and nudging their food closer so they knew he wouldn't take not eating as an answer. The sheepish smiles were almost as good as caffeine. The tests that afternoon were just as exhausting, taking up all of their brain space until the last bell let them know that they were free for the day. Exhausted kids slumped back into their seats, passing tests to the teacher who walked amongst the desks and washing their hands of the stress for the moment. Soon Aizawa-sensei was at the front of the room for dismissal, reminding them that the next day, Thursday, would be a half-day. They would have the afternoon off before needing to be at the school nice and early for their last test, the practical exam. He then locked eyes with Midoriya to make sure the kid remembered that he actually had to stay late Thursday for the support practical. Green eyes blinked, and then a nod of confirmation soothed the teacher enough for him to finish releasing his hellions for the day. And then it was over, for the moment at least. And teens around the room started up subdued chatter as they packed bags and checked phones and otherwise readied themselves to go home. Izuku and Hitoshi hung tight for a few minutes until the rest of their class had headed off, before they got up themselves and joined Aizawa in his trek to the teacher's lounge. They really hoped Yamada was already there and waiting for them. Neither of them wanted to do anything but go home and collapse on the couch to watch something mindless on TV for a few hours. Their wish was granted. The blonde hero was standing by his desk, bag slung over his shoulder, and chatting with Midnight. Aizawa smiled slightly as his husband laughed at one of her bad jokes, before making their presence known with a cough and a raised eyebrow that had his partner giving their friend a quick hug before rushing out of the room. And when they make it home, to the couch and yummy snacks and a dumb baking show, all of them take the moment to just relax. The teens sprawled out together while the two men cuddled and chatted about the schedule for the rest of the testing. Until, eventually, snacks weren't enough and Yamada scrolled through takeout places calling out options until they all settled on something so he could order. And when the food showed up on their door and already sleepy kids were ushered into the kitchen to sit at the table, the two heroes couldn't help but share a look. Overly fond of the two charges that they had been entrusted with. Happy for the quiet moment they were getting to share. Hitoshi was settled into a desk chair in the lounge, waiting on his best friend to finish his first practical while guzzling coffee in an effort to replenish his energy. That morning hadn't been too bad. He had taken the chemistry and algebra finals as well as Japanese literature. The two more brainy tests he felt he did well on due to all of the drills and quizzes he had done. With Izuku and Denki, the lit test he actually found kind of fun, going over short stories and poems and riddling out their pretentious meanings. Despite that it went okay, he really just wanted to go home and nap. But the rest of his household were stuck on campus until the end of the day and he wasn't really in the mood to take the train alone during lunch rush. So he hunkered down with the Nectar of the Gods and a cute cat game on his phone to wait out the 2 hours until Izuku was finished. He had just really zoned out to the happy chimes of the train arriving with new friends and the happy jingles of kittens receiving treats when he was jolted out of his game by a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he met the dark blue eyes of Midnight, the woman giving him a soft smile. "Hey kiddo. You waiting on the Grump and the Rockstar?" Hitoshi grins up at her, enjoying the nicknames. "I'm waiting on Izuku actually. He's taking his support practical." Her eyes went from lightly teasing to purely mischievous. Izuku huh?" She purred and Hitoshi suddenly knew he wouldn't like what she was going to say next. "Do you enjoy waiting on pretty green boys? Or perhaps you prefer blondes?" Hitoshi was right. His face flushed red and he absolutely hated that she was able to get a rise out of him that easily. That's none of your business?" That's not a denial," she drawled. "Which means I was right. But about which I wonder. Midoriya. Kaminari." The teen in front of her looked away, trying not to react further. But she seemed to figure him out anyways. "Lala. How lovely. You know Yama and Zoa used to have a third. If you want tips you should ask them, just be delicate about it yeah. They didn't separate from him because they wanted to." With that she gave a little wave and a tada now and was gone from the room before he had any real chance to process that new information. Hitoshi sat in slightly confused silence for a minute before he groaned, downed what was left of his coffee, and went to go and grab another cup. He was going to need brain juice if he was going to have a gay crisis. Izuku was abuzz with leftover nerves as he hopped along beside his taller friend, telling him all about the test he had just finished, describing the theoretical force field projector he had been given to put together. The project a test of every skill and safety rule they had learned that semester, and of the fact that he had actually figured out the coding hiccup that had been keeping the thing from working, and how he had gotten it halfway operable before his 2 hours were up. Hitoshi, for his part, nodded along to the parts he understood, mostly by virtue of spending so much time with geniuses, and hummed encouragement through the things he had no clue about, letting the smaller teen get his nerves out of his system. Once they hopped onto the train, he managed to get Izuku to tone his voice down by lowering his own to a whisper and asking questions. The frenzied hybrid student followed his example by instinct and he latched onto the queries and ran his tangent around in a different direction. And soon enough they were home and collapsing together on the couch. Hitoshi texting Yamada that they had made it home so the man wouldn't be worried while he was giving one gen ed class or another their English test. From there they finally relaxed. The new gaming system booting up so Izuku could give playing the sandbox game a try and Shinso cuddling down with a blanket and one of the keys. Baroness watching them all from the top of the TV stand with pure disdain as befitting her station. Once Izuku finally got tired of trying to beat one particularly ferocious turtle, he sighed and set the controller down. Turning to his friend and smiling fondly at the sight of Rookie snuggled down amongst purple fluff, bright blue eyes staring out at him solemnly, completely unbothered by the quiet snores coming from her cushion. He was really happy he got to live somewhere with cats. He would have never known what he was missing since his mom's old apartment didn't allow pets. With that bittersweet thought, he decided he wanted to show some gratitude to the two heroes who had taken him in. And after a moment of thought, he decided he would make them dinner that night. With his plan in place, he got up quietly to head to the kitchen, going straight for the fridge so he could see what kinds of groceries they had stocked. Eventually, he settled on nikujiga and pulled out the potatoes and veggies to start washing and chopping them, tossing them into a pot with soy sauce, sugar, mirin, and daishur to cook down a bit. adding in some beef as soon as he managed to get it chopped thinly enough and spiced and seared in a skillet. As everything cooked down, he started giving the kitchen a deep clean, figuring he might as well since there were still dishes left from breakfast sitting in the sink. And since those didn't take too long, why not wipe down all of the surfaces? But since he wiped all of the crumbs off the counter and table into the floor, shouldn't he sweep? And if he's sweeping, he might as well mop. By the time he realized that he probably should stop himself before he went through or reorganized the spice rack, it wasn't his kitchen after all. There was only about 10 minutes before the heroes should be home. He checked on the sweet and savory stew and was pleased to find that it had cooked down quite a bit, the potatoes starting to go soft and the onions pretty well see-through. He decided he could add the shirataki soon and grab them from the cabinet, setting them in the counter near the stove so as to be in easy reach. He wandered over to the rice cooker, deciding to make a simple sweet rice for dessert. Setting the rice to cook and getting out the rest of the ingredients, milk, cinnamon, and brown sugar. Mixing them in a bowl to pour over and fluff the rice with when it was finished. Just as he was setting the bowl down, he heard the front door unlock. The greenette smiled at the traditional announcement of "We're home" and called back a welcome before making his way back to the stove. "Wow. Something smells great in here. Are you cooking, kiddo?" The greenette turned to face the entrance to the kitchen with a shy smile. "Yeah. I thought I would make dinner. Was that okay?" Mike beamed at him. "Kiddo, if it tastes half as good as it smells, then it's more than okay." Curls bounced as a head was ducked in shy acceptance before their ward turned back to plop the packaged noodles in the simmering pot, quickly replacing the lid before starting a timer on his phone. It should be done in 15 minutes, but everyone says you should let it cool for at least another 10 so that the veggies soak up more flavor, so. He stops when a hand ruffled his hair, gently bringing his attention back. "Okay, so 30 minutes or so. Awesome. I call first shower show." With that cheerful acceptance, Mike hurried from the room, obviously eager to get the gel out of his hair since he didn't have a patrol that night. His husband just huffed and rolled his eyes fondly before giving his own ruffle to short green curls and heading into the living room. Probably to wake up Shinso. Izuku hummed to himself as he set the table, heating up a kettle of water so he and Yamada could have some tea with their food and setting cups of water by Shinso and Aizawa's spots. By then the rice cooker was chiming and he had to quickly mix the milk mixture in, closing the lid as soon as he was done so that the rice could stay hot and soak up the milk. The kettle beeped to let him know the water was ready, so he snagged 2 mugs down from the cabinet and pulled out some tea bags. Jasmine for Yamada and a basic green tea for himself. He poured the water over them before moving the cups to the table. By that point the noodles were finished, and he sat a cat-shaped trivet in the center of the table and moved the pot over so everyone could serve themselves. The rest of the household seemed to sense that food was theirs for the taking. Yamada ushered the other two into the room at the moment Izuku was done setting things up. The man beaming and singing the smaller teen's praises while the quieter man just ruffled green curls on his way to his seat, earning a blush-tinted smile for the both of them. Hitoshi slumped into his own chair, obviously groggy from his nap, but still seeming eager for the food he had been smelling. He smiled up at Izuku, thanking him when he was past the ladle. And with that, dinner was served. Comfort food with a side of compliments. Yamada made a game of seeing how much he could make his foster son blush with his sincerely sweet words. Once dessert was eaten and leftovers put away, Hitoshi waved the rest of them off, taking the chore of dishes easily. So Izuku was free to go relax. Not before he received no less than 3 thankful hugs from Mike though, which made him giggle even as he made his escape to his workshop. He felt surprisingly light-hearted as he settled in his chair, gearing up for a late night finishing the last of his coding work for the semester. He would have to learn more recipes soon so he could cook for everyone more often. He was surprised by how fulfilled he felt after his little dinner escapade. He had a smile on his face as his fingers started waltzing along the keys, content with his day. They weren't ready. Izuku had theorized that they would change the finals up from what they had discovered to have been more robot fights the year before. Had even gone into a long spiel about the rapid progression of Class 1A after their unplanned encounter with villains at the UFA. But this little surprise had not been on his list of guesses. Oh boy, how he regretted not doing a full calculation of odds now. Hindsight sucked. because now he and Hitoshi were on a bus with All Might of all people, heading to Training Grounds Gamma to go head-to-head with the #1 hero. And whose idea was it to assign him to All Might? What was a Quirkless nobody going to do against a Quirkist powerhouse? But he had to try. If not for himself then for Shinso. The other boy's grade depended on this just as much as Izuku's, and he would not make the boy fail just because he couldn't keep up. So with a deep breath he pulled his travel notebook out of one of his pockets and started planning, tilting the page so the purple teen looking over his shoulder could read as well. A couple of sign suggestions helped the greenette iron out the rough plan quickly. His friend caught a few blatant mistakes in his lines of thought. More practical lessons showing their helpfulness for the brainwash. The smaller boy took his advice in stride, adjusting as needed to give them the best chance of passing. By the time the bus pulled up to their testing area they had no less than 3 backup plans. Plan A was simple though: run, hope the man thought they would try to fight him and instead book it to the exit. Short and sweet. Get the F out. That didn't help their nerves any, of course. It was just their luck that they drew the short straw of being paired with All Might. Surely Kaminari or Todoroki would have been a better choice for him. But no. Someone had decided the 2 least physical students in class needed to go up against the most physical hero in the school. Lovely. But they had been issued the challenge, so they at least had to try. He knew Hitoshi really wanted to go to that camp. Izuku did too, of course. But the purple teen had said something a few days before about how he had never really left the city and was excited to see what the countryside would really be like. So really, there was no way the green-haired teen would go down without a fight, not after such a soft admission during a late-night study session. It only took 5 minutes for the test to set up once the bus dumped them at their site. All Might disappeared into the cityscape, finding a place to start his own part from while the 2 teens stood outside the gate. And then the buzzer sounded and all 3 of them were in motion, watched closely by the rest of the students and teachers in the observation room, save Ciro, Mineta, and Midnight, who were en route to their own test. The 2 Hirastobe ran at the word go, heading straight through the fake city, aiming to cover as much ground as they could before they ran into their teacher/villain. They raced down the main street, managing to cover a little over half of the distance to the other gate before a large gust of wind blew them off their feet and away from each other. Izuku landed with a clang against a guardrail, feeling his ribs protest as his breath was forced out of his lungs. He saw Hitoshi tumbling down the sidewalk opposite him, before the teen was forced to a stop by an unforgiving mail drop box. Both of them had managed to scramble to their feet by the time their opponent appeared from the ether like a terrifying old god, though neither had quite managed to find their breath from where it had been lost. Luckily for them, All Might decided to take that moment to monologue, giving the 2 kids the chance they needed to catch their bearings. After a moment, and a meaningful split-second of eye contact, Hitoshi was raising his voice, trying to distract the hero and catch him with his quirk. And Izuku was slowly easing his way around the pillar standing in the middle of the street, letting his friend take the attention as he did his best to sneak past and away, aiming for victory. Too bad their villain in this exercise was one of the oldest acting pro heroes in the country. Before either knew what was happening, Izuku was flying through the air and straight into Hitoshi, both of them going down in a twisted parody of a bowling ball and pin. Once they managed to untangle themselves, Izuku snatched his partner by the wrist and dragged the both of them into the alleyway beside them, dodging in through a side door of a building and motioning for Hitoshi to keep quiet as they made their way through the empty structure and out a window on the other side. They ran a few more doors down before heading back inside and hunkering down to take a quick breather. Plan B, F, noted. A couple more seconds of rest and then they separate. Izuku headed back through the door they came through while Hitoshi went in search of another exit. The small greenette dodged away from main streets, trying to stick to shadowy side roads and 2 clean alleyways even as he circled out to the east before inevitably headed back towards the exit. He knew his partner would be doing the same to the west. Plan B required them to not get caught together. Unfortunately, it was sooner rather than later that he heard the telltale sound of overpowered punches and Hitoshi trying to talk himself out of a bad situation. And the smaller teen knew that this was his chance. He picked up speed as he ran, forcing his feet down strong against the pavement before turning on the kinetic motors in his boots. He went from a normal sprint to a bouncing run, launching himself forwards. Off of first the sidewalk, and then every semi-flat surface available. Pinging between walls and parking meters and street signs like a demented rabbit. He heard a loud crash a few streets to his left and had to stop himself from going over to check on his friend. Hitoshi was trusting him to get to the exit, so he had to trust Hitoshi to play the part of distraction. The gate was within sight when things went wrong once again. There was another great gust of wind and pressure, and then Izuku was being smacked to the ground mid-jump. He felt the telltale snap of at least one rib as he bounced, only to quickly come to a stop when a limp weight pinned him down against the concrete. He choked out a protesting breath and tried to roll over, only to catch sight of familiar purple fluff. "Well, Tashi." A small groan was his only reply as the lanky teen laid prone on top of him, either out cold or too stunned to move. He heard the too loud voice of All Might going on about something or another nearby and decided to just tune him out. Honestly, he was tempted to turn off his hearing aids so he wouldn't have to even be aware of the undertones of pity and derision layered under whatever the number one hero was saying. He took as deep a breath as he could before starting to wiggle out from underneath his friend, doing his best not to irritate his ribs and other bumps and bruises while also trying to keep from hurting Hitoshi more as well. Once he was able to sit up and get a good look at the other boy, he felt his veins freeze in breathtaking anger. Shinso was indeed out cold. A large gash on his forehead surrounded with rapidly bruising pale skin showed where he had taken a nasty hit, the blood dripping down that side of his face, staining indigo eyelashes an ugly brownish red. Izuku settled the other boy down gently, shifting him from where he was still pinning his legs so that he was laying flat before stripping off his cropped jacket and sliding it under the taller boy's head. With that done, he finally looked up to meet the gaze of the villain standing across from them, green eyes snapping in fury. "Dare!" he snarled, characteristic stutter nowhere to be found. "This is a test. How dare you hurt him that badly? We are students. There is no reason to go so far." He ignored the man's excuses. Statements that this was proof they shouldn't be in the hero course. That he knew the curriculum would be too much for the quirkless and weak-quirked students. He just slid his hand into his pocket and pulled out some of Kuroyama's tiny bombs, tossing them towards the blonde carelessly. Not even checking to see which ones they were before he was rushing after them, Kyokutshoji in hand and sparking dangerously. He swung the weight over-handed at the hero, the glimmering metal blending in with the sparkle of flying red glitter. It was grabbed from the air by a ridiculously large hand, only to be let go with a yelp as All Might remembered the weapon was electrified. The capture foam that had splattered around his feet tripped the large man up a bit as the teen kept going after him, stubbing his weapon with the grace of an angry demon. Green lights sparkling off of the windows around them as Izuku spun into his next strike. The reinforced cord wrapped around an oversized forearm, dealing electrical damage even as the greenette used the anchor point to swing himself around and out of All Might's direct line of sight. Coming around from the hero's left side where he had noticed, he favored his ribs a bit. He himself ignored the pain in his own ribs as he launched forwards into a kick, spinning for momentum. His height served him well in that moment as the panicked blocking arm sailed past his head with an inch to spare. And then his reinforced boot slammed into the number one hero's torso with all of Izuku's 160-odd pounds of weight behind it. The teen noticed a small spray of blood flying from his opponent's lips, but he was already flipping into his next move using the momentum of his foot bouncing back from the statuesque monster before him to twist his body into position. His hands finding the ground before they were launching him up and over onto All Might's shoulders. The cords of his favored weapon held taut between his two hands and slipped easily under his teacher's chin. He heard the satisfying surprised noise as he let his weight hang from All Might's neck like some sort of demented necklace. For a moment he thought he might be able to actually win, but he shouldn't have even entertained the thought. Because within the next second the man was kicking off the ground, sending both of them slamming into a nearby wall. The teen felt something else in his sissy snap as he was crushed between a brick wall and 400 pounds of heroic bullshit. Still, he refused to let go, hanging on for dear life as he was slammed back again and again. After a minute or so, All Might lost his footing and both of them tumbled to the ground. The teen's hand slipped at the unexpected change of elevation and his enemy managed to slip the cord free before yanking the whole thing away from the boy underneath him. There was a second's pause as he caught his breath, glaring at Izuku and pinning the smaller figure down through sheer might of his bulk. The teen saw murder in those eerily glowing eyes. Rage that a quirkless child had managed to give him any kind of trouble. And Izuku knew in that moment that if he didn't end the test soon the teacher might really do something they would all regret. He desperately reached for his belt, trying to get a hold of something to help. Large hands shot out to try and catch his wrists, but both of them froze for a second at the sound of Aizawa's voice. "That's enough." The exclamation caught the two fighters off guard, not expecting to hear the underground hero here. But even as All Might turned his head to look over his shoulder, Izuku clocked the tone, frustrated, angry, and in pain. And suddenly he knew exactly what was going on. Just in time for his fingers to catch on to the exact thing he needed. As the villain pinning the greenette down realized that it wasn't Aizawa who had called out, the battered HFFS clicked snugly into place onto a stupidly huge wrist, sounding the death knell for the test even as the announcement of the teen's victory rang out over the loudspeakers. There was stunned silence in the observation room as Midoriya and Shinso were announced as the winners of their match. 16 teens and several pro heroes stared at the wall of screens, showing the cityscape. It wasn't until the number 1 hero moved to stand from where he had pinned the small green teenager that anyone in the room moved. Yamada and Aizawa dashed through the door into the hall, leading towards the small parking garage used for buses and such for these training areas. Recovery Girl yelled after them to bring the kids back to her temporary field office since it was closer, even as she hurried in the opposite direction to get as much of the needed supplies out as possible, calling for one of her third-year assistants to come over from the main campus as she did. She would need the extra hands. The two men forewent the bus option once in the garage, instead snagging one of the large Rangers sitting off to the side. An all-terrain vehicle vaguely resembling a golf cart in basic shape, but a golf cart on steroids and ready to take on a mountain. It was much faster than a bus, after all, especially on the perfectly flat roads of the campus. Principal Nizu's voice came over. Their earpieces, still turned on and tuned in from their own tests. "Erase her head. All Might has been ordered not to touch the students until you get there. Once you have secured Midoriya and Shinso, let him know I expect to see him in my office post-haste to discuss why he did not stop the exam when ordered." "Will do. Are the kids okay for the moment?" "Yes. I have told them over the loudspeakers to stay put and await your arrival. They are currently sitting together and Midoriya is doing his best to administer first aid with what supplies he had on his person. I'd like to remind you of the larger first aid kits at the gates for when you get there." Mike chimed in at that. "Yes, sir. About 5 minutes. Are the other students taken care of?" "Yes. I had Hound Dog and Snipe take them down to the locker rooms and they will head back to their classroom from there. I will also send Midnight after them when she gets back. They are handled for the moment, so you two just focus on your kids." Neither of them responded to that. It wasn't necessary. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that they would take care of their boys. For minutes and a quick pause to snag a first aid kit later, and Mike was kneeling in front of two battered and exhausted teens. "Hey kiddos. What hurts? Let me see." After a bit of coaxing, Izuku pushed his friend forwards a bit, worrying that the head wound had yet to stop bleeding. It took 3 butterfly stitches and a lot of reassurance that the purple-haired boy wasn't going to die before they could get anything out of the smaller teen about where he himself was hurting. Normally Shinso would have been more help with convincing the other to speak up, but the obvious concussion was making him clam up a bit, struggling with the fear of losing his quirk control. But eventually they got him to admit that a probably broken rib was the worst offender. And deciding that neither kid was going to die immediately, they got the two of them up and onto the Ranger, settling Shinso in the front passenger seat with Yamada since there were handlebars there to help keep the dizzy brainwasher in his seat. Aizawa delivered Nizu's message curtly before hopping into the seat next to the small greenette. He readied himself to catch his charge on the off chance that he slipped, not that it was likely on the well-made roads of campus, of course. Luckily they made it to Recovery Girl without further incident, pulling into the garage and bustling the kids through to the small room set up as a nurse's office as quickly as they could without causing further harm. They were settled onto cots and made as comfortable as possible, Chio immediately starting in on seeing how bad Shinso's concussion was after his bout of unconsciousness during the test. She was midexum when her assistant showed up and took over where Yamada had been dabbing at the cuts Izuku had on his arms. She asked the boy to take off his shirt so she could start looking after his ribs. He untucked his shirt and gingerly pulled it up over his head, drawing a gasp from Yamada and a sympathetic hiss from the third year when he revealed the mottled collection of rapidly darkening bruises across his isi and back. Aizawa just stood and stormed from the room, unstoppable and on a mission. The assistant, who introduced herself as Hikari, poked around with gentle fingers, murmuring apologies for every flinch or wince she caused. Eventually she decided there was no internal bleeding, but that he really needed an X-ray before they could tell how many broken bones he had. Unfortunately, the X-ray machine was in the main infirmary, so that would have to wait for a little bit. Chio was finished looking over Shinso by the time her assistant was finished cleaning and bandaging Midoriya's various cuts and scrapes. The decision to move to the main office was made. The two boys were helped onto a bus and everyone settled in for the short drive. Once they got back to the main campus, things went quickly, proper treatments and examinations taking place, ending with the two teens passed out and sleeping off a quirk-filled embrace. Once she was sure they were resting, she pulled Yamada aside to give him the full rundown on their injuries. Hitoshi had a concussion, dislocated shoulder, and a fractured wrist, along with various cuts and bruises. And Izuku had 2 broken ribs, a broken collarbone and massive deep tissue bruising. She started lining out their care plans. Even with the use of her quirk, both boys would be down for the count for a few days and would need to be cared for. Mike took notes on the blank margins of the papers she had given him. Most of this was stuff he had dealt with before, either after his own injuries or those of his husband and other pro-hero friends. Theirs was a dangerous profession after all. That being said, he really didn't want to do anything wrong when it came to his kids. Once her impromptu lecture was finished, she left her patients in Hikari's care and stomped from the infirmary off in the direction on Nizu's office. Yamada almost felt bad for All Might, but he couldn't really bring himself to care about that particular idiot, so he shrugged it off, instead spending his time helping the third-year dab grit and grime off of his charges with a damp sponge. Nizu glared down his snout at the hero seated in front of his desk. He was doing his best to rein in his emotions, to pull back the instinctual urge to destroy the thing that endangered his young. The man had bullied his way into that matchup, and pushed with the threat of calling the HPSC until he got his way. Nizu had given in, thinking that it would be a good exercise for the boy in thinking outside the box in a tough situation. He would never have dreamed the idiot sitting across from him would have gone so far in the name of a test. So while he fought with himself, All Might got the pleasure of enduring his ire silently. The man himself looked a bit concerned, but also a little confused, which was not helping Nizu think logically. Honestly, if he didn't have to worry about the commission, he would let the man bear the full brunt of his rage. As it was, he was attempting deep breaths, trying to get to where he could speak at a normal volume and cadence. He had almost managed it when Aizawa burst through the door, capture weapon flying, eyes blazing a brilliant gold. An avenging god, or rather, an angry father. The underground hero loomed over the commission's poster boy, demanded in an angry hiss, "Where the F do you get off hurting children like that?" Aizawa, I assure you, all I was doing was trying to challenge them. Shoyuta reared back a bit in shock at the reply before he snapped completely. "Oh, that is not what you were doing. You were beating those 2 boys into the ground. And I want to know why. Why would the #1 hero or any teacher think it would be a good idea to do so much damage to their students during a test of all things?" Away. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "I probably shouldn't have gone quite so far. But I'm so unused to holding back for students who are so much weaker than average. You can't really blame me when I've never had to dial it back so much before." There was a sharp crack as All Might's nose broke, blood gushing like a fountain and splattering across the office as well as Aizawa, where he stood with his fists still raised. "How dare you call them weak?" The furious hero growled out. "Those boys are anything but weak. Both of them have fought tooth and nail for everything they have now. They have shed blood, sweat and tears to even have the chance that those with powerful quirks are handed at BR. They are stronger than any one of their classmates and would most likely win in an even match. So how dare you hurt them just to prove to yourself that your Quirkless views are right? I should strangle you right here and now and take out one more thing that is wrong with this world. Luckily for the large blonde Nizu stepped in before the furious father could make good on his threat. He is right. You have gone too far in pursuit of a personal opinion. And on top of that you have seriously harmed students that you promised to protect when you signed your contract with me. Thus I think I am plenty justified in terminating that contract effective immediately. I will not have someone who I cannot trust around my students on my staff. The larger man sputtered, spitting more BLD onto the beige carpeting and fancy desk in front of him. You what? You can't fire me. I'm still looking for I still need this job. The principal across from him bristled. I can and have fired you, Yagi Toshinori. I do not care about your ulterior motives, especially since you being here has proved detrimental to my charges. You will just have to find another way around your predicament that does not involve UA. Further objections were ignored while Nizu turned to give Shoyuta a look, warning him against further aggression. Power Loader and 13 are both on their way to Izuyagi to the teacher's lounge to collect his personal items and then off of campus. I ask that you stay here so we can discuss what all needs to be done before the training camp. The gloomy hero bit back his irritation, knowing well that the rat was looking out for him. So with an accepting grunt he stepped back and slumped against the wall. Both of them ignored the disgrace of an ex-teacher as he continued to protest his expulsion. It took a while before his escorts showed up, so it was lucky both had experience with keeping silent despite wanting to lash out. Eventually, though, the door opened for Power Loader and 13, and the two of them all but dragged Yagi away. Nizu flipped the TV on his wall on to follow their progress and make sure there were no issues. Once that was set up, he turned to the mess on his desk and floor with a sigh and pulled out the remote for the cleaning bots. Aizawa stepped forwards to help, sorting through the papers on the desk. He did his best to keep the stacks organized as they were while also pulling out all of the bloodied ones that would need to be reprinted later. Thank you, Shitaken. His boss said with a sigh as he wiped down the desktop with a strong disinfectant. No, thank you. If you didn't fire him, Hizashi and I were going to quit. His old mentor accepted the almost ultimatum with a somber nod. I've been looking for a reason to let him go since the commission forced him on us. This was the first thing he really did that was in violation of his contract. Aizawa sighed and slumped down in the other chair, lifting his feet for the robot currently shampooing the carpet. I'll have to move my schedule around a bit after the break so I can take over heroics again. The mammal nodded. Let me know if you need someone to take over one of your ethics classes. The business ethics teacher could probably take one without much issue. They spoke for a few more minutes on what needed to be done to shift classes around to account for a missing staff member, but honestly it didn't take that long since Yagi had only been there for less than half of the school year in the first place. From there, Nizu decided to establish topics to something he had been planning to speak about after the tests were over anyway. By the way, Shitaken, I got an email yesterday from the police department. There were several updates I wanted to make you aware of. The dark-haired hero waved a hand to signal him to continue. Well, first off, Shinso and Hatsum's old middle school has been completely restaffed. But with Aldra they hit a little snag. The courts fined the teachers but didn't insist they be fired or lose their licenses. I have my suspicions as to why. Because the child who was most harmed was Quirkless? Most likely. I will do my best to have them do a retrial, but I am unsure if the results will be any better. He paused there to let them both stew in their hatred for such a corrupt system, before moving on to the next update. There was also an update on Midoriya Inko. It seems that 2 days after her little meeting with Izuku, she transferred from working at the hospital she has been at since before he was born to a tiny clinic across town. It seems her newly revealed partner had also transferred from that hospital to the same clinic around 2 years ago. So they've most likely known each other for more than 2 years. And yet she never mentioned him to Izuku. I've got a bad feeling those two are up to something. Do you have a court date for his custody hearing yet? Not yet. Apparently there was some sort of hold-up. She apparently recently filed some new paperwork and that needed to be gone through before they could set the date. Aizawa sighed and ran his hands down his face in exhaustion. Anything else? No, Shitaken. That is it for today. Now, it seems Recovery Girl is almost here. Most likely to give Yagi a piece of her mind. You should go ahead and leave before she realizes he is gone. The tired pro paled a bit before standing up with a grateful nod. He left the office just before the nurse in question turned the corner of the hall, obviously on a warpath. He stepped out of her way respectfully before hurrying away before she could realize her target had already left the office. Checking in on his little family was much more important than getting chewed out by a terrifying hero healer. In retrospect, they should have expected the mess that was 1A being told to go home after they watched their teacher and the number 1 hero beat the ever-living SHT out of their classmates. As it was Hound Dog and Snipe were unprepared for the viciousness of their reaction to being dismissed. The counselor immediately started running damage control, but by that point the last straw had been laid. Aizawa was called for and reluctantly left the little family he had just reunited with to go and coax his panicking class to calm themselves. When he arrived at the classroom a few minutes later, he wasn't surprised to be able to hear raised voices all the way down the hall. Also unsurprised at the curious faces peeking out of 1B's doors. He ordered them back into their room before he steadied himself and opened the door to his own mess of little monsters. Enough. His exhausted tone cut through the class like a knife. Instantly they quieted, though it wasn't to last. An anxiously trembling Kaminari stepped forwards quickly to confront their teacher. Are Izuku and Hitoshi okay? What the hell happened? Why didn't All Might stop when Nizu told him to through the comms? What's going on? Shoyuta sighed quietly before motioning for the shaking kid to sit down, prompting his other hellspawn to do the same. He ended up surrounded by a half-circle of teenagers ranged around him on all of the closest available surfaces, including the floor. First off, Midoriya and Shinso will be okay. They are currently under observation in the infirmary but are in no immediate danger. Second, All Might admitted that he held a bias against the two students he was paired against and let it cloud his judgment. He is being held accountable for that, and you will all be informed of any information needed about that situation soon. But trust me, Nizu will do what is needed. The principal is very fond of his students. Raise your hands if you have questions. He was unsurprised by the number of hands, but he still groaned internally at the delay in getting back to his husband and kids. Yes, Yaoyorozu. The tall girl shifted a bit where she was sitting primly in a chair. All Might. He has been rude to Midoriya before, and I was wondering, is it because of his quirk status? Right to the crux of the matter. DMN kids are too perceptive really. It might help them as pros, but it would be rough in most other situations. All Might has made it clear to Nizu that he doesn't believe those lacking a quirk, or possessing a weak quirk, are fit to be heroes. He is wrong, and if any of you have similar concerns let me know and I will schedule conference time for us to go and discuss your issues. Should he be outright telling these students that the number 1 hero is a quirkist piece of SHT? Probably not. But again, they were perceptive enough to read between the lines no matter what was said, so did it matter how he told them. A lot of the hands went down with his answer, which was good. Next he called on Kirishima, slightly concerned by the uncharacteristically dark look on the boy's face. His question clued Shoyuta in on what the issue was though. What if we don't want to be taught by someone who is quirkist? Someone who hurt our friends? Aizawa couldn't stop his small sly smile as he remembered All Might's dismissal less than an hour before. He met Red Eyes squarely and confidently assured the boy, "You won't have to worry about that. Trust me." The redhead nodded and a lot of the others visibly relaxed. A few more questions, most of them just the kids being nosy about their missing classmates or trying to dig more into the All Might issue, all fended off with short answers and warnings when they pushed too far. And then Aizawa was making eye contact with the 2 other teachers in the room, raising an eyebrow at Inui in query. The man huffed and nodded. Right, Hellspawn. I need to get going soon. Remember to not talk to anyone about these issues until UA puts out a press release so you don't end up stepping on any toes, alright? Other than that, you are all released. Remember the extra credit essay for ethics is due on Monday if you want to put one in. Also, Hound Dog will be available during his usual office times tomorrow if any of you would like to speak to him about anything. If you need anything else, you have my number. But don't blow up my phone, okay? He got confirmation that they would text him if needed, and no, they wouldn't call him for unimportant things, as well as a few well wishes for the rare 2-day weekend. He finally made his escape. He stopped by the teacher's lounge on his way back to the infirmary, grabbing 2 mugs of coffee and a pile of grading for the wait he and his husband had ahead. Chio was very adamant that they not leave until after Hitoshi woke up so she could check his concussion one more time. So they would most likely be at the school until late afternoon. He should probably ask Hizashi what he wanted to order for dinner that night since he was sure none of them would want to cook. With a hum and a second of thought, he also sent off a text. He knew Hizashi had already let her know what had happened, but he would invite them over so everyone could confirm that the 2 boys would be okay. Izuku sighed from where he was half sprawled with his feet over Hitoshi's lap. His ribs and collarbone ached fiercely even after several hours of accelerated healing. And he was having a lot of trouble getting comfortable, unable to lay on his belly because of the ribs, but too tender from the mass of bruising on his back to really settle for too long. His friend on the other hand had no such qualms. He had simply sat down on the couch and leaned his head back before he was out cold once more. When the greenette's phone timer went off, he nudged the brainwasher with his foot, careful not to jar the arm that was cradled in a sling as he did. After a few more gentle prods, violet eyes flickered open. The smaller teen chuckled lightly. Hey sleepyhead. Just checking in. Can you tell me what year it is? Shinso answered the question easily before settling down a bit further into the couch and passing back out. With a snicker, Izuku left him to it, resetting his timer for an hour and turning the TV on in the name of distracting himself from how sore he was. He had just started in on a How It's Made rerun marathon when Hizashi made a reappearance from upstairs. The man looked a lot more comfortable now, in baggy and worn yellow sweats and a black t-shirt that was at least 2 sizes too big. His hair was pulled back into a mess of a top knot and his eyeliner was almost completely removed, just a few residual smudges around the outer corners. Izuku waved a greeting, not really in the mood to talk. He got a soft smile in return as the English teacher passed by on his way to the love seat where a pile of tests awaiting grading sat on the side table. The next hour passed in a haze of satisfying machines and pen scratches. Just before his timer went off again, Aizawa rounded the dividing wall to the kitchen. He got their attention softly. Any idea what you all want for dinner? Izuku muted the TV and hummed to himself. Before signing, Toshi really liked that place down the road with the curry rice. Does that sound good? Yeah kid, that's fine with me. Why don't you go ahead and wake Hitoshi up to make sure that's what he wants while I grab the menu from the drawer. The man disappeared back into the kitchen while his charge got to work, sitting himself up slowly and waking up the other teen. By the time he successfully succeeded in getting Hitoshi up, the adults were already huddled together on the love seat looking over the paper takeout menu and debating options. It took another minute or so before he was able to get his friend to comprehend words and he was able to ask if he wanted the curry rice. At the groggy nod, he smiled and signed the request to Yamada, who was dialing the restaurant. It took 30 minutes, but eventually they all sat around the table and dug into the various types of comfort food they had ordered. Izuku dug into his plate of gyoza, realizing that he was famished after a long day of fighting and healing. There wasn't too much conversation until the food was almost gone, all of them too tired to really be up for chatting. But as Izuku bit into his last dumpling, Aizawa sighed and spoke up. All Might has been fired from his position at UA. Dark eyes carefully watched for the reactions from the 2 boys, studying them to make sure they didn't take the announcement wrong. At first both teens had just frozen. And then Izuku was slowly lowering his food back to his plate, a look of shocked consternation on his face. He glanced over at Hitoshi uncertainly, obviously looking for a cue on how he should feel. Unfortunately, the other boy was a blank slate, seemingly stuck in his own world as he processed. So he was stuck trying to work through it on his own. His mind raced as he went through several different repercussions from the new situation. The one that stuck out most to him was that All Might would seek retribution for his termination. He felt his anxiety rise as ways that the HPSC or the hero himself could cause problems played through his brain. He blinked and finched as Yamada seemed to materialize crouched in front of him. Hey kiddo. Wanna share what's going on in that bright little brain of yours? Izuku blinked again, feeling like he was floating in his stress even as his eyes started to mist over. I'm too sorry. He's going to cause trouble for UA and IIT's all in my fault. If I had been stronger or had a cookwork then thighs wouldn't be a problem. Oh kiddo. Mike started before he was cut off by his husband. No Izuku. Aizawa started, his voice stern but kind, booking no argument but understanding why the teen felt the way he did. None of this was your fault. Even the kids in 1A who have physical quirks would have had trouble if that idiot had come at them with that level of aggression. What happened today was neither of your faults. It was the culmination of Quirkless society letting that but have his way too often. And if he decides to complain about his termination, I will happily fight him and break his nose again. He is not getting near any of you kids ever again if I can help it. Izuku's breathing hitches once, twice, and then the tears broke free. It was really awful. He admitted as he was scooped out of his chair and into Yamada's lap, soon joined by a shaking Hitoshi who had finally unfrozen. When he used Tashi to hit Madame I thou thought we were both going to die. His purple companion hugged him from behind gently, careful of bruises and still twinging ribs. I'm sorry Izuku. I should have been stronger, smarter. He caught me and used me to hurt you. He trailed off with a sniffle of his own as there was a knock on the door. Aizawa murmured about getting it and stood to do just that. There were a few minutes of quiet voices at the door before the sound of running feet made both boys flinch, only to relax at the loud and familiar sound of Mei's voice as she ran into the kitchen and slid on her knees into the hug, buzzing with questions and rambled demands. It took a while to calm her down enough for them to actually tell her what exactly happened and then a while longer to calm down a furious Mia. But eventually the adults let the teens retreat into Izuku's workshop while they talked over tea. An hour later when they heard a small explosion and cackled laughter they smiled to themselves. The boys would be fine. It might take a few more rounds of reassurances and maybe a few hugs, but this probably wouldn't hurt them long term. Monday was the day they received their results. To the relief of many, most of the exams were passed. Kaminari in particular was ecstatic with his results on his biology and algebra tests. As soon as he was handed back his papers he was out of his seat and sprinting at Izuku for a hug, completely ignoring Aizawa's annoyed drawl to sit back down. Izuku himself passed with flying colors. Hitoshi's scores following not too far behind. And most of their main lunch group also did really well. The only tests that had been failed were a few of the hero practicals. And Aizawa let those students know that while he would let them come to the camp he would be giving them extra work. The threat didn't dampen their celebrations for long. When lunch rolled around it found almost all of 1A and half of the first-year support course gathered around 3 tables, most of the teens standing and moving around as they celebrated and compared grades. Mei was bouncing in place, jerking Izuku around by his arm as she did so, babbling his ear off about how Kaminari had really helped her boost her English grade and how she was excited for dinner that night. The plans being that if they all passed then the Hatsums would meet the Yamazawa household at a nice restaurant in celebration. Mia had picked the place. Apparently she had only been able to afford to go once before and the food was to die for. And Izuku knew the woman was almost always right about food. The greenette hummed in response to her enthusiasm and guided her a bit closer to the table, smiling as he caught sight of Shinso and Todoroki coming back with food for Mei, Denki, and him. The 2 quieter males of the group once again making sure their more easily distracted friends were taken care of. They would make great heroes. Mei was tricked into sitting by turning her chair around so she could straddle it and then his arm was switched for her chopsticks. And soon their group were sitting down, chatting with the still 2 excitable teens who were milling around them. Congratulations and gentle teasing filled the air and Izuku was just happy to be able to bask in the school-related chaos without fear for once. He settled in to eat with a smile as he discussed the finer points of Yairosa's biology test, the boy explaining some of the facts and concepts she mixed up or got wrong. Izuku stared up at the entrance to the mall with trepidation. Somehow he, Hitoshi, and several of the support kids had been convinced to participate in 1A's class trip. The greenette hated malls, but Kaminari's hopeful look when the others had asked them to join had made it impossible to say no. He would just have to ask the others to use his money to pay for whatever he wanted to buy. It would be embarrassing to be refused service in front of such a large group. Luckily the boys plus May almost immediately walked over to a rapidly growing group of teenagers almost as soon as they stepped through the main doors. Uraraka called out to them in her unbelievably chipper way. They were 3 of the last to arrive, followed soon after by the few remaining stragglers as everyone discussed how to break up into groups so everyone could go to the stores they needed. Izuku ended up in a group with Kaminari, Kirishima, and Azui. All of them needed some sort of clothing items, so they were headed to make a round of some of the clothing stores until they found what was needed. They made it through 3 shops before Izuku found what he needed. A black undershirt with sleeves. Almost as nice as the one he lost during the sports festival. A quick try-on proved it fit well, snug to the skin but not tight enough to restrict movement. He grinned to himself and snagged the money from his wallet, walking over to Kaminari. "Hey Denki." His friend turned to look at him with the normal peppy smile. "Hey man, what's up?" The smaller boy fidgeted a bit before holding out the shirt and cash. "Don't you mind paying for this for me?" The other boy gave him a slightly confused look but agreed easily enough. And Izuku followed him around while the electric teen looked for a new pair of shorts. Eventually Kaminari gave up on finding any he liked in that particular store and they walked up to the counter to pay for the shirt. Izuku hung back a bit, trying to not draw attention to himself. Unfortunately, it seemed like the store attendant had noticed the greenette handing off the money and shirt. She glared at the 2 boys and demanded to see their IDs. With a sigh Izuku stepped forwards and pulled his free, knowing the barked order was for him and that she could care less about Denki. He set it on the counter and drew his hand back quickly, knowing that leaving an anchor point like that too close to a possible threat wasn't a good idea. The attendant only glanced over the small bit of plastic before she was clicking her tongue in disgust. "Thought so. We don't serve null." Izuku internally winces at the slur and mourns the loss of the nice shirt. But before he could de-escalate the situation his friend was stepping forwards with a frown. "I don't appreciate you calling my friend a slur. And I'm the one buying the DMN shirt, so if you'd let me pay we'd love to leave." "Deki, don't go lying to me. I saw him give you the money. And this store reserves the right to refuse service." The argument was loud enough to attract the attention of the other customers, including their classmates. And Izuku's skin prickled at the attention. "Denki, leave it. Let's just go, okay?" He tried to pull the blonde towards the door to no avail. Yelping a bit as sparks started to fly as the other teen continued to argue about discrimination. That seemed to be the last thing needed for the rest of his group to step forwards, obviously trying to figure out exactly what had angered the normally sunny boy so fiercely. Azui stood herself between Denki and the sneering lady while Kirishima grabbed a hold of the blonde, wrapping a quirk-hardened arm around his shoulders while he spit and sparked and yelled in ever-growing fury. Izuku turned to the redhead and asked him to bring Kaminari outside before they got into trouble. Once the struggling duo had made it almost through the door, he turned to pick up his ID. Flinching with the lady's parting sally of, "That's right, nulls and their friends aren't welcome here. If I see you again I'll call the cops." He nodded and turned to go, coming face to face with a wide-eyed Azui. He averted his gaze, wishing he could banish the mortified flush he feels across his face. "Come on. We need to go." He mutters to her before leading the way out. They find the other 2 boys sitting on a bench nearby, Denki still agitated and speaking quickly to Kirishima, though thankfully he had stopped yelling. When the 2 green-haired teens walked up the blonde stood abruptly, causing Izuku to flinch back a bit. Kaminari froze at the movement, realizing that he had scared his small friend and immediately feeling awful. So he took a moment to breathe, determined to not do it again. After a few seconds pause green eyes peered up through messy curly fringe and the human generator gave him an apologetic look and opened his arms in an invitation. Once the smaller teen accepted the hug he knew it was time to apologize and wasted no time. "I'm sorry Izuku. But that lady was so out of line. Calling you a slur and refusing you service was wrong and I just reacted. I didn't mean to upset you." He waited in suspense for a moment while he held his friend, holding his breath and praying that he would be forgiven for making a scene and causing the other boy distress. He was rewarded when Izuku finally fully looked up at him with a wobbly smile. "I know IIT's wrong, but it's leg legal and more trouble than it's worth to fight it." that made his classmates deflate a bit. Sadness at him accepting that kind of situation taking over. The freckled teen sighed and decided to change the topic. Come on. I'm thirsty. Let's go find something to drink. They ended up near a bar stuck sitting at the small fountain as they sipped at their drinks. They had just started to relax, chatting about predictions for what kind of training they would be doing at camp when another group of their peers stumbled upon them. It was the group of mostly girls, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Todoroki that found them there. They converged on Izuku's group with smiles and chatters of finding a really cool music shop. Izuku smiled and nodded politely as Yaoyorozu told him about Jairu introducing her to classic rock and how she was excited to do more research into the subject when she got home. They were all caught off guard when a stranger in a hoodie threw his arm around Izuku's shoulders, exclaiming in excitement about UA students. Their surprise quickly turned to horror when a pale hand latched onto a freckled neck and a familiar and terrifying face was revealed peeking out from under a dark hood. Shigaraki stepped back with a tut as Yaoyorozu made to move, half dragging his hostage off the bench. The small teen choking and forced to stand and arch his back to keep from adding too much strain on his airways. None of that breath. If you try anything I can kill your friend here and maybe 20 others before you could stop me. So stay sitting and we will have a little chat. I do love informative cut scenes. He waited for a minute, staring down the petrified teens, waiting to see if they would try him. None of them moved and he took that as a good enough answer. He scratched idly at his neck as he hummed to himself in thought before glancing down at the boy in his grip. Tell me, hero brat. What is so different between Stain and I? Hell, what is so different between you and I? You shattered my arm and killed my Nomu the last time we met after all. Why is that different from me killing what I don't like? Jairu opens her mouth to speak, a sarcastic remark obviously ready to fly. But Yamamo quickly stopped her, hand grasping hand. The taller girl terrified of making the situation worse. Izuku took as deep of a breath as he could with the pressure slowly tightening around his windpipe. He realized suddenly that he would need to take charge of things. Shigaraki was obviously fixated on him and the others were floundering. If he didn't try and de-escalate things they could get worse far too quickly. He wrangled his voice into SBMSN, ignoring the high-pitched sound ringing through his head and managing to stutter out a response to the aggressive question. To think the difference is ein intentions. Like St. Stain killed for an ideal. Anin he made that hat ideal known. And I killed to protect others. And others understand that. But no one knows or understands your intentions. There was a low growl from the man behind him and the greenette flinched as the hand around his neck tightened even more. My intention is to kill all might. Yais. We not know the what. But we don't know the why. There was a brief pause before the hand keeping the smallest boy in place tightened brutally. A look at the face of the man holding him captive revealed a terrifyingly sadistic grin. Izuku gagged as his airway was almost completely restricted. In a panic his hand inched up as if to try and pry paper dry fingers free even though he knew that move would most likely end up with a pinky dropping into pace and his own untimely death. But at this rate he might die either way. Before he was forced to make the choice though a familiar voice rang out, anger dripping from quirk-laced words. Hey you! The F do you think you're doing? Shigaraki's responding snapped reply cut off after the first syllable, eyes going blank and grin fully dropping into absent neutrality. And when the order came the man gently released his hostage with no hesitation. As soon as deadly fingers were clear Izuku was caught by Kaminari who lurched forwards to support him, off balance and fighting to catch his breath as he was. The electric boy all but carried his friend a few feet free of the danger zone and helped him sit on one of the benches. Todoroki then stepped up to offer a small chunk of ice wrapped in a few paper napkins, guiding freckled fingers around the parcel and then lifting them to hold against the rapidly darkening bruising. Both boys obviously shifted to block a hazy green gaze from viewing the villain even as they listened to Shinso grill the others about what had happened and Ajui's calm explanation to the police on the phone. Eventually the smaller boy managed to get his breathing somewhat under control, though it still rasped painfully. And he slumped further as exhaustion quickly fought through the adrenaline. The two who were watching him shared a concerned look as the obvious vacancy steadily thickened, recognizing the beginnings of shock. Kaminari grimaced a bit before forcing a small smile and crouching down to be level with Cloudy Green. Once his friend's eyes drifted over to meet his, he started talking about his mom's, his favorite drink, anything innocent he could pull out of his, but really doing his damnedest to keep the other teen as present as possible. Soon the others from Class A and H were grouping up, setting a protective circle around the group and keeping an eye on the disarmed villain in their midst. May in particular with an unknown baby out and pointed towards the man. It wasn't long after they all made it to the group when there was the sound of running feet and a shout of, "Kids!" Most of the shaken teens turned to look for the familiar voice, finding two of their teachers frantically weaving through the crowd. Izawa well in the lead with Mick's distinctive hairstyle showing him following after. Unfortunately their lapse in attention provided an opportunity. Several screams rang out from startled hero students as a familiar black mist sprung up from nowhere. May pulled the trigger on instinct but stopped almost as fast when she clocked that her target was disappearing and that she ran the risk of hitting someone else. The portal closed, vanishing as quickly as it had come. Hitoshi cried out as his connection was forcefully severed by distance, his nose gushing BLD as he all but collapsed to the floor. Kirishima leaping to catch him before his head smashed into the tiled floor. And then their teacher was amongst their mass of panicking and frantic movement, sliding to his knees by the freshly downed boy even as his partner made a beeline for their other kid, crying out in shock at the sight of dark red/purple ringing Izuku's throat. As the men started grilling the more stable of their students on what happened, the police started arriving as well, evacuating the rest of them all. It would be a while before the UA kids were all safely home, but they had at least all made it through, and Aizawa and Yamada were infinitely grateful. So they did their best to calm those who were shaken and help the police gather statements. Even as their two fosters were checked over by paramedics. At least they were all alive. One minor inconvenience of living with their teacher reared its ugly head a week after the mall incident. Aizawa grumbled as he led the way to the drive near UA's gate, the meeting place for the two classes going to the training camp. They saw Vlad walking over from the main building as well. Both teachers nodded to each other and settled to iron out any last-minute details. The two boys were too tired to even try and listen in, dropping duffel bags to the sidewalk before following after their stuff. Once sat on the curb and leaned against each other, Shinso broke out the thermos an amused Yamada had handed him on the way out, noting the 3 small cups screwed onto the top with a snort. Once the two of them had their cups of sweet awake juice, Aizawa whipped his head around and paused his conversation for long enough to come and snag coffee for himself as well, the teens snickering quietly at his coffee senses. It was another 30 minutes before the buses showed up. Parking alongside the curb, the two drivers stepped out to converse with the teachers. Izuku ended up half in Hitoshi's lap by the time Ida and Yaoyorozu were stepping out of a Bentley and thanking the Yaoyorozu chauffeur for the ride, rolling large suitcases behind them. Shinso greeted the new arrivals with a nod, not willing to do much more in case he woke his friend from his doze. The others showed up in 2s and 3s. Shoji and Tokoyami and Sato. Jiro and Mina. Azui and Uraraka. One after the other stepping up to the growing group, Class B gathering on the other side of the teachers in their own drowsy huddle. Kaminari sat down on Izuku's other side when he arrived, rubbing at his eyes and yawning, giving his classmates a sweet smile though not yet awake enough to talk. Todoroki for his part stood nearby, quietly exchanging greetings with Shinso. When the last few stragglers finally walked up, just before the official meeting time, the teachers called for attention, silencing the general hubbub of teen chatter. They announced which bus was for which class. The gleam in Eraserhead's eyes a worrying hint as they did so. Izuku catching it even as he stumbled to slightly numb feet. A glance at Hitoshi proved the other boy had caught it too. There wasn't much they could do about it at this point though, so they loaded up with the rest of their peers, tossing duffel bags into the underbus storage. And if Izuku happened to switch a few weapons out of his costume case and into his carry-on, well, no one saw him, so did it really happen. The drive was long and kind of boring, but Izuku found himself suddenly too wired to sleep. He ended up as a pillow for Kaminari instead, singing back and forth with Hitoshi across the aisle with an occasional question about the meaning of a sign from Shoto in the row in front of them, the heterochromatic boy doing his best to keep up with the conversation. The rest of their classmates chatting or singing or otherwise occupying themselves. The noise got louder the more they woke up and the further out of cell service they got. And eventually even Denki couldn't sleep through it, grumbling and blinking around before flushing in embarrassment over having drooled a bit on Izuku's shoulder. But all he got in return for his stuttered apology was a bright smile and a question meant to drag him into the conversation. 3 hours later, the bus was pulling over at a rest stop. Aizawa telling his hellspawn to unload and stretch for a bit before the rest of the trip. Again, something about the wording seemed off to Izuku and Hitoshi. It had them slipping knives and still new capture weapon into their pockets and under their shirts. Just in case. They would find out how right they were to be nervous in just a few minutes' time, while tumbling down with a landslide, a Cheshire-edged grin following after them. Luckily, or perhaps deliberately on Pixie Bob's part, no one was hurt in the fall. Most had even managed to land upright and ready to move as needed, save a few of their less graceful peers like Mineta and Sato. Izuku cringed as a roar echoed through the trees, heralding the thunderous rush of a giant beast. Those closest to it sprang into action, attacking in a loose approximation of a real formation. Kaminari and Shoto at their head as heavy hitters. An ice spire slashing the attacking monstrosity in half showed it to be made of dirt. Izuku put 2 and 2 together and did his best to come up with a plan. It's Pixie Bob's quirk. Kaminari, fall back, your quirk won't work. Close-ranged fighters up front, long-range behind, and those at a disadvantage guarding the rear. Yaoyorozu, can you make some staves for those whose quirks won't work here? The girl nodded and got to work, handing out staves to several of the less combat-oriented quirk users. Most of them would have no experience with the weapon, but luckily you don't need much training to hit something with a stick. Izuku snagged one for himself, spinning it in a few sharp movements to get a feel for the weight and balance and stepping up to take his place near the front. And so they went, marching forwards quickly through the woods, beating back the giant earth beasts as they appeared but mostly trying to just keep moving. At one point the greenette broke his stave in a block against a swiping foreleg and took a tumble as the blow connected with his belly. But then Kaminari was stepping up from the rear to take his place in the fight. And Jairu and Hagakure stood over him as he found where his breath disappeared to and climbed to his feet. And then the 3 of them slipped back to their own spots as Izuku pulled his 2 knives from beneath his shirt and leaped forwards once more. He was aware of the shouts and warnings from his classmates, and played into their called plans as best as he could, backing up Shoto as the other boy used spires and creeping ice to destroy or slow down their enemies. He heard Hitoshi from behind, barking orders to keep them all coordinated, his voice cutting through the sounds of fighting and forest surprisingly well. Using his fundamental knowledge of his capture weapon to fling the fabric alloy out like an extra long WHP or to tug swiped paws away from intended targets. Yaoyorozu stood near the purple-haired boy doing her best to come up with plans even as she helped the others protect the rear. It was hours before they broke through the trees and into the clearing around the lodge. Almost half of them collapsed into a pile of exhaustion as soon as they realized they made it. Hitoshi stepped forwards to join Izuku and Shoto even as the greenette turned towards the heterochromatic boy in concern, taking in the icy breath and the frost blooming across his tracksuit. Todorokikin, you really need to warm up? Freckled hands snatched up chapped and red fingers and Izuku started doing his best to gently rub the feeling back into them. Hitoshi himself frowned in worry at seeing the shivering and whispered an apology as he stepped up behind the elemental boy and wrapped himself around him back to At the small sound of confusion that brought Hitoshi chuckled. Fire might shock your system right now, so body heat is your best bet. Nearby a blonde heard the comment and whipped his head around from where he was chatting with a slightly battered Kirishima to see what was happening. With a gasp he sprung up from his patch of grass and within a second Kaminari was ducking under Todoroki and Izuku's arms as he plastered himself to the taller boy's front. Shoto sandwich. He cheered happily. They stood for a while, letting their friend warm up a bit as their teacher and the wild pussycats welcomed them and explained how the rest of the day would go. As they talked, Izuku looked around, noticing a small child standing to the side with a grim glower. The teen himself frowned at the glare he received as he locked eyes with the little boy. Once he was sure his friend was warmed up enough to use his fire and their teacher had dismissed them to go drag their belongings from the bus to their assigned room, he wandered over to the child slowly. "Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku. What's your name?" He yelped and stumbled back as a tiny fist lashed out towards his crotch, dodging back in a way far enough for the blow to miss luckily. Mandalay turned towards the sound and took in the scene. "Koda, don't attack our guests." The boy clicked his tongue and turned to trudge off into the trees. Whatever." Izuku watched him go in concern, standing there until Hitoshi called him over to help with the bags. They had missed lunch, so most of Class A did their best to tide themselves over with hidden snacks that were shared around as they set up their living area for the week. They had about 2 hours to kill before dinner, so after their sleeping bags were rolled out and shower things separated to be grabbed after dinner, they broke into smaller groups to go and explore. Izuku ended up with Hitoshi and Azui, walking through the lodge to familiarize themselves with where everything was. They ran into a group of Class B in the lounge area watching the news. Hitoshi was just going to nod a greeting before moving on to continue their wanderings, but a snide whisper caught his attention. "Oh, look who it is, 1A's villain, ugly girl, and freak." The pale boy froze, slowly turning towards the speaker. "Monoma. Of course." The blonde boy was looking far too smug, smirking over to meet a furious purple gaze. But before Shinso could fully react, his smaller green counterpart was stomping forwards to grab a handful of ridiculously expensive cardigan. "You want to say that again?" Izuku hissed. "I had my hearing aids turned down, so I don't think I heard you correctly. Because I'm sure you didn't just call Toshi a villain. And I'm extra sure you didn't call Tsukin ugly." Instead of backing off, the copycat doubled down. "What are you gonna do about it, freak? Use your quirk on me." Instead of giving the other teen the reaction he had wanted, lurching back hurt and cowering, Izuku leaned in. His free hand dragged a cord-trailing blade from somewhere beneath his shirt. The hooked green blade came to rest in the divot between collarbones, still warm from its hiding place. The blonde paled rapidly at the feeling of a sharp point against skin. "I don't need a quirk, Monoma," the greenette stated simply. Matter of fact and sure of himself. Everyone else in the room stood frozen, watching the two boys, but unsure of how to stop the train wreck happening before them. The long minute of pause is broken by a rough cough from the doorway. Several heads whipping around to see Eraserhead standing there with his arms crossed, frowning even as Azui peered around her teacher to see what had happened while she was racing off for help. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't waver from where his green gaze was locked on icy blue. The man sighed in exasperation at his foster son's antics, already sure he had a good reason for pulling a weapon on a fellow student. "Problem child. Knife down, please." His response was a huff. A bit rude for the normally sweet and polite child, but the knife did lower away from pale skin, so Shoyuta counted it as a win. Even though the blade hadn't yet been resheathed, still held in freckled fingers ready for use. But the hero would take what he could get, unwilling to push his foster son too far too fast when he still needed to find out what exactly had set him off. "Someone want to tell me what happened here?" A few of the teens around them shared glances, but it was Monoma who drew himself up in indignant fury. "He attacked me. All I did was point out a few issues and he jumped me like an animal. I knew he was less evolved, but this is ridiculous." Shoyuta flinched a bit at the last comment, caught off guard at the blatant discrimination from a hero student. And in his surprise, he wasn't fast enough in replying. Hitoshi responded first. "He's the animal. Have you heard yourself, you pompous F? Always snapping and growling at us for no dim reason like AF Chihuahua." The blonde Class B student was already gearing up a reply, but Shoyuta wasn't about to let things get worse. "Enough. Azui, go and get Vlad. Monoma, what exactly did you say to set them off?" The blue-eyed brat only glared up at him, obviously unwilling to say. Kendo stepped forwards uncertainly. Since Monoma didn't really mean it, so please," a gold-tinted glare cut the girl off. He knew the president of Class B was soft-hearted and in particular seemed soft on her more unhinged classmate. But he wasn't going to take a proxy apology for something the boy wouldn't even repeat. "Oh, Monoma, what did you say?" He put weight behind the words, the slight glow of his barely restrained quirk adding a bit of extra pressure. Finally the teen relented, grumbling that he just called them what they were, and after another minute of glare admitting exactly what he said. It was bad, enough that Sho Yuta would have to talk to the other teacher about sending the boy home. But now that he had the answer from the source, he turned to the rest of the room. Right? Class B. Back to your rooms for now. Snag any of your own class you see on your way and I'll have someone come fetch you for dinner. He turned towards his foster sons. You two and Azui should wait in here for when I get back, okay? He received nodded affirmatives right as Vlad and Azui walked through the open doorway. After that it was a bustle of movement as the Class B students fled the room and Aizawa gave a basic overview on what had happened. They then led the two remaining Class B kids away to the kitchen where no one but the PP cats should be at the moment to have a talk and decide what to do with the blatantly bigoted hero student. He would return to his kids as soon as he could to make sure they were okay. By the time Aizawa returned, the three teens had been joined by several of their peers. A small group of hero students gathered on the couches watching a movie and trying to help their obviously upset classmates calm down. The man sighed at the scene. Already exhausted, and it wasn't even the first full day of the training camp. With a grumble, he made his way over to the group, scooping up the remote from its place on the coffee table so he could pause their movie while he talked. He then settled onto the table himself, facing the small group of three teens in the center of the huddle. He met each of their eyes individually, making sure they really were okay for himself. After he settled that bit of protective rage that was trying to seep into the air, he got on with letting them know how things would go down. All right, kids. For now Monoma is on probation. We would have sent him home, but honestly that would be a headache and a half. So instead he is to be escorted at all times by a teacher or one of the PP cats. He will not be participating in any of the fun activities planned for the week. And once school starts back up he will be watched closely. If anything like this happens again, he will either be kicked to Gen Ed or expelled completely depending on the severity of what he does. I would have expelled him today, but Vlad honestly thinks with some therapy we can help him. So he is getting one chance to redeem himself. That being said, if any of you are uncomfortable with him being around in any way, shape, or form, let me know and I will remove him from the general area. Or request the bus drivers to take him home. He quieted then, letting all of the teens, but especially the tree in front of him, absorb the information he had just given them. After a moment he was rewarded by hesitant agreements from his foster sons as well as a stoic nod from Azui. With that he stood, letting them know he would be in the mess hall if he was needed, and wandered away to let them continue the movie. He had some paperwork to start on. Dinner had been delicious. The PP cats had prepared a large spread of fried rice and simple meat dishes. Things that made it easy to set platters in the center of the long tables of the mess hall so the starving teens could serve themselves. They did warn the kids that from then on all of the meals would be prepared by the students. Breakfast and lunch made by a rotation of 10 kids from each class at a time, and dinner a large group effort. They were hoping to instill some practical kitchen skills into the kids by the end of the week. But now that their surroundings were explored and their meal was eaten, the kids were all excited to hit the hot springs. Especially Class A, tired and sore after their ordeal. They had been looking forward to a soak since they reached the lodge. It wasn't until they were filing into the small locker area outside of the utilitarian shower area that Izuku realized just how little privacy there was in an onsen. He hesitated by the cubby he had ended up by, listening as the other boys chatted around him, staring blankly at the wall as his panic screamed through him quietly. He hadn't decided on what to do before a hand on his shoulder dragged him back into his surroundings. Most of the others had already started to trickle into the shower room, settling down on the stools to rinse themselves off. He turned his head to find Hitoshi, frowning slightly, violet eyes showing his concern. And of course the other boy was able to cut right through to the problem. Aizu, if you're uncomfortable, I'm sure Aizawa will let you come back and shower later. But if we want to be heroes, we all need to get used to scars eventually. And if anyone tries to judge you for yours, I can always brainwash them into doing something embarrassing, so we have blackmail on them. Kinda strong to talk as a HT when someone can ruin your social standing. The greenette snorted, touched that Hitoshi would even offer to use the quirk he hated so much in such a way. Moreover, he knew the other teen was right. He couldn't hide his scars forever. There wouldn't always be a private changing stall or a separate room ready for him on site. And the profession they were all aiming for was notoriously dangerous. Scars were a part of that. With a deep breath he made up his mind, stripping off his overshirt and shoving it into his laundry bag. His friend clapped him on the shoulder once more before wandering off to finish getting himself undressed. By the time the greenette had stripped, towel slung around his waist, the rest of the boys, sans Shinso, were already pretty much finished washing themselves and had moved on to the much-awaited soak. He spent the next few minutes gathering up his courage even as Hitoshi leaned against the wall nearby, waiting on him. Eventually, though, he felt as ready as he could be, so he rinsed off the last of the suds and stepped over to join the taller boy. They stepped out into the yard together, surveyed the scene of 2 classes worth of teenaged boys winding down for the evening. They contained chaos of small splashes and teasing. They made their way towards the far side of the hot spring where their quieter classmates having settled there together. They had almost made it when a low whistle stopped them in their tracks. The boy with the rotation quirk from Class B was sitting on a rock and leaning back into their path. "Brew, what the F happened to you? Did you get hit by a truck or something?" Izuku flinched back, feeling self-conscious and uncomfortable as the comment and the loud volume dragged everyone's attention towards his exposed torso. Hitoshi stepped in front of him to at least block him from Sen's overly intrigued gaze. The greenette couldn't see it, but the glare his friend gave to other boy was practically lethal. His hissing, "That's none of your dimmin' business," half feral with irritation that all of his reassurances about scars was about to go down the drain. The excuse-ridden reply from Sen was cut off by a lecturing Ida as the robotic boy waded over. Arm SWNGNG as he went into full liqueur mode. Shinso snagged Izuku's hand, turning to make sure his friend was okay, only for his eyes to lock onto something over the greenette's shoulder. He smirked and stepped to the side, making the shorter boy turn to see who he was looking at. He immediately felt concern, his own insecurities forgotten about when he saw how flushed Kaminari was. "Denki?" he asked lowly, stepping closer to where the blonde was sitting. "Are you okay? You aren't overheating, are you?" He leaned in a little to make sure the other teen was okay, hands on his knees as he checked the other over. Unbeknownst to the freckled and scarred boy, Hitoshi was stood back and to the side, arms crossed and grinning sadistically. When golden eyes flickered over to meet indigo, he licked his lips slowly, a teasing air to his stance even as he made the visual suggestion. With a whimper, the blonde's hand hurried up to stem a nosebleed before he made a hurried escape, begging off help as he all but ran away. Hitoshi chuckled before snagging Izuku's arm to keep him from rushing after their flustered classmate. "Leave him be, Aizu. Let him cool off ya." With that, he all but dragged the other back towards their initial objective, ignoring the slumped form of the 1B student where he was still being lectured, now joined by a few of his own classmates as they either tried to calm Ida down or put their own 2 cents in. With a sigh, the purple-themed teen stepped into the water next to where Todoroki was leaning back against the edge of the pool, eyes closed until he felt the water shift. Heterochromatic eyes blinked open, peering up at where the 2 newcomers stood over him. He nodded in greeting, eyes taking in details quickly before he caught himself and pointedly looked away. Hitoshi couldn't tell if the slight pink of his cheeks was from the water or embarrassment, but he liked to think he was being appreciated in turn, because he 100% had checked the other boy out as he showered off earlier. After a minute of tense uncertainty, his stress coming back as the distraction of Kaminari fully dissipated, Izuku joined them, quickly sinking up to his chin in the steam, an obvious attempt to hide from the occasional curious glance still thrown their way. Hitoshi made a note to sic Aizawa on them about their rudeness later. Eventually, though, most of them decided they didn't feel like bringing it up again and focused back in on whatever shenanigans they had been pulling before. If a feral purple glare helped them along with that decision, none of them dared say anything about it. And bit by bit, Hitoshi was rewarded for his efforts by Izuku slowly relaxing at his side. He started chatting with Shoto, talking about possible team-up moves and signing along for Izuku so the other boy could add a comment if he wanted. Well aware that the greenette had removed his aids for comfort. Just because he had made them waterproof did not mean he liked the feeling of them when they got wet. And while the smaller teen was adept enough at lip reading, following along with signs was much easier for him. And indeed after a while the small freckled teen just couldn't resist jumping in with a comment about how their planned move would be better if the both of them had retractable ice skates built into their boots. If they could get used to the feel of using the capture weapon and ice to speed up their combos, it would be a brilliant addition. Hitoshi groaned internally at the thought of having to master yet another skill. But he knew that getting along with Shoto meant they would probably be working with him in the future. So learning how to deal with his winter wonderland was a must. After about an hour the three of them climbed from the water, muscles feeling better even as their skin looked like so much dried prunes. They made it back to the lockers and dried off efficiently, still chatting about whether enlisting a professional skater to teach them would be a benefit or not. By the time they were dressed and back to the room assigned to the Class A boys, Izuku looked a lot better. Less stressed and like he was more than ready for bed. Yawning every other minute or so. With a grin the purple teen dragged him over to where they had set up their futons in the corner. Joined shortly by their bed neighbors as the rest of their number trickled in from the baths or last-minute toilet runs. It took a while for things to quiet down, even after Ida hit the lights with a stern reminder of their early morning. Both Shoto and Hitoshi grew envious as Izuku once again took out his hearing aids, thus quieting their more rambunctious classmates and leaving them to deal with Kaminari and Siro's unruly debate about video game genres. But eventually even the more energetic boys lost the fight with sleep. A long day of traveling and a several miles long hike combining with a full belly and a nice bath and taking their toll. The first full day at camp started with a bang. Literally. The 20 students chosen from each class for breakfast duty accidentally knocked over the refrigerator somehow, and the loud noise woke everyone who was still in bed with a slew of startled curses. The chaperones all raced for the kitchen to make sure no one was dead, followed by the rest of the students as they all disentangled themselves from their sleeping bags and other bedding. The scene in the mess hall was chaos as a frantic Kirishima tried to lift the appliance back into place with the help of Yanagi. And a bewildered manga tried to herd an angry Kamakiri away from an obviously spooked Kaminari. Most of the rest of the students stood back, against the cabinets or in the main area of the mess in the name of staying out of the way. The exception being Shinso, who nudged a stressing Izuku towards Shoto as he slipped into the room to check on Kaminari. If he inadvertently placed his back as another barrier between the blonde and the irate Kamakiri, well, no one could say. Eventually the teachers got the story of what happened from Yaoyorozu. The spider that had made Denki scream was guided outside. And the fridge that had been yanked to the floor by a startled Tetsu was righted. Once the damage to the grocery was assessed, most of the teens not on cooking duty wandered back to their rooms to either grab a few more seconds of sleep or to start getting ready for the day. By the time they had all filtered back in, breakfast was set up buffet style on the counters, cereals and milk along with options of eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, and an array of cut fruits. They all went through one by one to grab what they wanted, joined a few minutes after the last person went through the line by Kuwaro and Kodai once they finished the dishes. Soon food was devoured and the kids were herded to the clearing outside for the first day of training. All of them gathered around the adults as the homeroom teachers gave safety lectures before they were split up into 6 groups and herded to different areas where Pixie Bob and the other PP cats had set up specialized terrain or equipment for each individual student. Izuku ended up standing on padded mats a bit away from the rest of the group. Hagakure, Shinso, Ojiro, and several of Class B with him. Tiger stood in front of them with a grin, arms crossed and something like sadistic glee in his eyes. Those of you who have me today are the ones with less physical quirks, or quirks that are only marginally helpful in a fight. Today we are going to focus on how you fight Quirkless. Take Midoriya and Ojiro here for example. Both of them have several years of martial arts training and their styles show that. I want to try and get the read of you closer to their level. And as for you too, Midoriya, I saw that you've had at least some tumbling training. I want you to focus more on integrating that with your style. I've seen you use a few flips and such in the recorded matches, but now I want you to get creative. Try adding in other skills. Mix it up. Handsprings, cartwheels, rollovers. Anything in your back pocket that you've never tried in a fight, now is the time. And Ojiro, you're too rigid. You are not used to sparring with people who use different arts. And that's okay. You have a good starting point, but now is the time to branch out. So for today you're going to be Midoriya's target as he goes wild. Neither of you pull your punches. It's time to duke it out and reach for the stars. And as for the rest of you, now his grin turned positively feral. Well, you're up against me for the day. By the time they broke for lunch, all of the kids in Tiger's group had at least 3 bruises and an embarrassing story to never tell. Izuku refused to even think about how he had accidentally misjudged a jump and pretty much teabagged poor Ojiro. And the blonde was nice enough to agree to never mention it again. In exchange for Izuku never talking about his own mishaps, of course. Mutually assured destruction was a good way to keep things hush-hush. Izuku had been assigned lunch duty that day too, so he wasn't even able to take a break before he was shoved into the assembly line for sandwiches that Ida had organized. He was tasked with chopping and then adding the veggies to a large platter so everyone could add what they wanted to their sandwiches. He was glad he had some experience with cooking because watching Ida try and cut onions was actually painful. And if he was just as slow as the taller boy, the veggies would never be done. By the time the platters of half-made sandwiches were done, everyone was starving. The piles of meat and bread didn't stand a chance as they were swarmed by a small army of teenagers. The adults, wisely, made their own sandwiches in the kitchen, not even attempting to get in between the kids and the food. Soon enough, though, they were being herded back outside and regrouped. This time with different instructors as they were coached through a new set of drills or training exercises. Izuku was actually sent inside once all of his yearmates were settled. Ragdoll took him to an office with a large computer setup. Apparently it was their control point for any rescue operations in the area. But it was also the only computer set up to receive any signal this far out in the middle of nowhere. Ragdoll quickly set up a call, explaining that every afternoon he would be getting lessons from either Nizu or someone of the rats' choosing. Apparently he should expect to be surprised by some of his guest teachers. It took a few minutes of securing the line and a whole slew of passwords, but then they were being patched into Nizu and Ragdoll left them to their lesson, which was an entire lecture series on dissecting quirks that seemed to defy the laws of physics and paring them down into something that actually makes sense. Needless to say, Izuku had a blast for 4 straight hours. The process of making dinner was an experience for everyone involved. Most of the teens had minimal kitchen skills at best, and some of them were active disasters when within 5 feet of a knife or fire. So deciding tasks was a skill in and of itself. Izuku once again ended up chopping veg, coaching some others who had never done the task before, but who were not likely to hurt themselves, through the process. Once everyone had gotten the hang of things, he allowed himself a moment to people watch, huffing out a laugh at a very bemused-looking Todoroki who was being dragged around by Mina so he could light the fires for the outdoor cooking area. The curry came together relatively quickly. It was a bit messy, not all of the vegetables had been cut evenly, and the roux had been a bit bland in the name of saving the kids who couldn't handle spice. But it was palatable, and Izuku found himself enjoying sitting down to eat outside with his friends. But he was only halfway through his plate when he noticed movement from the treeline. He turned to look, finding Kota slipping away into the woods. With a frown, he shoved one last large bite of his food into his mouth before standing and excusing himself, waving off Hitoshi's questions. He made a second plate and hurried off in the direction he had seen the little one go. Finding a well-worn path half hidden in the bush, he followed it quietly, looking around at the darkened trees and wondering where the track led to. He found out soon enough. After following the path up a sharply rising series of rocks, he came out onto a little ledge in front of a shallow cave. Kota was sitting with his back to the rock face, staring out over the edge of the cliff forlornly. Izuku frowned to himself for a moment before announcing his presence with a cough and a kicked rock. The little boy startled a bit, spinning in place to face him, before scowling and turning back away. "Go away. This is my secret base. Go find your own." The greenette hummed. "This is a pretty cool base. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about it. I just wanted to bring you something to eat is all." That only got him another glare. "I don't want your stupid curry. Away." With a sigh, the teen settled down near the boy on a rock, setting the plate on the ground between them. "I understand if you aren't hungry, but I'd really like it if you tried to eat anyways. There have been times I've had to go without food and honestly it never ends well." Another glare. Great. I don't want anything made by you stupid hero wannabes. I hate all of you, going around showing off your stupid quirks and beating up stupid villains for the stupid cameras. He hates hero society. Izuku could honestly relate to the feeling even if he had always wanted to be a hero anyways. Instead of saying that though, he asked a question. What if I don't have a quirk to show off? Am I still a stupid hero wawanabe? That seemed to throw the little boy off, just as he had intended. You what? The greenette chuckled before leaning back and looking up at the mass of stars strung across the sky. I'm Quirkless Coda. And all I've ever wanted was to be a hero so I could help people. Pretty stupid, right? Dark eyes blinked up at him in confusion, obviously at a loss of how to respond. The teen just smiled down at him for a moment before nudging the plate closer with his foot and standing to leave. Eat up. You never know when you'll need the extra energy. With that parting comment, he headed back down the slope towards the lodge, hoping he had shifted the little boy's ire towards heroes as a whole at least a little bit. Izuku groaned and tried to rub some of the tension from his temples before going back to stirring the giant pot of stew. The last 2 hours of that day's lesson had been on the theory of relativity and how it might influence the quirks of astronauts. Netsu had even patched in a contact from NASA to give a short lecture on ways the agency was trying to counteract common issues. It was fascinating, to be honest, but strong to follow. He had written copious notes for things he planned to go and do further study on during the rest of their break. He had a feeling he would be reading a couple of Stephen Hawking's books. Shinso snorted at his display in sympathetic humor even as he flipped the chunks of meat he was searing. The two of them had chatted about their afternoon lessons as they got set up for helping with dinner. Shinso himself looked just about beat after 4 hours of struggling to control his capture scarf. And his hands were wrapped to protect bloody blisters. He was eager for the day when he had built up enough calluses to protect his hands from the chafing. He was also thankful that Yaoyorozu had taken one look at him whopping his fingers before dinner and promptly switched him from dish duty to the lighter work of shoving beef around a pan. The heat was still unpleasant, but he was way less likely to get an infection. Luckily, the pre-made stew base the heroes had provided meant the meal only took about an hour to put together. The teens were very appreciative of that fact and practically inhaled the filling soup and the rice that had been made alongside it. When they were done, the kids in the remedial lessons were dragged back into the building as Pixie Bob and Tiger lead the rest of them into the trees for an activity. Eventually they made it down a well-worn dirt road to a large clearing. Mandalay greeted them with a smile and a wave from where she was setting up a few lanterns hanging from a tree. The PP Cats explained the little bonding activity they had planned for the night. A test of courage, where one class would set up in the woods and scare the other before switching roles. Safe to say Izuku was a bit uncertain about the event. He had never fared well in the tests of courage he had been forced into during middle school. Though to be fair, those often turned from scare each other witless into scare the quirkless kid until he cries. So not fun for him, even though the others always found it hilarious. He really hoped this wouldn't go the same way. Class B won the rock-paper-scissors round and decided to be the scarers first. So they headed onto the darkened path while Class A drew lots to determine who would be partnered with whom. Shinso looked pained when he drew Ida, and Izuku had to stifle his laughter. The greenette got lucky and drew Jairu. She was down to earth and pretty chill, so he hoped she wouldn't spook easily. They got in line behind Aoyama and Uraraka. The two louder classmates tittered nervously to each other as they waited, much to Jairu's amusement. Izuku himself was too busy signing back and forth with his purple shadow, ribbing the taller boy about the fun he was about to have walking through a haunted forest with a robot. The freckled boy almost died of laughter at the mental image of Ida trying to jump into Shinso's arms from fear, mirthful tears springing to his eyes as the pale insomniac swore to drop him if it happened. Face selling the deadpan DLVY. Soon enough, though, it was their turn to head through, and Mandalay was ushering them to the start of the trail and handing Jairu a flashlight. Within seconds of starting down the path, the light from the lanterns was completely obscured by the thick trees and they were plunged into darkness, saved from being completely blinded by the thin stream of light from the torch. Izuku shuddered at a cold draft against the back of his neck, feeling the hairs on his arms stand up at the creepy feeling of being watched. He glanced over at his partner, watching as her jacks hovered around her, obviously listening for the Class B students in the trees around them. Jairu nudged him and pointed off to the right, giving him just enough time to brace himself before Kurwaro jumped out of the shadows and darted across the path. The greenette was suddenly grateful for being paired with the girl. He was sure he would have screamed if she hadn't warned him. They continued on, jumping over a softened spot on the ground and walking around thin threads of glue strung like spider webs across the path. It looked like Class B mostly planned for jump scares and weird texture traps. They had just made it past the halfway point, getting their courage badge from Ragdoll, when Izuku smelled it. The familiar tang of smoke carried to him on the breeze, and he froze for half a step before reaching out to grab Jairu's arm. She turned, mouth open to ask what he wanted before her head snapped back towards where they had come from. Eyes widening, her jacks lifted, obviously listening for something. She then dragged the greenette off the path, angling back towards Ragdoll. The further they went, the stronger the smell of smoke. Until eventually they could see the rock where the heroine had been sitting through a gap in the trees, except she wasn't sitting anymore. The green-haired woman was struggling with an assailant, a man who was dragging her backwards over the rock, arm around her neck and hand clamped firmly over her mouth. Izuku sprinted forwards before his brain even fully registered what was going on. Using the rock like a pommel horse, he jumped into a 180 flare spindle. Using the momentum on his up and over to send his raised legs slamming into the back of the man holding Ragdoll. He stumbled, almost tipping head first over the rock, and was forced to let go of his target so he could catch himself. He turned to face the teen with a growl, somehow showing his rage even through the full coverage mask he was wearing. "Hey, what the F, man? Wow, good kick." Izuku settled into a stance even as he clocked Ragdoll, using a communicator to let the other teachers know there was at least one villain and a fire in the woods. He leaped forwards again as the man's focus started to shift back towards the heroine. He needed to give her enough time to coordinate with the others. It was their best chance to get everyone out safely. He swung a punch at the villain's stomach, aiming to distract, incapacitate, whatever he could do. Unfortunately, the man was able to dodge, sliding back into the side, spouting contradictory statements as he did. So Izuku pressed forwards, determined to keep the momentum. If he could make his adversary retreat completely, that would more than likely be the best thing they could hope for in this situation full of unknowns. There was a slight twinge behind his eye, and then Mandalay was speaking, using her quirk to relay what she knew of the situation to the students and other chaperones. Only to add 2 more villains to the count a minute or so later as the clearing at the start of the trail was attacked as well. The greenette spun into a kick, only to pull up short as the villain dropped to the ground in a heap. Ragdoll dug quirk suppression cuffs out of her belt from her place standing above her attacker, calmly getting the situation under control before looking over at the kids under her care with a smile. "Thanks for your help, kittens. Now let's get you guys to safety back at the lodge, okay?" They hurried back down the path, leaving the downed man to be picked up later. When Izuku had a sudden horrible realization. "Ragdoll, is Koda at the lodge?" He could have sworn the woman cursed under her breath as she reached for her communicator again. It took a couple of back and forths with the homeroom teachers before Ragdoll was able to confirm that the little boy was indeed not safe at the lodge. "I know where he is. I can show you." They kept running as Ragdoll relayed their plan to the others and coordinated with Aizawa. Afterwards, she nodded to the teen and told him to lead the way, also giving Jairu the order to stay close and keep an ear out for other students they could grab on the way. They raced through the trees, heading up the slope to the north of the lodge. They managed to snag a few other students as they went. Yanagi and Komori from Class B, as well as Ida and Siro. But then they hit a wall of pinkish gas and had to pause to assess. Ragdoll used her quirk and cursed again. "It's a knockout gas. And it seems several of your classmates have gotten caught in it already." She once more relayed information over the comms, trying to figure out what to do in this strong situation. She kept glancing around her at the kids she had gathered. A conflicted look in her eyes showed Izuku all he needed to know. He walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Ragdollson, you need to get the others out of the gas, right? Let me go around it to get Koda and send the others back to the lodge. It only makes sense to split up here for safety." The green-haired woman started to reply before they were interrupted by Jairu tugging on her sleeve and pointing to the right. It took a moment, but then they could hear it too. Their hero ST motioned for them to stay put before sneaking off towards whoever was there. The purple-haired rocker was watched closely by her peers until she suddenly relaxed with a smile. It's Yamamo and Aoyama. The others let out sighs of relief and were soon joined by Ragdoll and her new acquisitions. But by the time Yaoyorozu stepped out into their small area between trees, Izuku had concocted a full plan. Yaoyorozu-san, can you by chance make gas masks? The elegant heiress nodded, holding out the one she had obviously made for herself already. Yes. I was going to suggest making some more for you all as well. He smiled at her, a gleam in his eyes as he shifted a few pieces around in his brain. Wonderful. Ragdoll. We should all use the masks, and you can take several of the others to snag the students who are in trouble while Yanagi, Shiro, and I head over to snag Koda. There was a pause, and then the woman relayed his plan over the comms while nodding at the raven-haired teen to make the masks. Once they all had protection from the gas, Ragdoll gave them all one last warning to not do anything stupid and to head to the lodge as soon as they retrieved their target. From there they split up, Izuku leading his 2 escorts further up the mountain as the others ran in to save those who needed help. He really hoped they all made it back to the camp safely. He only glanced back once, but by then the others had already disappeared, swallowed up by the murky night and the swirling smoke. Izuku was really glad he had slowed his little group down before they burst out of the treeline and out onto Koda's ledge. He was less glad to find a 7-foot behemoth towering over the boy menacingly. He hissed out a silent breath as he studied the situation, brain whirring like a computer as he figured out what he needed to do about the situation. He took stock of what he had on his person and the 2 friends he had brought along, trying desperately to figure out how to get the 6-year-old out of danger. He didn't have the time to perfect a plan though. An oversized fist being pulled back galvanized them into action. Izuku pulled his singular knife out from where it was strapped along the back of his belt under his shirt as he ran forwards. His first strike was a desperate one, aiming for the back of the villain's knee. A dirty move, but less lethal than a lot of the other options he had. The knee folded as the tendons were cut and Izuku continued his dash, scooping up Koda in one arm as he passed, putting as much distance between them and the man as he could. Now the issue was the fact that there was a bulky and angry obstacle in between them and the path to safety. He spotted Shiro and Yanagi stepping to either side of the path behind the giant, taking up defensive positions that would also be better for their more long and mid-range quirks. That left Izuku himself as the best choice for close combat. He stashed his latest acquisition behind a large rock, hoping to apply the out-of-sight, out-of-mind rule. Stay here and stay quiet, he ordered, keeping his eyes at the adversary who was building up into a full-blown tirade about killing the teen who injured him and about murder in general. Izuku tuned him out, trying to figure out the best angle for attack, zeroing in on the man's arms when he booted up his quirk. He cringed. Any kind of physical power-boosting quirk was a bad matchup for him, especially factored with the size difference between the 2 of them. This honestly looked uncomfortably like the first Nomu situation. He reseated his grip on his knife, desperately missing his preferred weapon and internally kicking himself for deciding the cord was too uncomfortable for a walk through the woods. He would do anything to have the tazzing aspect to help deal with the muscle-based quirk they were facing. As it was, he would have to make do. Green eyes darted over to Shiro and a freckled hand gestured unobtrusively, using the signals Aizawa had taught them in class to lay out a very basic plan. The hero equivalent of "cover me. I'm going in." When he got a positive signal back, Izuku leaped forwards, slicing a thread out with his blade even as he was forced to leap to the side to avoid a too powerful punch. The air displacement from the blow was almost enough to cause the small teen to lose his balance. The show of strength was frightening. The teen suddenly glad he had lamed the man in one leg. He never wanted to see what a properly balanced punch from muscular was like. The greenette twisted as he slipped past his opponent's arm, plunging his knife into an exposed shoulder, aiming for the joint once again. But even as the knife sunk in the first inch, Izuku realized that the blow wouldn't be effective. He yanked his hand back as the severed muscles writhed and reformed. A gruesome display of unfortunate self-healing. His next dodge wasn't quite quick enough. The backhand caught him in the upper arm and shoulder, sending him flying sideways. The steep rocky side of the mountain caught him before dropping his stunned body to the ground. The greenette tried to get up quickly, but his body wasn't obeying him, that or the world was spinning too quickly and he was being held to the ground with the centrifugal force. His ears rang as he wrestled an arm from where it was pinned underneath him, managing to lever his torso up after 2 more tries. As his wits mostly returned and his hearing faded back in, with an annoying buzz from a now untuned hearing aid, he realized Yanagi was standing over him, using the rocks and sticks from around them as ammunition for her quirk. Looking past her, he saw quick flashes of movement as Zero raced around their enemy, harrying Muscular with small lengths of super sticky tape in annoying places. He was very glad he had asked them to come with him. If they hadn't, he would most likely be dead. And then where would little Koda be? The tanned teen gritted his teeth and pushed to his feet, ignoring the minor spike of pain from the arm that had taken the initial hit and the side that had cushioned his landing. He could move, and that was what mattered in the moment. He would gladly listen to Chio yell at him later, since that meant he would be alive. He stepped up beside Yanagi, taking the free moment to study the man once more, watching how he moved on his bad leg. But one barely missed grab was his signal that his rest time was up. Zero was tiring out quickly and Izuku needed to end the fight before he got hurt. Green eyes locked on their only chance and the boy cringed even as he settled on the only viable plan of action. He quickly muttered out his shaky plan to Yanagi. When she nodded back her acceptance, a grim look in her eyes as she acknowledged the desperate move, he took a breath before racing forwards once again. Poltergeist Yeeted rocks sailed by him, straight at Muscular's face. The villain forced to block his own line of sight in the name of not getting a broken nose. And that split second Izuku seized his chance. He slid in low, under another blind swing, and popped up behind the man. Once in position, he leaped as high as he could and wrapped his legs as far as possible around a too bulky torso. His arms went over super bulked shoulders, one hand scrambling for purchase on shifting muscles. The other brought his knife around and up, sliding the blade home in the socket of a mechanical eye with a schnick of severing wires. Then with a wrench and a twist, the prosthetic came free. The roar of rage and pain from Muscular was loud enough that the tiny greenette almost released his hold. But he knew deep down that if he didn't take hold of this last opportunity, then he would be putting the others in danger. So he tightened his grip and swung the knife down once more. He would never forget the sound a human eye makes as it pops. But the deed was done. He jumped free of his victim, unfortunately catching an elbow to the cheek as he did. But it only just clipped him, so he was able to roll to his feet fairly easily, signaling widely for the others to retreat even as he raced to the rock where he had hidden Koda. Scooping the boy up, he turned to watch as the villain stumbled around clutching at his face. Timing his moment, he took a deep breath and yelled, his voice bouncing off the rocks around them and echoing stangly. "Careful, but you don't know where the edge is now, do you?" The man froze even as Izuku started moving, walking as fast as he could while keeping his footsteps silent. He tucked Koda's face into his shoulder. He wasn't sure how much of the fight the kid had seen, but he didn't want to scar him further if he could help it. They made it safely to the path back down to the lodge, joining up with the other two before they started moving faster. Now that it was unlikely the villain would be able to follow them by sound, they needed to prioritize speed. Izuku shifted his bundle of child from his arms to his back as he ran, the tiny lump clinging tightly when he did, and a small, suspiciously wet face burrowed into the back of his neck. Yanagi ran ahead of them, gazing back and forth as she made sure their way through the trees was clear, while Zero pulled up the rear, keeping an eye out to make sure Muscular didn't stumble upon the path out of his makeshift prison. Izuku was glad for the chance to take a mental break. Now that they weren't in immediate mortal peril, his head was absolutely killing him. He could feel the steady trickle of BLD soaking his hair where his skull had met the side of the mountain earlier. He was sure he had at least a minor concussion if he judged by the nausea. Of course, that could also have been caused by having to gouge out another living creature's eyes. He pushed those thoughts away yet again, in favor of making sure he wasn't sent sprawling by a tree root. It would really suck if he made it through that fight only to die by Klutz-induced incident. They made it back to the clearing around the lodge quickly, finding a whole group of teens milling about in the open space, taking care of first aid or standing guard over the injured. Just as they stepped free of the forest, there was another twinge behind his eyes as Mandalay sent another message out. All UA students are authorized to use their quirks in self-defense. They have a target that they are here for. Group up and protect each other. Izuku staggered into their camp with his little Essie, quickly finding Vlad King where the man was standing and organizing the shaken gaggle of children. Vlad Sensei, there is a Vivalane up the slope. He is incapacitated for now, but I'm not sure how long it'll take him to figure out his way down. The hero took one look at him and blanched. Jesus, kid. You look rough. Take the kid and go get patched up. Komori is leading the first aid area. The greenette nodded and headed towards the small gaggle of teens who were gathered around a huge first aid kit. By the time he made it over, Yanagi was already set up and motioning for the teen to sit on the ground next to her. Here, Midoriya-kun. Let's get that head wound bandaged before you lose any more BLD. He gave her a grateful look, but set the lump on his back down first, turning to face the pale and shaking boy and kneeling so he wouldn't loom. Kota, are you hurt anywhere? Dark eyes widened, before the 6-year-old seemed to regain some of his normal spunk. He crossed his arms with a glare. That meanie head didn't touch me. But you're bleeding, stupid, so go get a band-aid or something. Izuku chuckled and went to stand up. Yes, sir. He was going to say more, make a joke to help the boy feel better, but his vision almost completely blacked out when he stood. Izuku. The text thing he knew, strong and curiously temperature inconsistent arms were lowering him gently to the ground while warm hands tapped at his cheeks. He blinked his eyes open, finding a worried blonde crouching in front of him, ordering him to stay awake. He tried not to slur but wasn't wholly successful. You're not. Shudo's level voice said from behind him, where the larger teen was letting him rest against his I am Thuff. Just stood up too fast. Kaminari used the grips his hands had on his face to keep the smaller teen from turning to look at his friend, being careful of the rapidly darkening bruises that were already starting to hide his favorite freckles. Izuku, please. For the love of video games. Stop moving and let us bandage your head. There was a whimper nearby and a small voice asked, Is he okay? Azuchi Kota totally watched him faint. He heard Yanagi gently soothe the kid. Yes, Kota-kun. I am sure he will be just fine. He just has a concussion and that can make you really woozy. She went on, calmly explaining what a concussion was and how you could tell if someone had one. Obviously distracting the boy as Komori came over to help Kaminari check the still bleeding cut on the side of Izuku's head. She had the blonde hold the short green curls out of the way as she hemmed and hawed for a moment before deciding that a packet of wound seal and a bandage would have to do for now until a professional could stitch him up. She got to work cleaning out the cut first, making Izuku hiss with the sting of alcohol. Denki hushed him soothingly, rubbing his thumb across his free curls where his hands were busy keeping the green strands out of the way. From there it was fairly quick work for Komori to dump a bit of wound seal on the DMN thing and then wrap him up. She then left them to go help Ragdoll and Yaoyorozu with what was apparently one of several trips bringing back unconscious students. Kaminari grilled his friend about his other injuries when she was gone. But Izuku was fairly certain that while he might have a few fractures, nothing was broken. And the worst of the rest was just going to be some nasty bruises. After they were sure he wasn't dying, Yanagi let Kota come sit with them while she went off to help someone else. The young boy came and sat beside them and started rambling about his favorite Saturday morning cartoon. It took the greenette an embarrassingly long time to realize the child must have been told to keep him distracted so he wouldn't go to sleep. Kaminari soon joined in as well, helping the boy jump from topic to topic when he ran out of things to say. The whole time Shudo was a solid presence behind him, keeping him grounded even when his head decided to spin at every little movement. He was distracted for a bit by studying just how different the temperature was for each side of his frenzy. He did tune back into the conversation though when Kota got more animated, gesturing with his hands and describing something with lots of action. He sputtered when he realized just what the topic was. Yeah. And then he took out the big dummy heads I just like my mom did. He saw Denki pale before glancing over at him, but he kept a smile up for their little charge. Is that so? That must have been really scary. Izuku winced. He had really hoped that Koda hadn't watched the fight. No. That part wasn't scary. Just kinda gross. But not scary 'cause Midoriya only did it to protect us. And so Seiba said the people who protect you shouldn't be scary. He then went on a rant about how Mandalay felt about their number 2 hero being such a JRK to children. Completely oblivious to the fact that the man's son was sitting right by him. Shudo just chuckled and added in his own 2 cents, egging the boy on. Soon enough there were cars coming up the long drive and Izuku was forced to turn his head and hide his eyes against his pillow's neck when the flashing lights made his head rebel. More heroes were showing up and cops were organizing searches through the woods. Paramedics gathered at their first aid area, finding the kids in need of immediate help and starting to load them up in the ambulances as quickly as they could. Izuku was put on the lower priority list since he was bandaged and coherent. He was given a triage tag around his wrist to mark him as the walking wounded, the greened minor, bit removed. Shudo was also given a tag, but his had all the tabs on it. Kaminari and Koda, who had both avoided all injury and smoke inhalation, were left alone to be taken care of by their chaperones when they rounded up the uninjured later. Through all of the hustle and bustle, a growing sense of wrongness started to nag at the greenette. He could tell the other 2 felt it as well, though they kept quiet for Koda's sake. It wasn't until Aizawa appeared out of the treeline, looking around desperately and all but ran for them when they were spotted, that Izuku realized what the wrongness was. Honestly, in retrospect, he should have realized as soon as he got back to the lodge. He blamed the damned hit he had taken to the head. His brain must have been way more scrambled than he thought. His foster father dropped to his knees in the grass and started demanding answers from his other 2 students. Izuku braved another glance up through the blaring lights to gauge his expression and his heart dropped. He cut across Denki's answer, needing to know before anything else was said. Zawa. Where's Toshi? The look on the man's face told him what he needed to know. It was distraught and solemn. Pain and anguish hidden behind an almost blank mask. But not hidden enough from Izuku. He let out a choked no. Before the man even started talking. His friends tried to calm him down, but as soon as the words they took him registered in his ears, the 3 of them were forced to hold him down to keep him from his attempt to run into the forest to find his friend. Aizawa tried to rationalize with him, to explain that they spirited Hitoshi away through one of those damnable warp gates. That there was no way to find him amongst the trees. But the small greenette wasn't in the headspace for rational. All he knew was that his friend, crush, love, was gone. Kidnapped. He wailed at them to let him go. That he had to find Hitoshi. Completely uncaring of the scene he was making. Eventually, after a quick exchange with a paramedic over the head of the hysterical teen, Aizawa gently wrestled his charge onto a gurney. They strapped him down tightly, unable to sedate him with a concussion. They did the next thing that they could to keep him from worsening his injuries. Aizawa tried to soothe him through his pleading. It took far too long and way too many tears. And it ended in Izuku staring listlessly up at the ceiling of an ambulance, hand held by Shuto as he rode with him to the hospital. His foster had wanted to go with him, but he was needed to help the last of his students at the scene. Izuku couldn't find it in himself to care one way or the other. The feeling of wrongness had crashed over him like a wave and now he was stuck drowning it. Hitoshi was gone. And nothing would be right until he was back. Izuku floated in and out of awareness in the large hospital room that was being used for a chunk of the kids from the camp. They had them separated into 2 groups, one for those with physical injuries, and one for those affected by the unknown gas. The tiny country hospital was struggling a bit with the large influx of teens, so they did what they could, converting a large conference hall and a communal waiting area into spaces for the younglings in need. The teen was distantly grateful that they were too busy to check everyone's quirk status. Izuku had been placed in a bed near a large window with no blinds, able to watch as the sun slowly rose above the horizon, the light steadily killing off the darkness of a night full of terror, bringing forth a new day. Except the teen couldn't seem to let go of the shadows holding his mind captive. Flashes of BLD and desperation stained the back of his eyelids, visible every time he blinked. But completely ignored in the face of the deep feeling of loss the greenette was trying to process. His best friend was gone, taken right out from under their noses. And Izuku hadn't even tried to help him. A roster of his classmates were assigned to keep an eye on him. He wasn't allowed to sleep for 12 hours, so those who weren't injured were asked to help the nurses. Todoroki was the one on concussion duty when Yaoyorozu awoke from the quirk exhaustion-related slumber. The others who were awake all greeted her quietly before asking for what all she had done during the events. All of them who were up to speaking had been passing stories back and forth, comparing each other's memories and trying to get a picture of the whole giant battle. It was a very rough picture so far, with most of the students in the area where the gas had been unconscious or resting after carrying so many others free of the danger. The greenette in the corner had, of course, been listening even if he wasn't consciously processing the conversation. The idle hum of quiet voices passing between his ears and into his memory bank even though he wasn't really paying attention. But when Yaoyorozu mentioned she had set a tracker on a Nomu that ragdoll and her had seen in the forest, his brain went from idle to racing. The tracker meant they could find the Nomu. And if they found the pet, they would find the Imtar who had taken his friend, who might be more than a friend. He was standing before he really knew what he was doing, crossing the room in unsteady but determined strides. Yaoyorozu-san. The tracker. You have a way to hunt it down, right? Well, yes. That is the point of a tracker after all. Good. Give me the link or signal translator. Whatever it is that you used. He was aware of the others around him exclaiming and trying to herd him back to bed. But he wasn't budging. He stared the scared young woman down, standing at her bedside and clutching at the railing to keep from falling over. Toshi wouldn't leave me there. I will not leave him. Midoriya? She started, seemingly moved by his words. But then she studied his face, focusing on his eyes, and let out a trembling breath. I can't do that. I'm sorry. He grit his teeth at her denial, almost snarling. Why the hell not? He swatted away the hands trying to guide him back, away from the target he had locked onto. The elegant heroine Tobe did her best to keep composed, though she did look regretful. Because you are obviously injured, and not in any state to safely rescue our classmate. I will give the transformer to the heroes and they will save him. You really need to rest. He struggled against the arm Todoroki had wrapped around his teeth, not wanting to be dragged back towards his bed. But, I have to get to him. I have to help him. He saved me. I can't. Please, Momo. He was wailing by the end, once more in a full meltdown. Kirishima stepped in to help Shudo after the taller boy accidentally got scratched by desperately flailing hands. By the time they got the greenette back to his bed, the nurses had been alerted and were there to help them strap the small teen back down once again, only giving him sad looks and nonsensical soothing noises as he pleaded with them. A few minutes later, Aizawa and a very disheveled Yamada burst into the room. Izuku. The blonde man raced across the room, kneeling by the bed and starting to try to talk his ward down. Aizawa turned to a slightly battered Todoroki. What happened? But before the heterochromatic teen could answer, Yaoyorozu drew the attention to herself. I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault. I'll tell you what happened, but we should speak outside so we don't upset him further. Aizawa frowned but agreed, waiting for the young woman to slip out of bed and following her into the hall. He trusted his husband to calm their foster son while he dealt with the rest of the mess they were all in. And indeed, though it took a while, way past the time when Yaoyorozu was returned to her bed by a nurse insistent on checking her vitals, but eventually Izuku was relatively calm once more. Yamada had resorted to undoing his restraints and scooping the child into his lap, leaning back against the propped-up bed. He hummed and gently worked tangles free from the curls not squashed flat by the bandages. A freckled cheek was pressed into his ear as the teen quietly cried out the last of his tears. He's gone, Yama. The teen whimpered quietly, softly enough that most of the others wouldn't have heard him over their own whispered conversations. The hand in his cropped curls paused momentarily before starting back up on its ministrations. I know. Sho and I will get him back. He's been in talks with the cops and UA since he got here. The boy didn't really respond, just turning to bury his face against the hero's collarbone. After another few minutes he sighed in defeat. My head hurts. He admitted, not turning his eyes away from their dark hiding spot. Mike let out a sympathetic hum, rubbing a hand up and down a still slightly too prominent spine. "I'm sure it does, sweetheart. I'll call a nurse and ask about painkillers, okay? But you still can't sleep for an hour or so until Chio gets here and helps you out, okay?" The teen gave a small nod and snuggled in closer, seeking what comfort he could get in the moment. Yamada motioned for the two boys who had taken up residence in a plastic two-seater by the bed to snag the remote off of a nearby side table and press the button for the nurses. Kaminari, who had shown up a little after Yamada when his own checkup had finished, did as asked. The normally cheerful teen looked positively despondent at the situation and the state of his friends. When the voice of a nurse came over the device in his hand, he explained that Midoriya Izuku needed something for pain, getting an affirmative before the nurse hung up. Hizashi then went about asking the greenette what else hurt, going over the summarized list Shoyuda had given him when he arrived. Out of the cracked humerus, sprained shoulder, and the fractured zygomatic, he said none of the major injuries or various cuts or bruises were bothering him too much. Likely his head hurt worse because of the crying and stress, and that pain was blocking some of the other pain. Soon enough a nurse arrived with something to help, shooting it into his foreport before reminding them to call her if they needed anything else. From there they spent the time until Recovery Girl arrived and made her way to them, just keeping the greenette awake. He didn't really respond to them much when they spoke to him, but he did make sure to blink an acknowledgement when he was nudged, showing that he hadn't dozed off with his eyes open. Eventually Chio appeared by the bed, Izuku high up on her list of patients to see quickly. She tisked and hummed over his cart before giving him a very gentle peck on the cheek. He was asleep before she had even turned away. The inside of the space he was trapped in was the worst. He couldn't really tell where he was, just that it was small and that things were moving around outside. He couldn't move, forced into a fetal position, but his head was so fuzzy he didn't really have the motivation to try. It was an awful duality. He existed, he was aware, but his head felt muddled and confused, almost like he was drugged. A sharp contrast to the fear and adrenaline from the forest. Coming back into the real world again was more than jarring. He wished he could say he fought back, that he stood up for himself and went down SWE. But as soon as Hitoshi was freed from his glass prison, he was overtaken by a sense of vertigo, collapsing onto the floor and puking all over the shoes of whoever was in front of him. There were sounds of disgust before the teen was yanked to his feet. He listed dangerously to one side, his balance off, blinking rapidly to try and bring his brain back into focus. Something came towards his face and he flinched back only to run into someone who was behind him. They grabbed his hands and yanked them up behind his back to keep him still as a thing was strapped to his face. He hissed as the muzzle fully registered to his mind, thrashing weakly to get free and yank the cursed thing off. But freedom was not in the cards. He was wrangled backwards until the back of his knees hit something. With a shove he was forced into a chair and then his wrists were cuffed snugly behind him. He whipped his head to the side to try and dislodge the metal contraption locked around his jaw, ignoring how it made his vision swim sickeningly. The voices above him swelled into what sounded like a small argument before there was a prick in his neck and he was dropped into darkness. Izuku was finally cleared to take a walk. When the nurse said he could stretch his legs, he begged off his worried classmates in the name of getting some peace and quiet. And seeing as how the room had steadily gotten livelier as the group of teens slowly woke up, they actually let him go, understanding the need. His arm was still in a sling, freckled fingers hanging out limply, and he still had his head wrapped, though the cut should be mostly healed. He eventually found himself sitting in a chair in a random hallway next to a vending machine. He watched solemnly as nurses and doctors bustled back and forth, his brain 100 miles away as he reviewed the happenings over the last day and a half. From the test of courage to the fight with Muscular to the awful, soul-crushing realization that Hitoshi was gone. He turned over every decision and action he made, plotting out what he could have done, should have done, berating himself for failing the boy who had done so much for him. Another reason he had wanted to escape the room was the bags of their personal items that were supposed to be delivered at any second. He knew that as soon as he had his phone he would have to talk to May. And he just couldn't. He had failed her brother and he couldn't face her. So he sat alone in the hallway instead. It couldn't last though. Eventually Kirishima found him brooding and informed him that Recovery Girl had asked to see the greenette to check how his head was healing. He sighed and levered up from his seat, following the red head back towards the room where his fellow students were resting. They were only a few turns away when he heard it. The voice was one he recognized from early mornings and dozy afternoons. From humming in the kitchen and singing accompanied by a vacuum. It was Mike. He paused by the closed door, hand reaching to turn his hearing aids up a bit so he could hear the other voices as well. Yairo Zusen's tracker is showing a building in the warehouse district of Kamino Ward. But we have our eyes on a bar on the other side of that town. With their warper I'm sure there are more hideouts, but those two are our best bets for getting Hidoshiken back quickly. We plan to move tomorrow night with a double raid. I have a list of the teams here for you to go over. Aizawa, we need you on the warehouse team to help deal with the Nomu, so please for the love of the gods, take a nap. Izuku heard a grumbled agreement before there was the clicking sound of a laptop being shut. His two fosters exchanged a few words of consolation with each other softly. He turned his hearing aids down and quickly ran to catch up with Kirishima. Kamino Ward Warehouse District. He knew where that was, they had passed it by on the way to the mall last week. If he could be there when the raid happened, maybe he could help. Even if it was just him holding Hitoshi's hand, it would be better than nothing. He just couldn't stand being so completely useless. By the time they had made it back to the communal room, he had made his decision. All that was left was making a plan to escape the hospital and make his way to Kamino in time to be of some use. He wouldn't let his friend go through this alone for even a second longer than he had to. Shuto watched Izuku quietly from the other boy's bedside. The greenette was staring listlessly at his phone, watching as his news feed auto-scrolled. He felt awful after holding Izuku back as he screamed twice. He felt like a monster, not helping the other teen at all as he went through so much pain. He'd thought Izuku and Hitoshi could maybe consider him a friend. But now he felt like he had betrayed them. He wasn't there for Shinso when he had been taken. And now he had done nothing but hurt Midoriya more in the aftermath. He really wasn't friend material, was he? The sun was low in the sky when the greenette he was watching stood and grabbed his bag. Midoriya? Shuto asked softly, not wanting to be pushy but confused by the action. I'm just going to the vending machine. The answer made sense. It did. But something in the smaller teen's eyes was off. Oh. He started, turning his head up and at an angle so he could look at the other boy's face a bit better. He could tell there was something more to this trip than just the vending machine. If he had to guess, the freckled teen was probably about to do something stupid. He wanted to point it out. He wanted to stop him. But he had already been such a bad friend, how could he get in the way again? So instead he laced intent into his words when he asked, "Would you like me to come with you?" His offer was refused. A sad smile on an abnormally pale face. I need to do some things by myself. With a deep breath, Shuto accepted the rejection. But he still needed to say something. Okay. Just stay safe and come back quickly. Of course. Hold down the fort, Todoroki. He nodded his acceptance for the role, and then his friend was gone. Simple as that. When Kaminari came back from the cafeteria about 20 minutes after and asked about Izuku, he knew the best thing he could do for his friends was to redirect attention. He went to the vending machines. It's been a minute, but maybe he was caught up talking with someone. If he's not back in a bit, we can go look for him. The blonde readily agreed, settling back in his own chair and starting to chat about the fun cake options he had browsed downstairs. Giving an in-depth description about the ginger cake he had chosen. Shoto nodded along, asking a question now and then to keep the other going. All he could do was give Izuku enough time to start whatever he had planned, so he would do his best. Izuku sat cross-legged on the train, his phone turned off and shoved into the back pocket of his jeans. He had taken the last of the bandages off of his face and had snagged a beanie from a dollar shop on the train platform. With all of his longer curls hidden away and a boring navy t-shirt tugged on over his long-sleeved undershirt, he was sure he looked like any other teenager. Save for the yellowing bruises around one eye perhaps. But if there was one thing Izuku was aware of, it was the fact that the normal people on the street don't want to ask questions about a young kid with bruises. Wouldn't want to ruin their perfectly boring days after all. He stared out the window, the knife strapped to the back of his belt a comforting weight. He had left his bag just inside the door to the bathrooms he and his classmates had claimed, trusting that it would be found soon enough and brought back to UA. Hitoshi was more important than some clothes and camping gear. He figured his absence would have been noted by now. Everyone was probably panicking. There was only 30 minutes until the press conference UA had scheduled though, so most of the adults would be too busy with that, and the plan he was assuming was at the same time. The train came to a stop with a chime and he checked the station number before disembarking. He was only 2 or 3 blocks from the warehouse district. He figured if he jogged he could make it a few streets into the area by the time the fighting started. From there he could turn up his hearing aids and hopefully track them down. Once he was up the steps of the station he settled into a light jog, just a kid getting some exercise. Nothing to see here, lady. His heart was racing way faster than the small exertion warranted. His nerves sparking up now that he knew he should be at least within the same city as Hitoshi. He wished he could have asked May to come with him. But the thought of putting his sister in harm's way made his stomach churn. So like a coward he had foregone that phone call. He quickly made his way out of the nicer neighborhood, the area around him getting a bit more run down the further he went. Nicer apartment buildings fading into rougher houses and then to run-down shops. He slowed a bit when he hit the warehouses. The large buildings towering over him. Their drab concrete fading into the night where the sparse lighting just wasn't enough. He started winding his way through the side roads and thin paths between buildings, turning up the tech in his ears in an effort to not miss a single clue in his quest for his best friend. It only took 5 minutes before he heard what he was looking for. And he didn't even need his aides to hear it. There was a boom and a plume of smoke a few buildings over, and Izuku was running before his brain even caught up, turning down his ears as he went in the name of not damaging his ears further. Explosions were loud after all. He slowed as he came to the last turn before the leveled warehouse, edging up against the wall and looking out carefully. Most of the building where the explosion had happened, and half of those around it were gone. Izuku was looking at it from the side, trying to see what exactly was going on past a half-demolished wall. He slid a bit more out to the side and caught a glimpse of Nightmare Fuel. A small group of heroes in various states of consciousness, wounded and prone. And walking towards them a villain. The man was large, towering over the rubble Izuku assumed he created, and he had no face. Just a plain of gnarled scars over a terrifying grin. The teen froze, a sense of impending doom latching claws into his bones as he watched the man stand over a fallen best jeanist. Speaking with that same grin, obviously taunting the injured hero. He wanted to step in, to help, to do anything. But the fear had wrapped his joints in ice and he couldn't seem to move. Suddenly there was sludge everywhere, dripping down from the air like rancid rain until it slowly dissolved to show the figures of people. More villains. Izuku recognized Shigaraki and the unconscious Kurogiri and counted at least 4 more that he could see from his vantage point. But that wasn't all. Standing next to a girl with blonde hair and a knife was Hitoshi. Izuku started forwards instinctively, wanting nothing more than to grab his target and run, but he realized there was absolutely no way to get to the other boy with how they were positioned and he wanted to growl in frustration. While everyone was regaining their bearings, he took the chance to run across the rubble-strewn street, sliding into hiding behind a chunk of half-standing wall. Now that he was closer, he could better hear what was being said. Shigaraki's voice as he bitched at the faceless villain made his skin crawl. But it was nothing compared to hearing the voice of what Izuku is now assuming to be the true leader of the league. It was like oil on tar, a slick rainbow covering a black fathomless mire. A cough and a hissed insult interrupted whatever he was saying though. Jeanist drew the attention of the group standing in front of him as he tried to stand. The head villain let out a chuckle, obviously patronizing in tone, and the hidden greenette felt like spider legs were crawling along his spine. He watched as the villain raised a hand, obviously activating a quirk. Held his breath as he realized Jeanist wasn't going to get out of the way. Choked on a scream as the blow started on its way. Only to be blocked at the last second by the arrival of a bullet made of 300 pounds of muscle and glowing blue eyes. All for one. The symbol of peace hissed, smile nowhere to be seen as he held back the punch that probably would have killed a fellow hero. Hello, All Might. Running a little slow today, are we? Izuku blocked out the hero's growled response. not really interested in listening to him posture. Instead he used his closer vantage point to study Hitoshi, noting the muzzle with fury. His arms were handcuffed behind his back and he had a few bruises, but it was the muzzle that was the most jarring thing about his current state. Izuku remembered the scars across the other's cheeks, the meeting with Nizu where he admitted that a padded muzzle was preferable to one without. Of the nights when he would leave his workroom to find his friends staring out of the living room window blankly, video game forgotten, hand absently playing with the hinge of his jaw as he reminded himself that it could open and close freely. Freckled hands clenched into fists at the sight of his friend being silenced like he was nothing more than an animal. He hissed a breath in through his teeth, doing his best to keep control. He needed a plan. He had to figure out how to get Hitoshi out of there. His options rapidly dwindled as All for One barked out an order to his underlings. Following orders, the villains started to retreat, heading for a tunnel half buried under a collapsed wall, the blonde girl reaching out to snag Hitoshi's arm. But Izuku knew, he just knew, that if Hitoshi went down into the bowels of the earth with them then he would never see his friend again. He raced from his hiding spot, knife sliding out of its sheath as he ran. He placed himself in between his friend and their enemies, blade held up and ready as he hissed out a string of curses. Yellow cat-like eyes blink at him in surprise before the girl is grinning gleefully and pulling a knife of her own. Izuku started backing up, trying to signal Hitoshi to do the same. He was in a bad position here, next to no gear, in the middle of a battlefield, with All Might and another Titan starting to duke it out far too close to them for comfort. They managed to make it a few steps back before she leapt at them. Izuku just managed to block her strike, shoving her back harshly, only to have to dive backwards to avoid a stream of blue flame. Unfortunately, he ran into Hitoshi when he did, sending them both to the ground in an ungraceful heap. His friend grunted in pain, but the greenette couldn't afford the time to check on him. He rolled over, attempting to get back up quickly. But he wasn't quick enough. The manic-looking blonde was already almost on top of him by the time he managed to turn towards her, knife coming down straight for his heart. He flinched back, doing his best to get his arm up in time to block, but knowing instinctively that he wouldn't make it. He heard Hitoshi let out a muffled scream. And Izuku internally wished he would look away. Having to see your best friend's death firsthand would be really traumatic after all. The point of her knife was less than an inch away from his eye when a flash of white wrapped around her wrist, yanking her whole body off course so that she went sprawling. And then Eraserhead was there and standing over his two boys, quirk active as he glared down the two villains who had yet to evacuate through the tunnel. Izuku, grab Hitoshi and get to the police line 2 blocks over. We will talk later. The man never even looked in their direction, full attention devoted to the threat. But the small greenette could still sense that he was angry. Still, he did as ordered, turning to help the bound teen to his feet, wincing when he noticed that a shoulder had dislocated in their fall. From there they fled, trusting Eraserhead to watch their backs and keep their enemies away. Trusting their hero to protect them. They ran, ignoring the sounds of fighting as they went. As soon as they got close enough to see the flashing lights and yellow tape of the police line, paramedics ran out to meet them. Shinso was guided to an ambulance as Izuku explained that the other boy was the UA student who had been kidnapped, and that they should call their foster dad to let him know where to meet up. As he rattled off Yamada's number, he was surprised when a second paramedic shoved him down to sit by Hitoshi on the gurney, only suddenly becoming aware of the large cut across his pec and bicep when his shirt was cut away so the man could get a better look at what was bleeding. He hissed at the surprise sting of antiseptic, flinching away a bit before his brusque medic ordered him to stay. So, he tried to think back to figure out when he had managed to get hurt, realizing after a moment that the crazy chick's knife must have clipped him as Aizawa pulled her away. He did his best to stay still as the man in front of him wrapped up the injuries and confirmed he would need a few stitches when they got to the hospital. A loud snap startled him, making him spin to face his friend, only to find that the chain of the cuffs had been cut to release his arms. Most likely so they could relocate his shoulder. And indeed that was the first thing the other paramedic did, snagging Hitoshi's wrist and giving a count of 3 before yanking sharply on the arm. The resulting muffled yell and pop made the smaller teen queasy. He reached over to grab Hitoshi's free hand in his own, giving it a grounding squeeze as the other boy breathed through the sudden spike of pain, a feat made more difficult by the contraption still on his face. Excuse me. Is there any way to get the muzzle off? Toshi doesn't really like them. The grumpy medic grumbled about Izuku moving around too much, but his coworker nodded. Yes, that was what I was going to do next. I would have done it first, but I was worried about nerve damage if I left that shoulder for too long. Izuku hummed his acknowledgement as the man went about grabbing some medical scissors. With a moment of wiggling, a small apology as the muzzle dug in, and the loss of a lock of hair, Hitoshi was freed. The teen took a shaky breath, hand not holding Izuku's, raising to probe the inflamed scars across his nose and cheeks. He seemed to deflate all at once, slumping over into his friend's side as they were loaded carefully into the ambulance. The smaller teen wrapped an arm around his shoulders and let him have a moment, ready and willing to wait for his Hitoshi to be ready to speak. When Yamada found them, the man almost broke down the door to the room they had been given, storming in and over to them without a word before snagging Izuku out of the chair he was in and dragging him and Hitoshi onto a hug. I was so scared for you too. He sobbed before biting his lip, obviously a way to remember to control his quirk. That made Izuku feel awful, the repercussions of what he did in running off hitting him all at once. He felt tears fill his eyes at the realization that he had scared his foster parents, and probably Mia and May as well. All because he was too stubborn to stop and think for a moment. I'm sorry. He whimpered where his face was pressed against the man's. I couldn't stand back. They took Toshi and I couldn't. There he broke into sobs. The stress he had been under rushing in and taking over now that one of his heroes was there to protect him. He felt it as Hitoshi also started crying, shaking where he was pressed up against him, and instantly felt ever worse. Who was he to cry when he had brought his situation on himself? Hitoshi had been kidnapped. He deserved Yamada's attention tight now, not Izuku. The greenette started to pull away, to give the two of them some space, but Yamada wouldn't loosen his hold. And after a second, Shinso snagged a hand in his hospital-issued top. The small teen got the message and continued to let himself be cuddled, trying to push down the feelings of regret and inferiority. By the time Aizawa reached the hospital, it was well after midnight. He had been stuck at the scene helping the other heroes with the aftermath of the altercation for several hours, all while he ached to go and find his family. Eventually, the last confirmed perpetrator was hunted down and the heroes were released as the police took over. He took off over the rooftops as soon as he was free of the warehouse district, racing towards the hospital where Yamada had told him they all ended up, heading straight for their room when he got there, ignoring the concerned nurses who fluttered along behind him trying to check him for injuries. He opened the door to the room number he had been texted and almost slumped in relief at the sight that greeted him on the other side. Hizashi held up a finger to his lips to keep him from saying anything to wake the two boys who were sprawled across his lap and leaned against his. Ichizawa could guess how Hizashi had ended up on the bed under their boys. Honestly, it looked far too tempting for himself as well. But he wouldn't risk waking the two ex-house teens if he didn't need to. Instead, he allowed an older and more persistent nurse to lead him over to a chair, ignoring her grumbled complaints about heroes who don't listen. She made him strip so they could check him over, thankfully not demanding he go back to the intake area to fill out his paperwork. He had a few burns from when the girl with the transformation quirk and the guy with the blue fire teamed up on him, and a couple of scrapes and scratches from falls and tumbling through the rubble. But overall he was well enough off. And according to his husband, so were their kids. Izuku only had a few cuts from when Aizawa had almost been too slow in saving him. Hitoshi was dehydrated. There were some reopened scars on the bottom of his jaw from the muzzle, his shoulder had been reset and would need a sling for a few days, and there were sores around his wrists from the cuffs. But he was alive and there would be no lingering physical damage. The biggest issue they were seeing was the fact that he hadn't spoken a word. And knowing his history with quirk discrimination and muzzles, they could guess why. But that would be an issue to address tomorrow. For now they were all together and safe. For now they could heal. Shoyuta relaxed back into the chair after changing into the clothes the nurse had shoved into his arms, finally taking a real breath, for the first time since he saw Hitoshi's pale fingers disappear through a warp gate. He pulled out his phone, updating Mia on the situation. immediately receiving the reply that she and her daughter would be by to visit as early as they could come morning. Trying to brace himself for the two loud women, he settled down for a light cat nap. He would need a lot of energy in the coming days after all. Mei's entrance was just as dramatic as Hisashi's had been, waking up the four people in the room with a slam of the door as she stalked in. Izuku fell from his spot on the edge of the bed with a thump, writhing in his panic to get untangled from the blanket that had been laid over him in the night. He hadn't quite managed it before he was tackled back against the floor. "Midoriya, Izuku, you mother F butt?" His pink friend screeched with a heady mix of fury and terror. "How F dare you run off without me? You JRK." Before he could answer, she was scrambling up from on top of him and dashing around the bed to pull her other brother into a far more gentle embrace. "God's Hito. You scared the SHT out of me. I'm so glad to see you." The violet-haired teen leaned into his friend, quietly accepting the comfort. As Izuku was lifted from the tiles to be smothered by Mia, the woman fussed over his bandages and puffy eyes before giving him a soul-reinforcing hug of her own. He practically melted into the woman, letting her reassure herself that he was okay. Everyone shifted around the room for the next hour or so, passing the three children around in the name of comforting each other. Aizawa even played the part of Mei's chair at one point while the girl ran a check over his goggles and capture weapon after his very public fight the night before. How the teen had gotten a hold of his equipment specs he didn't want to know. Their moment of peace was unfortunately broken far too soon by the arrival of a familiar detective. He was polite as he asked if Shinso was ready to make his statement, but none of them were happy when the question made the already withdrawn teen retreat further into himself, hunching in over his lap before shakily signing a request to not speak aloud. Tsukachi agreed easily, though he did specify he would have to video record them to do a sign language interview. He quickly set up a tiny portable camera that he apparently carried around in his briefcase, getting everything ready before asking the Hatsums to leave the room. He also asked if Izuku could leave as well, but Shinso didn't react to that request very well, so the matter wasn't pushed. In exchange, the man offered to do Izuku's own interview about the summer camp and the night in the warehouse district at the same time, so he had a reason to be in the room. Everyone quickly situated themselves, Izuku sitting on the edge of the bed by Hitoshi while the three men all sat beyond the camera's view. They booted up the tech and Tsukachi rattled off the usual opening of reasons for being there and a list of people in the room. And then they got into the rough stuff. Izuku decided to go first since he had a feeling Hitoshi still wasn't ready. He started his story with realizing something was wrong mid-hike, and how he and Jairu had helped ragdoll with the crazy guy who was trying to drag her off somewhere. He then went through the dash through the woods and separating their little group to send a rescue party out for a tiny boy who was most likely not at the camp. He described the scene on the ledge of the cliff and the fight with Muscular. He had to pause as he described gouging out the villain's eyes, overcome with a wave of nausea. Thankfully, the men were willing to be patient and waited for him to be ready before he moved on. The rest of the story went quickly, the teen glossing over carrying Kota down to camp, and then his time at the hospital, only briefly mentioning overhearing a conversation about the League being in Kamino, leaving out who he eavesdropped on and the fact that he used his hearing aids to do so. He ran through sneaking out, making sure to mention lying to Todoroki so the other boy wouldn't get into trouble, and jumping on a train, before he got to the stress of wandering the nighttime streets of a rundown district, praying to hear or see something to lead him to his friend. Eventually getting lucky enough to be close when the fighting went down. He finishes up his part with a quick overview of stepping in to keep Hitoshi from being dragged into the depths, of a flashing knife and being saved, and of dragging their asses to an ambulance. From there it's Hitoshi's turn, shaking hands, rising to sign for the camera as Yamada quietly translated for Tsukachi. The other teen has a similar recounting of a run through trees, a fight with a villain, this time the blonde girl who apparently has some sort of BLD/FTSH. But then things shift when a hand latched around the back of his neck and suddenly he was in a too small space with a too cloudy head. He then skipped to when he was released an unknown amount of time later, telling of nausea and disorientation, of trying to fight when completely unbalanced, of cuffs and muzzles and snide taunts. He shivered as he recounted them, trying to convince him to flip sides, only letting him answer by shaking or nodding his head. Wanting him to join them but too scared of his quirk to risk letting it loose. Then he went over the last few hours before rescue, of Toga baying for his BLD and twice manic routine, of watching the press conference, of All Might knocking a wall down and narrowly missing pummeling the kid he had come to save with the falling brickwork. And then he described a choking pressure in his lungs and the feeling of coughing up disgusting gray sludge, only to realize we was no longer in a bar but instead standing in the center of a battlefield, staring down a monster with no hope of outrunning a maniac with a knife as long as his arms were still bound behind him. From there his story melded with Izuku's and his description was brief, just backing up what his friend had said. Once their statements were done and Tsukachi had packed up and gone, thanking them for their time with a kind smile, Yamada stepped forwards to crouch on the floor at the edge of the bed. Okay kiddos. We can talk more about this stuff later. But for right now I just wanted to let you know that every villain known to be on site last night was captured. Even the ones who made it into the tunnels were herded into a trap set by some local underground heroes Shoyuda called in. So you two can relax and heal. We've got you. You're both safe, okay? After his little announcement, he let the two shocked boys absorb the information, waiting for each of them to nod their shaky acknowledgement. Once he was sure neither was going to have an episode of some sort, he softly excused himself to go speak with the other two men out in the hallway, giving them the time and space to process. After they had been left on their own to absorb the events of the night before, and with the knowledge that the entire league had been captured, they had shifted from sitting upright on the edge of the bed to reclining against the raised head of the bed. Izuku cuddled snugly under his best friend's arm. There were too many thoughts running through the freckled boy's mind. So many things had happened in too short a time, and his brain was jumbled with the sheer amount of things he needed to compartmentalize. So, as he often did, he found himself rambling to himself. And, as he often did, Hitoshi sat back and relaxed as he idly listened in. They stayed like that for about 15 minutes or so, before Izuku said something that had his pillow tensing, causing his words to stumble to a stop. And then Hitoshi was twisting them around to face each other. A slightly desperate look on his face. Izuku, he said seriously, his voice cracking and strained from disuse and accumulated stress. Please don't say you would have rather you died than me. When Toga tried to stab you I felt my heart stop. I honestly thought I was going to lose you. And even though I was only a foot away there was nothing I could do about it. I had just spent the entire time I was captured regretting not telling you I'm in love with you sooner, and then I almost lost every chance to say anything afterwards. And it would have been my fault because you only stepped in to save me. Tears were streaming down his pale cheeks by the time he finished, huffing in deep breaths after his outburst. But Izuku was too busy staring at him in shock, his brain forced to a halt. Everything in him screaming a repeat of one single word out of his friend's whole speech. Suddenly a lot of things had been made clear to him. His devastation, desperation, and single-minded determination over the last few days being thrown into the revealing gaze of a floodlight, nothing left to confuse him. He didn't have a crush on Hitoshi. He took a shaky breath, meeting a distressed purple gaze. That sent the taller teen into a strong reboot. He seemed to stop breathing completely for a moment, a bit of panic flickering into his eyes as he realized just how he had confessed to his feelings. After his systems came back online, he seemed to deflate a bit, tips of his ears turning an endearing pink in shy embarrassment. You don't have to feel the same way. But I would have regretted never saying anything. Izuku fiddled with his hearing aids nervously, looking down and away. I thought you had a tea thing for Denki. Or a Totodoroki. That drew a snort from the purple-themed teen. But I've been thinking about that whole polyamory thing a lot. And while I have a bit of a crush on both of them, right now the only one I can for sure say I love is it's you, Izuku. The smaller boy flushed bright red at the full confession, freckles standing out stark against the color before he hid his face in his hands. He mumbled something incoherent into his palms. What was that, Izu? The greenette took a deep breath before pulling his hands away, though he still couldn't quite meet the other's eyes again. I feel the same way. About all of it. And suddenly Hitoshi felt like he was soaring, butterflies swooping in his gut at the reciprocated confession. "Can I, Izuku, can I embrace you?" He didn't have to wait for an answer because the other boy was quickly nodding before shyly starting to lean into his space. He leaned in as well, closing his eyes in an effort to not be weird. Their first embrace was chaste, a gentle press of lips just slightly off-center from where they should have been. Izuku huffing a giggle at having almost missed. The moment was quiet and sugar-sweet. Absolutely perfect. And abruptly ruined by Mei loudly teasing them from the doorway. "Oh thank F. The pining is finally F over." The two boys sprang apart as their friend quickly joined them on the bed. And they all dissolved into their familiar ritual of light teasing and comforting cuddles. The hospital released them late that afternoon and all 6 of them made the long trip back to the Yamazawa apartment. As soon as they were through the door, the 3 teens converged upon the couch. Since they were banned from Izuku's workshop for the night, they had planned a date with soft blankets, a pile of cats, and a Ghibli movie. The adults settled into the kitchen, letting them do their own thing as they decompressed with hot cups of tea and discussed what they would order for dinner. Izuku ended up buried under Hitoshi as the taller boy laid back against his belly with his knees across Mei's lap. The two inventors needed the reassuring pressure of their almost lost friend. They soon became a relaxed puddle as they focused on the movie they had picked out about a little witch earning her own way in the world. Their sleepy contentment only strengthened when Yamada brought them all hot cocoa with too many marshmallows about halfway through. Letting them know they had decided on curry for dinner, Izuku grinning at the sweet gesture of the adults choosing Hitoshi's favorite food. The movie eventually reached its end with the young witch getting the guy she liked and a whole slew of friends. Also the cat got laid, so that was something. By that time the food had been ordered, so the teens slumped off of the couch and made their way to the kitchen with their empty cups, Izuku taking over rinsing them all out as the other 2 helped Aizawa pull out the table to add a leaf to the center to make room for their guests. The food was delicious. Several dishes of curry took up the center of the table to be dished over rice at their whim. Hitoshi in particular made sure to try all of them before going back in for seconds of his favorites. There was also a special treat of ice cream when they were done. After that though, the 2 women had to leave. Mia had closed the shop for the day, but she was mid-project on some specialized tech for the Best Jeanist agency. He had asked her to customize one of her patented inventions to better suit the quirk of a sidekick. Getting her name on the suit would bring her a load more business, and the deadline was coming up fast. So she could afford to miss another day now that she was sure Hitoshi and Izuku were safe. Before they left, the 2 of them pulled Hitoshi into a hug and stood with him quietly for a few minutes, just letting their brains really latch onto the fact that he was back. After that came a round of much quicker hugs and some good-natured teasing, and then they were gone. The boys were sent up to their rooms to get ready for an early night. Both of them were too exhausted to even pretend to protest. And when Yamada went up to check that they were getting settled, he instead found the 2 of them fully clothed and curled up together in Hitoshi's bed. With a fond sigh, the hero stepped in to gently tug the aids from Izuku's ears. He left the door cracked as he left, the light from the hallway just enough to keep the room from being too dark, and the promise of the 2 of them waking up to purring cats too good to pass up. With that he left and went to find his husband for his own cuddles. The morning came with a call from Yonizu had successfully gotten the school board to cave to his will. The dorms were a go, which meant they had to start packing what they would need on a day-to-day basis during the school year. Hizashi busied himself with making a list as Aizawa went up to have a quick talk to their boys, letting them know what was going to have to happen, and to also let them know of something important that had just come through the mail. What he wasn't expecting was finding the 2 teens entangled in each other, very obviously sharing a sweet embrace. The man cleared his throat pointedly, raising an eyebrow at them when they broke apart. "Since when?" Hitoshi coughed, hiding his embarrassment as best he could, though the red tip of his ears gave him away. "Just since yesterday?" Their guardian sighed, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. That's gonna add a bit to our talks this morning. Get showered and changed and head downstairs. We have some news to share and then we will talk about this." He turned to leave before another thought struck and he glanced back over his shoulder at them. Separate showers, problem children. He left to the music of Izuku's absolutely mortified squeak, eating grin on his face as he headed back downstairs. By the time the two boys had come down to the kitchen, Hisashi had been informed of the new development and they had a game plan. Breakfast was on the table, a more Western meal of oatmeal with a plethora of fruits ready to use as toppings. They started them off easy, letting them know about the dorms and how they would have their own rooms in the 1A building, but that the two heroes would only be a little ways down the path in the teacher's dorm, and that they would be keeping their apartment for breaks and weekends. The discussion breezed over the cats, plans to build them their own room in the teacher's dorm as well. But several of them were leash-trained, so if the boys wanted to walk them down to their own dorms for the day, that would be acceptable. They asked if either of them has special requests for things to put in their dorms. Neither of them did, but Yamada swore they would go shopping anyways before the end of the summer. It was once the food was finished that they struck. Yamada standing to put his phone on the middle of the table, the holo projector, normally used for going over building plans for raids, now showing the starting slide of a PowerPoint. Izuku squeaked again, hiding his burning face behind his freckled hands. Hitoshi just looked as if he wished for death. Yamada tried to ease them into it a bit. Okay, so normally SEC Ed is given to UA students in the first semester as a 2-week course taught by Midnight and I. But due to the extenuating circumstances, this year we bumped it back until around 2 months from now. But I don't mind giving y'all the SparkNotes version now. Shinso tried to take that comment as an opening to run, standing abruptly and snagging Izuku's arm as if to drag him from the room. We really appreciate that. We do. But it's really not necessary. Come on Aizu, why don't we sit down? Aizawa said sternly. He didn't like making them do things they didn't want to do, but if they were going to be together in any romantic capacity, then this needed to be done. The two teens settled back into their seats miserably and Yamada kicked it up a gear. Okay, so, first things first. We called the doctor's office and both of you have tests scheduled for next week. Just to make sure you are both clean. Now, I would prefer none of you kiddos have SEC before you're 18, but I know teenagers, and I know that sometimes your hormones get the best of you. So all I ask is that you wait until you are 100% sure you're absolutely ready for that step. All I can do for you is to tell you some things to help you if you decide to go that far. So, safety. He then launched into a spiel about how two men safely have SEC, explaining the importance of condoms and lube and proper training. He went on for an hour or more, quickly stressing the way to check for mutual consent and other important things. All the while ignoring the two imploding teens sitting across from him. He made sure to just cover the M/M base topics. Most other things could wait till their actual SEC Ed classes. By the time he was done, Aizawa was fighting to keep back from laughing at the quiet looks of traumatization on both of their faces. He decided to give them a break and bring up the last topic of discussion as a distraction. In other news, Shinso, we got some mail for you this morning. Did you want to look through it? The purple teen latched on to the change of subject desperately, nodding frantically before taking the large manila envelope from the hero with eager hands, only to look confused when he realized he had no idea what was in it. Yamada waved for him to open it as he sat back down into his chair, pulling his tea closer to himself as he did. So with a shrug the lanky teen tore open the top and slid out the sheaf of white printer paper, turning it to face him afterwards. Only to freeze after reading the first paragraph. Hitoshi took a shaky breath before rereading it. And again. And again. Trying to make the words make sense in his view of the world. But his view wouldn't shift, so instead he looked up at the two heroes sitting across from him, begging with his eyes for them to help him understand. Aizawa leaned forwards to rest his arms on the table, doing his best to appear relaxed so as to not influence the teen's decision. It's not official yet, since you're over 12 your signature is required. But other than that all of the other paperwork has been filed and squared away, and the child services have been in for another tour while we were at camp, just to double check that you had what you needed. But yeah, if you want to then all you have to do is sign and we can have that filed by tomorrow and then it's just a week or two of waiting for processing. With that he stopped himself. This was, after all, something they had to leave up to the teen in the end. He watched with hidden amusement as Izuku leaned over to peer over his boyfriend's shoulder, green eyes widening before he sat back down quickly, obviously trying to smother his excited buzzing. The other teen was the opposite. Instead of excited bouncing, he was completely still in shock. They let him have his time, let him think his way through his new options. But it still broke their hearts when Violet Eyes looked back up, completely filled with tears. "You actually want me?" The question was broken, his voice shaky and choked, but the way he asked told of his desperation for an answer. The answer? The one he had been wanting since his quirk came in. Yamada sniffled, always easily swayed by others' emotions. "Oh, Lil One, of course we want you." Hitoshi's face went through several emotions at once. Wonder, fear, bewilderment, love, trust, excitement. And then he was standing to go and dig through the junk drawer, returning with a pen quickly. It only took him a few seconds to find the page with the single blank space that awaited him, and even less time for him to sign his name with a shaking hand. Izuku then squealed in happiness, joined quickly by Hisashi. The two of them burying the pale teen in smothering hugs. A purple eye peeking out from behind a shoulder found a smiling Aizawa watching the three of them fondly. With a grin of his own, Shinso let himself be smothered, content with his new fate. Before they went separated to go about their days, Shoyuta had made sure to pull Izuku aside. He wanted to verbally assure the teen that no one was able to adopt him until after the court hearing with Inko. Once he was officially released from her custody in a more permanent way, he promised to figure out their adoption options. Though he did mention that they might have to do some finagling since he and Hitoshi were now involved. Of course, the small teen had just shaken his head fondly at his guardian, saying flippantly that he wasn't worried about it, that he didn't need to stress over adopting him, that he was fine with how things were, and that he was just happy that Hitoshi had a forever family. The hero tried not to show the boy how much those words broke his heart, instead quietly stating that Izuku deserved a forever family as well. "But I have a family. Between all of you and the Hatsums, I have more people who care about me than I could have ever imagined when I was growing up. That's all I need." After that slightly confused declaration, the dark man couldn't resist pulling his foster into a hug. He didn't say anything, too choked up to even try, but he did squirrel away the reminder of the Hatsums as an answer to a future issue. Izuku was armpit deep in grease and gears, Hitoshi sitting on the beanbag they had moved into his workshop in the corner out of the way. The court date had been decided that morning, and Izuku had holed himself away to process his feelings a bit, though his boyfriend had refused to leave him completely alone. They had about 2 more weeks of summer, and then the hearing would be the second Sunday after the start of the semester. Both of their guardians had been a bit disgruntled with the timing, wondering why they would wait until after summer. So the Greenette had explained that Quirkless cases were often pushed back for things deemed more pressing, and that he was just surprised that he was being seen to before Christmas. The adults had not been thrilled with that answer, but they had let the two boys wander off easily enough. May was supposed to come over around lunch, and then the three of them had plans to meet up with Denki at a little Thai place down the road. Izuku had tried to invite Kuroyama and Todoroki as well, but Seoi was neck-deep in updating his sister's winter wardrobe before it got cold, and Shudo had politely declined. Izuku was sad they couldn't come, but he understood that his friends had lives of their own to live. But until then he was just happy to work on fine-tuning the portable barrier he had started back before the camp. He had managed to get it up and running, the machine able to put up a solid energy field about 10 meters in diameter. It was already fantastic as a mobile safe zone for emergencies, but he wanted to figure out how to build in a door that could be opened from the inside. His plan was to have it used by paramedics and other first responders who worked triage zones. That way they could choose who to let in when people carried the injured over. But they would still be covered from attacks or falling debris or whatnot. His idea for the moment was to add in an extra sensor and then build a remote with a distinct frequency. Then it should just be a bit of programming to have the remote open and close a 3-foot arch in the field. Small enough to not be an easy target, wide enough to get a gurney through. Admittedly, his pivot to use this project for this reason was influenced by his experience in Kamino. Seeing the stressed first responders as he and Hitoshi were herded to the ambulance had made an impression. He wanted to make their job easier. He had just connected the last wire when his timer went off, telling him he had to go clean up before May got there. If she found him in his workshop, they would never be able to get her to leave for lunch. His shower was quick and he raced to get dressed and join Hitoshi on the couch. It was only a few minutes of the smaller teen watching his boyfriend run around his cartoon island before the doorbell rang, signaling their time to leave. Izuku pulled open the door so she wouldn't get impatient while they pulled on their shoes. And then with a quick pocket pat down they were out the door. Izuku chucked and pulled out some baby wipes as they loaded into the elevator, scrubbing what he could off of Mei's hands as they descended through the levels. The whole time listening and asking questions as the other genius described her latest baby. A new type of grappling harness made to help bring passengers either up or down sheer faces and out of danger. The soot that covered her was apparently the result of adding too much compressed air into the firing mechanism before testing. An easy enough fix. And then Shinso suggested that if they could make Izuku's latest device smaller they could maybe combine them and thus save the rescuers from becoming targets if said rescue was from, say, a burning building in the middle of a villain fight. The resulting slew of math and theory on how to make a more personal-sized portable shield lasted until they were guided by their amused friend to the table Denki had saved for them. They broke off mid-calculation when their blonde almost knocked the other two boys over with a leaping hug. "Oh gods! I'm so glad to see you too. Do you know how worried I was when you disappeared, Izu? I know we've been texting all week since you got back, but it's just really good to see you both." The sight of tears welling in golden eyes, blocking the sparkle like rain clouds block the sunlight had Izuku flailing around frantically as he tried his best to apologize. Shinso just huffed and hugged the blonde back with a quiet sigh. Eventually, instead of trying to actually calm the others down, Mei just tugged them to their booth and shoved the three of them into one side. Getting them settled all tangled together took some doing, but they managed. When a waitress braved the emotional miasma in order to get their drink order, Mei just asked for 4 waters and then rattled off the first things she could remember that each of the others had ordered before. Thus when the boys returned to the world outside of their little bubble about 10 minutes later they were greeted with a coffee, a Sprite, and the house herbal tea blend. They thanked their pink friend profusely as they rehydrated. The menus were pulled out and read through and orders were made soon after. Lunch was delicious. All of them celebrated the freedom from being grounded for their purple and green trouble magnets. At one point Kaminari video called Shudo, having a quick chat with the boy and his mother from her hospital room. The heterochromatic boy expressed his slightly stilted relief at their safety once again before wishing them a fun afternoon. They hung up soon after, promising as they did so to meet up with Todoroki before they all officially moved into the dorms. Once they finished off their giant shared vat of pad CW, they moved on to the test of their plans for the day. Mike had recommended a laser tag arena nearby. Apparently he had done an event there the year before for his radio show and decided that every kid needed to try the game at least once. They took the train to head downtown, chatting the whole way about the dorms and what might change curriculum-wise because of them. Mei in particular was practically incandescent at the thought of getting longer hours in the labs with free range on UA's nearly limitless supplies. Mia still had a fairly strict monetary limit for individual parts, though she was occasionally allowing her daughter access to some of the rarer supplies and strong-to-get experimental gear, usually as a treat for good grades in not-support-related subjects. Mei was getting way better at reading poetry. They got to the large modern industrial-looking building. All corrugated iron and cinder blocks splattered over in a rainbow of colors like someone had taken a paintball gun to the walls instead of a brush. When they entered they were met with a small lobby with hallways leading off to either side. One way was open and led into a small concession stand and smaller arcade setup. The other was covered over with blackout curtains. Obviously the way to the play area. Behind a counter there were racks of equipment and gear, all looking super high-tech and sleek. Ready for renting. Izuku and Denki stepped up to the tired-looking young man behind the counter, leaving Hitoshi to keep Mei occupied for a few moments. "Hi. We should have a reservation for Yamada." A tired blink was the response before the man started typing on the computer in front of him. After a moment or two he let out a positive sound. "There you are. 4 full sets for 3 hours, 14,000 yen worth of tokens and 4 unlimited snack cards. Give me just a sec and let me get everything gathered up." With a stifled yawn he turned to the wall and started pulling sets off of the rack, hooking them up to the computer one by one and asking what names they wanted to show up on the scoreboards. 3 of them went with their hero names and the other went with support goddess. After a quick discussion, they decided to start as a team and then split into different groups or singles later if they got bored. They then chose green as their team color with their secondary personal colors matching with their hair. Because of course. Once everything was set up, the attendant showed them how to strap into the vests and helmets and how the guns worked, telling them he would have their tokens and snack cards ready for them whenever they were ready. They were then pointed to the curtain door and informed that there were 4 other teams and 6 individual players in already. They could already tell that from the shifting scores on the large screen on the wall nearby, but it was nice to be told anyways. Izuku eyed down the scores. It looked like the points reset every 15 minutes, so the goal was to get as many points within the time frame as possible. Apparently when they handed in their equipment, they could ask for printouts of each round they were a part of. There were still 6 minutes left for this round, so that gave them time to go in and get a feel for the area and the players they would be against before a new round would start. The smallest teen suggested a basic formation, something simple that would play to their strengths while being versatile enough to account for whatever the terrain would be like. They went into a darkened room, lit only by black lights. Everything from the walls to the props and false buildings painted black and splattered with a dizzying array of neon paint. It was a maze of walls, hidey holes, windows, and sniper perches. Before they could really get their bearings, a singular figure came careening around the corner, obviously trying to snag some points off of the newcomers. Unfortunately for them, said newcomers were a group of hero and support students, all used to dodging attacks and explosions at the drop of a hat. The 4 of them split up according to their planned formation. Izuku and Denki staying low, racing forwards to draw most of the attention and fire. Mei breaking off to the right for a hiding spot she could use to cover them. Hitoshi all but leaping up a ladder to provide eyes from above. Within seconds their opponent was running back for cover. Dim red lights blinking on his vest and helmet that showed where they had been hit. Denki signaled that he saw movement from the right and all of them headed that way. Hitoshi kept an eye from above and Mei brought up the rear, all of them doing their best to dodge from cover to cover. The rest of that round went quickly, their little group getting a feel for the others in the play area and the terrain they had to work with. The next 2 rounds were an absolute slaughter. Izuku calling out combos from their training and Mei keeping an eye out for ambushes. The hero students completely obliterated their competition. After that they went back out to the lobby to snag their snack cards so they could get some drinks. Chugging them quickly before asking to be set to PvP, their colors on the board losing the green team dots. From there it was a free-for-all of ambushes and all-out war tactics. The other players all just decided to try and keep out of their way. By the time their rental slot was over, they were a sweaty mess of excited and playful energy. The buzzers on their vests went off signaling the end of 3 hours while Izuku had Hitoshi pinned, the teen having launched himself from a sniper hole in order to get the drop on his sneaking boyfriend. Once they realized the game was over, the smaller teen got up with a giggle, hauling Hitoshi up as he did before giving him a brief embrace. He turned to head out only to find a stunned Kaminari standing behind him. A few quick blinks and the blonde was tilting his head slowly. "Are you 2 together?" The 2 in question shared a quick glance, uncertain over the weird tone underlying the question. Hitoshi shrugged. They had been planning on telling their friend group anyways, so Izuku nodded. "Yeah. For a couple of weeks now." Cool. Wanna get a snack?" Their electric friend then turned and hurried off. Not waiting for an answer, Izuku and Hitoshi shared a worried look before following, stopping to hand in their gear and grab their 4 cups of tokens for the arcade. By the time they caught up to the blonde, the other boy was once again acting normal, listening in dazed confusion to another of Mei's theoretical physics rants. The 2 boyfriends shared a look, simultaneously deciding to pull Denki away later to talk to him properly. For now they were all here to have fun, so that's what they would focus on. From there all of them raced through, eating their weight in bad hot dogs and then washing it all down with warm soda. And then they hit the tiny arcade, burning through their tokens as quickly as they possibly could, laughing and teasing each other the whole way. Once they were done, they ended up pooling all of their tickets together to get the giant stuffed cat. It was almost as tall as Izuku and black with glow in the dark blue eyes. They all agreed to let Hitoshi keep a hold of it until they moved into the dorms. After that they would ask 1A if they minded the thing being kept in one of the common spaces. By the time they headed toward the train station it was already falling dark and all of them were exhausted after their fun afternoon. Unfortunately they all had to separate to catch their own trains. So a quick hug was all they could manage or else risk being late. It wasn't until they got home that Izuku remembered that they needed to talk to Kaminari. He cuddled up to Hitoshi on the couch, trying to make a game plan. In the end they settled on asking both him and Shudo to meet up for a coffee at their favorite cafe that Saturday. It was time to have a discussion. Kacho, hey, can I ask you something? Pain relief, sure. Kacho, you like Mido and Hito, right? Like as more than friends pain relief? Yes. I think so. Why do you ask? Kacho, well, what would you do if they got together? Like what if they started dating? Pain relief. Well, I would like to say that I would support them and be happy for them. They are my friends after all. But if I'm telling the truth, I would probably be a little sad. Though I would try not to show it to them. They are not obligated to like me back in the same way. Kacho, yeah, me too. Pain relief, is there any reason you are asking me this? Kacho, nope. No reason. My mom has taught me not to spread rumors anyways. I have to go. I'll talk to you later. Pain relief, okay. Have a good night. Strongly, hey Denki, Shudo, Toshi and I were planning to go to a cafe on Wednesday. We were really hoping the both of you could come too. Pain relief, I do not believe I have plans for that day. Kacho, which cafe? Morslet please, the one down on 8th. It had great desserts. Kacho, say no more. I am so in pain relief. If I am able to dodge extra training that day then I would also like to come. Strongly, awesome. Let's try for like 11. Kacho. Mido. You do know teenagers aren't supposed to get up before noon during vacation, right? More sleep please, that's what I keep saying. But he wants to pull some extra hours at the shop afterwards. So he's torturing me by stealing my sleep again. Strongly, both of you are dramatic AF. Kacho, you bet your cute little butt. Izuku hadn't slept a wink. To be fair, neither had Hitoshi, but that was a lot more common. The violet boy had spent the night curled up with a book in Izuku's workshop. His phone hooked up to the speakers playing his calming lo-fi list in an effort to help the two of them relax as much as possible. They had settled into a decent space. Just them and their distractions and the music. Both of them spaced out a bit in an effort not to stress too much. Time passed by unnoticed. It took Yamada coming into their safe haven to usher them out for breakfast for them to even notice that it was morning. Early morning but still morning. The two men had a meeting with a lawyer at 7 to get to, so breakfast was simple, toast and jam, or a pick from their stash of cereals. Neither boy was too picky though, happy that their fosters were so willing to take the extra time to make sure they ate. And then with quiet well wishes the two men were running out the door, arms full of folders and coffee. Once he finished eating, Izuku got up to do the dishes. Hitoshi thanked him with a quiet grumble before he headed into the living room to collapse onto the couch. Once everything was clean, the greenette joined him, sitting on the floor and turning on the TV to pass the time until they needed to leave. They settled on some sort of hybrid how it's made marathon, listening quietly as the narrator went on and on about the process of making hollow projectors. When the next segment came on, this time about the functions of the oldest engines and how they've changed over the last few hundred years, Hitoshi slipped off the couch to go get them both some coffee in the name of being coherent. He wasn't sure how well it worked, but they were at least on time when they locked the door after themselves. It really was a pity that Shiokazu-san's cafe was further from home now that they lived with the heroes. It would be even more so once they were in the dorms. But it was worth the train ride over just for the coffee. That wasn't even factoring in the pastries. Izuku bet that Kaminari was going to have a field day when he saw all of the cake on display. The blonde had a real sweet tooth. For now it was fine since his metabolism was so high, but he would have to watch it as he got older, so he didn't put on too much weight. A little was fine, but if it started to affect his hero work then they would have to find a happy balance. Unfortunately the train is rather busy, it's lunchtime and the end of summer break. So the carriages are packed with business people trying to get their meal before their break is over and kids making the best of the last little bit of time off. But Hitoshi pointed out that they couldn't complain because technically they were the same. Though they both wished they could go for a nap right at that moment instead of trying to face a scary conversation. But both of them wanted to do this. Wanted to jump the hurdle and see where they landed. So on the crowded train to the crowded cafe they went. It was warm and welcoming as always when they stepped through the door. Todoroki was already there, standing in line and reading off of the board, a small frown on his face as he tried to make a decision before it was his turn. Izuku smiled at the cute almost pout before calling out a greeting. They joined him at the end of the line. And when Shudo admitted he had never had coffee from a shop before, Hitoshi took the opportunity to educate the two-tone teen in the intricacies of the flavors of different blends. And true to his nature, Todoroki listened closely and absorbed everything as well as he could, asking the occasional question. By the time they had reached the counter, the two of them had settled on getting 3 cups of coffee for him to try, with Hitoshi saying he would drink whichever ones he decided he didn't like. Izuku chuckled to himself at their antics as he stepped up to order his own Thai iced coffee and a whole selection of snacks. The barista taking orders grinned at him as the other customers stepped aside. You're that kid from the other day, right? Suzushikin has been worried about you. Hold on and let me grab her out of the kitchen. She raced off before he could respond, heading through the door to the kitchen. She returned quickly, all but dragging the familiar owner of the small shop. Once she realized why she was being manhandled, the 3 boys watched her light up with glee. Midoriya-kun. Oh my gosh. I was wondering how you were doing after all of that mess last time. Let me get your order and then we can have a quick chat, okay? She rang him and his 2 friends up, grinning when Shudo bullied them out of the way in order to swipe his father's credit card to pay for their large bounty of treats. They're shooed over to a table in the corner as she turns to gather their things and make their drinks. They had just settled when the bell on the door jingled cheerfully again to announce the arrival of a slightly late Denki, the blonde obviously out of breath from a run. Shinso grinned at his antics before standing to go up to the counter, probably to pay for his drink. They returned with Shio Kazusen in tow. Midoriya-kun. Shinso-kun. How are you two doing? How is Hatsume-kun? Who are your friends? They spend the next few minutes introducing the friendly barista to the other 2 boys and assuring her that things have been okay. She had been worried after the incident with Inko in the cafe and seeing bits of news footage about Shinso's abduction. So they caught her IP to speed, mentioning the Inko's court date was set and that Shinso was well on the way past recovery. Unfortunately, a fresh wave of lunch crowd came in, so she had to leave soon after, heading back to the kitchen with a cheery, "Stop by more often, kiddos." Izuku chuckled as he waved back before turning his attention to Kaminari to greet him properly. They sat and sipped at their drinks as they chatted about what they imagined the dorms would be like and how they were going to try and keep Mei from blowing up the ones for the support course. They joked around and munched on Pain-o chocolate, even managing to get a few amused huffs out of Shudo when they wandered into ragging on famous hero missteps and Endeavor's most infamous interview. Eventually, though, the fun part had to end. Izuku and Hitoshi shared a look. They had about an hour left before they had to leave for the shop. If they wanted enough time to have this conversation properly, it was now or never. Long pale fingers wrapped around a freckled and scarred hand, squeezing reassurance. And Izuku took the plunge. Hey, Hitoshi and I we're dating, and well, we've been to talked about it, and what I mean to say is, Denki's hand on his shoulder brings him to a screeching stop. Hey man. It's okay. We're happy for you. Really. No judgment here. A blinding smile was aimed at the greenette to sell the sentiment, only to be met with quiet frustration from Izuku, much to the blonde's confusion. It took green eyes glaring over to purple and a frustrated wave of prompting before Shinso took pity on his boyfriend. Thanks. Izuku's not just trying to say that we're dating. He's trying to ask if you two would like to join us. Kaminari blanked out at the confession. But Todoroki leaned forwards, obviously interested if a bit confused. I don't understand. You want us to join you in dating? Izuku nodded furiously, a huge blush covering his face. But let Shinso continue to hold the reins. Yes. He and I have been looking more into polyamory since it had been brought up to us, and we have decided that we would both like to give it a shot. If you want to. Shudo hummed quietly. I'll admit I don't know a new thing about relationships, and even less about polyamory was it? Can you explain please? And so they talk. Shinso explains about the basics of polyamory and how he and Izuku thought they might be able to make an arrangement work between the four of them. He also admitted that he had harbored a crush for the other two teens since the first week of school. His boyfriend jumped in at that point to admit something similar. It was at that point that Denki finally seemed to come back to earth, breaking into happy tears as he gleefully stated that he had developed a crush on all of them at first sight. Because apparently he had a thing for unfairly pretty boys. He accepted their proposal with little more thought, settling in to babble at Izuku in excitement as Hitoshi calmly answered Shudo's questions. It was a phone alarm alerting them that they needed to leave so Izuku could make his shift that drew them out of their discussion. The greenette turned to the still unsure Todoroki. Shudo, look, you don't have to answer anytime soon, okay? And if you decide this isn't what you want, we will all still be your friends, okay? There was a pause as they gathered up their things and shoved the spare treats in a bag to throw at Mei so she could remember to eat. As Izuku snagged their empty cups to toss, Shudo gave his answer. I can't say I am uninterested. I would like some time to think it over. Hitoshi nodded firmly. That's fine. Take all the time you need. There's no pressure for this. We just knew we would regret it if we didn't at least offer. They left from there, pausing outside on the sidewalk for a quick round of hugs as they said their goodbyes. Denki started to walk away before he turned back, a determined look on his face as he scooped up Izuku's hand and pressed a chaste embrace to freckled knuckles. I had fun. We need to go on a real date soon, he said with a small flirty smirk. He turned to Shinso, giving the smallest teen a moment to himself while he self-destructed at the open flirting from his newest boyfriend. The blonde moved to snag the taller boy's hand as well but had to abort when Hitoshi stepped closer instead. Said hand slipping in through Denki's guard to tilt his chin up for a brief embrace to the lips instead. Izuku made a high-pitched squeaking sound seeing this, and Hitoshi grinned down at the both of them deviously as they both did their best to process. See you soon, Denks. Come on, Izu, we're going to be late. He then dragged the greenette towards the train station, leaving Kaminari waving in stunned disbelief. Eventually the blonde remembered he wasn't alone and turned to his other friend with a dumbfounded look on his face. That pal? Shudo nodded slowly. Yes. But I have to go. With that he spun around, heading further downtown. Denki watched him go, wondering whether or not he was imagining the light blush on the other boy's cheeks. Izuku and Hitoshi got the dubious honor of moving into the dorms a few days early. The teachers were getting a whole 3 days to unpack and get settled before they would have to deal with the mess that would come with watching over swarms of teenagers. They didn't bring everything from the Yamazawa apartment. Mostly just the day-to-day basics, some of it new duplicates. They planned on spending most weekends and holidays in the apartment in the middle of the city, so they left a lot of things there. Shoyuta did demand that their new campus dorm have accommodations for the 8 cats though. That was his stipulation for agreeing to the SWH in his contract. Nizu wouldn't give the cats their own room in the name of limited space. The compromise was to make the whole dorm a cat haven. There were climbing spots and tunnels through the walls. And the laundry room was extended slightly to make room for more of the self-cleaning litter boxes Aizawa preferred. The 2 teen boys didn't get their own rooms in the teachers' dorms. They were getting rooms with the other students after all, but Mike made sure to buy the most comfortable pull-out couch on the market just in case they needed to stay the night with their fosters. The 2 boys' dorms were a bit on the empty side, neither of them really needing a whole lot and therefore leaving most of the extras at the apartment. They did have a few personal touches though. Shinso made sure his floor was well stocked with cushions and beanbag chairs, and had taken Yamada up on the offer of expensive LED light strips to mark the edges of his room and furniture. Izuku had put up some printouts of the blueprints for his favorite gear, thinking that if he stared at them long enough he could come up with more ways to improve them, and had brought his more portable toolbox to set up in the corner of his room with a small table so he could tinker when he couldn't sleep. But other than those and a few other small things, they only had to unpack their clothes and dress the beds. So they were done with their spaces within an hour. As soon as his last hoodie was on a hanger, Izuku headed upstairs to Hitoshi's room to see if he was finished. The purple boy had the room directly above his own, and according to the seating charts their other paramours would be reasonably close as well, with Shudo in the room 2 down from Izuku's and Denki next door to Shinso. Izuku just prayed that Todoroki said yes. He didn't want things to get awkward if he said no and they were stuck being on the same floor. He knocked briefly when he made it to the right door, opening it when he got a responding call. "Hey Toshi." "What?" "This looks so cool." His boyfriend was curled up on a pile of pillows on the floor scrolling on his phone as the LED lights filtered through 100 different shades of blue and green, making the whole room feel like it was an enchanted underwater cave or something. The other teen shoved his phone in a pocket, stretching out to snag a remote from his desk. "Yeah, these are actually really cool. There's a fire theme and a galaxy theme too, as well as more standard ones like rainbow or solid colors." They spent a few minutes playing with the settings before they decided it was time to go see if their fosters needed help with their own dorm. They had more to unpack after all, since they also had to bring their own things for the kitchen shared on each floor of the teachers' dorms and things for the cats. The trek across the greens between the dorm buildings was quick, 3 minutes or so at a steady pace. Close enough that the teachers would be close enough to help any of the classes in an emergency. This building, unlike their own, was buzzing with activity. The teachers and school robots busy carrying in boxes and furniture. The 2 boys nodded to Cementos as they dodged through the large communal living room, aiming for the stairs and the 3rd floor. Each floor had 3 dorms and a shared kitchen. And floor 3 was playing host to Aizawa, Yamada, Snipe, and Hound Dog. Izuku was relieved when he heard who the floor mates would be, glad they were 2 of the calmer teachers so he wouldn't have to deal with extra energy every time he came to visit his fosters and unwind. They found Yamada in the kitchen setting up Aizawa's fancy coffee machine, obviously looking ahead to his husband's most imminent needs. He greeted them both with a cheerful hello and a hug, before asking them to help show Yuta with building the flat-packed furniture and the new litter boxes for the kitties. Sending them to help the dark-haired man turned out to be a good call. They walked into the dorm to find him hunched on the floor cursing a robot pooper scooper as it refused to be built. Izuku just laughed and shooed him off to a simpler project so he could take over assembling the tech. There was still a record amount of cursing over something so easy as a shelf, but this way the green-haired teen could make sure the cats had a clean place to potty. It took several hours, but eventually everything was put together properly and in place. Most of the boxes of necessary items roughly unpacked and broken down to be taken to the recycling later. Mike called it good enough, scooping up his phone to place a dinner order for them and probably the rest of the men on their floor. Too tired to even think about cooking. A quick text to and from Snipe confirming that he would be willing to run to the gate to grab the food when it arrived released them from the rest of their obligations. All 4 of them collapsed onto the couch and the 2 recliners that had been shoved in a semicircle in front of the TV. Only to groan when they remembered that the system had yet to be hooked up. The small green genius in their midst sighed before sliding off the couch to crawl the 4 feet to the small entertainment system. He knew he would be the fastest at untangling the wires and plugging everything in where it was meant to be. Besides, it was a new system and he was curious about the quality. It only took him 10 minutes and a little help from Hitoshi to get the surround speakers moved to the general area where they would end up on the walls. And then he was flopped back out on the couch watching with tired interest as Mike scrolled through apps. Eventually he logged into Webby and settled on the prompted suggestion for a super old documentary about cane mummies. Kitschy stereotypical music played over drone shots of sand and lulled the lot of them into puddles on their chosen seats. All of them well ready to just take a break. About 20 minutes in, a ping from Snipe let them know that dinner had been retrieved, so with a collective groan they all clambered to their feet and headed out into the hall to the shared space. They joined the 2 other men on their floor at the table piled high with Chinese takeout boxes and started to sort their way through to find whatever struck their fancy. Dinner was spent in quiet conversation, finding comfort in family and friends in this new space. Izuku almost regretted agreeing to stay in the Class A dorms. Apparently Class H had decided to use half of their common room space as a creation area. They got Power Loader to agree by swearing off anything that could be dangerous. But that still left things like designing and putting pieces together and sewing. He helped May carry her boxes upstairs to her room and debated whether or not it would be worth it to ask to move, but eventually decided that as a member of Class H he was well within his rights to come visit whenever he wanted to. He joked around with the support students as he went back and forth between the moving trucks and the dorms, helping the others after May's things were gathered and she was too busy unpacking, making a mess, to pay much attention to him. Kuroyama in particular was grateful for the help. He was apparently mid-remaking his sister's winter wardrobe and had triple the amount of clothing of anyone else, though he would be taking finished pieces back to his family home every week so the girls would be ready as soon as the weather started getting cooler. As they figured out a safe way to pile boxes in the limited space around the boys' personal sewing setup, the tall support student explained his plans for various pieces, going over the wonders of thrift flips and how to revamp old clothes. Izuku listened with rapt attention, fascinated by the concept, even as he knew he wasn't really one for fashion. Still, he kept some ideas in his back pocket for later use. It was a bit after lunch when he finally helped carry the last box inside and extracted himself so he could go find his boyfriends. He was excited to see Kaminari again, and he figured Shinso was probably already hanging around the blonde, most likely doing his best to keep the energetic teen on task. Indeed, he found them snagging the last of Denki's boxes from a nearly empty truck. He stepped in to grab the one that the electric boy was clearly struggling with, hefting it onto one shoulder so he could give Denki a one-sided hug in greeting. The blonde promptly flushed bright red at the show of strength, before switching to a more flirtatious smile and letting out a long whistle. God damn Izuku. Way to show off those muscles. The freckled teen looked away in embarrassment, too wasn't trying to show off. You just looked like you could use a hand. Shinso chuckled from where he was walking along behind them, watching the show. Relax, Izu. I assure you neither of us are complaining, especially since you took off your overshirt. Izuku grumbled about 2 layers of long sleeves being too hot while he was working as they walked up the stairs to Kaminari's room. It was currently a mess of half-unpacked doodads and trinkets. Green eyes blinked around at the chaos before carefully setting his burden down and deciding to just build the small flat pack shelf in the corner while the other 2 dealt with Denki's interesting choices for decor. Once the extra bit of furniture was out together and settled where their boyfriend wanted it, the greenette switched to hanging clothes in the small closet. He was trying not to snoop. Really he was. But he couldn't help taking an interest in certain articles, even as he discreetly put them away. The pleated skirt was definitely something he wanted to ask about when he knew it wouldn't upset the blonde. They spent the next few hours sorting through the disaster that was Denki's packing, finding places for his random things and organizing his desk to be usable. Finally, they decided it was good enough for the moment and that they were too hungry to care about the tiny little fiddly bits that could be done over the next few days. They tramped downstairs to the common areas to see what kind of food Aizawa had gotten them for the first day there. Lunch Rush had provided sandwiches for lunch, but they would be making a grocery order list tonight to have delivered to the dorms tomorrow morning. So for now each dorm's homeroom teacher was tasked with making sure their kids didn't starve. Lucky for them, Aizawa was too lazy to cook for 20 teenagers. There was a massive pile of pizza boxes on the kitchen counter, several open and spread out over the nearby table as well. Most of their class was already down and digging in, only pausing to shout greetings to their prodigal members as they joined the group. Izuku grinned and snagged a few pieces of hamburger and onion pizza for himself before sitting in an open chair, his 2 partners settling on either side of him as they got their own food. It was another 20 minutes or so of slowly eating their weight in grease and chatting with their friends before Todoroki showed up, obviously looking for dinner. He looked confused at what he found, asking what the pizza was, much to the consternation of the rest of the teens. Denki explained exactly what pizzas were, adding an extra emphasis on their deliciousness as he went. The heterochromatic teen nodded along seriously at the explanation, before asking if it was healthy. When it was confirmed that no, most pizza was not technically healthy, he nodded. Makes sense on why I've never had it then. My father wouldn't let anything unhealthy into the house. Denki scowled at that, and several of their classmates promised to bring the poor teen their favorite unhealthy foods when they got the chance. That earned a lot of them a small smile as Shudo slowly sifted through his options and grabbed several different types of toppings to try. An hour later, the others buzzed with excitement as they decided to have a room competition, dragging everyone along in their sea of energy. Most of the rooms were pretty as expected from the teens they belonged to. Though Sato got extra kudos for his cake, Shinso got loads of compliments on his lights, and Shudo got looks of disbelief from his complete makeover. In the end, the others wandered back towards the common areas as they discussed who should win the competition, but before they could follow after them, Todoroki stopped the three partners and asked if they could talk for a moment. They complied easily, slipping into the other boy's room and settling on the tatami mats when motioned to sit. They waited patiently while Shudo gathered his thoughts. Well, as patiently as possible. Denki had a strong time sitting still in the best of circumstances after all. But his fidgeting was accepted easily by the others. About what we all talked about at the cafe. I would like to accept. But I'm afraid the only experience I have with relationships has been not good. So I would ask that if we try this, can you all be patient with me? I don't want to ask too much, but I have no idea what a relationship is supposed to be like if it's not abusive. And, if things don't work out, can I still be your friend? Izuku sniffled a bit before throwing himself forwards and into the other boy's lap for a hug. Of course, Shudo. We wouldn't want to rush you or push you in any way. Just the fact that you're willing to try to be with us is more than enough for me. Denki joined in the hug, adding his own reassurances to Izuku's mess of babbling, swiping a hand out to snag their last boyfriend and drag him into the impromptu cuddle pile. He went easily enough, allowing himself to drape over the other three like a reassuring weight. Eventually they all calmed down and the greenette realized he was in the very middle of all three of the boys he liked. His freckles stood out prettily from his blush as he tried to gently slip out of the hug. Hitoshi took pity on him and let him up, not without a knowing smirk though. From there they spent the time until lights out talking about everything and nothing. Simply just enjoying the fact that their little polycule was now official. Kacho, hey, can I ask you something? Pain relief, sure. Kacho, you like Mido and Hito, right? Like as more than friends. Pain relief, yes. I think so. Why do you ask? Kacho, well, what would you do if they got together? Like what if they started dating? Pain relief, well, I would like to say that I would support them and be happy for them. They're my friends after all. But if I'm telling the truth, I would probably be a little sad. Though I would try not to show it to them. They are not obligated to like me back in the same way. Kacho, yeah, me too. Pain relief, is there any reason you are asking me this? Kacho, nope. No reason. My mom has taught me not to spread rumors anyways. I have to go. I'll talk to you later. Pain relief, okay. Have a good night. Stronkly, hey Denki, Shudo, Toshi and I were planning to go to a cafe on Wednesday. We were really hoping the both of you could come too. Pain relief, I do not believe I have plans for that day. Kacho, which cafe? Morslet please, the one down on 8th. It had great desserts. Kacho, say no more. I am so in pain relief. If I am able to dodge extra training that day, then I would also like to come. Stronkly, awesome. Let's try for like 11. Kacho. Mido. You do know teenagers aren't supposed to get up before noon during vacation, right? More sleep please, that's what I keep saying. But he wants to pull some extra hours at the shop afterwards. So he's torturing me by stealing my sleep again. Stronkly, both of you are dramatic AF. Kacho, you bet your cute little butt. Izuku hadn't slept a wink. To be fair, neither had Hitoshi, but that was a lot more common. The violet boy had spent the night curled up with a book in Izuku's workshop. His phone hooked up to the speakers playing his calming lo-fi list in an effort to help the two of them relax as much as possible. They had settled into a decent space. Just them and their distractions and the music. Both of them spaced out a bit in an effort not to stress too much. Time passed by unnoticed. It took Yamada coming into their safe haven to usher them out for breakfast for them to even notice that it was morning. Early morning, but still morning. The two men had a meeting with a lawyer at 7 to get to, so breakfast was simple, toast and jam, or a pick from their stash of cereals. Neither boy was too picky though, happy that their fosters were so willing to take the extra time to make sure they ate. And then with quiet well wishes the two men were running out the door, arms full of folders and coffee. Once he finished eating, Izuku got up to do the dishes. Hitoshi thanked him with a quiet grumble before he headed into the living room to collapse onto the couch. Once everything was clean, the greenette joined him, sitting on the floor and turning on the TV to pass the time until they needed to leave. They settled on some sort of hybrid how it's made marathon, listening quietly as the narrator went on and on about the process of making hollow projectors. When the next segment came on, this time about the functions of the oldest engines and how they've changed over the last few hundred years, Hitoshi slipped off the couch to go get them both some coffee in the name of being coherent. He wasn't sure how well it worked, but they were at least on time when they locked the door after themselves. It really was a pity that Shio Kazusan's cafe was further from home now that they lived with the heroes. It would be even more so once they were in the dorms. But it was worth the train ride over just for the coffee. That wasn't even factoring in the pastries. Izuku bet that Kaminari was going to have a field day when he saw all of the cake on display. The blonde had a real sweet tooth. For now it was fine since his metabolism was so high, but he would have to watch it as he got older, so he didn't put on too much weight. A little was fine, but if it started to affect his hero work, then they would have to find a happy balance. Unfortunately, the train is rather busy. It's lunchtime and the end of summer break. So the carriages are packed with business people trying to get their meal before their break is over and kids making the best of the last little bit of time off. But Hitoshi pointed out that they couldn't complain because technically they were the same. Though they both wished they could go for a nap right at that moment instead of trying to face a scary conversation. But both of them wanted to do this. Wanted to jump the hurdle and see where they landed. So on the crowded train to the crowded cafe they went. It was warm and welcoming as always when they stepped through the door. Todoroki was already there, standing in line and reading off of the board, a small frown on his face as he tried to make a decision before it was his turn. Izuku smiled at the cute almost pout before calling out a greeting. They joined him at the end of the line. And when Shudo admitted he had never had coffee from a shop before, Hitoshi took the opportunity to educate the two-tone teen in the intricacies of the flavors of different blends. And true to his nature, Todoroki listened closely and absorbed everything as well as he could, asking the occasional question. By the time they had reached the counter, the two of them had settled on getting 3 cups of coffee for him to try, with Hitoshi saying he would drink whichever ones he decided he didn't like. Izuku chuckled to himself at their antics as he stepped up to order his own Thai iced coffee and a whole selection of snacks. The barista taking orders grinned at him as the other customers stepped aside. "You're that kid from the other day, right? Suzushikin has been worried about you. Hold on and let me grab her out of the kitchen." She raced off before he could respond, heading through the door to the kitchen. She returned quickly, all but dragging the familiar owner of the small shop. Once she realized why she was being manhandled, the 3 boys watched her light up with glee. "Midoriyakin. Oh my gosh. I was wondering how you were doing after all of that mess last time. He let me get your order and then we can have a quick chat, okay?" She rang him and his 2 friends up, grinning when Shudo bullied them out of the way in order to swipe his father's credit card to pay for their large bounty of treats. They're shooed over to a table in the corner as she turns to gather their things and make their drinks. They had just settled when the bell on the door jingled cheerfully again to announce the arrival of a slightly late Denki, the blonde obviously out of breath from a run. Shinso grinned at his antics before standing to go up to the counter, probably to pay for his drink. They returned with Shio Kazusan in tow. "Midoriyakin. Shinsuken. How are you two doing? How is Hatsumekin? Who are your friends?" They spend the next few minutes introducing the friendly barista to the other 2 boys and assuring her that things have been okay. She had been worried after the incident with Inko in the cafe and seen bits of news footage about Shinso's abduction. So they caught her IP to speed, mentioning the Inko's court date was set and that Shinso was well on the way past recovery. Unfortunately, a fresh wave of lunch crowd came in, so she had to leave soon after, heading back to the kitchen with a cheery, "Stop by more often, kiddos." Izuku chuckled as he waved back before turning his attention to Kaminari to greet him properly. They sat and sipped at their drinks as they chatted about what they imagined the dorms would be like and how they were going to try and keep Mei from blowing up the ones for the support course. They joked around and munched on Pain-o chocolate, even managing to get a few amused huffs out of Shudo when they wandered into ragging on famous hero missteps and Endeavor's most infamous interview. Eventually, though, the fun part had to end. Izuku and Hitoshi shared a look. They had about an hour left before they had to leave for the shop. If they wanted enough time to have this conversation properly, it was now or never. Long pale fingers wrapped around a freckled and scarred hand, squeezing reassurance. and Izuku took the plunge. Hey, Hitoshi and I we're dating and well, we've been to talked about it and what I mean to say is, Denki's hand on his shoulder brings him to a screeching stop. Hey man. It's okay. We're happy for you. Really. No judgment here. A blinding smile was aimed at the greenette to sell the sentiment, only to be met with quiet frustration from Izuku, much to the blonde's confusion. It took green eyes glaring over to purple and a frustrated wave of prompting before Shinso took pity on his boyfriend. Thanks. Izuku's not just trying to say that we're dating. He's trying to ask if you two would like to join us. Kaminari blanked out at the confession. But Todoroki leaned forwards, obviously interested if a bit confused. I don't understand. You want us to join you in dating? Izuku nodded furiously, a huge blush covering his face. But let Shinso continue to hold the reins. Yes. He and I have been looking more into polyamory since it had been brought up to us, and we have decided that we would both like to give it a shot. If you want to. Shudo hummed quietly. I'll admit I don't know a new thing about relationships, and even less about polyamory was it. Can you explain please? And so they talk. Shinso explains about the basics of polyamory and how he and Izuku thought they might be able to make an arrangement work between the four of them. He also admitted that he had harbored a crush for the other two teens since the first week of school. His boyfriend jumped in at that point to admit something similar. It was at that point that Denki finally seemed to come back to earth, breaking into happy tears as he gleefully stated that he had developed a crush on all of them at first sight. Because apparently he had a thing for unfairly pretty boys. He accepted their proposal with little more thought, settling in to babble at Izuku in excitement while Hitoshi calmly answered Shudo's questions. It was a phone alarm alerting them that they needed to leave so Izuku could make his shift that drew them out of their discussion. The greenette turned to the still unsure Todoroki. Shudo, look, you don't have to answer anytime soon, okay? And if you decide this isn't what you want, we will all still be your friends, okay? There was a pause as they gathered up their things and shoved the spare treats in a bag to throw at Mei so she could remember to eat. As Izuku snagged their empty cups to toss, Shudo gave his answer. I can't say I am uninterested. I would like some time to think it over. Hitoshi nodded firmly. That's fine. Take all the time you need. There's no pressure for this. We just knew we would regret it if we didn't at least offer. They left from there, pausing outside on the sidewalk for a quick round of hugs as they said their goodbyes. Denki started to walk away before he turned back, a determined look on his face as he scooped up Izuku's hand and pressed a chaste embrace to freckled knuckles. I had fun. We need to go on a real date soon, he said with a small flirty smirk. He turned to Shinso, giving the smallest teen a moment to himself while he self-destructed at the open flirting from his newest boyfriend. The blonde moved to snag the taller boy's hand as well but had to abort when Hitoshi stepped closer instead. Said hand slipping in through Denki's guard to tilt his chin up for a brief embrace to the lips instead. Izuku made a high-pitched squeaking sound seeing this, and Hitoshi grinned down at the both of them deviously as they both did their best to process. See you soon, Denks. Come on, Izu, we're going to be late. He then dragged the greenette towards the train station, leaving Kaminari waving in stunned disbelief. Eventually the blonde remembered he wasn't alone and turned to his other friend with a dumbfounded look on his face. That pal? Shudo nodded slowly. Yes. But I have to go. With that he spun around, heading further downtown. Denki watched him go, wondering whether or not he was imagining the light blush on the other boy's cheeks. Izuku and Hitoshi got the dubious honor of moving into the dorms a few days early. The teachers were getting a whole 3 days to unpack and get settled before they would have to deal with the mess that would come with watching over swarms of teenagers. They didn't bring everything from the Yamazawa apartment. Mostly just the day-to-day basics, some of it new duplicates. They planned on spending most weekends and holidays in the apartment in the middle of the city, so they left a lot of things there. Shoyuta did demand that their new campus dorm have accommodations for the 8 cats though. That was his stipulation for agreeing to the SWH in his contract. Nizu wouldn't give the cats their own room in the name of limited space. The compromise was to make the whole dorm a cat haven. There were climbing spots and tunnels through the walls. and the laundry room was extended slightly to make room for more of the self-cleaning litter boxes Aizawa preferred. The two teen boys didn't get their own rooms in the teachers' dorms, they were getting rooms with the other students after all, but Mike made sure to buy the most comfortable pull-out couch on the market just in case they needed to stay the night with their fosters. The two boys' dorms were a bit on the empty side, neither of them really needing a whole lot and therefore leaving most of the extras at the apartment. They did have a few personal touches though. Shinso made sure his floor was well stocked with cushions and beanbag chairs, and had taken Yamada up on the offer of expensive LED light strips to mark the edges of his room and furniture. Izuku had put up some printouts of the blueprints for his favorite gear, thinking that if he stared at them long enough he could come up with more ways to improve them, and had brought his more portable toolbox to set up in the corner of his room with a small table so he could tinker when he couldn't sleep. But other than those and a few other small things, they only had to unpack their clothes and dress the beds. So they were done with their spaces within an hour. As soon as his last hoodie was on a hanger, Izuku headed upstairs to Hitoshi's room to see if he was finished. The purple boy had the room directly above his own, and according to the seating charts their other paramours would be reasonably close as well, with Shudo in the room 2 down from Izuku's and Denki next door to Shinso. Izuku just prayed that Todoroki said yes. He didn't want things to get awkward if he said no and they were stuck being on the same floor. He knocked briefly when he made it to the right door, opening it when he got a responding call. "Hey Toshi." "What? This looks so cool." His boyfriend was curled up on a pile of pillows on the floor scrolling on his phone as the LED lights filtered through 100 different shades of blue and green, making the whole room feel like it was an enchanted underwater cave or something. The other teen shoved his phone in a pocket, stretching out to snag a remote from his desk. "Yeah, these are actually really cool. There's a fire theme and a galaxy theme too, as well as more standard ones like rainbow or solid colors." They spent a few minutes playing with the settings before they decided it was time to go see if their fosters needed help with their own dorm. They had more to unpack after all, since they also had to bring their own things for the kitchen shared on each floor of the teachers' dorms and things for the cats. The trek across the greens between the dorm buildings was quick, 3 minutes or so at a steady pace. Close enough that the teachers would be close enough to help any of the classes in an emergency. This building, unlike their own, was buzzing with activity. The teachers and school robots busy carrying in boxes and furniture. The two boys nodded to Cementos as they dodged through the large communal living room, aiming for the stairs and the 3rd floor. Each floor had 3 dorms and a shared kitchen, and floor 3 was playing host to Aizawa, Yamada, Snipe, and Hound Dog. Izuku was relieved when he heard who the floor mates would be, glad they were 2 of the calmer teachers so he wouldn't have to deal with extra energy every time he came to visit his fosters and unwind. They found Yamada in the kitchen setting up Aizawa's fancy coffee machine, obviously looking ahead to his husband's most imminent needs. He greeted them both with a cheerful hello and a hug, before asking them to help show Yuta with building the flat-packed furniture and the new litter boxes for the kitties. Sending them to help the dark-haired man turned out to be a good call. They walked into the dorm to find him hunched on the floor cursing a robot pooper scooper as it refused to be built. Izuku just laughed and shooed him off to a simpler project so he could take over assembling the tech. There was still a record amount of cursing over something so easy as a shelf, but this way the green-haired teen could make sure the cats had a clean place to potty. It took several hours, but eventually everything was put together properly and in place. Most of the boxes of necessary items roughly unpacked and broken down to be taken to the recycling later. Mike called it good enough, scooping up his phone to place a dinner order for them and probably the rest of the men on their floor. Too tired to even think about cooking. A quick text to and from Snipe confirming that he would be willing to run to the gate to grab the food when it arrived released them from the rest of their obligations. All 4 of them collapsed onto the couch and the 2 recliners that had been shoved in a semicircle in front of the TV, only to groan when they remembered that the system had yet to be hooked up. The small green genius in their midst sighed before sliding off the couch to crawl the 4 feet to the small entertainment system. He knew he would be the fastest at untangling the wires and plugging everything in where it was meant to be. Besides, it was a new system and he was curious about the quality. It only took him 10 minutes and a little help from Hitoshi to get the surround speakers moved to the general area where they would end up on the walls. And then he was flopped back out on the couch watching with tired interest as Mike scrolled through apps. Eventually he logged into Webby and settled on the prompted suggestion for a super old documentary about cane mummies. Kitschy stereotypical music played over drone shots of sand and lulled the lot of them into puddles on their chosen seats. All of them well ready to just take a break. About 20 minutes in, a ping from Snipe let them know that dinner had been retrieved, so with a collective groan they all clambered to their feet and headed out into the hall to the shared space. They joined the two other men on their floor at the table piled high with Chinese takeout boxes and started to sort their way through to find whatever struck their fancy. Dinner was spent in quiet conversation, finding comfort in family and friends in this new space. Izuku almost regretted agreeing to stay in the Class A dorms. Apparently Class H had decided to use half of their common room space as a creation area. They got Power Loader to agree by swearing off anything that could be dangerous. But that still left things like designing and putting pieces together and sewing. He helped May carry her boxes upstairs to her room and debated whether or not it would be worth it to ask to move. But eventually decided that as a member of Class H he was well within his rights to come visit whenever he wanted to. He joked around with the support students as he went back and forth between the moving trucks and the dorms, helping the others after May's things were gathered and she was too busy unpacking, making a mess, to pay much attention to him. Kuroyama in particular was grateful for the help. He was apparently mid-remaking his sister's winter wardrobe and had triple the amount of clothing of anyone else, though he would be taking finished pieces back to his family home every week so the girls would be ready as soon as the weather started getting cooler. As they figured out a safe way to pile boxes in the limited space around the boys' personal sewing setup, the tall support student explained his plans for various pieces, going over the wonders of thrift flips and how to revamp old clothes. Izuku listened with rapt attention, fascinated by the concept, even as he knew he wasn't really one for fashion. Still, he kept some ideas in his back pocket for later use. It was a bit after lunch when he finally helped carry the last box inside and extracted himself so he could go find his boyfriends. He was excited to see Kaminari again, and he figured Shinso was probably already hanging around the blonde, most likely doing his best to keep the energetic teen on task. Indeed, he found them snagging the last of Denki's boxes from a nearly empty truck. Stepped in to grab the one that the electric boy was clearly struggling with, hefting it onto one shoulder so he could give Denki a one-sided hug in greeting. The blonde promptly flushed bright red at the show of strength, before switching to a more flirtatious smile and letting out a long whistle. God DMN Izuku. Way to show off those muscles. The freckled teen looked away in embarrassment, too wasn't trying to show off. You just looked like you could use a hand. Shinso chuckled from where he was walking along behind them, watching the show. Relax, Izu. I assure you neither of us are complaining, especially since you took off your overshirt. Izuku grumbled about 2 layers of long sleeves being too hot while he was working as they walked up the stairs to Kaminari's room. It was currently a mess of half-unpacked doodads and trinkets. Green eyes blinked around at the chaos before carefully setting his burden down and deciding to just build the small flat pack shelf in the corner while the other two dealt with Denki's interesting choices for decor. Once the extra bit of furniture was out together and settled where their boyfriend wanted it, the greenette switched to hanging clothes in the small closet. He was trying not to snoop. Really he was. But he couldn't help taking an interest in certain articles, even as he discreetly put them away. The pleated skirt was definitely something he wanted to ask about when he knew it wouldn't upset the blonde. They spent the next few hours sorting through the disaster that was Denki's packing, finding places for his random things and organizing his desk to be usable. Finally, they decided it was good enough for the moment and that they were too hungry to care about the tiny little fiddly bits that could be done over the next few days. They tramped downstairs to the common areas to see what kind of food Aizawa had gotten them for the first day there. Lunch Rush had provided sandwiches for lunch, but they would be making a grocery order list tonight to have delivered to the dorms tomorrow morning. So for now each dorm's homeroom teacher was tasked with making sure their kids didn't starve. Lucky for them, Aizawa was too lazy to cook for 20 teenagers. There was a massive pile of pizza boxes on the kitchen counter, several open and spread out over the nearby table as well. Most of their class was already down and digging in, only pausing to shout greetings to their prodigal members as they joined the group. Izuku grinned and snagged a few pieces of hamburger and onion pizza for himself before sitting in an open chair, his two partners settling on either side of him as they got their own food. It was another 20 minutes or so of slowly eating their weight in grease and chatting with their friends before Todoroki showed up, obviously looking for dinner. He looked confused at what he found, asking what the pizza was, much to the consternation of the rest of the teens. Denki explained exactly what pizzas were, adding an extra emphasis on their deliciousness as he went. The heterochromatic teen nodded along seriously at the explanation, before asking if it was healthy. When it was confirmed that no, most pizza was not technically healthy, he nodded. Makes sense on why I've never had it then. My father wouldn't let anything unhealthy into the house. Denki scowled at that, and several of their classmates promised to bring the poor teen their favorite unhealthy foods when they got the chance. That earned a lot of them a small smile as Shudo slowly sifted through his options and grabbed several different types of toppings to try. An hour later, the others buzzed with excitement as they decided to have a room competition, dragging everyone along in their sea of energy. Most of the rooms were pretty as expected from the teens they belonged to. Though Sato got extra kudos for his cake, Shinso got loads of compliments on his lights, and Shudo got looks of disbelief from his complete makeover. In the end, the others wandered back towards the common areas as they discussed who should win the competition, but before they could follow after them, Todoroki stopped the three partners and asked if they could talk for a moment. They complied easily, slipping into the other boys' room and settling on the tatami mats when motioned to sit. They waited patiently while Shudo gathered his thoughts. Well, as patiently as possible. Denki had a strong time sitting still in the best of circumstances after all. But his fidgeting was accepted easily by the others. About what we all talked about at the cafe. I would like to accept. But I'm afraid the only experience I have with relationships has been not good. So I would ask that if we try this, can you all be patient with me? I don't want to ask too much, but I have no idea what a relationship is supposed to be like if it's not abusive. And, if things don't work out, can I still be your friend? Izuku sniffled a bit before throwing himself forwards and into the other boy's lap for a hug. Of course, Shudo. We wouldn't want to rush you or push you in any way. Just the fact that you're willing to try to be with us is more than enough for me. Denki joined in the hug, adding his own reassurances to Izuku's mess of babbling, swiping a hand out to snag their last boyfriend and drag him into the impromptu cuddle pile. He went easily enough, allowing himself to drape over the other three like a reassuring weight. Eventually they all calmed down and the greenette realized he was in the very middle of all three of the boys he liked. His freckles stood out prettily from his blush as he tried to gently slip out of the hug. Hitoshi took pity on him and let him up, not without a knowing smirk though. From there they spent the time until lights out talking about everything and nothing. Simply just enjoying the fact that their little polycule was now official. Aizawa glared down at their class, daring them to speak as they gathered into a loose group in front of one of the gyms. In a week's time, all of you will be taking the exam for your provisional licenses. The training camp was originally meant to get you ready for this, but, well, plans change. So now you all will have a week to nail down the last lesson we were going to work on. Power moves. The class erupted into excited chatter at the announcement, quickly comparing favorite power moves from older heroes as well as starting to brainstorm ideas for their own. Eraserhead waved a hand to bring their attention back to him for another few minutes. Yes, I'm sure most of you have ideas. This gym has several different types of terrain set up so you can have choices on where to work. That being said, I and several other teachers will be scattered around making suggestions and keeping an eye out. Don't get hurt. And don't hurt anyone else. And ask Cementos if you need something more specific made for you. And Midoriya, Power Loader has given you and Hatsum access to the labs for the week. If you need to make or update something, feel free to let me know and then head over. But please remember that you should save time to actually practice with whatever support item you come up with. Once he got acknowledgement from all of the kids, he turned them loose to train to their heart's content, keeping an eye on his more gung-ho students even as he waved an okay to Izuku as the teen excitedly dashed by on his way to the labs. He prayed for PL sanity, grateful to the ma'am for giving up his last week of break, but well aware the chaos duo would most likely drive him mad. This would be a tiring week for everyone involved. Shinso leaned sleepily against Shudo's warmer side, watching blearily as Mei and Izuku sat in the floor in front of the coffee table. They were gesturing wildly as they discussed schematics for some sort of sensors or buttons for Izuku's gloves. They occasionally turned towards Denki, who was sitting beside them charging 4 phones at once and playing Mario Kart on Hitoshi's SWH. The blonde was playing soundboard for the two geniuses, mostly just humming and hawing, but occasionally taking the chargers out of his mouth to ask clarifying questions. In the hour since they had showered and gotten back to the 1A common room, the blonde had sparked no less than 4 breakthroughs by bringing the others back to the basics. The purple-eyed teen looked on with fondness, even if he was too tired and comfortable to really contribute anything himself. Todoroki made a fantastic pillow, letting him melt bonelessly against his shoulder as he read a book, one that would be coming up on their list in the next semester. Overachieving goody-goody. Hitoshi let himself be lulled by the voices of his 2 best friends and the warmth underneath him, dozing off fully after a few more minutes. They all let him nap, Shudo glancing over every once in a while to check on him, even as he continued to channel the tiniest bit of his quirk to raise his own temperature a bit to keep the tallest teen comfortable. Eventually, though, the others started trickling into the common areas, all intent on finding food. When it started getting noisy enough that Shinso started to frown in his sleep, the others decided it was dinner time for them too. Izuku sitting up on his knees to gently shake his indigo-haired boyfriend awake. It took a minute, but eventually they got him up and shuffled over to the table, letting him flop down with his head on his folded arms while the rest of them figured out food things. Eventually Izuku took over, shoving the other 3 out of the kitchen so they couldn't destroy anything or go with the week-old komaini bento Kaminari had been eyeing. He ended up mixing chicken broth and miso mixed together in a pot with some basic veggies, and setting another pot on to boil for noodles. Miso ramen would have to do since he hadn't had the foresight to really prep anything. He dug around in the fridge and found some seared pork belly left over from the night before. He tossed it in the microwave to heat up and add into their soup when it was done. He also found some natto in the pantry and doled it out into little ramekins as a side dish. Luckily noodles were quick and easy and he had 5 bowls of food ready in no time, Shudo coming over to help him carry things to the table as Kaminari finished making them all tea. Soon enough they were settled and chatting over their meal, even Shinso awake enough to join in the conversation by that point. They spent the time discussing the super moves the 3 Hero Corps students with quirks were trying out, letting their smartest boyfriend help them hammer out better exercises or point out fundamental flaws. And from there devolved into combo moves they could try together when they got the new moves down by themselves. Mei spent nearly the entire time sketching on her paper napkin, trying to work out a better support chassis for the project she had been working on all summer. She eventually decided that pneumatic braces would have to be subbed in for the springs she was currently using. Now, if only her mom and power loader would let her build more than a miniature prototype of the rail cannon. Who knew people could say no to cannons? Beaches love cannons. Shudo sighed from his seat on a stool near his green-haired boyfriend. He had been sent to grab Izuku out of the lab. Their afternoon practice time was over and truthfully power loader was probably ready to get the 2 wild children out of his hair. But the smaller boy and Mei had been mid-welding project and had begged for 10 more minutes to finish. And who was he to say no to big green puppy eyes, strangely enhanced by the soot circles left behind when he removed his safety goggles? Honestly, he wasn't too mad at the situation. They had given him his own pair of goggles to wear while they worked, so he got to spend the time relaxing and watching his unfairly pretty greenette lit up by dancing sparks. And honestly, dirt and grime shouldn't be so attractive. Soon enough they seemed to come to a stopping spot and allowed their teacher to usher them out of the lab, foregoing a shower and instead just heading to the dorms in their coveralls and undershirts. Shudo trailing along right behind them, making sure to keep them on the right path as they babbled to one another. They swung by the 1H dorm to drop the pinkette off, Izuku reminding her that Mina wanted to talk to her after dinner sometime that night. And then they headed back around the circle of buildings to Heights Alliance. They walked in to find their other 2 partners cuddled on the couch, other classmates spread out around them. All of the teens joking around as a movie played on the TV. Izuku waved as Kaminari noticed them removing their shoes, turning to the elemental beside him right after. I'm going to grab a shower. Save me a seat. When he got an easy nod in reply, he grinned and hopped up on his tiptoes to press a chaste embrace to Shudo's pale cheek before dashing off to his room for toiletries and a change of clothes. The taller teen stood there for a moment, blinking at the sudden affection before shaking himself a bit and heading to the couch. Kaminari giggled and patted the seat beside himself, reaching to wipe away an errant smudge of grease after Shudo had settled. Careful, pretty boy. If you let him get you all grungy, then you might lose your perfect skin. A white eyebrow raised. Perfect skin. I'm quite sure I'm not the one who I would point to for that. He gestured to the scar that stood out so prominently on his face. Both boyfriends frowned darkly at the sarcastic quip. Before Hitoshi latched a hand in the stoic teen's collar. That scar is as perfect as the rest of you, he stated point blank and with all of the seriousness he could muster, before dragging Shudo to lean over Denki's lap so he could embrace said scar and make his point. They stared each other down for a second, Hitoshi daring Todoroki to dispute his claim, before they both suddenly realized that the whole common room had gone silent, TV and all. The few others of the class who were downstairs hanging out were all staring at the three boys on the couch, and none of said boys could tell you how long they had been doing so. Mina, predictably, was the one to break through the stunned silence first. Todoroki, did you just embrace Midoriya and Shinso? I guess I should embrace Denki so it'll be fair. He proceeded to turn slightly and do so, much to the giggly amusement of the blonde and the loud shock of the rest of his classmates. The uproar lasted for a few minutes. An overwhelming wall of questions pinning the three boys until Izuku stepped out of the boys' bathroom to stare around in confusion at the mess. What did I miss? He took a step back in fear when Mina whipped around to face him at this announcement of his presence. The pink-skinned gossip goddess all but tackling him in her rush to get answers. It took him a minute to sift through her rush of words, but eventually he got the gist of what was being asked. He looked uncertainly at his partners, not sure if they were okay with announcing the nature of their relationship so soon. But Kaminari just nodded with a goofy smile and the other two shrugged, seemingly not caring at all. So he took a breath and gave the girl what she wanted. Yeah, the four of us are we're dating. Cue pandemonium as everyone else tried to speak at once. Izuku suddenly found himself relieved that several of their classmates were still in their rooms or out doing other things. He didn't even want to know how loud it would be with absolutely everyone in the same space at that moment. Luckily, most of them just seemed excited for them, though there were a few who seemed a bit confused, asking questions about how the situation would work from their nearest friend. It took a few minutes for things to calm down. By that point, the Greenette had been bundled over to sit with his partners and was helping Kaminari field the deluge of questions. Izuku explaining how he and Shinso had gotten together at the hospital and decided that they both liked the other two as well. Kaminari enthusiastically recounting the coffee date, embellishing the story a bit with descriptions of seeing Izuku's freckles through the front window, and of how Shudo had blushed. Ignoring the fact that his little details were making all three of the other boys blush all over again in that moment. The others congratulated the four of them profusely, excited that their friends were happy. They eventually did calm down though, turning the movie back on and chatting with one another happily. The picture of teenage joviality. Izuku snuggled down into Shudo's side, Shinso's arm draped over his shoulders and Denki's legs thrown across all of their laps, content to just take in the not-so-quiet moment. He was glad their reveal went well. And he was glad to have friends who were happy for them. But most of all, he was glad for the moment to breathe. The morning of their test dawned bright and early. And the 20 kids were on their bus even earlier, the 3-hour drive to the facility demanding them leave at 5 a.m. Hitoshi hated that for them. The purple-themed boy dragging all three of his partners to the long bench at the back of their bus so he could use them as a bed to try and catch a bit more sleep. He ended up with his legs sprawled across Izuku's lap with his feet tucked underneath Denki's legs. And Shudo half-turned in his own seat so the tired teen could use his tea as a backrest. They ignored the teasing from the rest of their class at first. But Izuku slowly became more uncomfortable. Something seeming off. After a few more minutes, he gave into his paranoia and let himself fully look around to see if he could pinpoint the cause of the extra anxiety. He was praying it was just the test, that his nerves were fried. But unfortunately he instead locked eyes with a hostile glare. Mineta was scowling fiercely directly at them, his displeasure over something clearly visible. Can I help you? The greenette started uncertainly, not sure what they had done to receive the diminutive teen's ire. He was not expecting the answer. I can't believe you're both a null and a fgot. The small number of their class that were close enough to hear the hissed remark paused in their lively conversations, turning to face Mineta, faces showing either disbelief or discomfort. But it was Kaminari who beat them all to the punchline. Excuse. Do you want to say that again? Unfortunately, the grape-themed hero in training had never been one to know when to shut up. I said, he's not only a disgusting null, but a worthless fgot. He should have no problem with those titles, right? Since that's exactly what he is. Honestly, I can't believe they let someone so diseased into the hero course in the first place. And now he's going around flaunting his perversions in our faces on top of it all. The rest of the bus was slowly quieting down now as the tension in the back made itself felt, ratcheting up as Denki threw himself to his feet, towering over Mineta with lightning sparking between clawed fingers. The only thing that kept the blonde from physically attacking was Izuku's quick grab, his fist twisting in the electric boy's blazer, calling him disgusting. Get your eyes checked, you perverted little worm. As if it's not bad enough you're a quirkest piece of SHT, now you're going around slinging homophobic slurs. There. Izuku is the smartest, sweetest, most amazing person. And you're just a SHT stain on the underwear of the universe. I bet, Thanaf. What is going on back here? All of the teens focused their attention on the hero who had made his way down the aisle. Still a bit rumpled from the nap they had obviously interrupted. Surprisingly, it was Hitoshi who answered, still in his reclined position, probably strategically pinning two of his boyfriends. The grape was spewing slurs again. Honestly, I'm going to have to start carrying a recording device every time I'm in the same room as the little perv. You wouldn't believe the amount of bull he shits out of his mouth. The teacher was slowly looking more thunderous. Well, that's what we have witnesses for. Now what's this about slurs? Both Denki and, surprisingly, Mina spoke at the same time, stumbling over each other as they tried to explain the situation through their anger. After a second of unintelligible noise, the pro cut them off with a raised hand. Right? Remind me to move up our debriefing training. The comment was half amused even through the obviously growing headache. The man turned to see who else was nearby, finding Jair looking furious and tense in the seat across from Mineta. Jair, what was said? She snapped her attention to him, blinking at being asked specifically, before glowering back at the cause of this particular bit of drama. Verbatim, I can't believe you're both a null and a fgot. It's not the first time he has said something about Mido being quirkless. But normally he keeps comments about sexuality focused on the girls. This is the first time I've heard the homophobia. By now Aizawa himself was looking as murderous as some of his students. But being he adult, he took a deep breath and did his best to calm down. And if he has said thing like this before, to anyone, why wasn't I or another teacher told? The kids around his all shared uncertain glances, obviously not sure how to answer. It was Izuku's turn to step up to the plate. When it came to the stuff about me, I asked them not to. I'm sure I'll hear it a lot as a hero. Honestly, I hear it a lot anyways. So I've never really let it bother me. Or I try not to, and I thought you knew what he said to the girls. The man felt a pang in his tea that any of his kids might think he would look the other way for anything like this. But he knew the only thing he could really do was correct their thinking. Oh. I had no idea that harassment of any kind was going on. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to figure out what to do about this mess. Mineta, you are going to sit up front with me. If you know what's good for you, you will keep your mouth shut. The rest of you, after the test is over and we get back to the school, I want you to tell me exactly what has been going on. He secured nods of assent from the teens around him before dragging the tiny teen up from his seat, all bodily dragging the boy up to sit behind the driver, taking the next seat for himself to act as a buffer to Mineta's loud protests. Protests the pro was recording as evidence even as he growled out replies to the complaints. By the time the bus pulled up to the stadium where their tests would take place, the whole class was wound tighter than a mechanical yo-yo. Mineta had indeed not shut up, and had instead continued to dig himself a deeper hole. So as soon as the doors opened, Aizawa was barking at the others to get to the front lobby for check-in while he found someone to remove the grape from the test list. This led to more wails of protest, of course. But at least the other teens only had to hear them for a second or two before he was too far away to make out his words. Yaoyorozu and Ida took over efficiently, getting everyone off the bus and unpacking their costume cases from the storage compartments within minutes. It was as they turned to head to the building that they noticed the stairs. It seemed every other disembarking bus full of hero hopefuls was fixated on the big UA logo on the side of their transport and the distinctive uniforms Class A was wearing. It didn't take them long to descend either. A group of Shiketsu students made their way over to lightly harass them. Izuku wasn't sure what to think of the tall, loud Yarashi. But Shinso seemed to immediately dislike him as he pulled Todoroki back into his seat in a possessive hug. Glare clear and dangerous. This seemed to make the other school student pause, especially when Shudo gently patted his boyfriend's shoulder in an effort to calm him. As the Shiketsu students stepped away to catch up with their teacher, Ketsubutsu took their chance. A boy with hair as curly as Izuku's was before he cut it all but scooped the greenette's hand up into his own, beaming at him as he gushed about Yue. Instead of responding kindly though, Izuku froze. The other boy's smile was wrong, large but empty. Like when his old teachers would lie to him about the reasons he was getting detention but the kids that attacked him were not. Denki seemed to sense something was wrong too, gently tugging their hands apart and asking the newcomer to not touch without asking. His sunshine personality firmly in place to keep from ruffling any feathers. From there Ida got bossy, ushering all of his classmates to the building, insisting that they get checked in as soon as possible. The electric blonde wrapped an arm around his smallest boyfriend's shoulders and guided the two of them around the Ketsubutsu crowd and into the center of the Class A bunch. Izuku was obviously too busy thinking over the interactions. Big brain racing at the interest and focus on the single class of first years. After a moment he looked up into golden eyes, but announced in a voice just loud enough for his classmates to hear. We're going to be targeted. We're younger and they know our quirks because of the sports festival. We are at a disadvantage and they all know it. There was a half-second pause from everyone as they stopped their own conversations at his announcement. And then they were all switching into work mode, talking over what they needed to do to combat the issues that had just come to light. But Denki just smiled and tucked Izuku closer into his side, content to let the green genius do the planning, taking up position as his guide dog while his mind worked in hyperspeed. The other schools might have a basic advantage, but they had brains and brawn and more determination. So even if they didn't all pass, they knew they wouldn't go down easy. The first test was utter bullshit and Izuku wanted to speak to a manager. Why, if they wanted new heroes so badly, were they culling the numbers so harshly? He was sure it had something to do with the number of undesirable quirks in attendance. He had counted several while they were in the midst of the free-for-all. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the ones they assured themselves would fail. Well, the joke was on them, because the freckled boy and his villain's quirk boyfriend had made it through the madness. And now they were waiting to see if their other two paramours would do as well. Izuku had predicted that the other schools would try and break them up out of their class group, so he and Yaoyorozu had quickly devised a plan outside of their changing rooms, diving the whole of Class A into 2 to 3 people groups that were prepared to go with the illusion of being taken by surprise. And they did give the basic appearance of shock as Shindo showed up and literally rocked their world. But with quick clasping of the hands of assigned partners, no one ended up alone. And everyone had the perfect supporting quirks for their own favorite tactics. Hitoshi had held 3 people under his influence while his smallest boyfriend ran by and gently tagged targets. And then they switched out, the blur of black and red distracting a target with hand-to-hand while his purple shadow took aim. They were some of the first into the waiting room after they handed in the borrowed electronics that had been attached to their costumes. Truthfully, they had barely had time to browse the snack table before the rest of their class started to steadily flood in. Kaminari and Todoroki showed up fairly quickly, The combination of both electricity and the water created when Shudo melted his ice was apparently as versatile as Izuku had predicted. Denki talked a mile a minute as he went over their tactics and knockouts. The four of them chatted with their friends near the snacks, laughing and going over the highlights of their fights, doing their best to ignore the looks they were getting from the others around them. Izuku was glad to see that all of his class, save Mineta who knew where with Aizawa, had made it through the first test, though Mina and Sato cut it pretty close. When the second test was announced, all of them were thankful they wouldn't be fighting the older and more experienced students again. They might not have gotten much actual rescue experience thanks to the whole USJ mess. But Aizawa had gone over theoreticals and guidelines extensively to try and make up for it. So 1A felt fairly confident that they wouldn't F up too badly. Probably. They were an overall optimistic bunch. When the buzzers sounded, they were off en masse, putting themselves forwards to help wherever they could. Uraraka in particular shining with her quirk, making rescues leagues easier, though she made sure to stick close to either Izuku or Yamamo so they could make sure everything was stable enough so she did not cause an avalanche. Izuku was putting his muscles to work, occasionally stopping to gently direct those who needed a nudge in the right direction. But for the most part he was stepping in to carry civilians who were too injured to walk to the triage station that had been set up. He did spare a half a thought or wistfulness for the force shield he had made just for such a station, before mentally sighing. The one big enough for that large of an area was way too big to just carry on him. Maybe he could put it on some sort of drone and have it come to him when he pressed a button. He got back to work, forcing his thoughts away from inventing so he wouldn't be distracted. Stopping by Shudo, who was holding up an unstable building with his ice while others ran in to grab their targets. He glanced between his boyfriend and the giant glacier before digging a mini water bottle from a pouch on his belt and cracking it open. He held it up to his partner's lips, letting the other boy all but chug it. Most of the water for his constructions came from the air. But the start of the ice came from his own body, and doing things that large over and over meant he was most likely starting to really feel the dehydration. After this you should focus on smaller tunnel props where you can hantai. Maybe try. He was cut off by a boom and the announcement of the arrival of villains. He almost rolled his eyes at the test, throwing them a curveball, but quickly switched tactics. Never mind. You're one of our hardest hitters. I'll cover you from the goons. Try and get the boss. With a confirming nod, they raced to the thick of the fighting. Todoroki aimed straight for Gang Orca, using his fire to try and dry out his skin. Izuku watching his back to keep the mass of men in matching suits away from the hero in training with the best chance of getting through the villain. The two-tone teen's first attack almost hit the pro, but a gust of wind knocked the move off course. The hero hopeful looked over to find the massive Shiketsu student flying towards them. The other male's face was set into an odd expression, almost one of hate if Shudo had to guess. But he was looking at him, not the play villain on their test. It made no sense, and the heterochromatic teen tried to ignore it to go back on the attack only to be blocked again. There was an infuriated growl from behind Shudo before a familiar length of dark chain snaked past him to wrap around the other student's ankle. A flicker of green electricity forcing him to lose control of his wind quirk. The hero-to-be, Hantai, trusted his partner to take care of this problem and covered him, raising an ice wall to slow the goons behind them as he stepped forwards once more to whittle down Gang Orca. Izuku for his part stomped up to the Shiketsu student who had been forced to drop roughly to the ground by his weapon. He grabbed the other boy by the collar, glad he had been laid out on his, but so he was sitting. This would have been impossible for the tiny teen if he was standing. He dragged the huge boy's face close to his own, meeting his furious gaze head-on. When he spoke, he made sure it was loud enough that the goons at the very least would be able to hear him. He figures they would be getting a say in how they were being graded. And Izuku didn't want either of them being marked down for some randos bullshit. The next time you risk civilian lives just because you want to mess up another hero's fight, I will take you completely out of commission myself. I don't know what your problem is, but this is a villain situation and I will not let you get in the way of others' health and safety. He glared for a second more, trying to drive his point home, before turning to dodge a shot from the first goon to scramble over Shudo's makeshift wall. He was furious. But he knew he couldn't actively fight the hero hopeful targeting his boyfriend in that moment. It could wait until the test was over. But he wouldn't let this slide any longer than he needed to. Grudges, especially unknown ones, in a hero career could be deadly. He refused to let Shudo be in that much danger right out of the gate if he could help it. He kept an eye on the mountain of a boy as he fought, making sure he himself stayed in the corner of the threat's eyesight the whole time so he would behave. With a few called-out pointers, he even got the other teen to use his wind quirk to boost Shudo's fire, effectively trapping Gang Orca for a whole minute or so until the buzzer sounded, signaling that all of the civilians had been evacuated and the test was over. As soon as the villains around them stood down, Midoriya, in full Dorioku mode, stalked up to the Shiketsu brat who had tried to sabotage one of his partners. "Ooh," he growled, fairly menacingly for someone so small. "What the F is your problem? Sho could have gotten hurt. Why would you hinder another hero in the field?" The answer wasn't satisfactory at all. Because he's too cold to be a hero. At the entrance exam his eyes were just like his father's. Cold and distant and not passionate at all, and I didn't want to just let another endeavor out into the world as he cuts off as a punch slammed into the side of his face. The short greenette hadn't let go of the other boy but had managed a twist that meant more body weight and thus more power into the hit. How dare. Sho is nothing like that piece of... He felt hands on his shoulder yanking him back and away from his target but kept up his tirade. You just tried to sabotage his whole career over him being a bit distant during the stressful day of the entrance exams. Because he looked like his SPRM donor. Newsflash, but Shudo doesn't like his dad either. He's the sweetest, warmest, kindest person, and I'm sick of people judging him because his dad is such a pages. He is not Endeavor. He's his own dim in person, you F moron, I swear to go, Izuku. What? The world went quiet, a familiar comforting fog falling over his mind. He felt his body forcing itself to calm down, his breathing evening out from the nearly frantic gasping it had been when he was too enraged to try and slow it. There were voices around them. Movement and blotches of black and white, and then he was coming back around in a sea of violets and stardust. Hitoshi held his face gently so that he could look him in the eyes, brushing a thumb rhythmically over freckles. Hey there, firecracker. Are you going to stay calm, or do I need to put you under again? Where's Sho? Is he okay? The smaller teen tried to look around for their other partner, the one who had just heard an ignorant rant about him being like his abuser. His breathing was picking up again as he started to worry about his partner. But Hitoshi just kept a hold of him, keeping up the soothing motion of his thumb. Relax, Aizu. He's okay. Blondie's got him. But he's going to be upset if you get in trouble for attacking another student, so I need you to chill for a moment, okay? A deep breath and a nod. And then his boyfriend was looking over his shoulder at whoever was holding the smallest boy's arms behind his back. You can let him go. Once he was freed, the purple-haired brainwasher drew him into a hug. You're pretty hot when you're angry. Did you know that? The greenette sputtered before hunching in embarrassment when the sidekick dressed as a henchman, who had been holding him back from attacking his fellow test-taker again, grumbled about them flirting. The man walked away with a few of his fellows to go speak with the other adults who were nearby, looking as if they were questioning Yurashi. Hitoshi was chuckling to himself as he let go of Izuku's face in order to snag his hand, gently pulling him further away. When the green-haired teen turned, he finally found Shudo, who was being held by a determined-looking Denki. The blonde was practically wrapped around him like an octopus. Their quietest partner holding him up and looking a bit bemused at the position. When the two dressed as ninja badasses reached them, Denki finally hopped down, though he still kept an arm wrapped around Shudo's waist. His other hand reached out to grab Izuku's free hand, giving it a warm squeeze even as he gave the freckled genius a worried smile. Before he could drill him on how he was feeling, though, Eraserhead appeared, seemingly out of nowhere to those who weren't paying attention. The pro stayed back a few feet, giving the potentially volatile teenagers a bit of space. A raised eyebrow, all he needed before the stressed greenette was spilling everything that had happened to his foster dad. Shudo was prompted soon after and supported his smallest boyfriend's statement. Eraserhead nodded to himself. I'll take care of it. You four go sit tight with the rest of the class in the waiting room. He ushered them off before slouching over to the group of adults and Shiketsu students, prepared to do what he needed to make sure his kids weren't docked points for someone else's misbehavior. That wouldn't fly with him. By some miracle, a miracle named Aizawa Shoyuta most likely, all managed to pass. An exhausted-looking intern stood at the door to their bus and handed them their new provisional licenses as they loaded. The tired and battered teens all celebrated on the way home, save for one purple-tinted F who was shoved into the seat behind the driver and ignored as he pouted. Cards were passed around as everyone compared pictures, ribbing each other for weird smiles or funny hair. It was an hour before the novelty of the situation wore off enough for them to start calming down. After that they started dropping like flies. By the end of the trip Aizawa was stuck with a bus full of snoozing teens. It almost broke his heart to wake them when they were being so quiet. But then he remembered that the faster he got them to their dorm the faster he could crash into his own bed. After that it was the matter of a moment to pull out his phone and cue up the most annoying alarm sound he could find. The groans and grumbles were worth it, as he guessed they would be. And he wasted no time in shooing them off the bus and in the direction of Heights Alliance. All except for the little pervert who he kept hold of so the brat couldn't attempt to run. Who knew what kind of things an idiot would try after all? No, Mineta was coming with him, straight to Nizu's office for the meeting the homeroom teacher had called. His parents most likely already waiting on them. Izuku cuddled with Shuto on the couch in the common room. Shinso and Kaminari had gone upstairs for a proper nap, but Izuku knew he would most likely be called in to talk to Nizu soon enough, most likely one of the first in class they would need, so he didn't bother with the stairs. He was curled up in green sweats, a tank top, and his ratty tie-dye hoodie. Nice and toasty thanks to his wonderful boyfriend. Both of them watching Mina show off her new license to a sweetly attentive Mei. Did the inventor really care about the piece of plastic? Did she have the most adorable crush on the pink hero student? Very much yes. Much to no one's surprise, Izuku's phone went off fairly soon after they had all showered and settled down. The freckled boy checked the list of names in the message with a sigh. Shuto, will you call Toshi and tell him to bring Danks? I'll get Yamamo, Jairu and Shoji. The quiet teen agreed, pulling out his phone to wake their insomniac while the greenette wandered to the elevator to go fetch the girls. It took a moment to find the two of them. Apparently all of the girls had decided to unwind with a pamper session in Mina's room, but once he did they were quick to come with him. They knew what this was about after all. And honestly the whole meeting took less than an hour. The four boyfriends giving a quick overview on what had been said on the bus, then the girls stating their experiences with SXLHR After that the two with hearing quirks recounted things they had overheard but hadn't been said to them directly. And finally Izuku went alone and told the story of when he had been outed as Quirkless. The whole time Mineta bitched and complained about them taking his words too seriously, trying to talk his way out of a punishment, his parents occasionally chiming in to agree. They especially agreed with the Quirkless comments, stating that it was ridiculous that Izuku had been allowed into the school in any capacity, truly showing where their son got his biases. So with a quick report and a flourishing sign the diminutive boy was expelled. Nizu kept his word about not tolerating any kind of discrimination. Watching his students relax when they realized he wasn't upset with them for coming forwards was saddening, but hopefully they would realize that he really was on their side and come to him more easily in the future. And he could use Mineta as yet another example to the student body to show what consequences to expect if they felt like bullying each other. He was determined to make a dent in the broken society one small step at a time. The boys planned their first real date on the way back to the dorms. They had the weekend off before classes started back up, so they wanted to go celebrate together. They settled on a water park since it was still hot out during the day and none of them had ever been. While three of them headed into the kitchen, Yaoyorozu pulled Izuku aside to ask him for a favor, letting him go find food with a thankful smile when he agreed. Little did she know Jairu had asked him to do the exact same thing the week before. When he was done he was sure they would all have a good laugh about it. The greenette settled down at the table in front of the plate he had been set, thanking Hitoshi for the sandwich with a quick peck on the cheek. They finalized their plans for the next day as Izuku texted Aizawa to make sure they could get permission to leave the campus. After dinner they split up for an early night, Drained from a long, emotionally and physically draining day, Yamada dropped the 4 boys off at the nearest water park, cheerfully reminding them to call him when they're ready to head back to UA. They were all dressed in casual wear, wanting to have a change of clothes just in case they decided to walk to some of the nearby shopping areas after they were done swimming. Shudo half-bullied his way to the front when they got to the ticket line, insisting that Endeavor pay for his son's first gay date. The thought of the look on the asshole's face if he ever found out was amusing enough that the other 3 let him swipe the fancy metal credit card without any real fuss, and then with some wristbands and a wave from the receptionist they were in. Izuku's first thought was that the place was way bigger than he thought it would be. When he thought of a water park, he pictured a couple of slides and a big pool, maybe a hot tub or waiting area. But this particular park was gigantic. There were 6 slides of differing configurations, some sort of tube chute, a whirlpool, a surfing area, and that was just what they could see from the entrance. They quickly found the large locker rooms, slipping in with excited chatter about what they wanted to try first. Denki was buzzing about the chance to try surfing while Izuku was curious about the working of the chute, so they decided to try the slides together first and then split into 2 groups. They switched into their swimsuits, snickering at how they all somehow managed to match theirs to their hair. Even Shudo had a pair of shirts that were half white, half red. Izuku also pulled on a loose black long-sleeved t-shirt on their way out the door. The place was busy. With school starting up that week, there were a lot of middle and high school kids making the most of their last free weekend before the return of the grind. The line for the slides was fairly long, which is why they decided to go there first. That way they could decide if it was worth the wait to do it again later or if they would spend the rest of their time having fun elsewhere. Izuku and Denki held hands the entire time, jabbering excitedly about whatever popped into their heads while their quieter boyfriends stared down anyone who looked their way too long. The people in line behind them were the worst, a group who were obviously from the same school, mixed evenly between girls and boys. Maybe a year older than them and giving off snooty vibes, they kept looking at the smaller group with something ugly in their eyes, making snide comments to each other under their breath. Shinso made sure to shift a bit so they would have a harder time seeing his shorter boyfriends and hoped they could keep their bull SHT to themselves. If they ruined his first real date with all 4 of them, he would be pissed. It took a bit, but they did eventually make it up to the front of the line, about to make their way up the stairs. But unfortunately things couldn't ever be easy for them. The poor teen stuck policing the lines stopped their group with an overwhelmed air. "Hi, yes, I'm sorry, but there are no regular shirts allowed in our pools or slides. Our pumps are super sensitive to fiber buildup, so it's spandex and polyester materials only." 3 of them froze, looking uncertainly at their smallest member. Denki tugged on Izuku's hand to get his attention. "Hey, that's okay. We can go somewhere else. There was that one restaurant downtown, right?" "Hey!" A voice piped up from behind them. "Are you losers going or not? We're getting tired of waiting." Hitoshi turned on them with a snarl. "Shut the F up. You can wait the 2 minutes it takes him to figure out what he wants to do, you assholes." One of the larger boys stepped forwards, getting in Shinso's face with a snarl of his own. But before they could really start arguing, the purple-haired teen was drawn back by a familiar hand on his arm. "Hey Toshi. It's okay, come on, let's go down the slides and then check out the chute." Violet eyes snapped to his boyfriend, going from furious to worried in a millisecond. "You sure, Zoo? We can still go somewhere else if you don't want to take your shirt off." "Yeah, come on. I want to try all of the cool things here and, well, I'd never want to break their fancy machines, right? But what was it you said that one time? They're a part of me. So, if anyone has a problem with them, then they can suck it up, right?" Hitoshi looked down at him with pride and awe, amazed with how far he had come in less than a year. "Yeah. They can SCK it up or deal with me." The sweet smile he got in return for that made his whole week. And then Izuku was turning back to the stressed attendant. "Hey, can I leave the shirt with you until we're done on the slide? I'll come get it afterwards to go put up." When she agreed, the greenette quickly snipped off the offending clothing item, handing it to her and purposely ignoring the growing surprise and dawning horror on her face as he started heading up the stairs. Luckily Denki came to the rescue, wolf whistling and racing to follow their freckled Adonis. "Diem and Izu. I knew you were ripped, but look at those abs. I hope you know I'm going to be all over those if given half a chance." They made their way further up, but the two others of their group took another moment to glare at both the attendant and the rude teens behind them, daring them to speak their thoughts out loud. But eventually they did move to catch up to their two golden retrievers. The slides were fun, and if Shudo chilled the pool at the end a bit after the others got out, then no one had to know. He just hoped the rude group of older teens enjoyed the shock. From there they split up, Shinso being dragged away by Denki to go watch the blonde try and fail at the surfing pool. Izuku and Shudo stopped by the locker room to put away his shirt before heading to the weird water chute. The greenette studied the whole structure and equipment underneath it before he even went near the line. He bounced in place a bit as he described the machines and how much water pressure they must be able to generate, basing his numbers off of what little he could see through the fencing and casings. He watched as people shot through the translucent tube high above, going down the slightly sloping almost slide on small plastic sleds at speeds much faster than would normally be possible. They were given their sleds and quickly walked through how to lay back and keep their limbs intact before being dropped into the entrance of the tube one by one. Todoroki went first and had just reached the edge of the catch pool when he heard the delighted whoops of his boyfriend coming down afterwards. He let a small smile across his face at the sound, waiting for Izuku to catch up before walking over to take both of their sleds back to the attendant. He then appreciated the sight of his partner giggling and dashing around in front of him, going from one site to another with a huge grin, arms locked behind him as he spun to face his doting two-toned gaze. "Come see this hologram. It's adorable. We should make sure to get a picture of it before we leave." Eventually they made it back to their other halves, fourths, all heading to the pool while light-heartedly joking about Denki's wipeouts while trying the surfing thing. The blonde made fun of himself while Izuku pumped him up for even giving it a shot. They ran into the other group of teens in the pool, sharing a mutual glare before heading to the other side so they could hang out without the toxicity poisoning their fun. The next few hours were a blur of playful splashes and laps around the park as they boys slowly tried most of the attractions. Sometimes all together, sometimes in different pairs. But by lunchtime they decided they were done with the water and headed to shower off and get changed. Hitoshi pulled up the map to the small restaurant they had decided on earlier so they knew where to go. The walk wasn't terrible. Only 15 minutes, and even with the full-body workout that swimming had already given them, they all still had plenty of energy. Well, they all managed to make it at least. By the time they got to their destination, Hitoshi was flagging a bit, forced into confessing his issues sleeping the night before by a worried Shudo. Turns out it's strong to drift off when you're nervous about a date. That admission earned him an enamored peck on the cheek from Denki while Izuku cooed from off to the side. Lunch was delicious. They ordered a good mix of options and passed their plates around until everyone got a taste. The hamburger was definitely the crowd favorite, Izuku ordering a second one to cut into fourths so his partners could really enjoy it. After they had paid, they wandered around the strip mall they were in while they waited for Yamada to pick them up, Shudo buying each of them random things here and there in an effort to surprise them. By the time Mike pulled up to them with the SUV, Izuku was carrying around a walrus plushie that was bigger than he was. Denki had a new fidget puzzle that was stealing all of his attention, and Hitoshi was planning where exactly he was going to hang up his new hammock in his dorm room. Shudo was, of course, looking fairly pleased with himself as he helped shove a walrus tail into the car before he himself squeezed into what was left of the seat. All in all, he figured it was a successful enough date. Izuku was almost skipping as he headed to the cafe. He had helped Yaoyorozu and Jairu with their request, a magical mutual confession contrived by a scheming greenette. It was getting late, but the cafe was technically on the way back. And he thought that Denki might like something sweet, and of course Hitoshi always appreciated a good cup of coffee. He hummed as he made a list of what to order in his head, texting Aizawa what his slight hold-up was and asking if the two heroes wanted anything while he was there. He smiled at the light-hearted grumbling from his foster father and the request for coffee. He and Hitoshi really were similar. He was just around the corner from the little shop when a shadow moving in the corner of his eye startled him. He didn't get to do more than flinch before there was a stinging in his neck and everything went black, his phone hitting the sidewalk and sending shattered bits all over in front of his eyes as they slid closed involuntary. His last fuzzy thought was that he could have sworn he had buffed the old thing enough for it not to do that. Hitoshi was cuddled against Shudo in his bean bag. a movie playing on his laptop in front of him. He knew Izuku was due to be back soon enough and had invited the Greenette to join them when he got back, though he knew he was more likely to join Denki and his friends in their study session downstairs. But for now he was happy and warm, his boyfriend heating up the space under their blanket with his quirk. Honestly, if he kept that up, Hitoshi didn't know how long he would be able to stay awake. Shudo, for his part, was absolutely fixated on the movie they had chosen. One about a girl and a boy who worked in a violin shop. He was just dozing off to the sound of bittersweet teen angst when there was a knock on his door. He grumbled to himself before stumbling to his feet and sleepily making his way over to see who it was. Finding Aizawa standing in the hallway was unusual, but finding the man looking worried and tailed by Denki and Yaoyorozu was even more so. And when he started grilling the purple-haired teen about their boyfriend, the picture of something really being wrong was complete. "Is Izuku with you?" "Oh, what?" The three people outside of his door looked even more stressed at that response, sharing a glance between themselves. Hitoshi's heart sinks at the familiar look of smothered panic. Shudo joined him in the doorway, steadfast and ready to do what was needed of him as usual. "He texted me about an hour ago asking what I wanted from that cafe you guys like so much. But he never replied to my text and I called the cafe and he never showed up there. His phone is either dead or turned off and is no longer sending out any kind of GPS signal, which means the battery has likely been removed." All four of the teens present worked through the situation as it was talked through, all coming to the same horrible conclusion. Aizawa pulled his phone from his pocket with his traditional glare worried look. "I'll call Nizu and get Tsukachi on the lookout. You four alert the others in the class and have everyone gather in the common room for a head count and then stay there. If Izuku makes it back, call me immediately." With that, the man spun around and stormed back to the stairs, phone already up to his ear. Yaoyorozu snapped into class president mode fairly quickly, pulling her phone from her pocket and opening up the class group chat. The one Izuku had upgraded the coding for on one sleepless night about a month before. With a few swiped on her thumb and her mod credentials, the dorms started ringing with the sound of their custom alarm. The command to head to the common room for a head count coming through less than a second later. The sound of movement followed the slow decrease of alarms as people sent in their acknowledgments. The stairwell soon sent back echoes of hurrying feet on concrete steps. Denki led their own group's way down while Hitoshi let Shudo guide him with a hand on his elbow while he typed and sent a text to both Hatsums, knowing they would both show up as soon as they were able and wanting the stability the fiery woman always seemed to bring to chaos. He ignored his phone for a moment as he tuned in to make sure the rest of his class was present and accounted for, but responded to the two women who were now blowing up his phone as he was dragged to a couch and forced to sit while two of his boyfriends cuddled close in the name of comforting each other through their worry. Hatsumi-san confirmed she was on the way and Shinso shoved his phone in his hoodie pocket so he could pull a lightly shaking Denki closer with a murmur of reassurance. Green eyes cracked open slowly, blinking in confusion. When he didn't recognize his surroundings, Izuku tried to roll over so he could sit up, only to find that his hands were bound behind him and secured to a radiator. After a moment of awkward wiggling, he managed to slide into a better position and used the radiator to pull himself into a hunched sitting position. It wasn't comfortable, but at least this way he could see past the arm of the couch that was half blocking the rest of the room from view. It seemed like a regular living room. Bland creams and whites. Basic amenities. Nothing really stood out save for the few beer bottles left sitting on random surfaces. Not enough to say the place was dirty, more like someone had guests over and hadn't tidied up yet. He could just barely see out the window caddy corner from him. It looked like he was a floor or two up from the ground, the sun well since gone judging by how dark the sky was. And if he stretched his neck and shoulders, he caught sight of something that made him freeze as various things clicked. Because there, just in sight of his position through the window, he could see a very familiar maple tree. Just as his mind caught up to said trees, meaning the door across the room opened. "Tsukachi, I need to put a bolo out on one of my kids. He went missing on his way back to campus." "Which kid?" "Izuku." "Ah, that had better be in, I forgot to tell you I have him, kind of Oithnyo Mesa." "No, it's just. Bakugo Katsuki also went missing about 2 weeks ago. They had history right." "I swear to God. Why weren't we alerted?" Because you're not his guardian and he doesn't go to school there anymore. We thought it was a runaway case, but maybe not. Or maybe Bakugo is the one who grabbed Midoriya. Yuta let free his necessary stream of curses as he finished his run back to the teachers' dorms. Already the whole campus was going on lockdown as Nizu mobilized the teachers to count their students and gather everyone into their safe places. But Aizawa wouldn't worry about that, leaving his and Hisashi's class to Cementos. The two men were going to hit the streets to find their missing child. Dunno. Either way, have the police keep an eye out for anything out of place. Will do. They hung up as they both broke off to gather what was needed for the massive search that was about to kick off. The first two people to walk into the apartment were unfamiliar, and a small bit of hope swelled in Izuku's heart before almost immediately being crushed by the voices that spoke up behind them. His mother was practically cooing at Katsuki as they entered the small living room. It took them a moment, but eventually one of the strangers noticed he was awake, pointing him out with a grumble before heading into the connected kitchen. From the clink of bottles, Izuku determined the man was one of the reasons for all of the beer trash scattered around. Izuku. You woke up both too late and too early. The dosages for the drags are so weird for the Quirkless, I guess we really did get it wrong. You were supposed to wake up 2 hours ago. We could dose you again, I suppose, but that might be a waste. Inko hummed to herself for a moment as her son stared at her blankly, only to flinch as his once best friend crouched down beside him. He hadn't even seen the blonde approach. Oi Deku, how's it been living my dream? You going well? Kachan? A backhand to the face stopped the freckled boy from trying to talk his way through the situation. Don't you cacken me, you little freak. Now Katsuki, don't leave any marks. My boss always wants as little extra work as possible. Inko was already wandering away to one of the doors off to the side, leaving her son with his leering abuser. She opened the door and poked her head in. Cry honey, we're back. I brought you the burger you wanted. Also, Izuku woke up. There was a grumbling response. Yes, we will head out in about an hour or so, darling. She wandered back into the room. He'll be out in a minute, Makurusan. Go ahead and put the food down on the table and you three eat. I'm going to wait for Kurai. The man next to her grunted and walked over to the table with the other stranger was already sitting. They traded food for a second beer and started settling in to eat. Bakugo stood, giving a sharp kick to Izuku's leg on his way past to find his own dinner. The greenettes were left staring at each other at the three others in the room focused on stuffing their faces. Mom, why am I here? The woman sighed. My lawyer has informed me that there's most likely no way I am winning the court case. So you're here because I didn't want to let them win. You're my son. You get to leave on my terms. No one else's. By the end she was full on glaring at him. Green eyes so like his own, completely filled with rage and hate. He shrank back, sensing that asking her anything else at that moment would be a very bad idea, no matter what she said about her mysterious boss not wanting marks. They didn't say anything else before his mother's knew. No, not knew. Izuku had been seeing that tree during their video calls for at least a year. They didn't say anything else before his mother's boyfriend came out of what Izuku assumed was a bedroom. The blonde man glowered at him before barking an order at Inko to go set out his dinner. As she scurried off to do as he said, Kurai stepped up to the Quirkless teen bound in his apartment. Little Fgot. Not so high and mighty now are we. Now you're back in your place and about to be very useful for the first time in your life. If you know what's good for you, you won't fight it. Submit, or I'll have one of my friends over there break something important. Or maybe I'll let that Bakugo brat have his way. He's still really angry about his expulsion, you know. I'm sure he would love to maim you even more than he already has. With a sickening smile at the thought, the man wandered off to go eat, leaving his captive to simmer in the knowledge that he was very much in danger even with the presence of the woman who birthed him. Izuku grunted as he was hauled up and tossed carelessly into what he assumed was the floor of a car. The two accomplices had gagged him before releasing the extra length of chain from the radiator. He was then shoved into a large duffel bag and carried off. He listened as others climbed into the vehicle, the shift of the struts and the slamming doors giving him the idea that everyone from the apartment was coming along. The hump in the floorboard was digging into his belly, made worse when someone decided to use his back as a footrest, pressing down heavily and occasionally shifting to add more force one way or the other. The greenette tried to wiggle a bit to ease the pain off his diaphragm, only for said feet to slam down harshly, Katsuki growling at him to stay still. The captive felt it when they made it to the highway, the shift in speed causing him to slide slightly before Katsuki, and whoever was in the other seat steadied him by pressing him further into the floor. He swallowed around his GG as something in his ankle shifted under their foot. They drove for a while, long enough that he was really starting to have trouble breathing with his blocked airway and compressed lungs. He wasn't sure on the time frame, but if he had to guess he would say they were probably in the next city over from Yuzudafu. When the car stopped and everyone started to vacate the vehicle, the teen in the bag felt his stress levels ratchet up a bit. Sure, he was positive he had at least one bruise from their little drive, but he would prefer that passive torment to whatever this group had in store for him. He listened as the crunch of gravel shifted to the slap of shoes on concrete, quickly followed by the slam of a heavy door. He was passed back and forth occasionally, presumably when the men got too tired, and the motion made it strong to tell if he was being handed off or if they were turning corners. But he was sure of at least one elevator ride, so there was that at least. There was a pause before he heard the zipper being pulled above him, the sudden light blinding him as he was dumped to the floor, then hoisted up and into a padded chair. They freed his hands from their cuffs before binding his wrists again, this time with eltage or straps attached to the armrests. When his vision adjusted, he was greeted to the sight of his mother, abuser, and the rando Inko picked up. The other two men were already disappearing out the door. Green eyes glared at his captors from over his GG. If he was able, he would have asked where they were. Coincidences be damned. But, perhaps luckily, they had taken that option from him. Instead, he had to make do with looking around the room they were in while Kurai called their boss to let them know they were here. There wasn't much to look at from the angle his chair was facing. The walls and floor were both pristine white, looking freshly scrubbed, which would explain the bleach smell. And when he turned his neck as far as he dared without risking drawing attention, he could just see the corner of some sort of metal table reflecting the glow of a computer screen. There might have been a stool over there too, but he wasn't sure. Unfortunately, his goodish luck wouldn't last. Bakugo eventually got bored of standing with the adults as they talked over mundane things like where they would go for lunch that day. The blonde sauntered over with his familiar disgruntled frown, glaring down his prey as he approached. You never did answer my question earlier. He stood leering over the other boy, leaning down with his hands shoved in his pockets to bring their faces closer. But I guess it doesn't really matter. You're waking up from your little UA daydream. Best go ahead and forget all that bullshit they were spouting about equality, 'cause the rest of the world's gonna give you a reality check, beach. He reached up to lightly slap a freckled cheek. Maybe I'll even get to help with that if you try and fight it. It'd be just like old times. Right, Deku? Unable to reply, all the smaller teen could do was glare, tallow almost glowing with his anger as the cockneal above gloated, holding the fact that Izuku was screwed over the scarred boy's head like it was something to be proud of. And for Bakugo it was, after all the explosive blonde's entire life had been leading up to this, every taunt, shove, blast, and burn. All of it culminated in Katsuki playing a part in stealing Izuku away from the family he had made for himself. But before Bakugo could continue taunting his one-time friend, the door to the room opened again, admitting three men in beaked masks. The one in the lead wearing a large ruffed coat and gaining respectful bows from Inko and Kurai, and even a quiet nod from Bakugo. Sir, Kurai addressed the man who was obviously the boss. We brought you the null. Just as you asked. So it seems. Let me see its feet. He gestured to the one who was closest in order. Katsuki rolled his eyes but complied, crouching down and yanking Izuku's shoes and socks off roughly. The boss crouched down to get a better look, though he did stay fairly far back. Izuku wished he would get in range of a kick so he would know how the boy felt about the situation. Double pinky joint on each foot. Perfect. With this we can hopefully speed up our research by months at the least. He gestured to Kurai. Get samples. As many as possible. We need to build up our sample pool to get the machines started analyzing as soon as possible. The large blonde grinned and nodded amicably. Yes, sir. Inko, start setting up the receptacles and I'll get the 4 hooked up. We can take skin samples while the vials fill. The tiny green woman nodded in agreement before heading around her son's chair and rolling the stainless steel cart around to the side so they could better reach the tools there. Izuku paled at the sight of all of the medical paraphernalia. Though he did only see one readied scalpel, so at least he wouldn't be getting dissected, he hoped. He couldn't move enough to keep his mother's boyfriend from stabbing the hollow tube into his arm, setting up some sort of line to a small machine on the cart that Inko had been loading with tubes she had printing off tags for. The machine is full. That's 30 vials for the first round. These are the 10 milliliters vials. So that's another 7 sets after this before he will need to be overhauled. Not counting any bleeding he might do as we take skin samples. To be safe, I'd do the overhaul after the 5th round. The man, who still hadn't been introduced, nodded in understanding before stepping back a bit, glaring at the BLD visibly starting to be pulled through the tube with distaste. Bakugo had also backed off, making an effort to stay out of the way by leaning against the wall, looking on with a bored type of passing interest. Kurai and Inko worked in tandem, Inko handing off tools and slides as requested and Kurai starting in with the scalpel, scraping thin layers of skin off of Izuku's arms. It burned like the world's worst paper cut and the teen flinched every time he came back for more. And the whole time his mother chatted with her boyfriend like what was happening was an everyday occurrence. Talking about how their old apartment was probably about to be raided and how they were glad they had brought the last bags of their stuff on this trip so all the heroes would get was their old furniture. And then moving on to how living in this complex would be so much better than an hour commute one way. From there they fluttered between topics like dinner and how they should set up their entertainment system, paying absolutely no attention to the pain they were inflicting on the person who was supposed to be their kid. The one positive in Izuku's eyes was that they were efficient despite the chatter. Inko was always ready with whatever Kurai or the machine needed whenever they needed it. It was at about 3 refills of the machine in that Izuku started losing the plot. His head was spinning as the loss of BLD hit him strong and fast. Unable to make out all of the words flying around him as he had to focus his woozy brain to just keep himself from puking from his dizziness. He was sure that wouldn't end well with the GG still in place. His vision was totally blacked out at the edges when things around him changed enough for him to really notice. The boss had stepped forwards, stripping off one of his white gloves. After another minute or so of back and forth with the 2 nurses, the 4 tube was removed, no care really taken to not damage the vein. And the sudden sharp pain brought the green teen a bit back more into himself. Just in time to have a hand latch itself onto his face. He was going to try to shake it off, but he never got the chance as his world was suddenly nothing but agony. It was a worse pain than everything he had felt in his life put together. The burns, breaks, and bruises of the past were nothing compared to every molecule of his body being ripped apart, shuffled around, and put back together. He came back into himself after a moment, aware enough to tell how badly he was shaking and crying. Feeling off, unsure what had just happened. Thankfully trusty old Kachan was there to bring the other boy up to speed. How is it, Deku? Being completely remade. I'm told by some of the lackeys here it's painful. He grinned down at the smaller teen maliciously. He probably would have continued taunting him but the boss waved him back. Enough, Bakuhatsu. We have no need for you here. Why don't you go run down and spar with some of the men? They could always use some fresh meat to go against. The blonde looked like he would much rather stay and watch his favorite target suffer, but he backed off without a fight. Nodding in respect and with a quick, sure-thing overhaul, he was gone. Overhaul took out a spray bottle of disinfectant and sprayed his hand down, Izuku flinching back as expected the substance to burn in the open wounds on his arms. Only to realize his arms didn't really hurt. He looked down in confusion to find that all of the places where skin samples had been taken were gone, along with the 4 wound. He blinked in confusion before his racing brain figured out what exactly had just happened. He had been remade, overhauled, so his wounds were gone, though if he looked closely he could see a tiny bit of discoloration, probably where the new skin hadn't been subjected to sunlight. He wondered how many times this had to happen to him before he scarred. He had a sinking feeling he was going to find out. With a nod from their boss, the 2 nurses started the process over again. taking and taking until Izuku literally had nothing else to give. This time he knew to fear the pale hand as it reached for him, already crying from fear as he leaned away in a futile attempt to get away. The pain was the same overwhelming tidal wave as before, nothing having changed that he could tell. And he knew if he was to be subjected to that agony often he would break sooner rather than later. He sobbed as he was once more hooked to N4. His only solace was Overhaul announcing that this would be the last round because he had a meeting to get to that morning and that was all the time they would have. The last round meant at least one more round of being ripped apart, and Izuku shuddered at the thought, trying and failing to tug free of his restraints. Unfortunately, he wasn't to be so lucky. He was stuck. He had no way free of this mess. His only hope were the heroes who had no idea where he was. He prayed they would find some sort of trail or clue or something. Anything. Because he wasn't sure how long he would be able to last in this cold place. It took a minute for Izuku to come back to himself after being overhauled for the last time that night. By the time he was fully aware of what was going on around him, he was already up with his arms once more bound behind him and being literally dragged down a hallway by the two goons from earlier. It took him a few seconds longer to manage getting his feet under him so he could stumble forwards and take some of the pressure of his body weight off of his shoulders. They turned a corner onto a dead-end hallway where two other men were obviously standing guard at the only door. When they verified something with Izuku's SRT and confirmed with someone over a walkie-talkie, he was allowed through the door. Well, it was more like he was punted through the door with a barked order to behave. And then the door slammed shut and Izuku was alone. Save for the fact that he was indeed not alone. A tiny face was peeking out at him from behind a bed surrounded by piles of plushies and toys. Why was he in a room with a kid? Why was there a kid here of all places? But he slowly sat up from where he had landed, crossing his legs and making no move to go nearer the obviously spooked little critter in the corner. He wasn't able to make out much of their features since they were still half hidden, but he could tell their hair was white and that they had a single tiny little horn on one side of their forehead. He thought their eyes might be red, but he couldn't really tell from that angle. He wished he could try to talk to them. Or even just talk to himself to help calm his own racing heart. But unfortunately the assholes who threw him in here hadn't bothered removing the GG, so he was stuck, arms behind his back, and unable to help himself. He sighed before deciding on his next move. He eased backwards bit by bit, slowly giving his little cellmate more room until his back hit a wall. The greenette then did his best to make himself comfortable, leaning back in the best way he could find and letting his eyes slip closed as his head thunked back against the brickwork. He sighed in exhaustion, feeling phantom fire race through his veins at the mere thought of what he had gone through that night. He did his best to stay unthreatening while also trying to rest. Knowing his luck something else would happen far too soon, so he needed to recover as much as he could before he was once again thrown off the deep end. It was a few minutes before he heard a small shuffle. And a few minutes more before the kid unfroze from the fear of having made a noise. Izuku played with the idea of peeking to see how far they had moved, before his brain was distracted as the sudden cramping of his trapezius almost yanked his head to the left as the muscles clenched in protest from the weird position he had been in several times that day. He wasn't able to stop the quiet gasp of surprised pain. And he immediately sat forwards a bit to see if a different position would help. It didn't, not really, it probably wouldn't until he was able to get his arms out from behind his back. A whine slipped through as he slowly tilted his head back to the right as far as he could, trying to ease the muscle out of its tantrum. His eyes flew open in surprise at hearing the voice. A little girl was kneeling a few feet away from him, looking absolutely terrified, but also strangely determined. He forced down his instinctual flinch at being snuck up on, staying as still as he could with the rhythmic spasming of his shoulder. He really didn't want to spook her if he could help it. Instead he waited patiently to see what she would say or do with her newfound brazenness. It took her a moment, but she did regain herself once more, pressing in and scooting a foot closer. "Are you too hurt, mister?" Well, he wasn't really hurt so much as hurting, but Izuku couldn't really explain that nuance to the girl with the GG in the way. Besides, she couldn't have been older than 7, so a simpler answer would be better either way. He did his best to nod. Sure, it looked a little odd with the way his neck was all tensed up. Luckily he did seem to get the answer across since she nodded back before asking, can I help? He really didn't have an answer for that. She might be able to help him brace so he could slip his butt and legs through the loop of his arms. If he was wearing regular HNDCFFS it wouldn't be a problem. He was flexible enough he could slip his arms around easily. But these cuffs were some strange form he had never seen before. Maybe foreign-made or some sort of quirk-proof thing they just had on hand. Who knows? But the issue was that they had no chain, just two thick hinged metal cuffs welded to each other in a way that kept his wrists crossed. Without the ability to separate his wrists or move his shoulders into a different position, he wasn't really able to do it himself. But maybe with a little outside pressure they could manage it. But that was still just a maybe, and he still couldn't really explain it with his inability to speak, so he did all he could and gave a lopsided shrug. Would you let me take the thingy off your face, mister? Now that would be helpful. He quickly nodded, wincing a bit at a particularly sharp cramp in response to the movement. But too excited about being free of the nasty rag in his mouth to really care too much. The tiny thing was brave enough to actually scooch forwards on her knees, slowly reaching up to tug the GG free. The green teen sighed in relief, working his sore jaw and feeling out the extent of the raw skin at the corners of his mouth and across his cheeks. He coughed to clear his throat, but still sounded absolutely awful when he spoke, probably from all of the screaming he had done that night. Thank you. To Izuku, what's your name? I'm Eri. Hi Eri. I'd say it was nice to meet you, but I'd rather we both be anywhere but here. His joke was greeted with a blank stare. He paused a second before moving on awkwardly. Well, if I try to slide my arms around to the front, do you think you could help me push them? She gave him a slow nod and he beamed at her. Awesome. Here we go. He scrambled up to kneel on his knees, leaning forwards as best he could without falling on his face, and started trying to slide the loop of his arms around his hips. After a moment of watching him wiggle his way about 2 inches further than he could go comfortably, Eri really did step in to help. She grabbed his wrists where they were cuffed and threw her body weight into helping him get them around. After a moment of struggle, they slipped the last of the way over his butt and ended up behind his knees. Thank you, Eri, he said as cheerfully as he could. Once she had scampered off back towards the bed, he flopped back onto his bum and slid his feet through one by one. A sigh of relief left him as he was able to move his arms around a bit more. He immediately started stretching out his poor shoulder, easing the cramp as best as possible until it was no longer demanding so much attention. That feels so much better. Thank you again. He smiled at the tiny little thing watching him from across the small room. She nodded shyly before blinking and tilting her head, obviously curious. They've never brought another kid here before, well except for the ones that joined the SSHY Hisami. What now? My grandpa's group. They're a Yakuza family. Kai took over when Grandpa got sick. He's been trying to help me with my curse. Is that why you're here too? Are you also cursed? She looked a bit scared at that last question, but also oddly hopeful. He wasn't quite sure what she was talking about, but he had a feeling he was going to have to explain away a lot of the lies she had been fed while she had been here. I don't think so. And most likely you are cursed either, Eri. Adamantly shook her head. No. I'm cursed. I touched my daddy and he disappeared. When my curse starts glowing, I hurt people. Her red eyes teared up as she remembered what had to have been a very traumatic thing. But Izuku frowned thoughtfully. That doesn't sound like a curse to me. It sounds more like a quirk, Eri. Grandpa called it a quirk. But Kai said he's been helping me. The greenette felt his heart clenched in sympathy. The confusion and pain in the child's voice was a bit too familiar, and hearing it from someone so small made it all so much worse. Eri. He kept his voice quiet but firm, trying to channel Mia and the Yamazawas and the way they always sound when they explain things to Hitoshi and him. Kai is overhois. Well, from what I've seen of him, I can pretty easily tell he's a meanie head and a liar. So, if we take that into account, then we can say you aren't actually cursed. He probably needs you for something just like he needs me. Izuku paused as that last thought really hit him. He prayed Eri wasn't going through the same things he had just dealt with, but the visible bandaging told him that was an unrealistic dream. He took a deep breath. Quirks aren't inherently bad. They can be used for bad things though. Look at Kai's quirk. He could use it for so many good things. He could overhaul buildings and other things that are broken and help save people's homes. Or he could use it in rescue to help get big rubble off of people who are trapped. But what does he do with it instead? He uses it to hurt people. If anyone has a quirk that could be considered a curse, it's a villain who only uses his quirk to hurt others. Like Kai. Yes, Eri. You're not the one who's cursed. Overhaul is. He jumped as the little girl burst into tears, panicking that he had taken things too far. After a moment he shuffled forwards on his knees and slowly looped his arms around her tiny frame in the best hug he could manage, relaxing a bit when she all but latched onto him in return. She sputtered into his hoodie. I never wanted to hurt anyone. He could practically hear his heart shatter. I know. You're a good person, Eri. I'm so sorry no one has tried to help you before. He comforted her as she cried herself out, and ended up curled in his lap, fast asleep. He gently used his sleeve to wipe down her face before hoisting her up and into the bed. At first he tried to settle her in by herself, but she wouldn't let go of his shirt. He didn't want to wake her up and could take the shirt off with the cuffs on, so with a huff he gave in, settling in with her curled against his ear. He slipped his hearing aids free from his ears, not really wanting to dull his senses but knowing he would need to preserve the batteries for as long as possible, slipping them under the pillow so they were out of view. It was fairly easy to drift off after the night he had just been through. His arms wrapped around Eri protectively. He prayed his heroes would find them soon. Not for his sake but for this little girl who had obviously been through far too much. Shoyuta Aizawa was pissed. Someone had taken his kid. Izuku was gone. Hitoshi was panicking and being held by his remaining partners as they tried to calm him. Hizashi was running around gathering a team of heroes to help track down their missing child. And Mia was on a warpath hacking their cell service to get the records of Izuku's last movements a few days faster. Her daughter watched over her shoulder with a white-knuckled grip in the back of the woman's chair. Shoyuta was watching over Nizu's shoulder as the rat scanned through local surveillance feeds for the third time. Unfortunately, Izuku seemed to disappear in between one camera's view and the next. So the rat had switched to looking for anyone who seemed suspicious or out of place. Unfortunately, the mammal had managed to miss their first clue on the first few rounds of watch-throughs. But this time Aizawa caught it. A flash of blonde hair and a vaguely familiar-ish face. One he had only seen once. In a report. A file he had on his desk in the lounge ready for Izuku's upcoming court case. Nizu. He pointed and the principal quickly zoomed in to check on what the underground hero had seen. Both of them confirmed that yes, that was Meishu Kurai. And he was with two other men, one of which was carrying a large bag of some sort. The rat was on the phone immediately following the men on the cameras as far as he could. He did eventually lose them, but they had a general idea of direction. And a handy address on file that just so happened to be in that area. Tsukachi had a team on the way as soon as he had the apartment number, promising to call them as soon as he had news. But Shoyuta couldn't just wait. He told his husband to watch the kids and launched himself out the window before racing to the car. He would be there when they busted down the door and no one would stop him. No one would dare. He made it to the complex just as the police knocked on the door, demanding entrance. After a moment or two of no response and a second warning call, they brought forth the battering ram. The crunch of breaking wood and snapping hinges was satisfying, and Aizawa held himself back for as long as possible before following the officers into the apartment. He was ready to find his kid, bring him home to their weird little family, and smother him in good food and cuddle time. Izuku wasn't there. Nothing was in the apartment except the basic furniture that came with the rental and some moldy leftovers in the fridge. Shuta's heart dropped to his feet with the realization that Izuku just wasn't there. They were too late. Hitoshi curled up tighter against Denki. He hadn't unwound from his tight ball of misery since Eraserhead had called to let Hizashi know that Izuku was no longer at the apartment. The blonde had been forced to carry his son to the car, allowing the other three distraught teens to come home with them in the name of watching over them so they didn't do something stupid. He had settled them on the floor in front of the TV, a pile of blankets thrown at them so they could burrow as needed, and a coffee table of tea and snacks at arm's reach. He and Mia then retreated up to the office to help with the search remotely. The kids were left alone to wallow in worry and field frantic texts from their friends. Hitoshi and Mei were definitely taking the situation the hardest, understandable with how soon after Hitoshi's own kidnapping it was. But Mei hadn't let go of Hitoshi's hand since they got in the door, holding it close to her sigi like it was her only lifeline. The purple-themed teen was pale and shaking, obviously stuck in worst-case scenarios and flashbacks to his own recent experience. Denki and Shudo did their best to distract the two of them and brace up their shaky mental space. The blonde kept a steady stream of fluffy feel-good media on the screen, and the elemental plying the others with snacks and warm hugs and any other thing the others had ever done for him that made him feel better. They all waited in tense semi-silence for any news on their freckled genius, praying he would come back to them hale and whole. Aizawa was on the phone with Nizu and Mia, the man waiting while the two hacked into the cameras for the apartment complex. He prayed there would be a clue or a sighting or something. The thought that he had failed his kids once again was devastating enough without adding on to it with the fact that they now had no idea where his smallest child had been taken. His phone ringing felt like a death knell. But the chance it could be someone with a clue was his only real hope. And thank gods the hope was fanned. Mia was speaking 100 miles a minute, letting him know that they had gotten a quick glance at a car they believed Izuku had been taken to. A bolo pinged across the hero alerts on his phone, giving him a more understandable description than the slew of too fast words coming across his speaker. He felt the flicker of determination to find his kid flare once more as he ran over to Tsukachi in the name of making sure the man had this update as soon as possible. Izuku hissed as he was yanked forwards by his bound wrists. The guards were irritated when they opened the door and saw that he had slipped his arms around, but seemed content to just bully him around a bit in retaliation. Probably too lazy to recuff him properly. But that wasn't the part the Greenette was focusing on at that moment. No, his worry was centered on the fact that they had dragged both of their cell's occupants out into the hallway. He had tried to protest, demanding that they leave Eri alone, but a harsh blow to the jaw let him know they wouldn't be listening to him. They were both dragged through the labyrinthine white halls. Izuku thought they were going in the same general direction as the room where he had been handed over to overhaul the night before, and felt sick at the thought of what was to come. When he saw the two chairs as they entered the room, he decided he couldn't stand letting this happen without a fight. He yanked down and towards the man who was holding him's thumb, breaking free of his grip and spinning on his heel to land a solid kick in the grunt's gut. Dodging the other guard, he dove for Eri, intent on scooping her up to try and make a run for it. A sharp sting in his shoulder preluded the burn of electrocution, sending him to the floor about a foot short of his goal. He cursed at his own favorite disarming technique being used against him. The taser came loose as he hit the ground, and Izuku struggled back up to his feet, once again reaching for the child that needed his help. He could already hear more people pounding down the hall, attracted to the sound of their scuffle. With another quiet curse, he managed to dodge another swiping hand and grabbed the tiny thing that was trembling in fear, scooping her up as securely as he could with his bound hands and spinning on his heel to make a run for it. He staggered as a punch landed squarely against his cheekbone, the force sending him a step sideways before he managed to plant his feet and start his sprint. He dodged the second man and made it to the door fairly easily, but unfortunately he was too late. As he passed through what should have been their portal to freedom, a hand latched itself around his arm, and his world disappeared in a haze of fire and ice. By the time he was able to see again, he was halfway strapped to a chair, slumped and stunned, with Overhaul standing over him looking furious. "How dare you?" the man hissed as he glared. "You're a vital component to getting my dream realized faster. You're not to leave until I say." Izuku glowered. "I'm not a component, I'm a person. And Eri isn't a component or whatever either. How dare you treat people like they're nothing but objects?" He was going to continue on his rant, but a hand lashing out to once more latch around his throat and jaw cut him off, forcing him to look up into the eyes of a madman. "Shut up. You are mine to use as needed to rid this world of its mess of curses. And that girl is the center of everything. She's the reason we can even hope to succeed in our mission. So you are going to sit back and give us what we need." Izuku was done, tired of listening to but after but. He worked up as much liquid as he could and spit at the man looking down on him for his quirk status, the projectile landing solidly on Overhaul's cheek. The villain yelped and let go of the teen to scrub at his face with a hiss and a litany of curses. His goons jump into action as their boss devolved into an absolute fit. One of them pulled out a bottle of antibacterial soap as another found an unopened bottle of water in a cabinet off to the side. They handed them off to Overhaul and watched pensively as the man scrubbed madly at his face with a handkerchief. Once the skin was rubbed raw, the manic attention turned back to the captive Greenette, and Izuku realized exactly how badly he had just messed up. He had never seen the level of downright hatred and sickening lunacy at this close a range before. And now he would suffer for his choices. The next however long it was would be a blur in his memory. Overhaul used his quirk over and over, waiting just long enough for the boy to regain a modicum of awareness before disassembling him again. And again. And again. Izuku didn't even have a chance to count how many times he was overhauled, brain too scattered by pain and overstimulation to be able to think. His tormentor probably would have kept going, but the door opening once again seemed to pull him out of his spiral, turning to see who was interrupting him. The two nurses he had hired walked in, greeting their boss passively and ignoring the sobbing teen that they had delivered into the hands of a psychopath. Overhaul visibly pulled himself together, scrubbing down his hands with sanitizer and taking a few breaths before fully settling and starting to bark out orders. Kurai was assigned the boy while Inko was told to take care of Eri, both of them hopping to as soon as they were told what was expected of them. Izuku didn't have the energy to try and wiggle away from the needles and scalpel. Too rattled to even fully feel the sting and burn of the samples being taken. He couldn't even bring himself to look over at Eri, ashamed that he had failed to save her and that he was so pathetic as to give up so soon. He spent the rest of the day, when he wasn't lost in the overwhelming pain of his molecules being ripped apart, feeling like a failure of a hero, and praying that the real heroes would find them soon. It had been a whole day since Izuku disappeared. His boyfriends and family had spent the time in panic. Hizashi worked with Nizu and Yue's PR department to figure out exactly what they needed to say and what they could keep private. Mia and Mei were working on trackers for every UA student to start carrying, since apparently they were all in danger all of the time. The boys were running interference with their classmates and friends and trying to hold each other together. And Shoyuta was doing the rounds of the underground, looking for any clue as to his son's whereabouts. But none of them were the ones who brought forth the next breakthrough. Instead, it was the bolo in the small blue car they had seen leaving the apartment complex at the exact time they lost track of Kurai and Inko. And the hit came from an unexpected source. Sir Night Eye called the detective to confirm the description of the vehicle. Sir had found out where it had gone, and the answer wasn't good. The Foresight hero called a meeting with both the UA heroes that could be spared and a slew of others he thought they would need. And when Shoyuta and Hizashi walked into the conference room at the man's agency, they were torn between relief that they would have so much help in rescuing their kid, and fear that so many hands were already assumed to be needed. The fear increased when Night Eye started reading them in on the investigation that had just taken a sharp turn. The information-based hero had been monitoring a recent uptick in Yakuza activity in the area, tracing it back to one group, the Sheihasaikai. The gang had their hands in the suddenly re-expanding trigger market and the strange quirk binding bullets that had started showing up a few months earlier. So the Sit Night Eye agency had decided to start hunting down every lead they could in order to make a plan of demolition. That was until 2 nights before, when a bolo had pinged in their system to march a car they had seen come and go from a small building associated with the Sheihasaikai. The car was registered under one Meishu Kurai. Once all of the facts were laid out, Sir had asked the teachers in attendance why Izuku might have been taken. Unfortunately, no one had a solid answer besides Inko being vindictive and aware she wasn't likely to win the court case to keep her son. They decided to skip the speculation and just jump into planning. They had a student to rescue after all. Izuku sighed from his spot, wrapped as well as possible around the sweet little girl he found himself in hell with. They were laying in Eri's small bed in the name of trying to get some rest after a very painful day. Overhaul had been busy that session. So instead of being sent back to the cell with merely the ache and memories of the tortuous process of sample taking and BLD stealing, they were left with dizziness and arms and legs covered in bandages. Izuku had actually needed to be carried, more dragged in truth, back to the cell after he fainted from BLD loss. But no one seemed too worried about their health, so they were just thrown back in the room and left to get themselves as comfortable as possible, which led to them cuddling and trying their best to ignore the burning of open wounds under rough bandages, trying to sleep off the dizziness and exhaustion in the hopes that tomorrow would be better. The teen looked over the child he found himself entrapped with, checking that she was deep in her realm of dreams before finally allowing himself to really rest his eyes, doing his best to relax, trying not to think about how much he missed his friends and family, blocking out thoughts of exploding machinery, laughter-filled meals, and sparking eyes. Being homesick would only make him feel worse after all. It started with distant telling and a large bang that shook the walls around them. Izuku had been doing his best to distract Eri after their bland lunch, showing her how to set her stuffies up to play tea party. He wasn't sure the concept of what a tea party was really made sense to her, but she seemed content to emulate what he did. They had just gotten into the swing of things, Izuku clumsily miming pouring tea from a plastic teapot, almost dropping it when his bound hands struggled with the awkward angle. And the sudden uptick of noise from above startled the both of them. Eri scampered over to hide behind the bed. Izuku followed as quickly as he could to stand between her and whatever mess was happening outside. It took a few minutes, but the door was unlocked, knob jiggling with the opener's frantic movements. And then it was thrown open. One of the men always following Overhaul around raced through, spotting them and barking orders for them to get up and come with him. Izuku growled and kicked out at the man as he snatched towards them. The henchman cursed and stumbled back before hissing and activating his quirk. Eri screamed as her dress was yanked forwards into the man's hand, dragging her along with it. The hero student wasn't quick enough to react and Izuku was left grabbing for empty air. "Come quietly, brat. I'm not afraid to hurt the girl if I need to. The boss can just put her back together again later after all." The teen glowered at the man but after a moment nodded his agreement to go quietly. He couldn't bear the thought of little Eri getting hurt because of him. He went into the hall as he was ordered and allowed himself to be tugged along by the wrists, little Eri trotting to keep up with their larger steps as she was all but dragged by one hand. They made it around 3 turns before they all but ran into Overhaul and 2 of his other hangers-on. They all turned towards another hallway, this one sloping down further underground. After a few minutes' rush there was another loud crash and what sounded like a roar from the tunnels above them. The men around them all cursed and Overhaul scooped up Eri so they could move faster. Izuku tried to slow down as subtly as possible, stumbling a bit and dragging his feet. It took a bit, but they caught onto his game and instead of one man dragging him around by the wrists he ended up with one at each elbow, half carrying him through the labyrinth. Izuku felt his despair grow as they got further and further from where they started. Even if it wasn't heroes coming to save them, they could have used whatever mess was happening as a way to escape somehow. But now they were being dragged further and further from that hope, and Izuku was too tired to fight back or even think of a way to turn the situation in their favor. The green genius was doing his best to kickstart his brain into thinking through how to get out of their current situation when a white and red blur came through a solid wall. All of their little group stopped in shock at the sudden appearance before they clocked the brightly colored costume. The men around them cursed before 2 of the henchmen stepped forwards to take on the threat, allowing Overhaul and the last guard to continue on. Izuku started to fight back, certain he could break free since there was only one person holding on to him now, but Overhaul gave him a warning look before placing his free hand pointedly on the back of Eri's head. The threat was clear: continue causing trouble and the little girl would suffer for it. The worst part was, Eri knew it. She knew what the man's quirk would do. But she still tried to signal with her eyes for Izuku to get to safety. The hero in him would never let him leave her though, especially not if it meant causing her to have to deal with the torture of being systematically ripped apart and pieced back together. So he stumbled along beside the man who was guiding him, trying to ignore the shouts and curses coming from the fight as they slipped down the hallway. There was a shout and a yelp and then a moment of stillness, nothing echoing in their area save for the pounding of their feet as they walked. And then Izuku was yanked backwards by a hand on his collar. He choked for a second before he stumbled back into a broad He looked back into 2 bright blue eyes before realizing he was now in the hands of a hero. Instead of making him feel excited like the situation might normally call for, he felt himself pale in fear, whipping back around. Eri. Overhaul had stopped in his retreat, turning around to glare at the young hero and his prize. You will give me that back and then let us leave without further complications if you know what is good for you? The small greenette felt himself be shifted slightly to the right before he was gently pushed back behind the towering figure who had grabbed him. That's not going to happen. How about you hand over the little princess so she and my kohai can skedaddle before we get started? The last part of that comment made Izuku take a second look at the man's who had just saved him. He realized just how young he looked, very obviously not out of high school. Yet despite the large frame and built physique, he couldn't really spare his attention for any longer than it took to note the basic details though. He needed to figure out how to help Eri. There was no way he would let that monster keep hold of her. That's not what's going to happen, you brat. These two are coming with me. If I have to kill you to make that happen, then so be it. The blonde in front of the tiny greenette started to laugh off what he assumed to be the normal villain bluster, but a calloused hand gripping onto his cape gave him pause. He glanced over and down to find desperate green eyes glaring up at him. Don't underestimate him. Overhaul's Quirkless, please just. Izuku devolved into stressed stutters. The attempt at explaining the quirk that had hurt him so much making his tongue feel like lead. A large hand came down on top of matted curls. I know all about Overhaul kohai. Don't worry. My work experience agency has been investigating him for months. So just step back, and the sound of running cut him off. All of them tensed as they waited to see who would come around the corner. Kurai and Inko skidded to a stop at the sight of a group of people, their eyes landing first on their boss. Sir. The blonde nurse started. The heroes. You need to. He blinked as he clocked the figure standing in between them and their leader, a figure very obviously wearing a hero costume. Well, Izuku. Inko stepped forwards, stormy expression locked onto her son. What the F do you think you're doing? The greenette's scarred hand clenched tighter onto his grip full of cape, and he flinched back from the diminutive woman. Again with the stuttering. I swear every day you get more and more useless. Get back over to Mr. Chisaki. He's literally the only reason you've ever been worth the 9 months I wasted carrying you, and you will not ruin his deal for me now. The smaller hero student winced and dropped his gaze, though he didn't make a move to rejoin Overhaul. She hissed before raising a hand and making a very familiar gesture. Izuku yelped as he was tugged towards her by his ear. The third year behind him immediately reacted, launching forwards and knocking her hand to the side with a harsh slap. She cursed and cradled her reddened appendage before her boyfriend stepped in. From there, Izuku quickly lost track of the thread. Everyone was yelling and moving at once. The blonde hero, who he didn't even know the name of yet, was popping in and out of the floor and fighting off the two nurses and Overhaul's yes man. But Izuku couldn't focus on them. No, he was too busy watching Overhaul. The real threat still had control of the most crucial piece, and the weakened and tired teen was doing his best to stay out of the way of the fight and figure out how to save the little girl who had wormed her way into his heart. Izuku panted out panicked breaths as he dodged yet another spike of concrete as a wave of them shot out from the floor, chasing the young hero who had stepped in to save them. The greenette was trying to slip towards Overhaul unnoticed, his slapdash plan consisting of getting to Eri and getting her out. It might not have many steps, but he considered what it did have vitally important. Overhaul's last goon was downed, as was Kurai. Inko was somewhere beyond the first row of spikes, trying to wake the two men and get them back in the fight. Izuku was thankful he wasn't having to fight his way through them as well as the rioting tunnels. He honestly doubted if he had the energy left to do much more than what was absolutely necessary in that moment. The loss of far too much BLD the night before and the light lunch that day truly took their toll on his energy level and thought processes. The small teen rolled out of the way of a chunk of debris before sliding into the villain's blind spot, ready and waiting for his chance. It came as the blonde hero dodged a swipe from a dangerous hand. Green eyes locked on Overhaul's slipping grip on Eri. Within a second, Izuku was dashing from his hiding spot, yanking the girl free and tossing her back down the hall towards freedom. Eri, go get the heroes. Let them know where we are. He had to pray the girl listened as a furious mob boss was now lashing out at him. He managed to move out of the way enough to miss the first few swipes. But his luck ran out as his ankle turned sharply on a loose chunk of concrete. Terrifying fingers latched onto his wrists, using them to yank him back towards the monster they were trying to escape. The boy was maneuvered to be back to his tea with his nightmare. A hand latched around his throat threateningly. Green eyes watched as his savior came up short, a tiny shadow hidden behind him. "Eri, run!" The green net yelled as forcefully as he could, startling the little girl into action. She took off, and Izuku heard Overhaul growl before starting to call her back. With the last of his energy, the small teen twisted and drove one of his elbows back and up into the man's diaphragm. He choked on the air as it left him before doubling over and tightening his grip on the tanned skin in his grasp. Izuku's world dissolved into needles and heat. By the time he was able to see through, the static Overhaul had recovered and was holding his limp body as a shield, threatening the hero student with using his quirk on the smaller boy yet again. The freckled teen tried to squirm to see if he had any leeway, but the arm across his sisti felt like a steel band and the hand around his neck tightened in warning against his probing movement. Izuku complied, his body not really feeling up to moving much at that moment anyways. Instead, he did his best to look beyond the flowing red cape of the teen standing in Overhaul's way, desperately trying to see if Eri really had followed his instructions. A delicate voice cursing up a storm in decidedly not curse words alerted them to the fact that Inko was approaching them from behind and to the right where her little hidey hole had been. "Both of them are truly out of commission, sir. Where's the girl?" Overhaul growled and gave Izuku a shake. "The little brat here decided to play hero. We will have to go back to find her once I finish off this annoying little fly. We still need our main ingredient after all." The teen in his grip gritted his teeth at Eri yet again being called an ingredient, but wisely kept his mouth shut. The hero student across from them had no such survival instincts though and took a stance. "That will not happen. My name is Lemillion, and my goal is to save 1 million people. And these two kids will definitely be some of that goal." Well, Izuku had his name now. If he could get his tongue to work, he would tell the other hero student to run and make sure Eri got out. But as it was, he was still buzzing from being overhauled and he didn't think he would be able to speak clearly enough to be understood. As the villain and hero settled into a stalemate with the smaller teen stuck in the middle, Izuku hoped backup was on the way. Eraserhead and Present Mic were a force of nature on the rare occasion they were on a scene together. Like the sun, the loud blonde would race ahead and dazzle everyone with his flash and pizzazz, giving his silent shadow the perfect opportunity to swoop in and deal final blows without their adversaries seeing him coming. It was this smooth and well-practiced teamwork that led to them racing ahead after Mirio. The teen hadn't listened to orders and had gone on ahead when the halls had become tangled spaghetti around them. And the two teachers were determined to catch up to both him and their real target. So imagine their surprise when yet another child appears before them. A tiny little thing in a threadbare dress running through the hall towards them before skidding to a stop. They also stopped, uncertain of exactly what was happening. The small girl took a moment to catch her breath, just enough to ask a question. Are you heroes?" The question snapped the two men from their small spirals of questioning, and Mike knelt to be closer to her height. "We sure are, kiddo. Who are? There's no time." "Izuku," he said, to bring heroes. "Come on." With that, she was off again, running back the way she had come before either of them had a chance to stop her. In a blink, both men were on her heels. She had said Izuku. And if they were going to be blessed with a guide, well then, neither of them were in the right mind to argue. After a moment, Yamada managed to catch up to the little sprite who had appeared from nowhere, taking half a brain cell to worry that she was part of a trap before smothering the thought with his fear of missing his chance to save one of his kids. The blonde hero scooped the toddler up into his arms. "Point where we need to go, little listener. Eraser and I will save Izuku, I promise." They followed her directions to the letter. Thankfully, she didn't seem to have taken any turns down side tunnels unless there was literally no other way to go. Smart girl. It made it very easy to head back the way she had come. It honestly didn't take them long to find the objective for this whole mess. They turned a corner and there he was, being held against the very distinctive form of the head villain as Togata did his best to stall for time. Like the pros they were, they instantly reacted to the presence of a threat. Eri was shoved back around the corner and told to stay put. And then the two men stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with their third-year student. Eraserhead quietly asked for a rundown from Lemillion, and Hisashi listened in as well as he could. But he was definitely distracted by the sight of the kid they had been searching for. Izuku looked a bit worse for wear, covered in bandages and a bit out of it, almost like he had been drugged or had taken a hit to the head. But beyond that, what drew attention was the absolute terror in his eyes, as if the man who was holding him hostage was a lot scarier than the three trying to save him could even comprehend. That fear was quickly explained when Mirio got to the part of his story where Izuku managed to free the girl, Eri apparently, only to enrage the monster who then got a hold of the greenette instead. When Hisashi heard of his son disappearing into mist for a moment before coming back screaming, he almost let loose a scream himself, the only thing stopping him being the fact that Izuku would be caught in the crossfire. Eraserhead took control as he usually did, activating his quirk to keep their son from being harmed again, even while he activated a distress beacon and called in their situation to HQ up on the surface. It was unlikely more backup would make it in time or be of any use, but this way they at least had the eventuality of help. Once Eraser gave them the signal Lemillion, and Mike sprang into action, taking advantage of Overhaul's quirk being out of commission for a moment. They weren't expecting the small woman standing beside him to use her quirk though. Inko used pull on Mirio's cape, tugging him just enough to misstep. As the blonde stumbled, he was forced to activate his own quirk as a deadly hand shot forwards and through his iki. The quirk might have been erased, but he didn't want to be hit either way. Mike yelped and kicked out towards Overhaul to divert the man, only to have to pull the blow as his son was used as a shield. He was then distracted by a quirk-fueled yank on his pointy hair. Mike grit his teeth as he was dragged back and forth. Frustrated with not being able to free himself in the normal ways, he instead grabbed the knife he kept hidden under his jacket, and with 3 hacks he was freed. And Inko was in trouble. Her pull had of course brought the hero closer to her. Too close. In 2 steps he was on her, and all it took was 1 DJ punch to put her out of commission. Then it was 3 heroes against the biggest baddie. Normally this would be an easy fight, especially since Eraserhead was one of the heroes. But Overhaul still had a hostage. Izuku was a bit more steady on his feet by this point, and aware enough to realize that this was his chance. That he needed to help before Shoyuta had to blink. So he did his best to gather the last of his energy, what little was left after what was essentially 3 days of torture and too little food. Grabbing at the hand that was around his neck and the arm attached to it, he took a step forwards and forced his upper body to follow. As he curled in on himself, the villain he was attached to went with him. Overhaul sailed gracelessly over his hostage's shoulder before landing on his back with an unrefined thud. Lemillion was on the man in a second, flipping the villain onto his belly and pulling his hands behind his back. Eraser strained to keep from blinking until mixed cuffs were around the man's wrists. As Shoyuta doused his eyes with drops, hissing as they stung in protest, Mirio took the extra cuffs he was carrying to go and bind the rest of the billiams in the tunnel. Mike, on the other hand, was all over their previously missing kid. He scooped the small greenette up into a hug, fussing and worrying at him the whole time. But Izuku was distracted. After letting the man have a moment, the teen sought out Shoyuta, getting his attention with a wave of his bound hands before fingers spelling E. A blink was his only response before the hero walked back around the corner to fetch the child that had led them to where they needed to be. Knowing that the girl was in good hands, Izuku finally allowed himself a moment to relax, sinking into the hug and the frenzy of 2 fast words as one of his people made sure he was safe. By the time Shoyuta was back with their little rescue, he had already called back in to let the others know that they had Overhaul in custody and their target was in hero hands, asking for backup to come and help them set the villains up to the paddy wagons. Until help arrived, they were essentially stuck. As experienced heroes, they took the moment to rest, settling the 2 kids down a bit aways from the group of bad guys and making them sit while Eraser picked the lock on Izuku's cuffs. Once he was sure they were okay, Mike walked back over to help keep an eye on their acquisitions, leaving the 2 young ones to his capable husband. Eventually the cuffs gave a click before a gentle tug freed the teen. Shoyuta frowned down at the raw skin under where they had been, obviously grazed from when the kid had judo flipped his captor. The hero pulled out some disinfectant and a bit of gauze to take care of the small injury before they had to move again. The freckled boy smiled up at his hero, appreciating the care in the small gestures. Before looking over to Eri, the little girl was quiet. Gaze trained on the irritable form of her tormentor, where the man was yelling at Lemillion down the hallway. Izuku decided she needed a distraction. ASAP. He gently nudged her with an elbow, getting her attention before giving her a smile. Hey, wanna know a secret? He whispered conspiratorially. When he got a hesitant nod in reply, he went forwards with his little plan. He gestured with his head to the man who was wrapping his wrists, continuing to whisper his secret. This is pro-hero Eraserhead. And you wanna know what? He's my dad. His eyes went wide as Aizawa finished trying off the gauze. And Izuku used his freed hand to gesture to Hisashi, continuing. And that present Mike. He's my other dad. Her quiet was almost enough to distract Shoyuta from the fluttery warm feeling in his tea at hearing one of his sons claim him in that way. Yeah. And even better, I have a mom back home too. At that she looked confused before glancing over to where Inko and her boyfriend were starting to recover. The greenette winced. Yeah, that's complicated. Let's just say, she's not my mom anymore. Shoyuta hummed to himself, drawing the both of their attention before he reached forwards to gently tousle matted green curls. I'm proud of you, kiddo. Now come on. The others should be here in a second. And you've got a whole bunch of boys waiting for you topside. Not to mention 2 pink forces of nature. The teen giggled before standing and scooping up the small girl he had been held captive with. He knew she must be tired. He might be tired as well. But he also knew that the next hour or two would be a lot for the both of them, but he had hoped that soon they could rest. And with his loving family and partners around them, Bakugo Katsuki fought like a rabid animal as the police dragged him from the Yakuza hideout. He had lost to Rocklock of all people. The hero managed to lock his hands palm to palm after a long fight, thus disarming him and making it easy for the man to slip cuffs over his wrists. But still he didn't want to admit defeat. 2 cops had to practically drag him free of the underground warren as he thrashed and screamed his discontent, uncaring of the show he was putting on for the media. When he saw a small greenette sitting on the back of an ambulance being smothered by 3 of his former classmates, he really lost it. He used his boosted rage to finally twist free of the hold the 2 policemen had on him, before charging the object of his eternal ire. He watched as green eyes widened as the smaller teen noticed his rapid approach, the fear in them sending a spike of satisfaction through the blonde attacker. But, just as he started to shift his body to attack with a kick, he was forcefully stopped by a punch to the face on one side, quickly followed by a bicep around his neck. He choked in his shock as he was slammed onto his back, gasping for his lost breath as he stared up at the furious forms of Todoroki and Shinso. He could see the blonde hair of Kaminari behind them, standing guard over his target as the other 2 made sure he stayed down until the cops caught back up. As the budding villain was hauled back to his feet, he was met with the furious gazes of 3 protective hero students, all of them glaring hotly enough to fry an egg. It was Shinso who spoke up. If you ever come near him again, a black eye will be the least of your worries. He has people who love and support him now. We will never let you hurt him again. Bakugo's snarled response was cut off as he was yanked away towards a paddy wagon. The 3 teens stood watching the struggling firecracker until he was in the vehicle and locked down out of sight before turning to their boyfriend. Their worried gazes finding green eyes staring up at them with a complicated mix of emotions. Love, awe, disbelief. So many things in Izuku's gaze after being protected by 3 appealing boys. Denki settled back down on the bumper with him while smothering the greenette in hugs and questions. And the other 2 took up positions standing across from them and blocking a bit of the busy world off. They just kind of sat there for a few minutes, relaxing and appreciating that they were all together again. But a soft knock from the inside of the ambulance had Denki helping Izuku stand. Hisashi opened the door, little Eri standing beside the hero and peeking out shyly. She's all set, kiddos. It's Izuku's turn now, and then we will head to UA for debrief. RG will probably also want to do a more in-depth check afterwards. Izuku sighed and accepted the hand up into the vehicle, kneeling down to be eye level with the skittish little one hiding behind his dad's legs. Hey Eri. Faithy want us in here one at a time. Do you think you would be okay sitting with my partners for a little bit? Partners? Yeah, remember I told you about them? Hitoshi and Shudo. He introduced while pointing and giving a pause so each boy could acknowledge the girl and say hello. They're the ones two went to the water park with, remember? I bet if you ask nicely Denki would tell you more stories about it. When her eyes lit up with curiosity, he smiled and gently guided her hand into his electric boyfriend's. Watching as the other teen wholeheartedly and cheerfully stepped into the role of distraction, helping Eri step down to the pavement and starting up a story of his epic fail in the surfing simulator. The greenette let himself be guided onto the gurney as the door closed. Getting ready for a field checkup from an EMT. He let the man remove the wrapping from around his wrists and the ones from his upper forearms. Hizashi hissing in sympathy at the sight of his skinned wrists. But the lines and needle marks from the samples that had been taken the day before were healed, nothing but faint white lines. Gone after the last overhaul he had endured. Izuku explained the existence of the bandages and why the wounds were gone to the confused medic in concise clipped sentences. Giving him the bare minimum so he wouldn't fuss. But not really wanting to think of the whole experience much if he didn't have to. The look his father figure gave him at his dodging of questions let the boy know that the tactic wouldn't fly for long. But at least he was willing to give the kid a bit more time before pressing the issue. After he had the all clear to do what he needed until he could get to a more in-depth health professional, they joined the others back outside. Shoyuta had also made an appearance, watching from off to the side as Denki amused Eri with a story about some shenanigan or other he had gotten up to with Ishido and Kirishima. Izuku smiled softly at his most energetic boyfriend as he gestured widely with his hands, emulating something exploding or some other sort of mess being made. His soft giggle drew the attention of those gathered and Izuku felt his heart flutter as all three of his boys immediately turned to him with small smiles of their own. He accepted Hitoshi's help down from the ambulance and let himself be guided down the road as Aizawa caught Hizashi up to speed. The greenette relaxed at hearing that the entire complex had been swept and all Yakuza members inside had been apprehended. If most of the organization was under arrest, it was unlikely that he and Eri would be a target again anytime soon. He leaned into the warm side of his partner and let himself be ushered towards the familiar SUV he could see parked down the street. Humming in contentment as a strong arm was draped gently across the back of his shoulders, idly watching as Eri let her hand be held by his loud blonde, still listening as Denki spun yet another overinflated tale of hijinks and hooligans. When they started loading up, he could tell his three boyfriends all wanted to sit as close to him as possible. But he knew he needed to put his foot down in this. 1. Making Denki and Hitoshi climb into the back before settling himself into the center seat. Eri might have been okay letting Denki hold her hand as they walked down a wide open road, but he didn't want to push her too far by forcing her into close contact with someone who was essentially a stranger. So Shudo was the one who got to subtly press close to Izuku as the greenette hijacks his phone to show his little friend cat videos online. It took about an hour to reach their destination. But only about 20 minutes for the two newly freed children to pass out, their long day catching up to them quickly. If Hizashi bullied Shoyuta into sneaking a photo of them leaning against each other fast asleep, well, none of the boys in the back would say anything. It was super sweet after all. And none of them would deny that knowing their little green ray of sunshine was good with kids made them all love him just that tiny bit more. Eventually, though, they did reach the underground parking lot at UA. Waking the two of them up felt like such a shame, but it needed to be done so they could get them to proper beds as soon as possible. Once they has disembarked the vehicle, Hitoshi teasing Denki after he had to catch the blonde when he was climbing free and his leg gave out and went pins and needles after having gone numb during the ride, they headed up into the main building where they had a whole slew of people waiting for them. They didn't even manage to get all the way out of the elevator before Mia and Mei attacked. Before Izuku could react, he was scooped up onto strong arms and practically smothered in pink-tinted worry. He probably would have freaked out about the suddenness of the hug, but A, he had half expected it, and B, the smell of motor oil and Mia's citrusy soap cued him in on being safe. Well, that, and May's deluge of information on all the things she had built to keep him from getting kidnapped again. She immediately started enacting her plans. Not even asking before tossing a length of silvery chain around his neck. He blinked and found the pendant attached to it, a simple locket-like heart with 4 gems studded into it. May leaned over his shoulder and around her mom's arm to point at the small sparklies. Amethyst, emerald, topaz, and sapphire. I was going to go for ruby for Todoroki, but the blue matched his eye and has fire in the name. Kuroyama is very convincing. She then dug around in a pocket before holding up 3 matching necklaces. Each of them has a tracker behind the picture inside. I'm going to give Nizu the blueprint for the tracker and start a petition to have every hero student keep one on them at all times because, honestly, 2 kidnappings in 2 months is absolutely not cool. She huffed with a playful glare before turning to look at the others who had filtered into the hall around them. Forcing one of the necklaces onto each of the boyfriends before turning a threatening look onto the 2 pro heroes. You 2 have your own trackers coming soon as well. And I won't take no for an answer. I'm tired of my family disappearing on me. Just tell me what kind of accessories you want because Kuroyama needs to know so he can make the shells. With one more glare around to make sure everyone knew how serious she was about the topic, she huffed and then gave her honorary brother a proper hug. With Izuku effectively squashed between the 2 women, he let himself relax into his fate and sunk into the hugs. He let them get their fill until a small tug on his finger caught his attention. Glancing down to see a worried red gaze reminded him of how odd the whole situation might have seemed to outsiders. He did look like he was being smothered after all. So with a gentle shrug he let the 2 handsomes know he needed space, being freed surprisingly quickly. He then knelt down to be eye level with Eri and smiled. Hey, don't worry. These are the handsomes. You remember me telling you about the shop, right? The little girl relaxed a bit at the introduction, turning her big red eyes from Izuku's to Mia's and studying the woman closely. You're his real mom. His other mom was really mean. You're not mean, are you? The greenette did his best to hide his flinch at that comment and ducked his head, suddenly incredibly uncomfortable. Afraid to look up to Mia and see what kind of reaction she had to such a forward question. To his surprise, he caught the movement out of the corner of his eye as the woman settled into a crouch next to him. Yeah, kiddo. I'm kind of his mom. It's not official yet, but the paperwork has been filled out and I was going to ask if he wanted me to file it once his other mom was out of the picture. And I try my best to be nice, though I'm told I make a mean meatloaf. She let the words settle, waiting for the waterworks. And she wasn't let down as Izuku launched himself into her tea as soon as the words truly registered. Tears flowing freely, though surprisingly silently. The only noise he made being a choked, "Really?" Mia laughed softly. Of course, honey. You just fit into our den of genius and chaos far too well. We already started cleaning out the guest room for ya, though I thought about leaving those boxes of parts from my college days for you to play with. He giggled at her light-hearted rambling. I'd love that. The red-headed woman smiled down at him softly, knowing he was talking about more than the parts. I'd love it too, Izuku. A group of adults sat solemnly around a conference table. The sun was setting on UA, and while they would all love to go home and crawl into their beds, they knew they still had some things to go over before that could happen. Things like a treatment plan for the trauma the 2 rescued kids had obviously endured. Said kids were settled in the infirmary, napping and surrounded by hero students, and 1 specific support genius. After a debrief that scarred all of the adults who had listened to it and a couple of quick scans for lasting damage to their bodies, they had all but collapsed when told to rest. There had been some issues during their checkups, obvious issues pertaining to needles for one thing. That of course made plenty of sense when the debrief was taken into consideration, of course. So no one had said anything when Eri refused to sleep by herself. Instead, take up a spot tucked into Izuku's side on the green teen's bed. She had watched everyone with a silent and judging gaze until her eyes were too heavy to keep open and she fell asleep. Seeing the 2 of them curled up together was as adorable as it was heartbreaking. And Shoyuta was already planning what needed to be changed in their last guest room to make it a better space for such a small kid. Because he knew his husband was already gone for their new kid. But first they needed to finish filing paperwork and all of the other boring parts of heroing so they could get the kids home. So they split up the tasks, Tsukachi calling CPS while heroes who were on the raid filled out reports and Nizu called in favors. Hatsum running in between them all and helping where she could. It might take them a few hours, but all of them were determined to go home that night. So they worked away at all that needed doing with a single-mindedness similar to hyperfocus. They made it back to the Yamazawa household right before midnight. Midnight had been nominated to take Denki and Shudo home, their parents, or sister, worried about how much they had been away. So it was just the Yamazawas and the Hatsums. Instead of trying to pry a sleepy Eri away from an exhausted Izuku, the adults instead grabbed all of the spare blankets and such from around the house and made a large pile on the living room floor. Mei and Shinso making quick work of making it into a comfortable mess. Shinso ended up taking the couch, not wanting to crowd the floor too much, and Mei the space closest to the window. That left the other two plenty of room to nest down. As the adults left to head upstairs and get the guest room turned down for Mia, the four kids were already starting to drift. Nothing but a few more quiet murmurs between them as they all finally relaxed after so many tense days spent in worry. Hizashi made sure he left the cat room light on so they could see if they woke up in the night before following the other two up. He didn't want to leave his kids alone, but he could admit that if he wanted to be in any way functional to help them when they needed it, then he needed sleep. Several days of restless dozing in chairs or on the occasional couch were taking their toll. And he knew all three of the adults could use the rest now that their missing duckling was back safe. The smell of fresh pastries woke the kids as Mia carried a box in through the front door. It had been a rough night with both Eri and Izuku waking up several times from nightmares. Their parentals had let them sleep in until almost noon before the woman had gone down to the nearest little shop to grab them a sugary treat to wake up to. Every step of that journey turned out to be worth it as they discovered Eri's sweet tooth. The little girl tore into apple danishes like she had never tasted anything better. The others all caved and let her try bites of their own sweets as well, much to her sugar rush-powered joy. They did end up sending her upstairs with Mia to get a bath afterwards though. It amazed all of them, save the woman who had actually raised a toddler, just how messy one kid could get when armed with a donut. While she washed up, the rest of them got ready for the day. Izuku lent Mei a set of his overalls and a t-shirt. He had also grabbed a shirt to use as a dress for Eri. But Mia had already thought ahead and grabbed a couple of cheesy things small enough to fit the little one from a tourist shop on her way back from the breakfast run. The first half of the day was spent in slightly lazy movement. The two heroes were constantly on the phone, tying up loose ends. But the kids were mostly left to their own devices. With Hitoshi's newest game system now set up in his dorm room, they were stuck with the older one from back before there were actual teens in the apartment. Which was honestly fine with them. They didn't want to overwhelm Eri with a whole holographic setup right off the bat. Instead, they settled on playing a remaster of one of the early Zelda games. The little girl especially loved the parts where they got to use the ocarina. She said it sounded pretty and asked if there was any chance she could learn to play something like that one day. Unfortunately, or fortunately, for her, Yamada had chosen that moment to walk through the room towards the kitchen. The teens were sure, judging by the look on his face, the kiddo would have her pick of instruments as fast as the internet could ship them. After a delicious lunch of oyakudon made by Mia with Izuku's help, the woman had to leave. She needed to check on her shop and catch up on back orders. And the rest of them needed to head back to UA. The teens involved in the incident wouldn't be asked to go back to classes for a few days yet. But the adults had left their lessons to the other teachers and needed to take back over before their coworkers got too overrun. They made their way to the teachers' dorms first. Officially, they were just there so the adults could grab all of the grading and paperwork they might need. But in reality, they all just wanted to introduce Eri to the magic of cats. And introduce they did. Lucky in particular seemed to be absolutely taken with the small child. The small calico followed at her heels as Eri got a tour of the small dorm and the communal dining area. Absolutely lapping up every millisecond of attention the girl would give her. It was adorable. Eventually they all settled down around the living area, Aizawa at the small desk with a stack of essays to grade, Yamada nearby responding to emails on his laptop, and the four kids grouped up on and in front of the couch with the TV playing a movie about a boy being shrunk down and becoming friends with slugs. Izuku and Mei had found a couple of lap-sized tinker projects somewhere to keep their hands busy, the greenette visibly relaxing at getting back to doing something so mundane for him. A few hours later, a knock on the door announces Snipe's arrival. The hero smiled and waved at the kids when Hisashi opened the door for him, but got down to business fairly quickly. Nedza got the paperwork for the Lil'd One's foster situation all settled. So I'll be shifting ours up to the top floor and Cementos will be here in about an hour to move some wall round to give the girl a room. The blonde man blinked before giving his coworker a small and sincere smile. You didn't have to move, Colt. We would have figured it out. Nah. It's fine. All I really have is my gear and some clothes. It'll take an hour tops to shift things over. The Lil'd bit deserves to have her own space. So I don't mind. With a few more assurances and a bit of small talk, the man left to go move his things. By the time Cementos freed himself from his duties rebuilding whatever had been destroyed in training that day, the other hero was already moved into what was originally intended as an attic space. The construction hero settled Snipe's needs first, moving the bathroom and such up and setting him up with his own kitchen. And then he started shifting walls around. In the end, the Yamazawa dorm gained about 10 square feet of living room space and an extra bedroom. Hound Dog also got a bit of extra living room, much to his surprise. It immediately became a craft corner, the hero setting up shelving for his yarn stash within the week, a comfy chair and a standing lamp completing the area. He could reliably be found there working on one project or another whenever he had a free hour or two from then on. The small family spent the time while things were getting moved around online. Yamada and Eri in the center of the couch while the man coaxed her through choosing things for her new room. He discovered quickly that she didn't like dolls. But her reaction to the cat-shaped beanbag was adorable. Though to be honest, the man had to buy 2 of those because of Hitoshi's obvious interest. Izuku was draped over the back of the couch behind them, occasionally pointing to something on the screen or piping up with a suggestion. The kid was habitually quiet on his own wants and needs, but as soon as they were shopping for someone else, he was all in, making sure his little rescue had everything she might need, including clothes. Though the sheer number of plushies in their cart was probably unnecessary. Shoyuta eventually made them all a quick dinner of tempura veggies, miso soup, and rice. And then it was time for the boys to head back to their own dorms. Izuku made sure Eri was comfortable enough to sleep on the couch alone that night, but he needn't worry. The kid had completely fallen for Hisashi and his bubbly energy, trusting the man to keep her safe. It probably also helped that luck had settled into her lap and was purring up a storm. With confirmation that their new little sister would be just fine, the boys allowed Shoyuta to walk them back over to their dorms, dropping Mei off before heading to Heights Alliance. The lights from the large windows spilled out over the grass as they walked by in the dusky gloom, making their way to the front door. They did not reach it before there was the thunder of footsteps from inside, preceding the door being thrown open and solidly half of the class rushing outside in their slippers. They were as loud as ever, and Izuku winced and reached up to flip off his aids, not wanting to get overstimulated. Hitoshi snorted and made sure he was in sight in order to translate if he needed to. Eventually their other 2 partners managed to weave through the throng, coming to stand with their prodigal paramours as Aizawa glared and started demanding order amongst his students. They eventually all made it into the dorm proper, finding the rest of their class sitting in the common areas. Apparently Denki had mentioned they were coming back that evening and everyone had wanted to see for themselves that Izuku was okay. Shoyuta left them to deal with the mayhem, warning the class that they still needed to be in their rooms by curfew on his way out the door. Izuku did eventually turn his ears back on, once everyone had settled down enough to relax on the couches and speak at reasonable levels. As the greenette sank further into Shudo's warm side, he smiled softly to himself, wondering over all of the love his found family was always too willing to show for him, and pondering over how different his life in that moment was to his L3/8 the year before. He definitely appreciated the changes. The trials start with Chisaki, of course, and spiral into madness from there. The man gets a life sentence in Tartarus, expected of a high-level villain with a powerful quirk. Kurai gets 20 years for child abduction and medical malpractice. He was practically frothing at the mouth when they read the verdict, screaming that you can't abduct a Quirkless because they are not human. Eventually the bailiffs managed to drag him through the door toward his transport. Aizawa was relieved he had managed to talk Izuku out of attending this one, because he really didn't need to hear that drivel. Unfortunately no one could keep the teen from the last 2 trials of note. Bakugo went first. The blonde was muzzled and chained to his bench, announced as an incredibly violent flight risk. As the greenette entered the room behind the prosecuting lawyer, the teen made eye contact with a completely different set of red eyes. These were filled to the brim with tears and regret. Izuku allowed Mitsuki Bakugo and her quiet shadow to approach, giving her a bittersweet smile. "Hi, long time no see." The woman sniffled before pulling the boy into a hug. "I'm so sorry, Izuku," she whispered into his hair. "This is all my fault. I was just so blind. I have no idea how I missed what Inko and Katsuki were doing to you all of these years. And then for them to—" She cut off as her voice choked. Her husband laid a hand on her shoulder and guided her a step away from the greenette, noticing that the 2 men behind Izuku were eyeing their exchange warily. As Mitsuki took a few deep breaths to settle herself, Masaru knelt to be below the teen's height, bowing deeply with a sincere apology dropping from his lips. The boy froze for a moment before frantically trying to pull the man up. But the brunette wouldn't be budged until he said his whole piece. "Izuku, we have done wrong by you. We have always thought of you as a second son. And yet we failed both you and our BLD child so spectacularly. Please, if you could ever find it in you to forgive us, I swear we will do whatever we can to make this better. Not right. It will never be right. But as good as we can make it. If ever you need anything, we will do anything in our power to provide it. All you need to do is say the word. Whatever. Whenever. I swear." He didn't look up until he was done with his pre-planned speech. Finding himself face to face with tear-covered freckles, he huffed a half-laugh before reaching up slowly to dab at chubby cheeks with his Gucci shirt sleeves. "Izuku, you always were a crier." He was rocked back by a tackle hug as Izuku sobbed that of course he forgave them. That it wasn't really their fault. That all 3 of them kept how bad things were a secret from the elder Bakugos. And that he appreciated the sentiment, but he really didn't need anything from them. After that they only had a few minutes to compose themselves before they needed to take their seats on opposite sides of the courtroom. The trial didn't go well. At first it wasn't too bad. The prosecution and defense both made their cases with little input from anyone else. A recorded interview with Izuku was played, embarrassing the SHT out of the teen, though he knew that was better than being asked to go on the stand. The only way Tsukachi had managed to wrangle the allowance for the videos was by playing the disabled card, playing on his deafness and stutter to convince both judges to submit to the special treatment. It went like a normal day at court until they got to the part where Katsuki was asked to give his own statement on events. The Quirkless tirade was expected, if not appreciated. Izuku sunk into himself a bit as the blonde went on and on in his rage. Eventually, after calling for order and being ignored, the judge motioned for the muzzle to be reinstated. It didn't take long after that for the proceedings to come to a close. The jury found him unanimously guilty and the judge sequestered to deliberate his sentence. A minimum of 20 years for severe bodily harm and being an accessory to a kidnapping, as well as resisting arrest. And he had mandatory therapy for his obvious personality disorder. He would not be allowed parole until his therapist cleared him as no longer a threat to the public. The blonde at the stand was furious, fighting his SRT as he was dragged from the room, screams muffled by the mask strapped to his face. It took 4 men to get him into the hall, and 5 minutes before those in the room could no longer hear the struggle. Mitsuki was quietly crying again, looking as if the world had been ripped out from under her feet. Izuku quietly asked his dads to wait up for a moment, the men easily agreeing and stepping away to speak to the persecutor. The small green teen quickly slipped between those who were leaving and made his way to the bench where his aunt and uncle sat. When his presence got their attention, the blonde woman did her best to straighten up and scrub her face clear of her grief. But the boy only smiled, not concerned with the fact that she was hurt beyond the need to help her heal. He held out his phone, open to his contact book. "Why will you give me your number?" Ininko never gagave me the new and I think you'd like my mom. Maybe you two could have a coffee. There was a pause as the two confused adults exchanged a look.
Your mom.
The one in jail. Green eyes blinked before he realized the problem. Hatsamiya. Sheesh some after Inko's trial she signed the adoption papers last week and now she after the verdict CPS will make it official. He trailed off as he was once again smothered in a hug. Oh kiddo. I'm so happy to hear you found someone. So quickly too. Actually I've known Hatsumi-san for about a year now. I've been working in her shop after school and her daughter and I are friends. He says sheepishly. Mitsuki. Pulls back to cradle freckled cheeks. That's fantastic. You have a mom and a sister now. I need to meet her for sure. Gotta make sure for myself that she's a good match after all. I would die if I let you be cared for by another Inko. And what's this about a shop? You're already getting work experience. What an energetic lilt go-getter. Izuku and Masaru share an amused look as the woman gets her excitement at the new situation out of her system. Green curls gaining a gentle ruffle and the man smiles softly at the boy he had once thought of as a son. I'm happy for you Izuku. We would love to meet you mom. Just text us a when and where okay. They parted ways soon after, Yamada and Aizawa giving the other two adults wary nods as they drew their kid away and to their car. It was time to head back to the dorms and the movie night that was brewing in the 1A common room. 4 Inko's trial Mia closed her shop down for the day so she could sit in and try and glare the other woman to death from across the room. Shoyuta made sure to sit in between her and the defendants so he could step in if either of them tried something. Izuku really didn't need both of his maternal figures in jail after all. The boy in question was sandwiched between his mom and Hisashi. Safe and guarded and able to tuck himself back out of sight of Inko if he felt the need. At the moment he was focusing on Yamada, refusing to look her way, playing up being enthralled with a tale from the radio station as they waited for the proceedings. Eventually the judge entered and things got started. Listening to all of the years of neglect was heartbreaking. Especially for Mia as the woman remembered bits and pieces of little things the teen had done when they had met. A lot of his habits made more sense now. When Inko was called to the stand to be cross-examined, a lot of the jury and spectators were surprised at how cold she sounded in her answer. If not outright saying that the mistreatment and abuse of her son was warranted, then trying to turn the issue around to be one of her own suffering. But none of them were having it. Especially the judge. She called the woman out multiple times for the lapses in parenting and hurtful words. By the time the jury found her guilty, no one was surprised save the furious green-haired woman on trial. And when the judge handed down her sentence, she also let her have her opinion, outright calling Inko a narcissistic bully in front of the whole court before she even gave her the decision of 30 years with no parole. Unlike her boyfriend and the boy she led astray, the small woman made no fuss at the announcement. But she did stand to give a statement when asked. All I have to say is that the thing that I made the mistake of birthing has done nothing but ruin my life since the moment it entered the world. I'm glad that after today I'll never have to see it again. And I hope with every fiber of my body that it dies regretting every second of its pitiful existence. With that she stepped back away from the microphone and allowed herself to be led from the room. The words hurt. But Izuku had been braced for them, knowing she would likely say something along those lines. What he wasn't ready for was the fact that not once as she walked across the room did she look back over at him. This was likely the last time they would ever see each other, and Inko didn't even glance in the direction of the child she had forced into the world. It unexpectedly hit harder than he would have guessed. The last bit of closure he needed being ripped away at the last second by the woman who had spent his whole life hurting him. And here she was getting in one last emotional stab before leaving his life forever. Unfortunately for her, he had a real support system now. And they descended upon him as soon as the door closed behind the beach, smothering him in hugs and their worry and completely distracting him from any hurt as his hindbrain got a second to process. They got him back to UA fairly quickly, only stopping for takeout. And if 3 boys and 2 girls were awaiting their arrival in the Yamazawa dorm, well, it was to be expected. As was the cuddle pile that formed in front of the TV as everyone ate their food. Hours later, as the adults sipped coffee and watched over the slumbering pile of limbs, There would be quiet vows of protection and support from all three parental figures. Determination solidifying into iron will to never let their kids be harmed again if they had any say. And they would have lots of say. The downfall of the public schools was all anyone could talk about over Christmas break. The trial had started off hidden. A hush-hush backdoor affair that was never meant to go public. After seeing the first school district on the docket, Izuku had a good guess as to who leaked the drama. His guess included white fur and two smart eyes. The proceedings were long and drawn out, a panel of judges listening to the prosecutors and defenders for no less than 30 different school districts. All of them were accused of neglect or discrimination, or both. And as the head chairman for the board of directors at Aldera stepped up to the podium, the world watched and judged, and, for the most part, cheered the largest overhaul of a public school system in the world in over 50 years. Izuku sold the patent for his first hero-grade hearing aids about a week before he finished his upgraded designs for his new ones. These included a slimmer, more discreet profile and a whole but load of new features, including an AI he had written entirely from scratch as a project in his private lessons with Nizu. He kept his testing of prototypes discreet for the first month after that, working out bugs and making sure self-activating resource interface worked correctly and did everything he wanted her to do. The only ones who knew of the project were Power Loader, Nizu, Mei, and Hitoshi. The first two because he needed their sign-off to use school resources for his build, and the last two because he needed help with his tests on occasion. By the time he was ready to put in for a patent, he had a whole slew of extra sets built. A main and a spare for himself and Hizashi, as well as 10 more pairs he was donating to first responders who'd had their hearing damaged in the line of duty. The charity had been Mia's idea. Well, in a way, the woman had been regaling Izuku and Mei over dinner of her days in the support course with Power Loader. And one of her stories had been of a charity drive they had done in their third year to get their names out to the public. They had taken all of their old prototypes, spruced them up, and then given them away to heroes in need. That had been the move that really got them scholarships to colleges and other programs for higher education. Little did she know that story had inspired a monster of a project. Within 2 days, Izuku and his sister had a whole, well-drawn-up folder worth of plans and projected numbers to give to their principal. And the rat, ever willing to support the creatives under his care, agreed. The fact that it would look good on UA as a whole as well was just a bonus. It only took a week for the project to be announced to the rest of the support students in all 3 years. Unexpectedly, though in retrospect he really shouldn't have been surprised, when the outreach project was announced to the news, Mei and Izuku's names were all over it. The two teens were asked to make statements for fluff pieces across Japan. Most of Mei's lines didn't get used, her over-the-top personality being too much for most people and resigning her to a few short usable clips. But the sweet stuttering hero student stole the watchers' hearts. And he soon found himself as the face of the project. And this was to be the first large-scale donation. There had been a few other small donations, a finished prototype here, a bit of support gear for a sidekick there. But this was the one that would be all over the news. The morning he was meant to give over the goods was the morning he told his dads anything, having successfully kept his actual designs quiet. The men were surprised when Mia showed up on campus that morning, barging into the teacher's dorm and the breakfast the kids had come over to share with their dads and Eri. "You ready, kiddos?" Yamada and Shoyuta shared confused looks at her excitement and the mischief in the air. The feeling only thickened when their little greenette reached down to grab a box from his backpack. Scarred hands held it out to his blonde paternal figure with a sweet smile. "It only feels right if you're the first to get them. After all, you were my first customer." Hizashi blinked before taking the box. He opened it slowly, only to gasp and immediately pop his hearing aids out so he could slip the new ones in. The freckled boy laughed. "I have them configured to the same settings as the ones on record in your files, but you will probably have to make some adjustments on the sound." "Sorry." "Run opening diagnostics." Mike jumped, probably surprised by a woman's voice responding an affirmative in his ears. Izuku went on, "We can rename her in your system so she won't get confused when I give my own version orders. I was going to, but I figured it would be better to give you a choice on the name you'll be yelling out in battles and stuff." He trailed off as he switched his own hearing aids out, finally able to wear his now that the surprise was over. He was just sliding the second one home when he was blindsided by a hug. Mike blubbering about how happy he was and how cool the lady sounded, all while firing off questions on what she could do. Izuku giggled and watched as Shoyuta snagged the instruction manual from the box to flip through while his husband calmed down. Later, in the gym set aside for the afternoon for the small event, the three parents and a whole slew of support and hero students would stand to the side and watch in pride. Izuku going around a large circle of firefighters, police officers, EMS, and heroes thanking them for their service and handing each of them a matching box. A line of tables nearby set up with the gear needed to make any adjustments. The boy happily giving others back the sense he'd had to regain for himself. Izuku giggled as Hitoshi and Denki wrestled, going after each other's hair as they all walked down the sidewalk. Mia had requested they all visit the shop after school that Friday, saying something about her workspace being too quiet for her to design anything new. So a small group of their friends were all showing up in the name of free food and a space to hang out without the pressure of school for an evening. Kuroyama was walking by the greenette, showing him pictures on his phone. The large support student had just finished his prototype design for a small-time Sidekicks image overhaul. All he needed now was to do a final fitting and then he could make the real thing out of actual hero-grade fabric. Izuku gushed over the red and orange-clad mannequin, excited and raving over how clean the lines looked and how it really played off the Sidekick's quirk. They chatted about the gear upgrades that were also being made for the rest of their way to the shop, occasionally pausing to laugh at the antics of the other teens around them. Eventually they all trickled in through the back entrance, a riot of greetings from the other teens to the adult they all expected to be there, and the ones that most of them expected to be there. The only one not in the loop paused in confusion at the doorway, absolutely taken off guard at the unexpected guests. Mia stepped in quickly, rushing over to give her two kiddos a hug and drag them a few steps over in the name of unblocking the doorway. "Hiya, Izuku. Sorry, I hope you don't mind that I invited them. I thought it would be nice to catch up. Your dads will be here soon too." Yeah, that's okay. Just surprised." With that he offers the redhead a smile before wandering over to the Mirokumas to say hi. He had stopped going to his after-school classes slowly after his introduction into the hero course. He just had too much to do, and honestly with the amount of physical exertion he dealt with during both hero and support lessons, he really did need the after-school breaks. And then the summer camp incident happened and suddenly he had way too much to think about to remember to call and talk to his first martial arts teacher. His daughter stepped forwards to meet the younger teen first, scooping the greenette into a hug with a cheerful hello and an admonishment for having gotten into so much trouble recently. He giggled and hugged her back, signing an inside joke one-handed and making her laugh. Her father rolled his eyes at their antics before reaching forwards to rest a bear-like hand in tousled curls. "You had us worried for a bit there, kid. Glad you made it out all right." The small teen smiled up at him before shifting into a grin. "Yeah, well, I had this teacher who made sure I knew how to do a proper Sotogari. He was a real bear about it. Had us practice the throw for weeks." Both of the Kurokumas blinked in slight shock at the easy confidence behind the joke, before Kumikin howled in laughter, patting him on the shoulder, pointing at her dad's face and setting herself off even more. It took a minute, but eventually the man himself snorted and ruffled green hair roughly, shaking his own head before wandering off to chat with the other adult in the room. Sum caught her breath before pointing over to the teens who were standing off to the side, specifically the four who had been watching their exchange closely. "So, friends?" Izuku glanced over to see who she was pointing out and flushed when his gaze met Hitoshi's. "Not exactly. The girl is Mei. Her mom is adopting me. And other three, they're my boyfriends." Her squeal caught the attention of everyone in the room, though most of them figured out what was going on and went back to their own conversations fairly quickly, only sparing a chuckle or two at Izuku's embarrassment as the closest thing he had to a childhood friend dragged him over to his partners in a demand to be introduced. The Yamazawas showed up a bit later with a back seat filled with takeout, enchiladas and tamales in large foil trays, and large styrofoam buckets of spiced rice and beans, both charo and refried. Izuku helped the other teens unload the bounty from the SUV and settle it in a spread on one cleared workbench. Everyone dug in with gusto, cheerfully fawning over the well-balanced verde sauce and the sides of salsa. The small greenette found himself settled on a stool beside the elder Mirokuma, giving the man an in-depth rundown of his recent combat training, explaining his decision to opt for a more sneaky style. The giant beside him hummed along as he munched down a chicken tamale, commenting occasionally and giving small tidbits of advice on training methods. The teen filed those away to run by Aizawa later, knowing the suggestions were worth a try. After about an hour, the food was mostly gone, and a bit of weird anticipation seemed to seep into the room from between the shelves of parts. Izuku felt his stomach twist in discomfort, uncertain about what was happening. Obviously out of the loop. At this point of the evening, most of their friends would have to be heading home. They should be packing their bags and comparing train schedules. Instead, they were all slowly turning their attention to the center of the room. The center of the room where he just so happened to be sitting. Before he had time to overthink, Mia stepped into his line of sight, and the large folder in her hands clued him in on what was happening. He launched himself from his stool and into her arms, happy tears already slipping down his cheeks. She chuckled as she hugged him close. "It's official, kiddo. You're now handsome Izuku." There were cheers from all around them as Mei joined in their hug. Izuku did the best to commit the moment to memory, especially the feeling of being wrapped up in the warmth of his mom and sister. He wanted to be able to look back in this moment with the fondness it deserved after all. Green eyes twinkled as Mei paced frantically around her messy dorm room. Izuku laughing at his sister's antics as she half-panicked trying to find a shirt without some sort of grease stain. "Mei, come on. You act like the two of you haven't been hanging out after school nearly every day for the past 2 months. She knows exactly what you look like and she's okay with it. So take a deep breath and chill." He reached out and snagged her wrist as she went to walk back past him yet again, pulling her to a stop. Though stopping her physical pacing didn't stop the mental marathon. "Aizu, I can't just go see her for a date looking like I always do. She deserves better than that. She's so pretty and fun and clean and pretty. And she should date someone who isn't some grungy freak." She was almost hyperventilating by the end of her rushed speech, and her brother quickly sobered as he caught on to the deeper stressor she had just let slip. "Is this about what the kids at your old school used to say? But you always said you didn't mind." Golden eyes dodged his concerned look, the young woman frowning and rubbing at her arm a bit. Izuku let her work through her thoughts patiently, knowing well how strong words could be at times. Eventually he was rewarded with a dramatic groan and his sister flopping down on her back on her bed beside him. "I thought I didn't. But then she's so fashionable. And what do I have to offer someone who's so her?" Izuku sighed. "Mate, I really don't think she cares about how you look. Whenever we hang out, all she can talk about is how fun you are, how smart you are. She really likes that about you, I think. And speaking from personal opinion, your best feature is how genuine you are to yourself. I'm sure she really likes that too. So just wear what makes you comfortable, yeah." His sister pouted, but seemed to let his words play back in her head a few times. Eventually he huffed out a breath in irritation. But what if none of these clothes make me feel comfortable today?" Izuku hummed in response before grinning, obviously struck with an idea. He hopped up from his seat and sifted through one of the piles of clothing that had been tossed around, coming up with her newest overalls and a pink tank top. Once he had what he wanted, he snagged the pinkette by the hand and led her out of the support dorms and to 1A's building across the way. They went upstairs to his own dorm and he started sifting through his own closet, though in a more organized way than Mei had done just minutes before. After a moment he handed his sister one of his red button-up shirts and a pair of his simple black tights. "Put all of this on and we will go from here." With that order he slipped out into the hall to give her privacy, texting one of his boyfriends as he went. She looked a bit uncomfortable when she opened the door to let Izuku and the newly arrived Denki in. She had buttoned the shirt up all the way and had everything strictly the way it was intended to be worn. Both boys observed the outfit for a moment before Denki clicked his tongue decisively. "You look good. But not like you. Let's fix that." He stepped forwards and with permission started in on buttons and straps, undoing the top 4 buttons of the shirt so it sat open loosely. He then unhooked one of the overall straps and slipped it around so it went under her arm before hooking it back into place. Then he rolled the sleeves up to her elbows. With that he stepped back, giving her another once-over before nodding in approval. Much better. Sit at the desk. I brought some of my makeup and hair stuff, so let's have some fun. They tried several things, Denki having never styled locks before, and eventually settled on a simple metal beret holding her bangs back. And for makeup they kept with the simple theme. Eyeliner, a bit of concealer over dark circles, and a tinted chapstick just a shade or 2 darker than her natural lips. By then May's phone was chiming with an alarm to let her know it was time for her to go. The girl hopping up and giving both of the boys a hug in thanks before she shook the nerves out of her hands and made her way to meet up with Mina. Izuku grinned up at his blonde and gave Denki a quick peck of his own thanks, before asking if the other boy needed help with the essay he was putting off. A sheepish smile was all he needed in response. Now that all of his personal problems had been dealt with, Izuku realized that an issue they had pushed to the wayside really needed to be addressed. Endeavor. The man had reportedly chilled out a bit after Shudo started using his flames in combat. But he was still a demanding BSTRD. Shudo spent most of his weekends at his family home, slogging through extra training and coming back to the dorms last Sunday evenings exhausted and grumpy. Not at all ready for the week of heavy classwork ahead. Endeavor was running his son into the ground. And Izuku wouldn't stand for it. Lucky for him, computers were his friends. All it took was a week of not really sleeping in the name of eking out every extra minute of computer time he could get. He hacked several government sites and several of Endeavor's own files, taking what he needed and compiling his evidence. It was 5 a.m. on the 8th day of hyper-focused plotting when he finally had everything ready to go. He hit the enter key, said a quick prayer, and then passed out on his desk. Aizawa was the one to come and find him a few hours later when he didn't show up for homeroom. He had noticed Izuku was distracted by something for a few days by that point and wasn't surprised to find the boy slumped over his computer. No, what made him raise an eyebrow was the report on the teen's screen. After reading a few lines, the pro sighed and texted his boss. Nizu texted back a gleeful reply that he had already received a copy, causing the tired hero to groan before accepting his fate and stowing his phone so he could pick up his kid and put him to bed. Later that day the report would hit the news. By the end of the week Shudo would be under the custody of his sister, his father under investigation for corruption and abuse. And by the next month, Todoroki Rei would be a free woman with a home of her own for her and her kids should they wish to join her. Shudo himself was quietly relieved, happy to be able to take breaks without someone breathing down his neck. Happier still to have the weekends for himself, whether he wanted alone time or wanted to go on dates with his partners. It was his choice, and that was a luxury he would forever cherish. And so they settled in, getting used to their new lives, preparing for their futures. Futures full of creating and helping and saving, full of excitement and happiness, and yes, fear and sorrow. Because life is more worth living in the bright spots after you've dragged yourself through the dark spots. And now none of them would have to go through the dark spots alone again. Because the best family is the one you make for yourself.